Ling Tian traversed to the world of Hongwang, opting to become a fetus within the body of the primordial phoenix, maintaining a low profile. Beep. Before the calamity erupts, I shall not be born reward. Method of fusion with the chaotic blue lotus. Beep. Prevent the primordial phoenix from dominating the world reward. The chaotic supreme treasure chaotic pearl. He remained hidden. He grew stronger until one day, the Demon Ancestor Luo Ho launched an assault upon the world, placing the Phoenix clan in grave peril. Ling Tian stepped forth calmly, effortlessly pinning Luo Ho to the ground. All beings of Hongwang were rendered speechless. The remnants of the Demon clan would forever remember this day, the terror instilled by Ling Tian. And this was merely the beginning. As Ling Tian cultivated the great path within the womb, all beings of Hongwang knelt in reverence. Chapter 1. System Activation. Primordial Phoenix stirs. Deep within the chaos, Ling Tian sensed the infinite darkness surrounding him, his expression one of bewilderment. Is it just because I stayed up late reading a Hongwang novel that I ended up here? Oh dear brother, please do not let me end up in Hongwang. Ling Tian muttered to himself. At that moment, a mechanical electronic voice suddenly resonated. Beep! Host awakening detected. Divine choice system activated. Host has arrived at the node during the mid-period of the Dragon-Han Calamity. Please choose. Choice 1. Devour the primordial phoenix and take her place reward. The chaotic bell. Choice 2. Become the fetus within the primordial phoenix reward. The chaotic blue lotus. Choice 3. Randomly reincarnate reward. A fragment of the creation jade plate. A divine choice system? Dragon-Han Calamity? Primordial phoenix? Upon reading these terms, Ling Tian was left in a state of shock. Truly, one fears what one does not wish for. He had indeed traversed a Hongwang, and even worse, during the terrifying period of the Dragon-Han Calamity. In comparison to the subsequent witch and demon calamities and the conferred god calamity, the Dragon-Han Calamity was a time when the great path was not yet obscured and formidable beings emerged in droves. To find oneself in this era of Hongwang was akin to a nightmare beginning. Fortunately, Ling Tian had successfully activated the system. Without it, being thrust naked into Hongwang would be tantamount to seeking a tofu block to dash himself against. Thank goodness. Once he managed to regain his composure, Ling Tian turned his gaze back to the three choices. Choice 1 seemed appealing, allowing him to replace the primordial phoenix and gain the innate treasure chaotic bell. At first glance, it appeared quite feasible. However, as a fan of Hongwang novels, Ling Tian was all too aware of the primordial phoenix's fate. Moreover, receiving a bell right at the start was a clear indication of the system's malicious intent. Choice 1 was unequivocally off the table. As for choice 3, randomly reincarnating for a reward of creation jade plate fragment. There were countless races within Hongwang, far too numerous to count. Who could tell what he might be reborn as? If he ended up with a worthless lineage, then possessing a creation jade plate fragment would be utterly futile. He would still be unable to escape the fate of being cannon fodder in the calamity. Choice 3 was also not an option. It now appeared that the only relatively safe choice was choice 2. To become the fetus within the primordial phoenix. Not only would this offer a chance to evade the calamity, but he would also have the Phoenix clan as a support in the early stages. Most importantly, the reward was the chaotic blue lotus. In the past, the Pangu great deity, who opened up Hongwang, was born from the chaotic blue lotus. Although how to refine it remained a significant question, but the opportunity to have conditions akin to those of the Pangu great deity was a tremendous stroke of fortune. With this thought, Ling Tian no longer hesitated. System, I choose to. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ling Tian's true spirit trembled and transformed into a streak of flowing light, soaring toward the world of Hongwang. This seemingly inconspicuous streak of light effortlessly tore through the barriers of the Hongwang world, descending toward the South Ming immortal volcano. At this moment, Hongwang was still reeling from the recent fall of the divine reversal. The three clans of dragons, phoenixes, and Cheelants were still basking in the afterglow of the divine reversal's remnants. Though conflicts were inevitable among the three clans, they had not yet descended into blood feuds. Hongwang was thriving, yet unbeknownst to all, the Demon Ancestor Luo Ho had already broken through to the late stage of the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal. A grand conspiracy aimed at the three clans, and the entirety of Hongwang was quietly descending. At the South Ming immortal volcano, the primordial phoenix stood tall, her beauty unparalleled, exuding both majesty and grace. However, the moment she returned to her cave dwelling, she immediately shed her purple gauze dress and kicked off her shoes, revealing her delicate feet. Within the phoenix's brows, a palpable rage simmered beneath the surface. Insane. Utterly insane. So what if I have no Tao partner? So what if I have not given birth to offspring? That fire phoenix king dares to propose becoming my Tao partner? Who does he think he is? The primordial phoenix seethed, her words laden with indignation, devoid of any semblance of the dignified leader of the Phoenix clan. At that moment, a soft and melodious voice gently echoed. Sister, do not be angry as long as you do not agree. They will not dare to force you. The speaker was none other than the holy maiden of the Phoenix clan, Qing Wan. Upon hearing this, the primordial phoenix remained seething with rage, her teeth gritting audibly. It's all the fault of the ancestral dragon, and the first Qilin, it's one thing for them to indulge in debauchery. To give birth to offspring of such lowly lineage and flaunt it before me is insufferable. Despicable, absolutely despicable. Lowly lineage? Upon hearing the primordial phoenix's words, a hint of helplessness crossed Qing Wan's face. The offspring birthed by the first Qilin and the ancestral dragon were hardly the trash the primordial phoenix spoke of. They were in fact top-tier lineages. The dragon clan's forthcoming offspring, the great sun heavenly dragon, was rumored to have the potential to reach the level of a top-grade innate being. Additionally, the prince of the Qilin clan, the holy Qilin, also possessed a lineage of top-grade innate beings. Their lineages were merely just a notch below those of the primordial phoenix, the first Qilin, and the ancestral dragon. In other words, both the ancestral dragon and the first Qilin had produced offspring of formidable lineages. Only the primordial phoenix, not to mention her offspring, did not even have a Tao partner. This left the entire Phoenix clan in a state of distress. Concerned for the primordial phoenix's potential Tao partner and offspring, the elders of the Phoenix clan were deeply troubled. In fact, this time, they even contemplated allowing the Fire Phoenix King, a fellow clan member, to become her Tao partner. Sister, they do have a point. As soon as Qing Wan's words reached halfway, she felt the primordial phoenix's fierce gaze upon her. Qing Wan promptly covered her mouth, refraining from continuing. Seeing this, the primordial phoenix's anger only intensified. She fully understood Qing Wan's implication. However, looking across Hongwang, who could possibly match her? Proud as she was, the primordial phoenix would never deign to submit to another. Not even to the top-tier Deluo, like the Fire Phoenix King. With me protecting the Phoenix clan, who needs offspring, I, the primordial phoenix, shall never bear a child. As soon as the words left her lips, the primordial phoenix's body trembled, her face filled with disbelief as she gazed at her abdomen. Boom! Thunder rumbled across the skies. The very essence of the world shifted. Above the South Ming immortal volcano, a massive vortex of spiritual energy suddenly materialized, with five-colored spiritual light swirling endlessly. And within the depths of the South Ming immortal volcano, a rhythmic heartbeat began weak and grew stronger, resonating within the hearts of all Phoenix clan members. What is this? Following the source of the sound, the members of the Phoenix clan turned their gazes toward the depths of the South Ming immortal volcano. There was the dwelling of their clan leader, the primordial phoenix. Little did they know, at that moment, the primordial phoenix was utterly bewildered, murmuring to herself, "What is happening to me? Is it fetal movement?" The realms of the Hongwang world can be categorized as follows. Mortal human, immortal earth, immortal heavenly, immortal true, immortal golden, immortal tea, golden immortal deluo, golden immortal quasi-saint, mixed yuan, golden immortal saint of the heavenly Tao, mixed yuan, deluo, golden immortal. Chapter 2. I choose to survive until invincibility before rebirth within the womb of the Yuan Feng. Ling Tian slowly awakened, enveloped by a sense of warmth and comfort. The realization struck him. He had indeed been born into the Yuan Feng's womb, becoming a fetus at that very moment of awakening. He overheard the Yuan Feng utter the words, "Mother, this is fetal movement." A jolt coursed through Ling Tian's heart. As the leader of the Phoenix clan, Yuan Feng should possess a demeanor of utmost composure. Yet here she was, referring to herself in such a tempestuous manner. This did not bode well for Ling Tian. If Yuan Feng truly exhibited the impulsiveness he suspected, it would pose significant challenges. The primordial chaos was fraught with peril, and Ling Tian had initially planned to remain in the Yuan Feng's womb until he attained the status of a Hunyuan Golden Immortal, or even a Hunyuan Deluo Golden Immortal before making his entrance into the world. However, if Yuan Feng were indeed prone to impulsive actions, staying within her womb might not be the safest option. That moment, a sudden electronic voice resonated in Ling Tian's mind. Ding! Detecting host has become a fetus within the Yuanfeng. Please choose. Option 1. Be born within 10,000 years. Reward. Cultivation of Deluo Golden Immortal. Option 2. Absolutely do not be born before the calamity erupts. Reward. Method to merge with the Chaos Green Lotus. Note: due to the unique nature of the innate fetal membrane, Yuanfeng cannot introspect within her abdomen, yet the host can observe the outside world. Once again, Ling Tian had not anticipated such a prompt reactivation of the selection task. The timing felt uncanny. As if the system had read his thoughts, he fell into deep contemplation. Logically speaking, given Yuanfeng's somewhat impulsive nature, it would be utterly unwise for Ling Tian to remain within her womb. Yet, the current primordial chaos rendered the status of a Deluo Golden Immortal insufficient. If the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans truly clashed, could he, as the Yuanfeng's direct offspring, hope to escape? The Deluo Golden Immortal was merely a larger pawn in the grand scheme of the calamity. It seemed far safer to linger within the womb of Yuanfeng, a Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Moreover, the method to merge with the Chaos Green Lotus was something Ling Tian could hardly refuse. If he could integrate with the Chaos Green Lotus, his birth conditions would rival those of the Pango Great God. Such an extraordinary opportunity was not to be missed. Time was of the essence. System, I choose option 2. As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of consciousness exploded in Ling Tian's mind. The Chaos Green Lotus, hidden within his divine sense, transformed into a verdant lotus platform that descended beneath him. Profound azure energies continuously emanated from the Chaos Green Lotus. Enveloping Ling Tian within, he promptly sank into the deepest state of meditation. Simultaneously, a vortex of spiritual energy that had been on the verge of dissipating in the void trembled violently before expanding wildly, quickly morphing into a vast vortex of spiritual energy spanning 100,000 acres, traversing the emptiness. Within the South Ming Undying Fire Mountain, the rhythmic pounding of hearts grew increasingly resounding. Ling Tian, however, remained unaware that, because of him, numerous powerful beings of the Phoenix clan had once again gathered in the Phoenix clan's Grand Hall. In the Grand Hall of the Phoenix clan, Yuanfeng sat regally upon her throne, her expression solemn. Yet, within her eyes, she could hardly conceal the shock, confusion, and not a hint of maternal affection. Below her, the most esteemed council of elders of the Phoenix clan sat in respectful silence, their cultivation levels predominantly at the late stage of Deluo Golden Immortal or above. If they were outside, they would be considered formidable powers within the primordial chaos. Yet now, these elders sat in reverent stillness, their gazes occasionally drifting towards Yuanfeng's abdomen, where the sounds of strong heartbeats resonated. After an indeterminate period, the Grand Elder of the Phoenix clan, the Golden Phoenix King, could no longer contain himself and rose to his feet. Speaking respectfully, leader, is the heartbeat from within your womb? As he spoke, the other elders turned to Yuanfeng, their eyes filled with curiosity. Among them, the Fire Phoenix King bore a shadow of unease in his gaze. Just days prior, he had been firmly rebuffed by Yuanfeng, who had vehemently declared she would never conceive. Yet, merely a few days later, such commotion arose from within her. If it were indeed, as everyone speculated, that a fetus was indeed developing within Yuanfeng, it would be a profound humiliation for the proud Fire Phoenix King. On the throne, Yuanfeng, realizing she could no longer conceal the truth, steeled herself and replied expressionlessly, "As you all surmise, I have successfully conceived a fetus through a secret method, drawing in the essence of heaven and earth." Indeed, upon hearing Yuanfeng's admission, the elders of the Phoenix clan were instantly taken aback, followed by an overwhelming wave of joy. The Golden Phoenix King could not help but let out a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Leader, you are truly wise. The birth of a descendant is a momentous occasion for the Phoenix clan. We must make this known throughout the primordial chaos, showcasing our clan's might." So ostentatious. Yuanfeng's expression faltered at the Golden Phoenix King's words. She hesitated to refuse but found it hard to voice her objections. In the days that had passed, she had unmistakably felt a bond with the fetus within her. Although the circumstances surrounding its conception were somewhat unclear, it was undoubtedly her own flesh and blood. Moreover, after only a few days, Yuanfeng had already developed feelings for the fetus. This sensation was remarkably novel for the usually carefree Yuanfeng. "Golden Phoenix Elder, you shall take charge of the arrangements." Pausing for a moment, Yuanfeng addressed the remaining elders, saying, "If there are no further matters, you may disperse." As Yuanfeng's voice fell, the Fire Phoenix King, who had been unable to contain himself, suddenly stood up, coldly declaring, "Leader, why would you choose to draw in the essence of heaven and earth rather than form a bond with me?" At the utterance of the Fire Phoenix King's words, the previously lively atmosphere in the hall came to an abrupt halt. Yuanfeng's beautiful eyes narrowed, and she retorted coldly, "Fire Phoenix King, do you dare to instruct me on my actions?" As she spoke, Yuanfeng's authority was palpably evident. The Fire Phoenix King's countenance faltered, a moment of hesitation flickering in his heart. However, Upon seeing Yuan Feng's stunning visage, his fury erupted uncontrollably. Yuan Feng, we respect you as our leader, yet you prioritize your own desires while disregarding the Phoenix clan's standing. I ask you, can the fetus you nurture compare to the sacred Qilin or the supreme sun dragon? If it is inferior, will not our clan be ridiculed by all beings of the primordial chaos? The Fire Phoenix King's furious shout resonated throughout the realm. However, his response was met with the sight of a fiery red staff enveloped in Nirvana true fire. The Phoenix staff? Yuan Feng, do you dare? The Fire Phoenix King's eyes widened in terror. He never expected Yuan Feng would strike directly at him. Boom. Deafening crash echoed as the Fire Phoenix King was sent flying by a single blow. The terrifying Nirvana true fire engulfed the Fire Phoenix King, who was well versed in the laws of fire, causing him to scream in agony, utterly wretched. Yuan Feng slowly retracted the Phoenix staff, her chilling voice reverberating through the heavens. My son, Ling Tian, who dares to speak against him? Chapter 3. Initial fusion of the Chaos Green Lotus, birth of the Supreme Sun Dragon. After Yuan Feng spoke, she turned and returned to her cave dwelling. The Fire Phoenix King's words had struck a nerve within her, and in the days of observation, Yuan Feng realized that the fetus within her did not possess particularly high potential. Even though it had inexplicably surged slightly, it barely reached the level of an innate being. Though disappointed, Yuan Feng silently vowed that regardless of the fetus's potential as a mother, she would protect it for a lifetime. Unbeknownst to her, within the Grand Hall of the Phoenix clan, Ling Tian had already awakened. He had completed the initial fusion with the Chaos Green Lotus. His potential had risen from that of a low-grade postnatal being to that of an innate being. And this was merely the beginning. The fusion of the two was not an overnight affair but rather a protracted process. Ling Tian did not need to remain in secluded cultivation continuously. He estimated that by the time he truly emerged into the world, he would have fully integrated with the Chaos Green Lotus. At that juncture, his foundations would reach a terrifying level. Ling Tian had observed everything happening outside while in Yuan Feng's womb. He felt deeply the protective instincts of Yuan Feng, filling his heart with warmth. This unexpected mother was indeed quite remarkable. Unbeknownst to him, his mindset began to shift. Initially, he had only intended to rely on Yuan Feng to navigate through his early stages, indifferent to her fate. Yet now, thoughts of altering Yuan Feng's destiny began to surface in his mind. However, he was still merely a fetus. Such endeavors felt far beyond his reach. It would be prudent to develop cautiously. And if he could survive until he became a Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal, everything would fall into place. Just as Ling Tian was becoming increasingly adept at surviving, a grand phenomenon erupted within the primordial chaos. Countless beings were drawn to this monumental occurrence, which originated from the vast eastern sea, in the eastern sea. The ancestral dragon donned a golden royal robe, his expression grave as he stood tall. Yet, within his eyes burned a fervent anticipation. After 1,000,000 years of nurturing, the Supreme Sun Dragon was on the verge of birth. This magnificent phenomenon heralded the extraordinary nature of the Supreme Sun Dragon. The Supreme Sun Dragon was the offspring of the ancestral dragon and a golden dragon from within the clan. From the very beginning of its gestation, it had incited tremendous cosmic phenomena. Many powerful beings had surmised that the Supreme Sun Dragon's potential was exceptionally remarkable, likely reaching the level of a high-grade innate being. This made the ancestral dragon regard the Supreme Sun Dragon with utmost importance. The Qilin clan already possessed the high-grade innate being, the sacred Qilin.as, one of the 3 strongest clans. The ancestral dragon could not afford to have weak offspring.as for the Phoenix clan. The ancestral dragon had not even considered them a threat. Yuan Feng, the leader of the Phoenix clan, was nothing more than a madwoman. She had no offspring or even a partner, rendering her insignificant. In the void, layers of dark calamity clouds loomed heavily, obscuring the endless expanse. Rumble. An unending thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the void, as if the very heavens were about to unleash annihilating thunderbolts to obliterate the realm. Why did the emergence of the Supreme Sun Dragon manifest such a cataclysmic scene? While beings of the primordial chaos speculated fervently, a resplendent sun slowly ascended from the sea. This sun rose. The thunder ceased. The calamity clouds dispersed. The stars of the universe revealed themselves. Among them, the most brilliant, the solar star, erupted in radiant brilliance, transcending time and space, connecting with the sun above the sea. Boom. A deep sound resonated as the celestial bodies quivered, seemingly celebrating the arrival of a monarch. At that moment, the sun above the sea exploded. Roar. The silhouette of a golden dragon materialized, exuding a powerful aura akin to that of a Tai golden immortal. The Supreme Sun Dragon had been born. Upon sensing the Supreme Sun Dragon's cultivation, the ancestral dragon's dignified countenance instantly blossomed with ecstasy. Ha ha ha! The ancestral dragon's joyful laughter echoed throughout the heavens. The dragon clan's reproductive capabilities were not comparable to those of the Qilin clan, yet their individual strength surpassed that of the Qilin clan. With the same high-grade innate being potential, the strength of the Supreme Sun Dragon and the heights it could achieve would undoubtedly surpass that of the sacred Qilin. The Qilin Prince. This meant that from the moment the Supreme Sun Dragon was born, the Dragon Clan regained the upper hand in the competition with the Qilin clan for their descendants. The ancestral dragon felt immense satisfaction. Such a momentous event must be proclaimed throughout the primordial chaos to enhance the Dragon Clan's prestige. The next moment, the ancestral dragon's voice boomed throughout the entire primordial chaos. I am the ancestral dragon. Today, my son, the Supreme Sun Dragon, is born. In 100 years, I shall host a grand feast in the Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea. All beings above the Tai Golden Immortal level in the primordial chaos are invited to gather in my Dragon Palace. Starting with the Qilin and Yuanfeng, I shall await your esteemed presence. The ancestral dragon's voice transformed into a powerful decree that resonated throughout the primordial chaos. Upon hearing this news, countless beings stirred from their meditations. Expressions of astonishment on their faces. The Dragon Clan was already one of the 3 most powerful races in the primordial chaos. The ancestral dragon had reached a terrifying mid-stage of Hunyuan Golden Immortal. If combined with the formidable Supreme Sun Dragon, could the ancestral dragon potentially become the second divine reversal? This was a prospect that countless beings of the primordial chaos dreaded. Yet, the Dragon Clan's might was undeniable. In anticipation of the grand feast in the Dragon Palace a century later, numerous beings above the Tai Golden Immortal level were drawn to it like moths to a flame in an instant. Countless beings rushed out of their secluded cultivation, making their way towards the Dragon Palace in the eastern Sea.at Mount Buzhou, the ancestral land of the Qilin. The primordial Qilin also heard the ancestral dragon's voice. The primordial Qilin furrowed his brow, a displeased expression crossing his face. When the sacred Qilin was born, although the Qilin clan announced it to the world, they never went to such extravagant lengths for a grand feast. The ancestral dragon's actions seemed to suggest ulterior motives. My son, the sacred Qilin, will celebrate his coming-of-age ceremony in 10,000 years. At that time, I shall also host a grand feast for the entire primordial chaos, just like the ancestral dragon. The primordial Qilin muttered to himself, showing no reservations about his intentions. In the western ancestral lineage, the demon clan's Luo Ho gazed deeply, a hint of a cold smile gracing his lips. The next moment, his thoughts stirred, and a pitch-black shadow shot forth from the west. Heading towards the eastern Sea in the Zhixiao Palace, Hong Jun, clad in ancient Taoist robes, opened his eyes, which shimmered with the flow of Taoist essence. However, he made no further movements, returning to his meditative state. Yet, behind Hong Jun, 3 ethereal shadows eerily appeared, bearing an uncanny resemblance to him. In the South Ming Undying Fire Mountain, upon hearing the ancestral dragon's voice, the Phoenix clan members trembled in unison. They turned their gazes towards Yuanfeng's cave dwelling, their expressions filled with melancholy. Judging by the heavenly phenomenon triggered by the fetus within Yuanfeng, its potential seemed somewhat lacking. Chapter 4. Preventing Yuanfeng from attending the feast. Reward. Penga Jade Marrow deep within the South Ming Undying Fire Mountain, Yuanfeng also heard the ancestral dragon's voice. Her expression hardened, her gaze frostbitten. The so-called Supreme Sun Dragon had indeed reached the level of a high-grade innate being. The Dragon Clan's offspring had seemingly produced a formidable leader. To make matters worse, the ancestral dragon had audaciously summoned her before all beings of the primordial chaos. How could the fiery-tempered Yuanfeng tolerate this? Humph! Ancestral dragon, since you dare to invite me without any regard for dignity, I shall go to the Eastern Sea and create an uproar. As she spoke, Yuanfeng prepared to rise and head directly to the Eastern Sea. However, at that moment, her companion, Qinghuan, stepped in front of her, urgently calling out, "Sister, don't act impulsively. If you go, won't you be giving the ancestral dragon the chance to compare the Supreme Sun Dragon to the fetus within you? The Eastern Sea is off limits." Yet, Yuanfeng hesitated for only a moment before her determination returned. If the ancestral dragon dared to do so, she would roast the Supreme Sun Dragon before his very eyes. Roast the Supreme Sun Dragon? You truly are something else. Qinghuan was at a loss for words. If Yuanfeng were to cripple the Supreme Sun Dragon before the ancestral dragon, it would undoubtedly ignite an unending clan war between the Dragon and Phoenix clans. The consequences would be dire. Qinghuan, wishing to dissuade her, found himself at a loss for how to proceed. At that moment, Yuanfeng's aura surged violently, ready to manifest her true form and head to the Eastern Sea. Suddenly, a rapid heartbeat echoed. Yuanfeng's departing figure abruptly froze in place. After she halted, her heartbeat returned to its previous steady rhythm. Mother and child shared a connection. A thought flickered through Yuanfeng's mind. This was, her fetus did not want her to go to the Eastern Sea? In truth, Yuanfeng's intuition was spot on. Upon hearing Yuanfeng's intent to stir up trouble in the Eastern Sea, Ling Tian was wholeheartedly rejecting the idea. As previously mentioned, Ling Tian's fusion with the Chaos Green Lotus did not require seclusion, thus he had not been in closed-off meditation. He had also heard the ancestral dragon's voice. Upon hearing it, in Ling Tian's mind, the system's prompt sounded immediately. Ding! Detecting the invitation of the ancestral dragon for Yuan Feng to proceed to the East Sea, please choose. Option 1. Follow Yuan Feng to the East Sea to cause trouble. Reward, Chaos Bell. Option 2. Prevent Yuan Feng from going to the East Sea. Reward, 1 drop of Panga Jade Essence. Note: Panga Jade Essence can significantly enhance the potential of living beings. Upon seeing these two options, Ling Tian did not hesitate for a moment and made his decision. System, I choose option 2. What a joke. Not to mention that option 1 offers a bell again. Just considering Yuan Feng, who, like the primordial Qilin and ancestral dragon, is one of the 3 great overlords of the primordial chaos. In terms of individual strength, Yuan Feng is actually not as powerful as the primordial Qilin and ancestral dragon. The only reason Yuan Feng can rival them is due to her ability of nirvana and rebirth. At worst, she could perish and then be reborn to fight again. This makes Yuan Feng's methods of combat exceedingly reckless, which is why the ancestral dragon refers to her as a madwoman. However, while Yuan Feng can undergo nirvana and be reborn, Ling Tian, as the unborn child within her, cannot. If a fight breaks out, Ling Tian could very well meet his demise. He absolutely does not wish for Yuan Feng to proceed to the East Sea. Unlike before, after Ling Tian made his choice, the system did not immediately grant him the reward for option 2. Instead, it required him to successfully prevent Yuan Feng from going first. Should Ling Tian fail to stop Yuan Feng, the system would automatically switch to awarding the reward for option 1. Thus, to prevent Yuan Feng, Ling Tian, still just a fetus, could only protest with his wildly beating heart. Fortunately, the bond between mother and child was strong. Feeling Ling Tian's intent, Yuan Feng surprisingly came to a halt. It worked. Overjoyed, Ling Tian thought, "Oh dear mother, please don't act impulsively." While shouting in his heart, he maintained a steady heartbeat to soothe Yuan Feng's emotions. After an unknown period, Yuan Feng's emotions finally calmed down. She gently caressed her abdomen, a rare softness flickering in her eyes. "Little one, are you unwilling for your mother to go to the East Sea? Then I shall not go." "Humph, let that little mudfish have the advantage." On the other side, Qing Luan breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Yuan Feng's words. How astute Qing Luan was. She quickly realized the reason behind Yuan Feng's dramatic change. It was all due to the protest of the fetus within her. Delighted, Qing Luan remarked, "Sister, this little one is clever indeed, knowing the gravity of the situation even while just conceived." Hearing this, Yuan Feng shot a fierce glare at Qing Luan. "Do you imply that I do not understand the gravity of matters?" Qing Luan, aware of her misstep, laughed and linked arms with Yuan Feng, playfully saying, "All right, dear sister, I was wrong. You say this little one is so clever. Could it be that he can hear our words? By the way, the little one still does not have a name. A name." Yuan Feng's heart stirred as she inexplicably recalled the moment of the fetus's conception. Having endured immense pressure from her clan due to not yet having given birth, the little one seemed to descend like a celestial being, coming to her side. Thinking of this, Yuan Feng felt warmth in her heart. This little one has descended from the heavens. I shall name him Xiao Tian. As my son Yuan Feng, he shall surely rise above all beings. His full name shall be Ling Tian. After saying this, Yuan Feng and Qing Luan exchanged glances, clearly seeing determination in each other's eyes. In that moment, both of the primordial golden immortals silently vowed to protect him for all eternity. Meanwhile, within Yuan Feng, Ling Tian was too preoccupied to heed the thoughts of his mother and aunt. He was seated upon the Chaos Qinglian, a crystal, translucent jewel radiating rich blood energy floating in his hand. This jewel was none other than this time's reward. Pangu Jade Essence. According to the system's description, Pangu Jade Essence could vastly improve the potential of living beings. Since Ling Tian had been human in his past life, even having received the initial nurturing of the Chaos Qinglian, his potential barely reached the level of a low-grade innate being. In this era, where innate beings were rampant during the Dragon-Han Calamity, Ling Tian's potential was indeed exceedingly ordinary. This Pangu Jade Essence was just what he needed to address his urgent concerns. Ling Tian did not hesitate. He tilted his head back and swallowed the Pangu Jade Essence. In one gulp. In the next moment, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted from within Ling Tian, instantly spreading throughout his limbs and bones. He could not help but let out a comfortable sigh, and then fell into the deepest state of meditation. What Ling Tian did not know was, the enhancement to his potential was far beyond his imagination. Chapter 5. Potential Enhancement. The ancestral dragons visit the primordial chaos knows no time. Many years have passed since the birth of the great sun, Heavenly Dragon. For many beings in the primordial chaos, the grand banquet hosted by the ancestral dragon still lingers vividly in their memories. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the dragon clan's influence in the primordial chaos surged significantly, subtly surpassing the Qilin and Phoenix clans to become the foremost clan. The Qilin clan, feeling aggrieved, remained silent, seemingly waiting for the right moment. Meanwhile, The news of Yuan Feng's pregnancy had spread among the beings of the primordial chaos. However, with the Holy Qilin and the Great Sun Heavenly Dragon as precedents, the attention of the primordial beings toward the fetus within Yuan Feng was not particularly high. When discussed, the tone was often dismissive. There was even a lingering rumor in the primordial chaos suggesting that the potential of the fetus within Yuan Feng might not even reach the level of an innate being. Coupled with the fact that the Phoenix clan had not stepped forward to clarify, this had caused a decline in the Phoenix clan's influence over the years. The South Ming Undying Volcano. Ling Tian had been in a meditative state for many years, showing no signs of awakening. Yet, the vortex of spiritual energy above the South Ming Undying Volcano had grown increasingly vast. The heartbeat resonating from Yuan Feng's abdomen had also become more vigorous. All of this indicated that the potential of the fetus within Yuan Feng was steadily increasing. This filled countless members of the Phoenix clan with immense anticipation. Although they had previously looked down upon Ling Tian, the current situation suggested that his potential had undoubtedly reached the level of an innate being, perhaps even exceeding it. Moreover, the phenomena in the void continued to intensify. If this continued, Ling Tian's potential would not only match that of the Great Sun Heavenly Dragon but would certainly surpass it. This made the members of the Phoenix clan joyous, silently awaiting Ling Tian's birth. At that time, Ling Tian, as Yuan Feng's sole offspring, would undoubtedly be the crown prince of the Phoenix clan. Among the Phoenix clan, only the Fire Phoenix King felt differently. As the phenomena in the void grew ever stronger, the Fire Phoenix King's resentment deepened. Unfortunately, the Fire Phoenix King was merely a top-tier Great Luo, and the gap between him and the primordial golden immortal was as vast as the heavens. No matter how aggrieved he felt, he could do nothing about it. However, the Fire Phoenix King's existence had sown a hidden peril for the Phoenix clan. Unbeknownst to even the Fire Phoenix King himself, he had become a potential pawn in the grand scheme of Luo Ho. Overall, the Phoenix clan had been rather secluded over the years, indifferent to the outside world. Yet, even with their desire for peace, trouble would still find its way to their doorstep. One day, outside the South Ming Undying Volcano, two golden figures, one large and one small, appeared silently. The leading figure was none other than the recently prominent leader of the Dragon clan, the Ancestral Dragon. The smaller golden figure behind the Ancestral Dragon was naturally his direct descendant, the Great Sun Heavenly Dragon. AOU. This is the ancestral land of the Phoenix clan, the South Ming Undying Volcano. The Ancestral Dragon spoke slowly, a glimmer of possessiveness flashing in his eyes. At this moment, the Ancestral Dragon stood at the pinnacle of the primordial chaos. However, his desires extended beyond this. If he could defeat the Phoenix and Qilin clans, the Dragon clan would undoubtedly become the strongest race in the primordial chaos. As the leader of the Dragon clan, the Ancestral Dragon might even achieve the status of a primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal. A primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal. Since the inception of the primordial chaos, none had yet emerged. If he, the Ancestral Dragon, could be the first. Contemplating this, the Ancestral Dragon's desires became nearly impossible to conceal. And he proclaimed loudly, "I am the Ancestral Dragon. Having heard that fellow Taoist Yuan Feng is with child, today, I have brought my son Ao to extend my congratulations. I kindly request fellow Taoist Yuan Feng to come out and meet." The Ancestral Dragon's voice transformed into a mighty proclamation, resonating throughout the heavens and the earth. Countless beings in the primordial chaos awakened from their meditations upon hearing the Ancestral Dragon's voice. The Ancestral Dragon came to congratulate Yuan Feng on her pregnancy? The implications were clear. Was the Ancestral Dragon deliberately bringing the Great Sun Heavenly Dragon along to slap the Phoenix clan in the face? This Ancestral Dragon is truly cunning. With Yuan Feng's fiery temper, wouldn't she be furious? If that madwoman were to go berserk, how terrifying would that be? If Yuan Feng and the Ancestral Dragon were to engage in battle, it would likely bring disaster to the innocent. We must relocate the clan at once. Otherwise, we risk extermination. Everyone, immediately migrate. One word ignited a torrent of waves. While many beings in the primordial chaos anticipated the unfolding drama, some clans near the South Ming Undying Volcano hurriedly organized their entire clans to migrate, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. It must be noted that both Yuan Feng and the Ancestral Dragon were primordial golden immortals. Should they truly engage in combat, the devastation would be unimaginable. Meanwhile, in the Western ancestral vein, the demon clan's Luo Ho wore a smug smile. The Ancestral Dragon's visit to Yuan Feng was also one of Luo Ho's schemes. When countless members of the Phoenix clan heard the Ancestral Dragon's voice, their faces turned with indignation. The tempestuous Fire Phoenix King, without a moment's thought, was ready to charge into the void and confront the Ancestral Dragon. However, at that moment, a resounding phoenix cry reverberated through the heavens and the earth. A figure draped in colorful radiance slowly materialized in the void, transforming into a graceful silhouette. It was none other than the Phoenix clan's holy maiden, Qingwan. Qingwan nodded slightly toward the Ancestral Dragon. Qing Wan pays her respects to the ancestral dragon. Upon seeing Qing Wan appear, the unrest within the Phoenix clan dissipated immediately. Qing Wan, being the holy maiden of the Phoenix clan, had reached the early stages of the primordial golden immortal realm. Her status within the clan was only slightly below that of Yuan Feng, making her a figure of great authority, one phoenix beneath her, thousands above. On the other side, the ancestral dragon's gaze darkened with an inscrutable expression upon seeing Qing Wan. Humph! What great prestige Yuan Feng holds. I come here today to congratulate her on her pregnancy. Yet I did not expect Yuan Feng to be so proud as to not even show her face. The ancestral dragon's voice resonated in the hearts of countless beings in the primordial chaos. As the leader of the dragon clan, his personal visit warranted Yuan Feng's reception. Although Qing Wan held a high position, it still fell short. However, anyone with discernment could see that the ancestral dragon bore ill intentions. Furthermore, the ancestral dragon's ostentatious display suggested he was eager for all to know he had come to trouble Yuan Feng. This left countless cultivators in the primordial chaos puzzled. Could it be that the ancestral dragon harbored some ulterior plan? Like the other beings in the primordial chaos, Qing Wan's beautiful eyes also flashed with confusion. She was unsure of the ancestral dragon's true motives and could only respond lightly, Lord Ancestral Dragon. You overstate matters. The clan leader has been informed of your arrival and is currently preparing to emerge from seclusion. Please, Lord Ancestral Dragon, follow me into the clan and wait for a moment. As she spoke, Qing Wan lightly waved her hand, and the protective array of the Phoenix clan quietly opened a deep portal. Chapter 6. The Arrogant Ancestral Dragon. Yuan Feng emerged as Ling Tian had sensed it the moment the ancestral dragon and his entourage entered the South Ming Undying Volcano. However, Ling Tian was currently at a critical moment of digesting the Pengu Jade Essence, leaving him no time to spare. As for the other members of the Phoenix clan worrying whether he would be overshadowed by the great sun Heavenly Dragon Aou, Ling Tian was not concerned at all. He had a vague premonition that once he finished digesting the Pengu Jade Essence, his potential would reach an extraordinarily formidable level, far surpassing that of Aou. Moreover, Ling Tian felt somewhat speechless. If the great sun Heavenly Dragon knew that Yuan Feng had once vowed to roast him, would he still dare to boldly come here? Haha. I hope my mother doesn't actually decide to grill this foolish dragon. That would be a monumental disaster. Ling Tian murmured to himself before resuming his refinement of the Pengu Jade Essence. Meanwhile, the ancestral dragon and his entourage had already taken their seats in the Phoenix clan's grand hall. The ancestral dragon and his party waited for many days without seeing Yuan Feng make an appearance. Aou's expression had long since turned grim. Since his birth, he had been indoctrinated with the notion of the dragon clan's supremacy. He regarded even the Phoenix and Qiling clans with disdain. Yet now, that so-called Yuan Feng actually dared to keep them waiting. This was intolerable. Just as Aou's anger surged and he could no longer contain himself, the ancestral dragon finally spoke. Qing Luan, why has Yuan Feng not yet appeared? Does she truly look down upon me? His voice boomed like thunder, echoing through the clouds. The entire South Ming Undying Volcano trembled in response. On the other side, seeing the ancestral dragon's blatant audacity within the ancestral land of the Phoenix clan, Qing Luan's anger surged within her, and she replied expressionlessly, the clan leader is currently in seclusion for her pregnancy. If the ancestral dragon is unwilling to wait, you may leave. Pregnancy? Upon hearing Qing Luan's words, the ancestral dragon glanced at the phenomena in the void, unable to suppress the mockery on his face. In the past, when my son Aou was conceived, the vortex of spiritual energy was vast, spanning millions of acres. Just based on this mere 10,000 acres of spiritual energy vortex, the fetus within Yuan Feng can only be considered a low-grade innate being. It is hardly worthy of such attention from Yuan Feng. Upon hearing this, Aou involuntarily straightened his back, a proud expression on his face. Though both were innate beings, the gap between low and high-grade was as vast as the heavens. With Aou's potential, even among high-grade innate beings, he was a top-tier existence. Only beings like the ancestral dragon, Yuan Feng, and the primordial Qilin could suppress him. Aou indeed had the capital to be proud. Meanwhile, upon hearing the ancestral dragon's brazen remarks, Qing Luan's anger escalated even further. Her originally gentle and kind face turned icy, her eyes brimming with killing intent. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted from Qing Luan, soaring into the heavens and pressing down upon the ancestral dragon and Aou. Qing Luan, as the second person to achieve the primordial golden immortal status after Yuan Feng, possessed unfathomable strength. Faced with such a formidable aura, Aou, despite being a Tai golden immortal, turned pale, trembling with fear. However, Qing Luan's adversaries were not merely Aou, but also the ancestral dragon, one of the three great overlords of the primordial chaos. The ancestral dragon's cultivation level surpassed Qing Luan's by a small margin, reaching the mid-stage of the primordial golden immortal realm. Upon sensing Qing Luan's imposing aura, the ancestral dragon snorted coldly, a surge of even greater power erupted from him, directly dispersing Qing Luan's aura. But that was not the end. The ancestral dragon evidently had no intention of letting Qing Luan off easily. In the next moment, an overwhelming force descended upon her like a collapsing sky. Puff! Qing Luan, in terms of both cultivation and potential, was no match for the ancestral dragon. Under this strike, she coughed up a mouthful of phoenix blood, her complexion turning ashen. Yet, Qing Luan gritted her teeth, standing tall. Even if it meant death, she would never bow to the ancestral dragon. Simultaneously, countless members of the Phoenix clan erupted in furious roars. Waves of their collective aura surged into the sky, uniting to resist the ancestral dragon's overwhelming force. However, the disparity between them and the ancestral dragon was too vast. Even with Qing Luan harnessing the combined might of the entire Phoenix clan, they still found themselves at a disadvantage. Damn it! Qing Luan's teeth ground together. Humph! The ancestral dragon chuckled coldly. Today, let me teach you all a lesson on behalf of Yuan Feng. However, just as he finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed drastically. In his eyes, a blazing red flame was reflected. This flame was not unfamiliar to the ancestral dragon. It was the Nirvana true fire unique to Yuan Feng. What infuriated the ancestral dragon the most was, this flame was not aimed at him, but rather at the great sun heavenly dragon beside him. Aou, Yuan Feng, how dare you? The ancestral dragon harbored a heartfelt desire to rescue Aou. Yet it was too late. He could only watch helplessly as she fell into the fiery abyss. In the next moment, the crimson flames transformed into a scarlet chain, tightly ensnaring Aou's neck. A chilling voice echoed forth. Dare to wreak havoc in my Phoenix clan. The ancestral dragon, today, I shall turn your beloved son to ashes before your very eyes. As the words were spoken, a blaze erupted from Aou's body. Her once formidable physique began to dissolve under the intensity of the flames, visibly melting at an alarming rate. Ah, father, save me! Aou, unaccustomed to such torment, cried out in agony, faced with her desperate pleas. The ancestral dragon was paralyzed with fear, acutely aware of the merciless temperament of the Yuan Feng. A single misstep could lead to Aou's demise here. Yuan Feng, what must you do to spare Aou? The ancestral dragon's gaze fixed unwaveringly upon Yuan Feng, ignoring Aou's cries. Humph! Yuan Feng scoffed coldly, remaining utterly unfazed. Observing this, the ancestral dragon's anxiety escalated. Yuan Feng, I am willing to offer a congenital spiritual treasure to resolve this matter. One treasure is insufficient. I require 10. I acquiesce. Though seething with rage, the ancestral dragon dared not refuse. With a swift motion, he summoned 10 treasures, each radiating rich spiritual energy, and sent them flying towards Yuan Feng. A flash of scarlet light ensued, and the 10 treasures vanished without a trace, evidently claimed by Yuan Feng. In the next moment, as if discarding refuse, Yuan Feng tossed Aou back to the ancestral dragon. Her voice, laced with murderous intent, rang out, Ancestral dragon, this time I spare your foolish son for the sake of the child within me. Should there be a next time, I shall surely eradicate this little mudfish. With that, Yuan Feng stretched lazily, her fierce demeanor dissipating as she settled back onto her throne, leisurely speaking. Well then, let us put the past behind us. Now, you may tell me, why have you come to disturb me with such fanfare? Chapter 7. The Speechless Ancestral Dragon. The earth-shattering omen. Upon hearing Yuan Feng's words, the ancestral dragon felt an overwhelming sense of incredulity. Could he admit he had come to flaunt himself before the Phoenix clan? Could he confess his intention to showcase Aou's prowess against the worthless offspring of Yuan Feng? Could he reveal his desire to obliterate both the Qilin and Phoenix clans, unifying the primordial chaos? There was so much he could not say. Initially, the ancestral dragon had prepared himself for Yuan Feng's wrath. Yet, he was utterly unprepared for her unyielding stance. Not only had Aou suffered grievous injuries, but he had also been compelled to relinquish 10 congenital treasures. The loss was staggering. The most embarrassing part was the ancestral dragon was in the wrong. He had no place to lament his misfortunes. The ancestral dragon's complexion darkened, and he was reluctant to utter a single word, ready to depart. Just then, a recovering Aou suddenly bellowed, Yuan Feng, I am the strongest son of the ancestral dragon. How dare you treat me so? Can your Phoenix clan withstand the wrath of the Dragon clan? I am not your worthless son. Having been showered with adoration since birth, Aou could not bear such humiliation, and upon regaining her composure, she raged into the distance. Upon hearing Aou's outburst, the ancestral dragon's heart sank. He immediately stepped in front of Aou, his expression grave. Simultaneously, Yuan Feng's countenance turned icy, her eyes flashing with fury. A mere little mudfish dares to speak to me so. You must have encouraged this insolence, ancestral dragon. You must give me an explanation today. Otherwise, even if it costs me my rebirth. I shall annihilate this little mudfish." At this, the ancestral dragon felt utterly wronged. He had never incited such behavior. Yet, he found himself in a position from which he could not extricate himself. Moreover, the ancestral dragon recognized that while Aou's words were somewhat excessive, they were not entirely unfounded. Aou's standing within the dragon clan was incomparable to that of Yuan Feng's child. A mere inferior congenital being was unworthy to even carry Aou's shoes. Of course, the ancestral dragon could not voice these thoughts. After all, they were within the heart of the Phoenix clan. Even with his formidable cultivation, he could ensure his own escape, but Aou might very well be left behind forever. Impulsive actions were out of the question. This left the ancestral dragon, accustomed to dominance, feeling immensely troubled. With a bitter expression, he could not help but lament, "Yuan Feng, how many congenital treasures must I offer for you to permit our departure?" After negotiating with 10 treasures once more, the ancestral dragon finally succeeded in leading Aou away from the South Ming undying volcano. He did not leave immediately but hovered above the volcano. His expression a tumultuous mix of emotions. The journey to the South Ming undying volcano had indeed been a tremendous loss for the ancestral dragon. However, he did not return empty-handed. He had confirmed one thing. The child within Yuan Feng was, as rumored, of exceptionally poor lineage. With this realization, the ancestral dragon's demeanor softened slightly, and he prepared to depart. Just then, the void above the South Ming undying volcano trembled violently. Countless beings, including Yuan Feng and the ancestral dragon, looked up in unison. There, the previously modest-sized vortex of spiritual energy, covering over 100,000 acres, suddenly underwent a dramatic transformation. Unbeknownst to them, the once tranquil skies above the South Ming undying volcano began to quake violently. The heavens trembled, spiritual energy surged like a tide. The stars of the universe manifested, their potent astral energy converging. The magnitude of the phenomenon rivaled that of Aou's birth. Such commotion instantly drew the attention of numerous powerful beings across the primordial chaos, including the ancestral dragon, all bewildered by the unfolding events. Only Yuan Feng's face lit up with unrestrained joy. Meanwhile, the vortex of spiritual energy above the South Ming undying volcano quivered, beginning to expand wildly. 200,000 acres, 300,000 acres, 500,000 acres, 1 million acres. In the span of mere breaths, the range of this spiritual vortex had already reached 1 million acres, matching the earlier phenomenon that accompanied the birth of Aou, a superior congenital being. Yet, this was not the end. After a brief pause, the vortex trembled once more, initiating a new round of expansion. 150 million acres, 2 million acres, 3 million acres, 5 million acres, 10 million acres. The vortex of spiritual energy continued to swell until it reached a staggering 10 million acres before finally halting. All beings of the primordial chaos were left in stunned silence. A 10 million acre vortex of spiritual energy. Such an omen could only arise at the birth of a supreme congenital being. Could it be that a supreme congenital being was being birthed within the South Ming undying volcano? Who could it possibly be? In an instant, countless beings in the primordial chaos were filled with confusion, instinctively excluding the child within Yuan Feng from consideration. To them, that child was merely an inferior congenital being, utterly incapable of provoking such a grand omen. But who could it be? Little did they know. The ancestral dragon and Aou exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of disbelief. They had witnessed the rapid expansion of the vortex from a mere 100,000 acres to 10 million. Connecting this to the initial vortex, which had belonged to Yuan Feng's child, the identity of the entity responsible for this monumental vortex became glaringly obvious. It could only be the child of Yuan Feng. But how was this possible? It was unheard of for one to enhance their lineage while still in the womb, from an inferior congenital being to a supreme congenital being in one leap. This was nothing short of a fairy tale. Just then, Yuan Feng appeared nearby, brimming with pride and arrogance. "Ancestral dragon, so you haven't left yet. Oh, I see. You must have been drawn back by this omen. It's all the fault of the mischievous little one within me, causing such a ruckus at this moment." Ha 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 ha. As she spoke, Yuan Feng could no longer contain her laughter. The ancestral dragon's face turned a deep shade of crimson, brimming with indignation. Just moments ago, he had scoffed at the poor lineage of Yuan Feng's child, deeming it unworthy even to serve Aou. Yet now, in the blink of an eye, that child had surged in lineage, leaping from an inferior congenital being to a supreme one, rendering Aou's status utterly insignificant. How could he seek redress for this? The ancestral dragon felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, wishing he could dig a hole and hide in it. Unable to bear the humiliation any longer, he slinked away with Aou in tow. Yet, none anticipated that the phenomenon in the void was far from over. The 10 million acre vortex trembled once more, heralding a new transformation. Chapter 8. Supreme congenital being, the primordial chaos shakes before the astonished gazes of all the powerful beings in the primordial chaos. The already colossal 10-million-acre vortex of spiritual energy began to expand yet again. This revelation left all the powerful beings in utter disbelief. A 10-million-acre vortex was already terrifying. Who could have predicted it would swell further? Could it be that the child within Yuan Feng was not merely a supreme congenital being, but possessed the lineage of a primordial deity? This was simply inconceivable. It must be remembered that during the creation of the world, the Penga deity had nearly eradicated all primordial deities in the vicinity. Even those that remained had been severely weakened. It could be said that supreme congenital beings were the pinnacle of existence in the primordial chaos. Could it be that a primordial deity was about to emerge? In an instant, all powerful beings in the primordial chaos turned their attention to this vortex of spiritual energy. Even the ancestral dragon, who had been retreating in shame, found himself pausing once more. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Before arriving at the Phoenix clan, he had always believed Aou to be the strongest among the offspring of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans. Who could have imagined that Yuan Feng's child possessed such a fearsome lineage? As for Aou, his eyes darkened with despair. He felt that his journey from the Eastern Sea had been a monumental mistake. Within the South Ming undying volcano, the Phoenix clan members were still reveling in the astonishing rise of Ling Tian's lineage. Initially, they had little hope for Ling Tian, but who could have predicted that his lineage would skyrocket, propelling him from an ordinary inferior congenital being to the ranks of the supreme? Such a status. In the entire Phoenix clan, only Yuan Feng's lineage had previously reached this level. This revelation sent countless members of the Phoenix clan into jubilant celebration. Yet, the Fire Phoenix King wore a grim expression. The stronger Ling Tian's lineage became, the more it validated Yuan Feng's refusal to become his consort and bear a child together. But at this point, despite any resentment, the Fire Phoenix King had no words to express his feelings. However, what neither the Phoenix clan nor the Fire Phoenix King foresaw was the 10-million-acre vortex was still not the limit. As the vortex expanded further, the members of the Phoenix clan were beside themselves with joy, wishing for 100 million acres of spiritual energy to descend, allowing Ling Tian to immediately attain the status of a primordial deity. Only the Fire Phoenix King felt his heart racing with anxiety. If Ling Tian truly became a primordial deity, how could he reconcile that reality? Far away in the western ancestral vein, Luoho's crimson eyes widened, his expression shifting chaotically. If a primordial deity truly emerged in the primordial chaos, his plans would undoubtedly suffer a tremendous upheaval. Meanwhile, within the Zixiao Palace, Hongjuan's eyes, imbued with the rhythms of Tao, were equally filled with astonishment. Hongjun understood that his greatest asset was the heavenly heart, favored by the heavenly Tao. Yet, should a primordial deity arise, the favor once bestowed upon him might be transferred to the newly born primordial deity, leaving Hongjuan's very existence in jeopardy. This realization shattered his previously serene focus on the art of annihilating the three corpses. As all the powerful beings of the primordial chaos looked on, the vortex of spiritual energy hovering above the South Ming undying volcano finally ceased its expansion, settling at a staggering scale of 30 million acres. While the beings of the primordial chaos breathed a collective sigh of relief, they could not help but marvel at the astonishing power of this lineage, far surpassing even Yuan Feng, the ancestral dragon, and the first Qilin. With a descendant of such formidable lineage, the strength of the Phoenix clan would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Once Ling Tian reached the pinnacle of his powers, the Phoenix clan would undoubtedly leave the Dragon and Qilin clans far behind, establishing itself as the foremost clan in the primordial chaos. Meanwhile, the ancestral dragon, filled with dismay, retreated to the eastern Xian the Qilin clan. The first Qilin wore an equally grim expression. Prior to the birth of the daylight heavenly dragon Aou, the Qilin clan had basked in glory due to the presence of the prince, the holy Qilin. Yet, in less than a decade, first, the daylight heavenly dragon Aou was born, overshadowing the holy Qilin. Now, with the emergence of such a powerful descendant in the Phoenix clan, the most disheartening aspect was, compared to Ling Tian, the holy Qilin's lineage paled in comparison. The first Qilin felt utterly disheartened. He had initially planned to host a grand banquet for the Qilin clan during the holy Qilin's coming-of-age ceremony to elevate their status. But was that even feasible? Returning to the Phoenix clan, Yuan Feng had already returned to her cave dwelling. Beside her stood the Phoenix clan saintess, Qing Luan. At that moment, both Yuan Feng and Qing Luan wore expressions of sheer delight. They were fully aware of the significance of Ling Tian's lineage and thus felt the impact of its explosive growth the most. Congratulations, sister, on obtaining a dragon child. It seems I, your little aunt, will have to rely on this little nephew to support me in the future. Qing Luan exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with joy, completely oblivious to the blood still drying at the corner of her mouth. The oblivious Yuan Feng was even less inclined to notice such trivial matters. With hands on her hips, she laughed heartily. I told you. How could my child be anything but extraordinary? My dear, you are already renowned throughout the primordial chaos even before your birth, far surpassing my own glory, ha 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 ha. What Yuan Feng did not realize was at that moment, Ling Tian had awakened from his deep meditation. Upon hearing Yuan Feng's words, he felt no joy, only a sense of exasperation. Renowned throughout the primordial chaos before even being born. Was this a good thing? For others, it might be a blessing, but for Ling Tian, who wished to develop quietly and inconspicuously, it was nothing short of a calamity. Ling Tian couldn't help but sigh in frustration. Oh dear, what am I to do? It seems I have inadvertently gained notoriety. Is it truly so difficult to remain low-key? If I must lay blame, it can only be directed at my own excellence. Ling Tian had never anticipated that his actions would create such a significant stir. He had merely intended to digest the Pangu jade essence and subtly enhance his lineage. However, Ling Tian had grossly underestimated the potency of the Panga jade essence. He had forgotten that the protagonists of the primordial novels he had read typically refined Panga's essence, while he was refining the Panga jade essence. The disparity between the two was beyond measure. If one were to draw a comparison, it would be akin to the difference between a free player and a premium player. In the days that followed, Ling Tian ceased his seclusion and began to explore the intricacies of his new body. Indeed, the lineage of a supreme congenital being was extraordinary. Although Ling Tian had yet to acquire any cultivation techniques and could not train, he distinctly sensed that his cultivation was steadily increasing. Moreover, he could even perceive the breath of the laws of the 5 elements within the void. Ling Tian couldn't help but gape in astonishment. My goodness! Am I experiencing a cheat? Chapter 9. The Holy Qilin enters the Great Luo. An invitation from the Qilin clan. Time flew by. Many years had passed since the immense tremor triggered by the South Ming undying volcano. Yet the 30-million-acre vortex of spiritual energy remained. Countless beings of the primordial chaos still delighted in recounting the events of that day. Over the years, the members of the Phoenix clan were radiant with joy, as if the supreme innate beings accompanying them were not the Ling Tian, but rather themselves. The prestige of the Phoenix clan in the primordial world was consequently on the rise, in stark contrast to the flourishing Phoenix clan. The Qilin and Dragon clans appear to be much more subdued, particularly the Dragon clan. Following the incident at the South Ming undying volcano, it was rumored that the ancestral dragon had grown dissatisfied with the daylight dragon Aou and no longer regarded him with the same importance as before. Instead, he began collaborating with a number of female dragons to explore the harmonization of yin and yang, diligently toiling night after night in the hope of producing even stronger offspring. As for the Qilin clan, they had maintained an even lower profile than the Dragon clan in recent years, seemingly having no desire to compete with the world. Yet, unbeknownst to all, within the ancestral land of the Qilin clan, the Qilin prince, the Holy Qilin, was enveloped in the flow of Tao rhythm. Above his head, the 5 energies within his chest, having reached perfection, surged ceaselessly. Deep within these energies, a bud constructed from the power of laws was slowly taking shape. The Holy Qilin was unmistakably attempting to break through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal. It was noteworthy that the Holy Qilin was still underage. Should he achieve the status of Great Luo Golden Immortal before reaching adulthood, it would greatly benefit his future cultivation. As time progressed, the spiritual energy within the ancestral land of the Qilin clan began to stir violently. At an unknown moment, a pitch-black tribulation cloud appeared in the void above the Qilin clan's ancestral land. Crack! Blue lightning occasionally leapt from this tribulation cloud, and should it carelessly strike the ground, it would immediately create a massive pit. This was the Great Luo Heavenly Tribulation. Shortly after the appearance of the tribulation cloud, powerful beings recognized its significance. At this moment, during the mid-stage of the Dragon-Han Calamity, the Great Tao was still manifest. Many primordial beings were cultivating the laws to attain enlightenment. The number of Great Luo Golden Immortals far surpassed that of later generations. As such, the primordial beings were not unfamiliar with the Great Luo Heavenly Tribulation. The emergence of a Great Luo Heavenly Tribulation above the Qilin clan, one of the 3 great clans of the primordial world, was hardly a rare occurrence. However, just as the gazes of these powerful beings began to disperse, an unexpected change occurred. The tribulation cloud, which had initially covered an area of 10,000 acres, suddenly began to expand. In a remarkably short time, it grew to encompass a staggering 100,000 acres. This development immediately captured the attention of all powerful beings. While a Great Luo Heavenly Tribulation was not uncommon, one spanning 100,000 acres was exceedingly rare. The Great Luo Golden Immortal could be classified into 12 grades, and the size of the Great Luo Heavenly Tribulation could indicate the grade of the Great Luo Golden Immortal achieved. The higher the grade of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, the greater the scale of the Great Luo Heavenly Tribulation. A Great Luo Golden Immortal of the 9th grade or above would have a tribulation of over 100,000 acres. The present 100,000 acres of Great Luo Heavenly Tribulation signified that The Qilin clan was about to give birth to a ninth-grade Great Luo. A ninth-grade Great Luo. This already possessed the foundation to achieve a primordial golden immortal. How astonishing it was that the Qilin clan had silently nurtured such a formidable figure, but which Qilin possessed such profound potential. Just as countless primordial beings speculated on this, a figure radiating silver-white brilliance soared forth from the Qilin clan's land. The tribulation cloud in the void seemed to have found its target, surging wildly, boom. Waves of blue lightning incessantly struck towards this figure. The force of the thunder was immense. Yet, these countless bolts of lightning could not harm the figure in the slightest. The 100,000 acres of Great Luo heavenly tribulation passed by effortlessly. As the primordial beings finally discerned the form of that figure, they could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Was this not the Qilin clan's prince, the holy Qilin? I recall he has yet to come of age, and he has already broken through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal? What a terrifying pace of cultivation. Surely the holy Qilin's roots are even more formidable than the rumors suggest. Let us not forget, the greatest hurdle to becoming a Great Luo Golden Immortal lies in the comprehension of the laws. Without it, no matter how strong the roots, it is all in vain. This implies that the holy Qilin's understanding is equally astonishing. With superior innate roots combined with a terrifying comprehension, the holy Qilin is bound to soar. The daylight dragon, the holy Qilin, and that supreme innate being within the womb of the Yuan Feng all suggest that the future primordial world is destined to be lively. Just as these primordial beings were engaged in lively discussion, a resounding Tao voice echoed from the Qilin ancestral land, reverberating throughout the entirety of the primordial realm. I am the beginning Qilin. Today, my son, the holy Qilin, has broken through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Let us celebrate together. 100 years hence will be the coming-of-age ceremony for my son, the holy Qilin, and I shall host a grand feast at the Qilin ancestral land. All beings of the primordial realm at the level of Tai Golden Immortal and above are welcome to gather here. After a brief pause, the voice resonated once more, though this time it possessed a hint of hesitation. Ancestral Dragon, Yuan Feng, if you have the time, do come for a chat. If the two of you are busy with clan matters, it is perfectly fine if you do not come. Anyone could discern that the beginning Qilin did not genuinely wish for the Ancestral Dragon and Yuan Feng to attend. It was merely a polite remark. This was not surprising. Although the holy Qilin was powerful, he was the least remarkable among the three clan princes. The Qilin clan, in seeking to leverage the holy Qilin's ascension to Great Luo, naturally did not desire the Ancestral Dragon and Yuan Feng to arrive. It was well known that, after uttering his final words, the beginning Qilin could not help but mutter to himself, Yuan Feng and the Ancestral Dragon should be able to discern my intentions and would not come, right? At the South Ming Undying Volcano, Yuan Feng was leisurely enjoying spiritual fruits in her cave abode when she unexpectedly heard the voice of the beginning Qilin. Upon learning of the holy Qilin's breakthrough to the Great Luo Golden Immortal, Yuan Feng merely scoffed, entirely unimpressed. She had surpassed the holy Qilin's speed when she herself broke through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal. However, upon hearing the invitation from the beginning Qilin, Yuan Feng's eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliant light. Clearly, she was greatly intrigued by the invitation. Simultaneously, within Yuan Feng's womb, Ling Tian once again heard the system's notification sound. Ding! Detected beginning Qilin inviting Yuan Feng to the Qilin ancestral land. Please select. Option 1. Accompany Yuan Feng to the Qilin ancestral land. Reward. 9-turn divine art. Option 2. Prevent Yuan Feng from going to the Qilin ancestral land. Reward. Slay 3 corpses to achieve sanctification method. After many years, the system task reappeared. Upon seeing these two choices, Ling Tian's eyes immediately filled with ecstatic joy. He had been struggling without a cultivation method, and now the system had delivered one right to his doorstep. It was as if sleep had brought a pillow. What a considerate system. After sending the system a heartfelt thank you, Ling Tian's powerful frame shook as he fell into deep contemplation. Both options offered rewards of cultivation methods, but which one should he choose? P.S. The ensuing plot is rather delightful. I invite all esteemed readers to savor it. Haha. Chapter 10. Beginning Qilin. Yuan Feng probably won't come, right? The reward for option 1. The 9-turn divine art was something Ling Tian had never heard of. However, the slay 3 corpses to achieve sanctification method in option 2 was certainly well known to him. The slay 3 corpses to achieve sanctification method was the foundational technique of Tao Ancestor Hong Jun, a method that countless primordial beings longed for after the great Tao became obscured in later generations. Yet, Ling Tian was not particularly eager for the slay 3 corpses to achieve sanctification method, as he did not wish to achieve sanctification through such a shortcut. Understanding the laws and cultivating to become a primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal was the true path. Though Ling Tian had never heard of the 9-turn divine art, the name alone sounded incredibly formidable, possibly a supremely powerful technique. Clearly, it was more appealing than the slay 3 corpses to achieve sanctification method. However, obtaining the 9-turn divine art required accompanying Yuan Feng to the Qilin ancestral land, which signified danger for Ling Tian. He instinctively felt some resistance. For a moment, he found himself in a quandary, uncertain of which choice to make. Just then, he distinctly overheard a conversation between Yuan Feng and Qing Wan. Qing Wan, you guard the home. I am preparing to visit the Qilin ancestral land. It's been a while since I've gone out, and this is the perfect opportunity to have some fun. All right, sister, Ling Tian. Ling Tian realized he might have been overthinking it as a fetus. He had no say in the matter. It was Yuan Feng's desires that would dictate the course of events. This trip was merely for Yuan Feng's amusement, not for causing trouble, so there should be no danger. Ling Tian suppressed his unease and called out to the system, "System, I choose option 1. As soon as the words left his mouth, the system's voice promptly responded, "Host, this reward will be granted upon Yuan Feng's arrival at the Qilin ancestral land." Again with the delayed rewards? Hearing the system's voice, Ling Tian, who was fervently yearning for a cultivation method, felt his teeth grind in frustration. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Within the Qilin ancestral land, lanterns were lit, and the atmosphere was bustling. Countless primordial beings traversed amidst the crowd, each face adorned with smiles. The members of the Qilin clan were naturally elated due to the impending good fortune within their clan. Meanwhile, the other primordial beings attending the banquet were delighted at the opportunity to partake in such a grand event. It was well known that the Qilin clan was one of the 3 great clans of the primordial realm. The vast majority of those attending the banquet were only at the level of Tai Golden Immortal. Being able to participate in the Qilin clan's gathering was an exceedingly rare opportunity for them. Inside the grand hall of the Qilin clan, the beginning Qilin felt a profound sense of accomplishment as he observed the joyous atmosphere within his clan. This was all due to his efforts. Following this grand event, the Qilin clan's prestige in the primordial realm would undoubtedly soar. However, this was contingent upon no one disrupting the gathering and ensuring its smooth completion. With that thought in mind, the beginning Qilin felt an inexplicable flutter in his heart, and the images of the ancestral dragon and Yuan Feng inexplicably surfaced in his mind. The ancestral dragon had suffered great embarrassment in recent years and would surely not attend. Yuan Feng, that wild woman, should be focusing on her pregnancy at the Southming Undying Volcano, so she probably wouldn't come either. There shouldn't be any problems. The beginning Qilin found justifications for both the ancestral dragon and Yuan Feng's absence, and his expression lightened once more. 3 days later, the grand event commenced. At the pinnacle of the Qilin clan's grand hall, the beginning Qilin stood resolutely clad in silver Dao robes. Glancing at the throng of primordial cultivators below, he smiled graciously and proclaimed, "This occasion celebrates my son, the holy Qilin's coming of age. I am immensely grateful to all fellow Taoists for attending." As soon as the beginning Qilin's words concluded, a chorus of voices erupted from below. "The holy Qilin prince comprehends the laws with such swiftness. Surely, his path will surpass that of the Daylight Dragon and the Phoenix clan's prince in the future. Indeed, what use is it to have strong roots if one cannot comprehend the laws? That is the true path. I dare say the holy Qilin prince is the strongest among the offspring of the 3 clans. Your words bear wisdom. Congratulations to the Qilin clan for the holy Qilin achieving the great Luo Golden Immortal before adulthood. His path is boundless. Congratulations to the holy Qilin prince on breaking through to the great Luo Golden Immortal. Congratulations to the Qilin clan for its enduring prosperity and thriving lineage. Congratulations." Listening to the multitude of congratulations and flattery echoing from below, the beginning Qilin's smile grew wider. The outcome of this grand event exceeded his expectations, especially since neither the ancestral dragon nor Yuan Feng had come to disrupt it. The beginning Qilin silently rejoiced, his smile becoming even more radiant as he prepared to transition into the next segment when suddenly, caw, a resounding cry of a phoenix pierced the air, and in the next instant, a fire-red figure appeared within the beginning Qilin's consciousness. "Oh no! How did Yuan Feng arrive?" The beginning Qilin's heart sank as he exclaimed in alarm. However, before he could ponder further, he saw the ever-smiling Yuan Feng striding into the grand hall of the Qilin clan. "Beginning Qilin Dao friend, I have come." The beginning Qilin, staring at the suddenly appearing Yuan Feng. The beginning Qilin was momentarily dumbfounded. Why had she come rushing out instead of staying at her nest to focus on her pregnancy? He felt utterly speechless. Just then, an even more bewildering scene unfolded before the beginning Qilin's eyes. With Yuan Feng's arrival came the fetus accompanied by a supreme innate being. Consequently, the massive whirlpool of spiritual energy spanning 30 million acres also made its entrance. In an instant, nearly all the primordial beings attending the banquet shifted their attention away from him and focused on the enormous spiritual energy vortex. Gasps of astonishment erupted all around. A 30 million acre spiritual energy vortex. I have lived for hundreds of thousands of years and have never seen one before. What's a few 100,000 years? I have lived for millions of years and still have never witnessed such a sight. This phenomenon surpasses even the former 3 clan leaders. Who could have the privilege to behold it? Surely this is the most powerful root in the primordial realm. What magnificent wonders shall unfold upon its eventual birth? After only a brief moment since Yuan Feng's arrival, the entire focus of the grand event had undergone a dramatic shift. This was nothing short of a disruption. The beginning Qilin's expression darkened, and he felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. However, it was clear that Yuan Feng had come in response to his invitation, leaving him with little room to voice any objections. Just as the beginning Qilin was about to invite Yuan Feng to take a seat, the holy Qilin, who had been standing beside him, suddenly spoke up. What does it matter if the roots are strong? The path of cultivation relies not only on one's roots but also on the cultivation methods and comprehension of the laws. Evidently, the holy Qilin could not tolerate the praises directed towards Ling Tian, and he could not help but voice his scorn. As soon as the holy Qilin's words left his mouth, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. Feeling the weight of countless gazes upon him, the holy Qilin, brimming with arrogance, continued, without powerful cultivation methods and a profound comprehension of the laws, no matter how strong your roots may be, you cannot attain the status of a great Luo golden immortal. As he spoke, the holy Qilin's gaze remained fixed upon Yuan Feng's abdomen. Chapter 11. The 30 million acre spiritual energy transforms into crystals. Shocking the entire assembly, the holy Qilin's disdainful remarks regarding the praise of Ling Tian were laden with truth. In the realm of cultivation, the extent to which a being could progress is dictated not only by their innate roots, but also by the cultivation methods they possess and their understanding of the laws, both of which hold equal importance. The holy Qilin, from the moment of his birth, was endowed with a top-tier cultivation method that perfectly complemented his abilities, coupled with his impressive comprehension of the laws. The holy Qilin indeed had every reason to take pride in his accomplishments. After the holy Qilin's remarks, the atmosphere became palpably tense. Almost every being's gaze was now fixated on the holy Qilin and Yuan Feng. Yuan Feng was known throughout the primordial realm for her fierce temperament. For the holy Qilin to dare mock her in her presence was a reckless gamble. The beginning Qilin immediately stepped in front of the holy Qilin, cupping his fists in apology towards Yuan Feng. My son is still young and speaks without thinking. Please do not take offense, Dao friend Yuan Feng. Yet beneath the surface, a flicker of pride shone in the beginning Qilin's eyes. Clearly, he held a strong agreement with the holy Qilin's words. However, Yuan Feng's reaction puzzled the beginning Qilin. After being openly mocked by the holy Qilin, she remained eerily silent, her gaze cast downward. This was exceedingly abnormal. Meanwhile, the primordial beings below began to murmur among themselves. The holy Qilin prince's words are indeed insightful. If the fetus within Yuan Feng's womb lacks a powerful cultivation method or a strong understanding of the laws, its path will surely be limited. The holy Qilin prince has a naturally accompanying cultivation method. Such an opportunity is truly rare. Indeed, while roots are innate, the postnatal factors are equally vital. The holy Qilin prince has managed to excel in both aspects. He may very well venture farther in the future. I hold a favorable view of the holy Qilin prince. The majority of the primordial beings below leaned towards supporting the holy Qilin. Their reasoning was not unfounded. The journey of cultivation resembles filling a wooden barrel with water. The most critical factor is not the highest plank but the lowest one. If the fetus within Yuan Feng's womb possesses only strong roots, its path may very well fall short of that of the holy Qilin. Upon hearing the discussions below, a smile inevitably crept onto the beginning Qilin's face. Every word spoken by these beings resonated with his sentiments. Yet, he remained fixated on Yuan Feng, fearing that she might erupt in fury at any moment. Just then, the beginning Qilin distinctly observed a smile curling at the corners of Yuan Feng's mouth. Yuan Feng was smiling? The beginning Qilin found this utterly perplexing. Could it be that pregnancy had dulled her senses? Had she truly become foolish after bearing a child? As the beginning Qilin grappled with confusion, in the skies above the ancestral land of the Qilin, an extraordinary phenomenon suddenly occurred. A vortex of spiritual energy spanning 30 million acres trembled violently, and in an instant, it began to collapse toward its center. Before long, it transformed into a solid crystal of spiritual essence, leaving all beings present in a state of profound shock. It is important to note that this was once a 30 million acre vortex of spiritual energy. Yet, this crystal of spiritual essence was merely the size of an infant's fist. The stark contrast was simply overwhelming. Suddenly, an audible gulp echoed through the Qilin ancestral land. Though small, this crystal of spiritual essence held immense allure for cultivators. Were it not for the knowledge that this crystal belonged to the fetus within the Yuan Feng, they would have rushed to seize it without a second thought. In the next moment, the crystal pulsated violently, transforming into a streak of light that shot rapidly toward the Yuan Feng, vanishing into her abdomen in the blink of an eye. "What is this?" murmured a cultivator, as realization dawned upon him. The fetus within the Yuan Feng had evidently passed its initial stage and was on the verge of taking shape. As these words resounded, a look of understanding spread across the faces of all present. They were no strangers to the process of gestation. The impact of the 30 million acres of spiritual energy coalescing into a crystal had been overwhelmingly significant. The primordial Qilin, standing at the highest point, had long recognized this fact. The ability to consume a crystal formed from 30 million acres of spiritual energy signified the terrifying potential of this fetus. The expression on the primordial Qilin's face darkened, though it was laced with profound envy. Meanwhile, the holy Qilin's eyes flickered with both jealousy and fury. What irked the holy Qilin was the realization that, had he possessed such a profound foundation, he could have advanced beyond the great Luo realm many years earlier, and the source of his anger was that today was supposed to be his coming-of-age ceremony. He was meant to be the center of attention, yet he was continuously overshadowed by a mere fetus. How could the holy Qilin not be enraged? Humph! The holy Qilin snorted coldly, his voice ringing out once more. Possessing spiritual energy without the ability to comprehend the laws is no more than a brute with well-developed limbs. However, before the holy Qilin could finish speaking, an unforeseen change occurred. The steady, powerful sound of heartbeats suddenly resonated in the hearts of all present. Simultaneously, in the void above the Yuanfeng's head, a dazzling array of multicolored spiritual light emerged. A rich surge of law power billowed forth from this multicolored glow. Was this the power of the laws? And a complete set at that. All beings present felt a jolt of trepidation. Such a phenomenon could only arise under one circumstance. The fetus within the Yuanfeng, upon taking shape, had already comprehended the 5 elements laws. This was truly unfathomable. It must be known that the 5 elements laws ranked among the top 10 in the 3,000 great avenues. The difficulty of comprehending them was similarly at the forefront. Prior to taking shape, the consciousness of a fetus was muddled and chaotic, making it impossible to study the laws. Yet, the Yuanfeng's fetus managed to grasp the 5 elements laws right from the outset of its formation. What did this signify? It indicated that the law comprehension ability of the fetus within the Yuanfeng would be unprecedentedly powerful. All beings could not help but cast their gaze toward the holy Qilin. In comparison to the fetus within the Yuanfeng, the holy Qilin's proud comprehension of the laws would likely be reduced to mere dust. This is absolutely impossible. I refuse to believe it. This must be an illusion conjured by the Yuanfeng. Do not fall for it. As he perceived all of this, disbelief filled the holy Qilin's eyes, and he could not help but shout out. He understood deeply the immense difficulty of comprehending the laws. Even with his prodigious talent, he had spent countless years barely managing to grasp them. For the Yuanfeng's fetus, newly formed, to directly comprehend the 5 elements laws. This was utterly inconceivable. As he spoke, the holy Qilin pointed a finger, unleashing a powerful surge of law energy that shot toward the colorful spiritual light in the void. If he could disperse the multicolored glow, it would undoubtedly confirm that it was merely a trick of the Yuanfeng. In the next moment, before the eyes of all beings, a bizarre scene unfolded. P.S. Just completed the signing, and the serialization begins today. Chapter 12. 9 Transformations Divine Art, Proving the Tao with Power. The Qilin is hailed as the master of the earth. The holy Qilin, as the direct descendant of the primordial Qilin, practices the earth law. Although the earth law does not rank among the top 10 of the 3,000 laws, it remains exceedingly formidable. Especially as the earth law resonates perfectly with the Qilin's constitution, it can unleash even greater power in their hands. Though the holy Qilin has only just entered the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal, his wrathful strike is not to be underestimated. Let us not even speak of whether the colorful spiritual light is a trick of the Yuanfeng. Even if it were truly the manifestation of the 5 elements laws, it might still be dispersed by this surge of earth law energy. But just as the earthy yellow force of the earth law surged into the void where the colorful light resided, the multicolored glow suddenly trembled, splitting into 5 clusters of spiritual energy, seamlessly connecting to form a perfect ring of the 5 elements. What unfolded before the astonished eyes of all beings was nothing short of astonishing. The seemingly powerful force of the earth law was actually ensnared by the 5 elements ring. After a few breaths, it disintegrated completely, reverting to its most primordial form of spiritual energy, which was then absorbed by the 5 elements ring. Following its absorption, the 5 elements ring visibly expanded. What on earth is happening? The force of the earth law was devoured by the 5 elements ring. All present were left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the situation. Within the Yuanfeng, the fully formed Ling Tian smirked, a trace of disdain flickering in his eyes. How ridiculous! A mere force of the earth law daring to engage in a head-on clash with the 5 elements law? Could it possibly prevail against me? It turns out that when the Yuanfeng arrived at the ancestral land of the Qilin, the system had already deemed the selection task complete and awarded 9 Transformations Divine Art to Ling Tian. The 9 Transformations Divine Art is divided into 2 components, 9 Transformations Mysterious Art and 9 Transformations Elemental Art. The 9 Transformations Elemental Art cultivates the primordial spirit, while the 9 Transformations Mysterious Art cultivates the physical body. Cultivating both the primordial spirit and physical body in tandem is the method of proving the Tao through power, as practiced by the primordial Pangu. The later, 8-9 mysterious art, is merely a truncated version of the 9 transformations mysterious art. Nevertheless, the 8-9 mysterious art is still a top-tier cultivation method among the primordial beings. The power and rarity of the 9 transformations divine art are evident. Upon receiving the 9 transformations divine art, Ling Tian immediately chose to cultivate it, which subsequently triggered the astonishing phenomenon of the 30 million acre spiritual energy crystal. But that was not all. Due to the immense power of the 9 transformations divine art, Ling Tian swiftly absorbed the crystal brimming with boundless spiritual energy. With the aid of this crystal, Ling Tian ultimately transformed into a fetus resembling a primordial Tao body, achieving the pinnacle of innate beings. At that moment, Ling Tian's connection to the 5 elements laws became infinitely clearer than before. Instinctively, Ling Tian beckoned to the power of the 5 elements laws, delighting in the discovery that the power of the 5 elements laws truly flowed toward him. After a brief experiment, Ling Tian confirmed that he could effortlessly manipulate these powers. This innate talent felt as if it was part of him from birth. Excited, Ling Tian manipulated the 5 elements laws to take on various shapes, leading to the earlier spectacle of colorful spiritual energy swirling in the void. When the colorful energy was attacked by the holy Qilin, Ling Tian, struck by inspiration, directed the 5 elements law energy to form a 5 elements ring, which then disassembled and absorbed the force of the earth law entirely. Unwilling to let the holy Qilin's unwarranted attack go unpunished, Ling Tian, although still within the Yuanfeng's womb, sought retribution. With Ling Tian's control, the 5 elements ring transformed, aiming to ensnare the holy Qilin's neck. Witnessing this scene, all beings present shared a singular thought. If this ring were to catch him, would the holy Qilin meet the same fate as the earlier force of the earth law and be reduced to primordial spiritual energy? How preposterous! The holy Qilin's eyes brimmed with murderous intent as he stomped the ground, unleashing an even more potent force of earth law. Simultaneously, the very earth beneath the ancestral land of the Qilin trembled, and yellow spiritual energy surged into the earth law force, merging to create the holy Qilin's most formidable strike. It is important to note that the holy Qilin is a 9-tier Great Luo Golden Immortal. Even though he has just entered the Great Luo, his strike could instill fear in many other Great Luo beings throughout the primordial realm. Yet, in the face of this strike, the 5 elements ring remained unfazed, steadily gliding toward the holy Qilin. Humph! The holy Qilin could not suppress a cold snort, a mocking glint flashing in his eyes. However, just as the mockery formed, it was swiftly replaced by boundless astonishment. His most powerful strike failed to impede that tiny 5 elements ring even slightly, which once again transformed into primordial spiritual energy, consumed by the 5 elements ring. What was most infuriating was that the 5 elements ring, seemingly satiated, let out a human-like burp before accelerating toward him at an even faster pace, as if it were lassoing Dojai in that moment. Shock, humiliation, and dread surged within the holy Qilin. His entire body trembled, and his mind went blank as he watched the 5 elements ring draw nearer. Just as it was about to ensnare him, a hand radiating a yellowish hue suddenly appeared before the holy Qilin, crushing the ring into oblivion. This hand belonged to the leader of the Qilin clan, the primordial Qilin. Impudent! This is the ancestral land of the Qilin. The primordial Qilin let out a cold snort, his expression exceedingly grim. At this point, everything had become painfully clear. The 5 elements ring was not an illusion conjured by the Yuanfeng, but a genuine manifestation of the 5 elements laws. Everything that had transpired was the doing of the fetus within the Yuanfeng. This meant that the fetus had comprehended the power of the 5 elements laws the moment it took shape, surpassing the already established holy Qilin in terms of laws. A mere fetus had triumphed over the holy Qilin. This was utterly shocking. All beings present, at least of the Tai Golden Immortal level, had seen much in their time, but none had ever witnessed such an incomprehensible scene. Yet, in the wake of their astonishment, a terrifying thought surged within them. If this fetus were to be born and nurtured by the Feng clan, honing its skills, how powerful would it become? It would undoubtedly surpass the current Yuanfeng. Primordial Qilin and ancestral dragon it might even eclipse the legendary beast god Shinanai of the past. The future primordial realm could very well be dictated by this unborn being. As this thought took root, expressions of horror and reverence simultaneously spread across the faces of these beings as they gazed upon the Yuanfeng. However, no one anticipated that the holy Qilin, having just narrowly escaped death, would suddenly roar in a hoarse voice. So what if you are powerful? So what if your comprehension is profound? This prince possesses a companion-born technique, do you? Chapter 13. Crossing tribulations in the womb? Everyone was left dumbfounded, repeatedly struck by a mere fetus. The holy Qilin, as the esteemed prince of the Qilin clan, was on the brink of madness in terms of lineage. The Holy Qilin was a tier below Ling Tian, terms of comprehension of the laws. The Holy Qilin had been utterly decimated. At this point, the Holy Qilin had only one last resort left. His companion-born technique? Upon birth, the Holy Qilin was endowed with a top-tier technique, the Earth Extreme Holy Cannon. This, Earth Extreme Holy Cannon, was exceedingly powerful, sufficient for the Holy Qilin to reach the late stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, and even offered a slim chance of achieving the status of Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. It could be said that even the ancestral dragon, Yuan Feng, and primordial Qilin practiced techniques of comparable rank. Moreover, this, Earth Extreme Holy Cannon, resonated perfectly with the Holy Qilin, which was the main reason for his rapid cultivation. Therefore, when the Holy Qilin's roar echoed, the beings present, though irritated, had to concede that there was some truth to his words. Even the primordial Qilin's expression softened slightly. Yet, following the earlier two humiliations, a strong sense of foreboding gripped the primordial Qilin's heart, as if he had overlooked something crucial. What confounded the primordial Qilin the most was, why was the usually tempestuous Yuan Feng so eerily calm at this moment, even wearing a smile? This is absurd. Gazing at the smile gracing Yuan Feng's lips, the primordial Qilin felt his scalp prickle. Just then, Yuan Feng suddenly raised her head, her gaze landing on the Holy Qilin, her voice tinged with a hint of pity. Dog, why don't you look up at the void? Dog. The Holy Qilin was momentarily taken aback, only to quickly realize that she was referring to him. His face flushed with rage. How dare Yuan Feng address him as dog in front of countless primordial beings? This was an utter humiliation. Yet, just as the Holy Qilin was about to take action, a startled voice rang out. Fellow Taoists, look at the void. A tribulation cloud. Who has drawn the heavenly tribulation? Heavenly tribulation? The Holy Qilin's fury faltered, and he could not help but look up. Before him loomed a tribulation cloud spanning 100,000 acres, crackling with azure lightning that danced and crackled. Just 100,000 acres of tribulation cloud. As this thought crossed the Holy Qilin's mind, the tribulation cloud in the void trembled violently, rapidly expanding 200,000 acres, 300,000 acres, 500,000 acres, 1 million acres. In the blink of an eye, the tribulation cloud in the void surged to 1 million acres. This was comparable to the Great Luo heavenly tribulation faced by the primordial Qilin. Could it be that a being in this place was undergoing the Great Luo heavenly tribulation? And not just any being, but one with deep reserves capable of achieving the 9-tier Great Luo. With this in mind, the Holy Qilin frantically scanned the surroundings, searching for the being that had triggered the heavenly tribulation. Yet, despite his repeated efforts, he could not discern who was crossing the tribulation. The million-acre heavenly tribulation seemed to have materialized out of thin AI art in an instant. Confusion and disbelief painted the faces of all present. Only two beings exhibited different expressions, the Yuan Feng and the primordial Qilin. Yuan Feng gently caressed her abdomen, her smile growing ever wider, while the primordial Qilin's gaze darted between Yuan Feng and the heavenly tribulation. A deeply unsettling thought began to take root in the primordial Qilin's mind. That this million-acre heavenly tribulation was somehow connected to the Yuan Feng. To be more precise, it was likely related to the fetus within the Yuan Feng. But the primordial Qilin could not fathom how a recently formed fetus could invoke such a grand heavenly tribulation. A million-acre heavenly tribulation. This was enough to forge a 9-tier Great Luo capable of shaking the very heavens. How could an unborn fetus possibly achieve this? The primordial Qilin furrowed his brow deeply, struggling to comprehend. At that moment, the heavenly tribulation in the void seemed to have reached its zenith. A bolt of azure lightning descended from the tribulation cloud, its target unmistakably aimed at the Yuan Feng. Seeing this unfold, confusion deepened on the faces of all present. Yuan Feng was a mid-stage Hunyuan Golden Immortal. While a million-acre heavenly tribulation might be formidable for others, it was far too weak for her. Moreover, given her current cultivation, she should not have been able to trigger a heavenly tribulation. Just at that moment, a clear and melodious phoenix cry suddenly echoed. Before anyone could register, Yuan Feng transformed into her resplendent true form, soaring into the sky. Then, to the astonishment of all beings present, Yuan Feng opened her mouth and began to draw in the million-acre tribulation cloud with tremendous force. Faced with Yuan Feng, a Hunyuan Golden Immortal, the million-acre tribulation cloud offered no resistance, being effortlessly absorbed into Yuan Feng's womb. Crackling sounds of thunder erupted within Yuan Feng's belly. What on earth is happening? As they witnessed this bizarre scene, all beings were left utterly dumbfounded. They had seen beings crossing tribulations, but had never witnessed anyone devouring a heavenly tribulation. Yuan Feng had truly pioneered a new method of crossing tribulations. However, what left them most puzzled was, Yuan Feng was carrying a fetus within her. Even if it were a top-tier innate being, it was still just a fetus. The descent of a million-acre heavenly tribulation meant certain death. Is it possible that Yuan Feng intends to bring harm to her own offspring? What kind of operation is this? What exactly is Yuan Feng trying to accomplish? A collective bewilderment envelopes the beings present. Only the primordial Qilin, with an increasingly ominous premonition, observes in silence. Boom, boom, boom. Time passes unmeasured. The thunderous roar within Yuan Feng finally subsides. With a melodious cry, Yuan Feng transforms back into her innate Tao body, gracefully descending with an expression of delight. Her joyous laughter resonates. Ha ha ha, that was merely my child undergoing tribulation within me. The commotion was perhaps a bit too grand. I hope it did not startle you all. As soon as Yuan Feng finishes speaking, an eerie silence blankets the crowd. The expressions of disbelief are evident on the faces of all present. Was that truly the tribulation of a fetus within Yuan Feng? Can an unborn child invoke a heavenly calamity spanning 1,000,000 acres? Surely, this must be a deception? Only the primordial Qilin reacts differently, fixating intently on Yuan Feng's abdomen. There, a palpable aura indicates a transformation is occurring. Suddenly, a thought strikes the primordial Qilin, and he cannot restrain his exclamation. This is the aura of a celestial being. Could it be that the heavenly tribulation just now was that fetus's celestial tribulation? What? The other beings present tremble at this revelation. Meanwhile, Yuan Feng's voice resounds softly. Indeed, my child has just undergone the celestial tribulation. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively experiences a sense of paralysis. Chapter 14. Your display of bravado deserves a perfect score from me. After Yuan Feng's declaration, the atmosphere becomes eerily silent. Ever since Yuan Feng's arrival, one astonishing revelation has followed another, each more shocking than the last. The formation of a vortex of spiritual energy spanning 3,000 acres. A fetus comprehending the laws of the 5 elements from the moment of its formation, and now. Yuan Feng claims that this newly formed fetus has undergone the celestial tribulation? A tribulation in the womb? What sort of sorcery is this? How could a newly formed fetus possibly summon a celestial tribulation? This is all too absurd. I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe it. The holy Qilin, stripped of its previous arrogance, mutters to itself. He feels as though it has been utterly vanquished by a mere fetus. Suddenly, the holy Qilin seems to grasp something, as if clutching at the last straw of hope, and exclaims loudly, "Did I see it now? This entire scenario has been orchestrated by you, Yuan Feng, hasn't it? You intended to create a spectacle for the fetus within you. Everything has been a ruse, a grand design of yours. It must be so." The more the holy Qilin speaks, the more convinced it becomes, its voice growing ever louder. Yet, it remains oblivious to the increasingly grim expression on the primordial Qilin's face. You insufferable fool. Just as the holy Qilin revels in its own declarations, a crisp sound interrupts. The holy Qilin is sent flying by a single strike. Who dares to strike me? The holy Qilin jumps up, only to find itself frozen and shocked. It turns out that the assailant is none other than its father, the primordial Qilin. At this moment, the primordial Qilin's countenance is as dark as thunderclouds, fury blazing in its eyes. Silence, you reckless fool. Your incompetence is an embarrassment to the Qilin clan. After a brief pause, the primordial Qilin turns to Yuan Feng, its gaze laden with complexity. I implore you, Yuan Feng, enlighten us. Upon hearing this, all beings turn their attention to Yuan Feng, eagerly awaiting her explanation. Feeling the weight of their anticipation, Yuan Feng is filled with elation, responding with a smile. I never deceive. Everything that just transpired was indeed the work of my son. What are you all so agitated about? It's merely a routine occurrence. As for why such extraordinary phenomena occurred, I cannot say, however. Pausing, Yuan Feng glances at the holy Qilin, who lies face down on the ground, her eyes glinting with mockery. Point, one thing I can assure you, my son undoubtedly possesses a companion cultivation technique. Based solely on today's manifestations, my son's companion technique is certainly far superior to your so-called saintly scripture of the earth. Ha ha ha. As she concludes, Yuan Feng bursts into laughter, her voice echoing across the skies. Upon hearing her words, the expressions of the gathered beings shift to realization. If the recent heavenly calamity was indeed summoned by the fetus within Yuan Feng, then this child must possess an exceptionally formidable cultivation technique. With this thought in mind, their gazes turn toward the holy Qilin, their eyes filled with scorn. After the fetus in Yuan Feng's womb completes its final piece, it will undoubtedly eclipse the holy Qilin in terms of innate potential, comprehension of the laws, and companion cultivation technique. How intriguing! The earlier bravado of the holy Qilin now pales in comparison to its current humiliation. The holy Qilin desperately wishes to find a hole to burrow into. Suddenly, the holy Qilin perceives someone murmuring dog, and cannot help but spit out a mouthful of blood, succumbing to unconsciousness. Witnessing this scene, the myriad beings exchange incredulous glances, their expressions bizarrely comical. This gathering was meant to celebrate the coming of age of the holy Qilin, Who could have anticipated that the protagonist would collapse from sheer indignation? This scene is as absurd as it is amusing. The assembled beings from the primordial realm nearly burst into laughter, but stifle their mirth, their faces flushed with suppressed amusement. Yet, their barely concealed expressions are vividly etched in the primordial Qilin's consciousness. The primordial Qilin is seething with rage. What should have been a splendid coming-of-age ceremony has been turned into this farcical display by Yuanfeng and the fetus within her. Its most proud son, the holy Qilin, has become a source of ridicule. With a frosty demeanor, the primordial Qilin wishes to voice its thoughts but finds no words. With a huff, it sweeps away in frustration. After the primordial Qilin departs, the remaining beings flock toward Yuanfeng, eager to congratulate her, showering her with offerings of spiritual treasures. Most infuriatingly, Yuanfeng not only accepts these treasures without reservation but carelessly piles them on the ground. Forming a small mountain. It appears that today's event is not a coming-of-age celebration for the holy Qilin, but rather a banquet in honor of the fetus within Yuanfeng. Yuanfeng feels a sense of bittersweet satisfaction. She initially regarded this gathering as a simple outing, but little did she expect to be met with wave after wave of surprises, courtesy of Ling Tian. My dear son, your display of bravado has earned you a perfect score in my eyes. Yuanfeng is elated, little does she know. The fetus within her is undergoing a transformation. Ling Tian never anticipated that after cultivating the 9 transformations divine art, he would trigger the celestial tribulation, an unprecedented calamity spanning 1,000,000 acres. This took Ling Tian completely by surprise. Most bewildering to Ling Tian is that such a monumental calamity would be swallowed whole by his mother, Yuanfeng, without a second thought, leaving him to deal with the aftermath. Yet, Ling Tian is merely a fetus at this moment. When the 1,000,000-acre celestial tribulation suddenly descends upon him, he nearly faints from fright. Fortunately, he has begun to merge with the chaotic azure lotus. The countless bolts of lightning are utterly incapable of breaching the defenses of the chaotic azure lotus, allowing Ling Tian, who was on the verge of panic, to regain his composure. Mother, do be more mindful. If this continues, you will surely ruin me. Observing the boundless thunder outside the chaotic azure lotus, Ling Tian grits his teeth in frustration, venting his grievances toward his mother. As the 1,000,000-acre celestial tribulation passes, the calamity clouds disperse, replaced by the primordial source spiritual energy. Upon its emergence, this source energy integrates into Ling Tian's being, refining his celestial Tao foundation. Ling Tian's spiritual essence rises at an extraordinarily rapid pace. Soon, a wave of celestial-level cultivation fluctuations emanate from Ling Tian. Ling Tian steps into the realm of celestials, and that is not all. The sheer volume of source spiritual energy available is overwhelming. After assisting Ling Tian in forging his celestial Tao foundation, more than half remains. This causes Ling Tian's aura to continue surging, nearing the threshold of mid-celestial stage. Just having entered the celestial realm, Ling Tian is already on the verge of another breakthrough. Unbeknownst to Ling Tian, the repercussions of this event extend far beyond what he can imagine. P.S. Thank you to all the lovely readers for reaching this point. The upcoming plot will be absolutely thrilling. Once again, thank you. Chapter 15. Cultivating to Invincibility, Frightening the Great Powers. Amidst the awe-filled gazes of the beings at the gathering, Yuanfeng, satisfied, pats her rear and departs from the Qilin ancestral land, carrying a mountain of spiritual treasures. Yuanfeng pays no mind to the resentful gazes of the Qilin clan behind her. Simultaneously, upon sensing the events unfolding in the Qilin ancestral land, various mighty beings in the primordial world are flooded with myriad thoughts. Get lost! The ancestor dragon snorts coldly, dismissing the mother beast, and sits upon a massive couch, his expression dark and brooding. The fetus within Yuanfeng is already powerful to the point of despair. Over the years, the ancestor dragon has expended countless efforts to give birth to a supreme innate being. Unfortunately, the strongest of his 9 offspring have merely reached the upper echelon of innate beings. To make matters worse, the ancestor dragon is left speechless by the fact that his 9 sons are all hideous, a stark contrast to the majestic dragon lineage. Qianyo, Yizi, Chaofeng, Pulao, Swananai, Basya, Bayan, Fu Shi, Qi-Wan. The ancestor dragon murmurs the names of his 9 newly added sons, his gaze darkening in his heart. He believes that the sum of these 9 sons does not even equate to a single finger of Ling Tian. Furthermore, with Ling Tian now revealing such terrifying comprehension of the laws and companion techniques, the ancestor dragon holds his own sons in even less regard. As for the day sun dragon, he has long been cast into the depths of the sea, imprisoned. Within the purple cloud's palace, Hong Jun, once again roused from slumber, furrows his brow. He feels as though the once clear strands of heavenly secrets have plunged into chaos. Even with his advanced cultivation as a late-stage Chaos Golden Immortal and the assistance of numerous supreme spiritual treasures, he cannot discern any trace of Ling Tian. Hong Jun's eyes grow profound. The inability to deduce anything is, in itself, a conclusion. This further attests to Ling Tian's extraordinary nature. Within the Western ancestral veins, Luo, whose gaze is rife with demonic energy, swirling incessantly. Luo, who initially believed he had given Ling Tian sufficient attention, even using the Ancestor Dragon and the Day Sun Dragon as pawns to test Yuanfeng. Through that encounter, Luo, who thought he had gauged Ling Tian's depth, concluding that he was a supreme innate being. This revelation left Luo, who both astonished and pleased. He took pride in not blindly believing external rumors, thus uncovering Yuanfeng's intricate schemes. However, Luo, who never anticipated that the supreme innate being was merely a facade for Ling Tian. His formidable comprehension of the laws and the unknown yet powerful companion techniques reveal that Ling Tian is far more remarkable than he imagined. Consequently, Luo, who feels a profound sense of trepidation. If one were to exclude companion spiritual treasures, even he, Luo, who is far outmatched by Ling Tian's initial potential. Moreover, Luo, who does not believe that Ling Tian is without companion spiritual treasures. This child must be extinguished in the cradle. Otherwise, he will undoubtedly pose a significant threat to my dominance in the primordial realm. Luo, who muses, sinking into contemplation. After an indeterminate time, Luo, who suddenly raises his head. A cunning smile playing at the corners of his mouth, in the next moment, his figure vanishes from sight. He intends to lie in wait outside the South Ming Undying Volcano for Yuanfeng. With his late-stage Chaos Golden Immortal cultivation, should he strike unexpectedly, even if Yuanfeng manages to survive, Ling Tian within her womb will undoubtedly perish. Additionally, given Yuanfeng's restless nature, this opportunity will not linger for long. At the South Ming Undying Volcano, upon witnessing Yuanfeng return bearing a mountain of spiritual treasures, the Phoenix clan members are left agape. When they learn of Yuanfeng's adventures, they cannot help but become emotionally stirred. Their eyes glistening. Before Ling Tian's arrival, the Phoenix clan had been in a rather awkward position. The clan leader, Yuanfeng, lacked a partner, leaving the Phoenix clan members to watch helplessly as the Ancestor Dragon and the Primordial Qilin continuously birthed powerful offspring, while Yuanfeng's belly remained devoid of any signs of life. Little did they expect that the Prince Ling Tian would arrive in the Phoenix clan. Initially, Ling Tian's potential appeared rather unimpressive. Although the Phoenix clan members did not voice their disappointment, they felt a deep-seated sense of disillusionment. However, they never anticipated Ling Tian would repeatedly surprise them. From his initial lackluster potential, he surged forth to become a supreme innate being, and now he reveals terrifying comprehension of the laws and companion techniques. At this point, they have wholly embraced Ling Tian in their hearts. Overcome with emotion, the Phoenix clan's elder, the Golden Phoenix King, cannot help but shed tears of joy, proclaiming loudly, the Phoenix clan is truly fortunate to have Prince Ling Tian. In the next moment, countless Phoenix clan members echo in unison. The Phoenix clan is truly fortunate to have Prince Ling Tian. Who could have imagined that even before his birth, Ling Tian would earn the unwavering support of nearly all the members of the Phoenix clan? The only dissenting voice comes from the Fire Phoenix King, who not only displays no joy but is instead consumed by a wave of shame and indignation. For him, the stronger Ling Tian becomes, the more unbearable his own predicament. The Fire Phoenix King fails to recognize the dark, ominous aura flickering deep within his gaze. The Fire Phoenix King has unwittingly entered the fray, becoming a pawn in the impending calamity. Meanwhile, Ling Tian, immersed in his cultivation, remains oblivious to the unfolding events outside. If he were to know, he might very well sigh in exasperation. Damned yet uncontainable charm. In the timeless expanse of the primordial realm, when Ling Tian awakens, he finds himself at the late stage of celestial. A potent aura radiates from him, rich with the power of the 5 elements laws, swirling vibrantly around him. Sensing this, Ling Tian is overjoyed, momentarily forgetting that he is still a fetus, and leaps 3 feet high. Fortunately, Yuanfeng's abdomen is sufficiently resilient. Ling Tian's vigorous leap is merely perceived as a kick by Yuanfeng. Rubbing the bump on his head, Ling Tian revels in delight. Once I attain the Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal within the womb, I will surely frighten those so-called great powers of the primordial realm. Hee. Just then, Ling Tian hears Yuanfeng's slightly excited voice resonate in his ears. My dear son, have you grown bored since your mother hasn't gone out for so long? How about I take you along for a little adventure? An outing? Ling Tian is left exasperated. It is clearly Yuanfeng who desires to venture out, yet she insists on using him as an excuse. How shameless! Ling Tian resolutely remains still, refusing to respond to Yuanfeng's suggestion. However, my dear son, if you don't move, I'll take that as your consent. I'll take you to play in the primordial realm right away. Upon hearing Yuanfeng's ludicrous interpretation, Ling Tian is rendered speechless and begins to stir within Yuan Feng's woman protest. Meanwhile, Yuan Feng, who had been excitedly preparing to go out, suddenly freezes in place. Chapter 16. Luo who emerges, inciting the Phoenix clan to enter the calamity. Sensing Ling Tian's protest, Yuan Feng's expression stiffens slightly as she sweetly implores, "My dear son, the outside world is so fascinating. Let your mother take you for a delightful outing, shall we?" Yet, upon speaking, Yuan Feng clearly feels an even more vigorous movement within her womb. The implication is unmistakable. Yuan Feng's expression becomes awkward. Although she wishes to forcefully go out for her escapade, she ultimately sighs and settles back down. In the following years, whenever Yuan Feng's restlessness drives her to wish for an outing, Ling Tian's vigorous movements serve to thwart her plans. Despite her irritable nature, Yuan Feng finds herself helpless against the situation. Who could have predicted that the once unrestrained Yuan Feng would ultimately be subdued by Ling Tian? Unbeknownst to Yuan Feng, the demon ancestor Luo, who has been lurking just outside the South Ming undying volcano, waiting to exploit her situation. Ling Tian's actions have inadvertently disrupted Luo, whose schemes. In a hidden location outside the South Ming undying volcano, the demon ancestor Luo who gradually materializes, his expression one of discontent. He never anticipated that after all these years, the notoriously restless Yuan Feng had never once left the South Ming immortal volcano. This was utterly illogical. This also rendered Luo, whose plan to ambush Yuan Feng, completely futile. Could it be that Yuan Feng sensed a crisis? Luo, who muttered to himself, with the formidable cultivation of a mid-stage chaos golden immortal, even if he was not adept at divination, he would certainly sense an impending crisis. Contemplating this, Luo, whose brow furrowed slightly. If that were the case, he could no longer afford to wait idly. He was intent on orchestrating a grand scheme for the entirety of the primordial world and could not waste excessive time here. He needed to devise an alternative approach. Luo, who fell into deep thought, the cunning glint in his eyes flickering wildly. After an unknown duration, it seemed he had conceived some stratagem, and a trace of delight appeared on his face. In the next moment, Luo, who transformed, the demonic aura around him dissipating entirely, replaced by a rich celestial energy. This moment, Luo, who was no longer the demon ancestor but rather a dignified Taoist. From this day forth, I shall be known as the Taoist of Destiny. Luo, who chuckled softly and vanished from his original position. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the South Ming immortal volcano, proclaiming loudly, "I am the Taoist of Destiny. Recently, I have sensed the will of heaven, and guided by its principles, I have come to seek the esteemed clan leader Yuan Feng for a matter of great importance." After speaking, Luo, who stood quietly in place. Since he had invoked the name of heaven, Yuan Feng could not possibly disregard him. Indeed, not long after, Luo, who observed a portal manifesting in the defensive formation of the South Ming immortal volcano. Yuan Feng's voice floated forth from within, "I am Yuan Feng. The Taoist of Destiny is invited to come in for a discussion." Upon hearing this, Luo, whose lips curled into a smile as he stepped inside. In the Phoenix clan's grand hall, Yuan Feng sat upon a high platform, flanked by powerful beings like Qing Luan and King Jin Feng. In the center of the hall stood Luo, who, exuding an air of righteousness. "You claim to be the Taoist of Destiny? You assert that you have come to find me based on the will of heaven? What exactly is this matter?" Yuan Feng's expression appeared calm, yet her eyes were filled with curiosity. Luo, whose previous statements had piqued the interest of the otherwise bored Yuan Feng. Moreover, the powerful beings such as Qing Luan and King Jin Feng harbored even greater wariness. They had never heard of this so-called Taoist of Destiny. His sudden arrival in the Phoenix clan must surely have ulterior motives. However, what no one noticed was that when Luo who entered, King Huafeng seemed to have sensed something, and his expression abruptly changed. Just as King Huafeng was about to speak, a surge of calamity energy erupted in his gaze, transforming his once clear eyes into ones filled with bloodshot fury and resentment. King Huafeng smiled silently, becoming exceedingly quiet. Simultaneously, Luo, whose voice began to resonate within the hall, "I am the Taoist of Destiny, deeply intertwined with the will of heaven. Recently, I fortuitously received a hint from the heavens. A chaotic era is imminent. Yet within this turmoil lies a tremendous opportunity. I have gleaned a glimpse of the future from the chaotic machinations of destiny. This impending chaos is the Phoenix clan's chance to dominate the primordial world. Such an opportunity must not be missed, for it will not come again." Upon the conclusion of Luo, whose words, the hall fell into stunned silence. No one had anticipated that he would utter such earth-shattering claims. A chaotic era in the primordial world. The Phoenix clan's dominance. This was simply too sensational. Moreover, it was immensely enticing. The Grand Elder, King Jin Feng, furrowed his brow, instinctively feeling skepticism. Yet, the ambition within him surged uncontrollably. If what the Taoist of Destiny said were true, then the Phoenix clan would. Most of the powerful beings in the hall shared similar sentiments as King Jin Feng. They were predominantly at the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal realm. If the Phoenix clan truly could dominate the primordial world, their chances of breaking through to the Chaos Golden Immortal Realm would greatly increase. Meanwhile, a faint glimmer of calamity energy appeared in the eyes of these Phoenix clan members almost simultaneously. Inside the Grand Hall, heavy breaths rose and fell in a chorus. These powerful beings of the Phoenix clan cast their hopeful gazes upon Yuan Feng. Sensing this atmosphere, Yuan Feng's brow furrowed. She instinctively felt that something was amiss. Yet, she clearly sensed that when the Taoist of Destiny spoke, the energy of destiny trembled. The trembling of destiny. This indicated that the words of the Taoist of Destiny were not mere fabrications. At the very least, a significant portion of them held truth. Yuan Feng fell into contemplation. Although the Phoenix clan was powerful, there were certainly many forces in the primordial world that were not inferior to them. On the surface, there were the Dragon clan and the Qiling clan. Moreover, in the hidden corners of the primordial world, who knew how many powerful beings lurked? If the Phoenix clan were to emerge hastily, they would undoubtedly become the target of collective animosity. Dominating the primordial world was a distant dream. They might even face annihilation. With this thought, a fierce light flashed in Yuan Feng's eyes, and she was about to take action to subdue this so-called Taoist of Destiny. But at that moment, Luo, whose exceedingly sincere voice echoed once more, "I understand the concerns of you, Lady Yuan Feng. The Phoenix clan need not immediately emerge and expose their ambitions. However, it would not hinder the Phoenix clan from secretly preparing for the imminent struggle for supremacy. I am willing to be the vanguard for the Phoenix clan, willing to lay down my life for your cause." As he spoke, Luo Hu resolutely knelt on one knee, adopting a pose of utmost humility. Luo Hu believed that Yuan Feng would not outright refuse him. Although his words were somewhat abrupt and absurd, his suggestion was undoubtedly beneficial for the Phoenix clan. If the Phoenix clan were to secretly prepare and cultivate their forces in the primordial world, even if they did not seek supremacy, the advantages for them would be immense. The likelihood of Yuan Feng agreeing was exceedingly high. However, instead of receiving Yuan Feng's nod of approval, Luo Hu was met with her voice, laced with a potent killing intent. "Tell me, what is your true purpose?" Chapter 17. Is survival not sweet? Yuan Feng's choice. Upon hearing Yuan Feng's inquiry, Luo Hu's expression faltered. He had not expected that the notoriously impulsive and irritable Yuan Feng would exhibit such composure at a critical moment. However, since Luo Hu dared to come here, he was naturally well prepared. He did not respond immediately, but instead revealed his cultivation at the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Only then did Luo Hu's answer slowly emerge. "Lady Yuan Feng, I have attained the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm for many years, yet I have been unable to find the opportunity to break through to the Chaos Golden Immortal Realm. According to the guidance of the elusive will of heaven, if I can assist the Phoenix clan in dominating the primordial world, then I shall be able to use this as a stepping stone to break through to the Chaos Golden Immortal Realm. Such a condition is one I cannot refuse. In the primordial world, all beings prioritize cultivation above all else." Luo Hu's response was highly reasonable and unprovable, making it seamless. Upon hearing Luo Hu's words, the various powerful beings of the Phoenix clan began to voice their opinions. Clan leader, the Taoist of Destiny speaks wisely. Why not trust him for the time being and secretly cultivate our forces, so we may achieve great things in the future? Indeed, clan leader, since it is the guidance of heaven, then our Phoenix clan is indeed the chosen clan. Clan leader, give the order. We are willing to be the vanguard for the Phoenix clan. We are willing to sacrifice ourselves for the Phoenix clan. The numerous powerful beings of the Phoenix clan, tainted by calamity energy, were stirred and began to urge Yuan Feng. Only Qing Luan, who had reached the initial stage of the Chaos Golden Immortal Realm, managed to remain calm. At the same time, Qing Luan's soft voice echoed in Yuan Feng's ear, "Sister, Qing Luan will follow your lead." In an instant, all of the Phoenix clan united in purpose, awaiting Yuan Feng's decision. Yet, Yuan Feng remained silent, her brow furrowed. She felt an inexplicable sense of unease, but could not pinpoint the source. Nevertheless, Yuan Feng's nature was generally carefree. After ruminating without discovering any issues, she was about to agree. But at that moment, thud, thud, thud. The sound of heavy impact suddenly resonated within the Phoenix clan's grand hall. The powerful beings turned to look, discovering that the source of the sound was none other than Yuan Feng's abdomen. Inside Yuan Feng's abdomen, Ling Tian immediately received a system prompt upon seeing Luo Hu. Ding! Detecting that the Demon Ancestor Luo Hu is deceiving Yuan Feng into emerging early to compete for supremacy in the primordial world. Please choose. Option 1. Encourage Yuan Feng to compete for supremacy in the primordial world. Reward, Chaos Bell. Option 2. Is survival not sweet? Prevent Yuan Feng from competing for supremacy in the primordial world. Reward, Chaos Pearl. Upon hearing the system prompt, Ling Tian was instantly filled with exasperation. Once again, the bell. The system's intentions to exploit me remain unshaken. You wretched system. You are not human, but you are truly a dog. Ling Tian vented his frustration at the system. According to the original history of the primordial world, the Phoenix clan emerged under Luo Hu's schemes, subsequently contending with the Dragon clan and the Qilin clan for supremacy. Ultimately, however, they became mere pawns for Luo Hu, leading to a tragically bleak outcome for the entire Phoenix clan, including Yuan Feng. Moreover, the Phoenix clan was far from reaching its peak at this time. To blindly emerge and vie for dominance was tantamount to courting death. Ling Tian was not surprised by Luo Hu's attempt to deceive the Phoenix clan into emerging. However, the timing was far too premature compared to the original narrative. Ling Tian's mind raced. Such changes must be due to him. With this thought, Ling Tian's expression turned solemn. System, I choose option 2. As soon as he spoke, Ling Tian concentrated his celestial energy atop his head and began to pound furiously against Yuan Feng's belly. As a fetus, all he could do was protest with sheer determination. In the Phoenix clan's grand hall, Luo Hu distinctly sensed that Yuan Feng was about to agree, and a surge of ecstasy welled up within him. Once Yuan Feng consented, the ensuing events would be beyond her control. Yuan Feng, the Phoenix clan, and Ling Tian within her womb would all be dragged into an abyss from which there was no return. Yet at that moment, thud, 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 the sudden sound of impacts rang out. Luo Hu's heart inexplicably skipped a beat, and an intense feeling of foreboding washed over him. Indeed, Yuan Feng, who had been poised to speak, suddenly changed her expression, a look of struggle evident in her eyes. After an indeterminate amount of time, the originally composed Yuan Feng unexpectedly leaned back comfortably, reclining in a relaxed manner. Yuan Feng's languid voice echoed throughout the hall. Competing for supremacy sounds quite entertaining. Initially, I was rather interested. However, it seems my son does not quite agree. Well then, let it be. Everyone, disperse. Upon hearing Yuan Feng's words, Luo Hu, the powerful beings of the Phoenix clan. No one had anticipated that after holding back for so long, Yuan Feng would express such a sentiment. What do you mean it sounds entertaining? What do you mean your son is unwilling? So let it go. This is a matter of great significance for the entire primordial world. To dismiss it over a few fetal movements, is that not overly hasty? Realizing this, Luo Hu felt as though he might cry. After all his heartfelt efforts and kneeling before Yuan Feng, success was almost within grasp, only to be disrupted by a few fetal movements. Luo Hu's heart was filled with extreme resentment, and he could not help but speak up. Lady Yuan Feng, this is a monumental affair regarding the unification of the primordial world. How can it be swayed by the whims of an unborn child? Furthermore, the movements of a royal fetus may very well signify approval. Might you reconsider? Luo Hu implored repeatedly. The many powerful beings of the Phoenix clan were also anxious, preparing to voice their support. But just then, Yuan Feng's languid voice rang out once more. You, old rascal, are quite bothersome. I suggest you abandon this line of thought. Pausing, Yuan Feng turned to address her abdomen. Little one, if you wish for the Phoenix clan to emerge and compete for supremacy, make a movement. If you do not wish for it, make 2 movements. As soon as she finished speaking, thud, thud, 2 familiar impacts resounded. Luo Hu, infuriated, felt his aura fluctuate violently, nearly revealing his true form. After a considerable time, Luo Hu finally managed to steady himself, intending to persuade further. Yet before he could speak, the once languid Yuan Feng abruptly sat up straight. Her piercing phoenix eyes locked onto Luo Hu, her formidable mid-stage chaos golden immortal aura pressing down heavily upon him. Taoist of Destiny, if you dare utter another word, I shall ensure you never leave the South Ming immortal volcano. Luo Hu's heart was a tempest of anger and frustration as he flew out of the South Ming immortal volcano. Yuan Feng, and you, the child within her, I shall not let you off so easily. Luo Hu gritted his teeth, silently vowing. For Luo Hu, this encounter with the Phoenix clan was a resounding defeat. Chapter 18. Task complete. Refining the Chaos Pearl after departing from the South Ming immortal volcano, Luo Hu did not leave immediately but instead ventured to a hidden location. This failure was a significant blow to Luo Hu, causing the previously swelling confidence within him to wane considerably in terms of cultivation. Luo Hu was a late-stage Chaos Golden Immortal, one of the most powerful in the primordial world in terms of influence. The demonic clan, under Luo Hu's guidance, boasted countless strong beings. Yet, even so, Luo Hu's strength remained insufficient to sweep through the primordial world. He could only proceed with caution. Originally, he had planned to provoke a war among the 3 clans by exploiting the irritable Yuan Feng, but he never expected her to remain curiously composed. Just as success was within reach, an unborn fetus had thrown a wrench in his plans. His scheme to lure the Phoenix clan out was unlikely to succeed. Fortunately, Luo Hu's journey was not without merit. Humph! Luo Hu snorted coldly, his gaze deepening as 2 shadows suddenly split from his form. These 2 shadows bowed respectfully to Luo Hu and then darted off toward the East Sea and the ancestral land of the Qilin clan. Within the South Ming immortal volcano, after repelling Luo Hu, Yuan Feng paid no heed to the other powerful beings of the Phoenix clan and turned to leave. However, at that moment, Grand Elder King Jinfeng suddenly stood. Confusion etched upon his face. Why would the clan leader abandon such a golden opportunity? Could it truly be because of the Prince Ling Tian? After King Jinfeng posed this question, the other powerful beings of the Phoenix clan turned their gazes toward Yuan Feng, similarly puzzled. Such a significant matter was so easily forsaken by Yuan Feng. She owed them a reasonable explanation. They did not believe that Yuan Feng's actions were solely due to Ling Tian. Yuan Feng, initially ready to depart, halted her steps upon hearing King Jinfeng's inquiry. She surveyed the room, taking in the bewildered expressions of her fellow powerful beings. Unable to suppress her impatience, she replied coldly, "It is not because of my son. Could it be because of you old geezers?" Having said that, Yuan Feng cast a glance at the unusually quiet King Huafeng before turning to leave. After Yuan Feng departed, the members of the Phoenix clan exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. Strangely, the usually boisterous King Huafeng remained silent throughout. Returning to Yuan Feng's womb, Ling Tian paid no mind to the squabbling of the old geezers outside. In his hands floated a jet-black orb, appearing ordinary yet seemingly containing countless worlds that were continuously born and perished within it. An immensely rich aura of spiritual energy emanated from the orb. Spreading outward. Is this the legendary Chaos Pearl that every transmigrator must possess? Ling Tian murmured, his eyes filled with curiosity. The Chaos Pearl, along with the heavenly opening divine axe, the earth-carving blade, the Chaos Green Lotus, and the Creation Jade Plate, constitutes the 5 supreme Chaos treasures, formed from the primordial essence and containing worlds within. It is said that within the Chaos Pearl, there exists a primordial world, complete with 3,000 laws. If one were to open the heavens within the Chaos Pearl, they could achieve the status of a heavenly saint through the power of their strength. Recalling the immense power of the Chaos Pearl, Ling Tian's heart brimmed with joy. Luo, whose premature appearance had instilled within him a sense of urgency regarding time. Now, with the assistance of the Chaos Pearl, his path to cultivation would undoubtedly transition from a narrow mountain path to a high-speed thoroughfare. Leaving all in the dust, however, the prerequisite was that Ling Tian must successfully refine the Chaos Pearl. With this thought, Ling Tian did not hesitate any longer and promptly settled upon the chaotic green lotus, immediately commencing the arduous task of refining the chaotic pearl. Truly, the chaotic pearl lived up to its reputation as a supreme treasure of chaos. The difficulty of its refinement far exceeded Ling Tian's expectations. In the initial century, the progress of refining the chaotic pearl was virtually non-existent, which inevitably stirred a sense of anxiety within Ling Tian. During the process of refining the chaotic pearl, he was unable to cultivate, and a premonition loomed over him. The time granted by Luo Ho would be shorter than he had anticipated. Time was of the essence. If he continued to struggle without making any headway in refining the chaotic pearl, it would be an immense waste for Ling Tian. After another century, still without any progress in the refinement, Ling Tian could no longer suppress his impatience, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. 300 years, 400 years, 500 years. When the 500th year of refining the chaotic pearl arrived, Ling Tian suddenly collapsed upon the chaotic green lotus, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with bitterness. For 500 years, the chaotic pearl had stubbornly remained like an unyielding chaotic stone, showing no signs of being refined whatsoever. It seemed as if all that time had been in vain. Leaving Ling Tian muttering to himself in bitter amusement, in a fit of frustration, he hurled the chaotic pearl far away, thinking, out of sight, out of mind. However, Ling Tian failed to notice that the direction in which the chaotic pearl flew happened to intersect with an emanation of the 5 elements laws. Buzz! At the moment the chaotic pearl touched the power of the 5 elements laws, it finally exhibited a response for the first time in 5 centuries. With keen perception, Ling Tian immediately detected the anomaly. His entire being trembled as a realization struck him, his eyes brimming with surprise. How could I have been so foolish? Why did I not think to use the power of the 5 elements laws to refine the chaotic pearl? My celestial energy is only at the true immortal level, yet the power of the laws is something only those above the great Luo Golden Immortal can possess. With this thought, Ling Tian promptly began to experiment. As he had surmised, the power of the 5 elements laws could indeed refine the chaotic pearl, and the speed of refinement was surprisingly swift. Filled with joy, Ling Tian threw himself wholeheartedly into the process of refining the chaotic pearl. This time, the refinement lasted a full millennium. After 1,000 years, Ling Tian abruptly opened his eyes. With a shout, the chaotic pearl finally integrated into his body for the first time. Yet, just as the chaotic pearl melded with him, everything went dark. When Ling Tian regained consciousness, he found himself in a strange yet familiar realm. Surrounding him was an absence of life, only endless darkness and solitude. Wasn't this the very place where I first awakened? This location was eerily reminiscent of the depths of chaos where Ling Tian had initially come to consciousness. Could it be that this was the world within the chaotic pearl? A sudden suspicion flickered in Ling Tian's mind. Yet, shouldn't the chaotic world within the chaotic pearl encompass all 3,000 laws? Why does this world before me seem devoid of any spiritual energy? What purpose does this serve? Ling Tian felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment. After diligently refining for 1,500 years, he had not anticipated obtaining a worthless trinket. Just then, a surge of multicolored spiritual light erupted from Ling Tian, soaring into the heavens. The chaotic world began to tremble violently. Chapter 19. Replaying the world, nourishing back, the immortal golden realm unfathomable as the five-colored spiritual light shot forth from within Ling Tian. He noticed that the once desolate world began to tremble. What was happening? Ling Tian was utterly bewildered. However, everything transpired after the emergence of the five-colored spiritual light, undoubtedly tied to its presence. Ling Tian's gaze fixated intently on the five-colored light, which transformed into a perfect ring of the five elements amidst the chaos. Just as the tremors of the chaos reached a critical threshold, streams of law power burst forth from the five elements ring, illuminating the boundless void. Wherever the power of the five elements passed, deep fissures appeared in the void, from which infinite spiritual energy surged forth, absorbed by the five-colored light. In an instant, the five-colored light intensified and expanded at a visible rate. This was merely the beginning. Like a cascade of dominoes, the range of the five-colored light continued to spread. Within a few breaths, even Ling Tian's true immortal-level consciousness could not sense the extent of its expansion. The rapidity of these events and their grandeur left Ling Tian in awe. However, the anomalies were far from over. Before Ling Tian's eyes, the primordial chaos began to evolve familiar elements. Earth, fire, wind, water. The fundamental elements that nurture life gradually emerged. The once lifeless chaos suddenly became animated. Was this a replaying of the world? Only now did Ling Tian realize that it was indeed a replaying of the world. Regrettably, Ling Tian had only comprehended the five elements' laws, and the progression of the world replay came to a sudden halt. Nevertheless, even so, witnessing the magnificent birth of a world filled Ling Tian's heart with profound insights. He immediately entered a rare state of enlightenment. Ling Tian's form returned to the belly of the Yuan Feng, seated upon the chaotic green lotus. The chaotic pearl, transformed into a great sun, suspended within the amniotic world, emanating primal spiritual energy that Ling Tian continuously absorbed during his moment of enlightenment. Simultaneously, the chaotic green lotus, beneath him trembled violently, its azure spiritual power surging dramatically, integrating into Ling Tian's being. Under the dual influence of the chaotic pearl and the chaotic green lotus, Ling Tian's aura began to rise at a visibly rapid pace. Merely a century later, Ling Tian's aura reached the pinnacle of the celestial immortal level, already brushing against the barrier of the true immortal realm. This formidable barrier, which had obstructed countless beings of the primordial era, posed no hindrance to Ling Tian. In an instant, he smoothly broke through to the true immortal realm. The foundation and supreme techniques that bolstered Ling Tian's strength began to gradually reveal their potential. And this was merely the beginning. In the subsequent 1,000 years, Ling Tian's aura surged dramatically, ascending from the early true immortal stage to the mid-true immortal stage. Another 1,000 years passed, and Ling Tian stepped into the late true immortal stage. Remarkably, within 2,000 years, he shattered the golden immortal barrier, successfully condensing the essence of immortality, achieving the status of an immortal golden immortal. The speed of his ascension was astonishing. Only at this point did Ling Tian's rapid progression finally begin to stabilize. Yet even so, he remained in a state of digestion, immersed in his cultivation. Unbeknownst to Ling Tian, during these several millennia, his refinement of the chaotic pearl and his extraordinary pace of cultivation had greatly alarmed Yuan Feng, his rather carefree mother. After Luo Ho's departure, Yuan Feng had remained in seclusion. As a formidable, being at the level of a primordial golden immortal, ordinary cultivation held little significance for her. Thus, over the years, Yuan Feng seemed to be cultivating, yet most of her attention was focused on the status of Ling Tian within her womb. However, due to the presence of the primordial amniotic membrane, Yuan Feng could not clearly perceive Ling Tian's condition. Nevertheless, the bond between mother and child allowed for a general sense of connection. Approximately 4,000 years ago, Yuan Feng suddenly realized that she had completely lost all sense of Ling Tian's presence, as if he had vanished from her womb entirely. This revelation filled her with intense fear and heartache. Ling Tian's disappearance made Yuan Feng acutely aware of how much she cared for him. In the following centuries, Yuan Feng was nearly driven to madness, exhausting every means to seek Ling Tian's aura, yet finding no trace whatsoever. She almost resorted to tearing open her own belly to investigate. Thankfully, she retained enough rationality not to go that far. Then, one day, after several hundred years, Yuan Feng suddenly discovered Ling Tian had returned, the joy of reuniting with a beloved child. What a tremendous delight! Overjoyed yet tearful, Yuan Feng, after Ling Tian's return, ceased all cultivation, instead fixating her attention on Ling Tian's every move, fearful that he might vanish once more. The experience of parenthood was indeed profound, to Yuan Feng's astonishment. Since Ling Tian's return, his aura seemed to escalate daily, climbing steadily in just a few thousand years. He had transformed from a minor cultivator at the late true immortal stage into an immortal golden immortal. It was worth noting that an immortal golden immortal was no longer a mere minor cultivator. In any era of the primordial realm, they represented a core strength. Moreover, they were the threshold for many races and factions, permitting core members to venture out. Yuan Feng could hardly believe that Ling Tian had reached the golden immortal level so swiftly. Furthermore, she distinctly sensed that his cultivation was still on the rise, though not as terrifying as before. The pace of his advancement surely surpassed her own initial ascent. Could her sister's son truly be a reincarnated mighty being? Yuan Feng's companion, Qing Luan, couldn't help but voice her concerns, her youthful face betraying a hint of worry. Yet upon hearing Qing Luan's words, Yuan Feng remained unfazed. What of a reincarnated mighty being? He is still my son. Ever since Ling Tian's return, Yuan Feng's spirit soared. The rapid elevation of Ling Tian's cultivation over the years only further brightened her mood. She cared not whether Ling Tian was a reincarnated powerhouse. Whoever he may be, as long as he emerged from Yuan Feng's womb, he must call her mother. My dear son, work hard and strive to become a great Luo golden immortal right from birth. Shocking those so-called mighty beings of the primordial realm. Unbeknownst to Yuan Feng, Ling Tian had indeed echoed her sentiments. Ling Tian's aura continued to strengthen day by day. A surge of energy at the level of a primordial golden immortal suddenly erupted within the South Ming undying volcano. Chapter 20. The Fire Phoenix King breaks through, proposing to Yuan Feng. Upon sensing this surge, a look of delight spread across Qing Luan's face. Many years prior, she had experienced a similar wave of energy. After that instance, she too had successfully broken through from the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal to the level of a primordial golden immortal, becoming the second most formidable being of the Phoenix clan after Yuan Feng. Sister, our Phoenix clan is about to welcome another primordial golden immortal. Hee. In stark contrast to Qing Luan's elation, a flicker of surprise crossed Yuan Feng's face, quickly replaced by deep confusion. The leader of the Phoenix clan. Yuan Feng's strength was not solely derived from her cultivation. Being the first phoenix in the primordial world granted her a unique sensitivity to all members of her clan. Yuan Feng distinctly sensed that the surge from earlier was linked to none other than the Fire Phoenix King, who had once sought to become her partner. Yuan Feng furrowed her brow. She had not anticipated that the Fire Phoenix King would reach the level of a primordial golden immortal so swiftly through his mastery of the fire laws. There seemed to be something amiss, Yuan Feng murmured to herself. Meanwhile, outside the Fire Phoenix King's dwelling, numerous powerful beings of the Phoenix clan had gathered in excitement. Their faces radiated joy at the prospect of another primordial golden immortal emerging from their ranks. A monumental event for the entire clan. Outside the South Ming undying volcano, manifestations of the fire laws surged tumultuously. At this moment, the primordial path was neither concealed nor were there methods to sever the three corpses. Thus, the mighty beings of this era were all engaged in the cultivation of laws, for only through understanding the laws could one attain the qualifications to ascend to the great Luo golden immortal level. The more powerful the comprehended laws, the higher the rank of the three flowers atop the head. The Fire Phoenix King's understanding of the fire laws allowed him to condense his three flowers to a mere 9-tiered level. His foundation and potential were not particularly exceptional among the Phoenix clan. Nevertheless, the Fire Phoenix King had become the third member of the Phoenix clan to break through to the primordial golden immortal level following Qing Luan. As the Fire Phoenix King's aura continued to rise, the manifestation of the fire laws in the void grew increasingly prominent, capturing the attention of countless mighty beings throughout the primordial realm. As these mighty beings sensed the terrifying phenomenon, astonishment washed over their faces. The Phoenix clan was about to welcome a new primordial golden immortal. This was a significant event for the entire primordial realm. In an instant, voices echoed across the vast expanse. The fire laws breaking through to the primordial golden immortal level must belong to the Fire Phoenix King. To think it was the Fire Phoenix King. I heard that his talents were not particularly remarkable and he was not favored by Yuan Feng. Who would have thought he could break through so easily? With another primordial golden immortal from the Phoenix clan, they have now outpaced both the Dragon and Qiling clans, leaving them in a precarious position. I wonder what plans the Phoenix clan will have in the future. It seems the heavens of the primordial realm are about to change. In the western ancestral vein, the Demon Ancestor Luo Ho opened his crimson eyes. Upon sensing this surge of energy, a smug expression crept across his face. To ensure the Fire Phoenix King's smooth breakthrough, Luo Ho had expended considerable effort. Seemed that the two others would soon find it difficult to remain composed. Luo Ho snickered, his gaze deep and inscrutable, as he plotted further schemes in the East Sea Dragon Palace. The Grand Dragon, feeling the disturbance caused by the Fire Phoenix King's breakthrough, kicked aside the mother beast. His face darkened. The Phoenix clan had already produced a highly talented prince, and now they were about to gain another primordial golden immortal? Could it be true, as that heavenly machine Taoist said, that the Phoenix clan is the destined clan of this era? A deep resentment flickered in the Grand Dragon's eyes as he commanded, "Summon the heavenly machine Taoist to meet me." In the Qilan ancestral land, the first Qilan's expression was equally grim. First Ling Tian, now the Fire Phoenix King. If the Phoenix clan continued on this trajectory, it seemed the Qilan clan would soon lose their voice in the primordial realm. With this thought, the first Qilan's gaze sharpened, and he bellowed, "Where is the heavenly Qian Taoist? Summon him to see me at once." Amidst the awe of countless beings in the primordial realm, the celestial phenomenon above the South Ming undying volcano finally reached its zenith. Caw! A phoenix's cry reverberated through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. A primordial golden immortal level aura soared into the sky, as countless stars streaked across the heavens, plummeting from the void and transforming into a dazzling yet perilous meteor shower. Caw! Accompanied by another cry of the phoenix. A colossal phoenix manifestation appeared in the void. Flames that seemed capable of searing through the heavens blazed upon the phoenix's form. All of this signified that the Fire Phoenix King had completed his breakthrough and ascended to the formidable status of a primordial golden immortal. Ha ha ha! The jubilant laughter of the Fire Phoenix King echoed throughout the void. Yet, in the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded before the eyes of countless primordial beings. The Fire Phoenix King did not dissipate his immense form. Instead, his gaze, filled with anticipation, turned towards Yuan Feng within the South Ming undying volcano. "Yuan Feng, I have become a primordial golden immortal. Do I now possess the qualifications to become your partner?" As these words fell, astonishment washed over the faces of all the mighty beings of the primordial realm and the members of the Phoenix clan alike. Who could have anticipated that the Fire Phoenix King would propose to Yuan Feng immediately upon achieving the status of a primordial golden immortal? What a turn of events! At this moment, the Phoenix clan boasted only 3 primordial golden immortals: Yuan Feng, Qingwan, and the Fire Phoenix King. Should Yuan Feng agree to unite with the Fire Phoenix King, their offspring would undoubtedly inherit tremendous strength. Of course, they would still likely pale in comparison to Ling Tian, who was, after all, an extraordinary existence. Following the Fire Phoenix King's declaration, the beings of the primordial realm awaited Yuan Feng's response with bated breath. Should Yuan Feng and the Fire Phoenix King truly join together, it would be a joyous occasion for the Phoenix clan, elevating their status even further. For both present and future considerations, it seemed unlikely that Yuan Feng would refuse this proposal. Including the members of the Phoenix clan, nearly all beings thought along these lines. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, several thousand years had passed. At that very moment, the entity within Yuan Feng's womb, Ling Tian, awakened, coincidentally overhearing the passionate advances of the Fire Phoenix King. "How brazen! That old bird is perpetually attempting to assume the role of my father. One way or another, I shall put an end to him." Ling Tian felt an overwhelming sense of exasperation, wishing to crush the Fire Phoenix King at any moment. What Ling Tian did not anticipate was that immediately after his internal lamentations, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Detecting the Fire Phoenix King's courtship of Yuan Feng, please select Option 1. Encourage Yuan Feng to unite with the Fire Phoenix King as partners, reward of 10 innate spiritual roots in the form of the Pan Peach. Option 2. Prevent Yuan Feng from uniting with the Fire Phoenix King, reward of 10 innate spiritual roots known as Huang Zhongli and a sense of disgust towards the Fire Phoenix King and Luo Ho. Ling Tian. Chapter 21. Yuan Feng's Dominance, the Tragedy of the Fire Phoenix King. System, could you be any more absurd? Upon hearing the tasks assigned by the system, Ling Tian could not help but raise his middle finger in defiance. He was even more convinced that his system was utterly frivolous. Regarding the 2 choices presented, Ling Tian did not hesitate. He immediately opted for the second. What a joke! That old bird, the Fire Phoenix King, has no right to be my surrogate father. Moreover, the rewards of the second option hinted at something more sinister. The Fire Phoenix King undoubtedly had an ambiguous connection with that demon ancestor. Luo Ho, if Ling Tian were to be born, his very first task would be to eliminate the Fire Phoenix King, ridding the Phoenix clan of this potential threat. Humph! With a cold snort, Ling Tian gathered his celestial energy, soaring into the heavens. Within the amniotic realm, a familiar scene unfolded. Yuan Feng's dwelling. Upon hearing the Fire Phoenix King's declaration of love, a flicker of murderous intent ignited in Yuan Feng's phoenix eyes. Just as she prepared to leave her cave, there came a series of knocks, thud, thud, thud. The familiar sounds of fetal movement resonated. Yuan Feng could not help but smile broadly. "Fear not, my little one. How could your mother ever be enamored with that old bird, the Fire Phoenix King? Just watch how I deal with him." In the next instant, a tempestuous surge of spiritual energy erupted, and Yuan Feng vanished from her original position, outside the undying fire mountain of Nanming. After the Fire Phoenix King finished speaking, he eagerly awaited Yuan Feng's response. For a long time, he had harbored a deep infatuation for her. When the clan previously nominated him to be Yuan Feng's partner, he believed his moment had finally arrived. However, he was met with a resounding rejection from Yuan Feng. The most infuriating part was that merely a few days later, Yuan Feng astonishingly became pregnant. What a slap in the face. Over the years, the Fire Phoenix King had nurtured resentment towards both Yuan Feng and Ling Tian, particularly towards Ling Tian. Just when he thought all hope was lost, the Destined One arrived. Although the Destined One ultimately failed to persuade Yuan Feng, he did manage to sway the Fire Phoenix King. For years, the Fire Phoenix King had received the benefactions from the Destined One, under the accumulation of countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The Fire Phoenix King broke through. He had finally encountered a turning point. If he could unite with Yuan Feng, he would gain control over the Phoenix clan and secretly cultivate power alongside the Destined One. When the opportune moment arose, he would rise to prominence and unify the primordial world. That time, the Fire Phoenix King would no longer be just a mere elder of the Phoenix clan, but the sovereign of the primordial realm. Such grand ambitions filled the Fire Phoenix King with exhilaration, and all of this hinged on forming a partnership with Yuan Feng, intensifying his anticipation. Unlike the last time, this time the Fire Phoenix King was brimming with confidence. He was certain he would succeed and earn renown throughout the primordial realm. Just then, the Fire Phoenix King's eyes sparkled as he beheld Yuan Feng gracefully approaching him. "Yuan Feng, you have arrived," the Fire Phoenix King exclaimed, already addressing her as Yuan Feng instead of clan leader. As he spoke, the Fire Phoenix King shed his true form, transforming into his innate Tao body on the other side. Ha! Upon hearing this, Yuan Feng could not suppress a cold laugh. However, this laugh, in the ears of the Fire Phoenix King, was misinterpreted as Yuan Feng's response. The smile on the Fire Phoenix King's face widened, transforming it into a comical grin. Truly infuriating. Observing the Fire Phoenix King's ridiculous expression, both Yuan Feng and Ling Tian silently cursed in unison. The Yuan Feng, who had initially appeared as an innate Tao body, suddenly morphed into her true form. In the astonished gazes of the Fire Phoenix King and countless primordial beings, Yuan Feng spat forth a torrent of flames. No, it was a surge of fire. Yuan Feng did not merely cultivate the principles of fire. She, like Ling Tian, encompassed all 5 elements. This inferno she unleashed was the supreme fire born from the evolution of the 5 elements, the true fire of nirvana. Caught off guard, the Fire Phoenix King was struck directly by this true fire of nirvana, letting out a blood-curdling scream. Fortunately, the Fire Phoenix King was ultimately a Pangu golden immortal. He swiftly manifested his true form. With all his might, a pure fire energy surged from within him. Although it could not extinguish the true fire of nirvana, it could barely keep it at bay. Only at this moment did the Fire Phoenix King have the opportunity to look at Yuan Feng, his gaze filled with anger and confusion. "Yuan Feng, why do you treat me so? Am I truly unworthy of you now?" The Fire Phoenix King's unwilling howl echoed through the heavens. However, Yuan Feng paid him no mind. A denser sphere of true fire of nirvana had already coalesced, descending upon the Fire Phoenix King. Sizzle! Around this sphere of true fire of nirvana, dark spatial rifts began to emerge, and a terrifying heat wave swept outward. The spiritual energy in the void became violently turbulent. Hiss! Some of the weaker primordial beings felt a sharp pain in their souls, unable to restrain their cries of anguish. This demonstrated the sheer terror of Yuan Feng's strike. Meanwhile, upon witnessing this scene, the Fire Phoenix King could no longer afford to curse. He sensed impending doom and desperately activated the principles of fire, conjuring countless fiery red defensive barriers in a bid to withstand this ferocious assault. Boom! Deafening roar erupted. The true fire of nirvana crashed violently against the defenses erected by the Fire Phoenix King. A flicker of joy appeared on the Fire Phoenix King's face. He distinctly sensed that his defensive barriers had only incurred minimal damage. Ha ha ha! Unable to contain himself, the Fire Phoenix King erupted into laughter. "Yuan Feng, do you still see me as the Deluo Golden Immortal of old? I'm now a Chaos Golden Immortal. You are but a small tier stronger than I. Subduing me will not be so simple. I advise you." However, just as the Fire Phoenix King was halfway through his words, his expression suddenly froze. He distinctly sensed the sphere of Yuan Feng's true fire of nirvana expanding dramatically. His defensive barriers rapidly disintegrated. The most bizarre aspect was, the Fire Phoenix King realized that his defenses were not obstacles to the true fire of nirvana at all. Rather, they were akin to sustenance, being voraciously consumed by the flames. As his defenses dwindled, the sphere of true fire of nirvana visibly grew larger, even emitting a satisfied burp. How could this be? The Fire Phoenix King finally recognized the terrifying nature of the true fire of nirvana. Yet he could not comprehend how it was happening. What the Fire Phoenix King did not know was, the true fire of Nirvana was a manifestation of the 5 elements, eternally circulating and thriving. In contrast, his original fire was merely a singular principle of fire. The two were not even on the same level. The true fire of Nirvana could even directly devour the original fire. Within a mere few breaths, the Fire Phoenix King's defenses were completely obliterated. No. Once again enveloped by the true fire of Nirvana, the Fire Phoenix King could not help but emit a desperate scream. Chapter 22. Suppressing the Fire Phoenix King, the innate spiritual root Huang Zhongli. Who could have predicted that after being courted by the Fire Phoenix King of his own kin, Yuan Feng would directly intervene, forcefully subduing him? The poor Fire Phoenix King, who had just achieved the status of Chaos Golden Immortal, with grand ambitions yet unfulfilled, was reduced to pitiful cries under Yuan Feng's true fire of Nirvana, offering no resistance whatsoever. Despite this, Yuan Feng showed no signs of mercy, seemingly intent on annihilating the Fire Phoenix King on the spot. A multitude of primordial beings and countless members of the Phoenix clan were left dumbfounded. This scene was utterly unexpected. Ling Tian, closest to the event, observed the Fire Phoenix King's plight with keen clarity. Seeing the Fire Phoenix King suffering, Ling Tian remained unsatisfied. The Fire Phoenix King had illicit ties with that Demon Ancestor. Luo Hou. In Ling Tian's view, it would have been best for Yuan Feng to eliminate him right then and there. Unfortunately, it seemed that this wish would not come to fruition. Indeed, from within the undying fire mountain of Nanming, a golden figure suddenly soared forth. It was none other than the Grand Elder of the Phoenix clan, the Golden Phoenix King. The Golden Phoenix King, wearing an anxious expression, flew towards Yuan Feng, exclaiming loudly, "Clan leader, you must not kill him. Although the Fire Phoenix King has offended you, he is still an elder of our Phoenix clan and the 3rd Chaos Golden Immortal among us. We cannot kill him." Behind the Golden Phoenix King, a throng of powerful Phoenix clan members followed suit, vociferously pleading for the Fire Phoenix King's life. They were not mistaken. A Chaos Golden Immortal was a strategic-level existence, not only within the Phoenix clan but throughout the entire primordial realm. For the Phoenix clan, the Fire Phoenix King could not perish. As expected, Ling Tian sighed internally. It seemed that the Fire Phoenix King would not meet his end today. Simultaneously, Yuan Feng in the void transformed back into her innate Dao body. Her Phoenix eyes scanned each of the Phoenix clan's powerful figures with authority, her voice booming, "I, Yuan Feng, will act as I see fit. Who dares to obstruct me?" As she spoke, Yuan Feng did not relent. The true fire of Nirvana encircling the Fire Phoenix King surged even more violently. This display rendered the previously frantic array of Phoenix clan members momentarily paralyzed. Yuan Feng's ferocious behavior spoke volumes. "Clan leader." The Golden Phoenix King attempted to argue further, but he was halted by the arrival of the Qing Luan. "Sister is the clan leader. All matters within the clan should be determined by her." Qing Luan spoke softly, yet her tone was resolute. Upon hearing this, the Phoenix clan members trembled and fell silent, unable to utter another word. At the same time, the Fire Phoenix King's cries of anguish began to diminish. Just as everyone assumed Yuan Feng was about to spare the Fire Phoenix King, her cold voice resonated once more. "Fire Phoenix King, you are not a first-time offender. I ought to punish you severely and execute you on the spot." However, Yuan Feng paused, a hint of helplessness flashing in her eyes. "Considering our kinship, I shall grant you a temporary reprieve. This time, I shall seal your cultivation and confine you in the Phoenix clan's forbidden grounds to reflect on your actions." As she spoke, the true fire of Nirvana surrounding the Fire Phoenix King surged into him, completely sealing his cultivation. Then, Yuan Feng swatted her hand down, as if swatting a fly, forcefully sending the Fire Phoenix King crashing into the undying fire mountain of Nanming. Humph! After completing this, Yuan Feng emitted a cold snort, her icy gaze sweeping across all present. She then slowly returned to the interior of the undying fire mountain. It was only then that the primordial beings observing from afar began to react, their astonishment palpable. The events of the day were utterly bizarre, destined to be the subject of countless discussions throughout the primordial realm for many years to come. Most lamentably, the Fire Phoenix King, once poised for ascendance, had swiftly become a prisoner never to see the light of day again. Such pity, such lament. In the Western ancestral realm, the face of the Demon Ancestor Luo Ho was shrouded in darkness. He had not anticipated Yuan Feng's ruthlessness, which thwarted many of his schemes. The connection he had established with the Fire Phoenix King, which had cost him countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, had unexpectedly been severed. How infuriating! Luo Ho could not help but mutter a curse. Yuan Feng seemed to be his nemesis. Every plot involving her had ended in failure, reinforcing his resolve to eliminate her and the Phoenix clan. Humph! Fortunately, my plans involving the Qilin and Dragon clans remain largely unaffected, Luo Ho mused, closing his eyes once more. As Luo Ho had anticipated, his 2 avatars, the Taoist of Destiny and the Taoist of Celestial Mysteries, had indeed become esteemed guests of the Dragon and Qiling clans. Returning to Yuanfeng's womb, after the Fire Phoenix King was subdued, the system's voice echoed once more. Ding! Detecting the Fire Phoenix King has been subdued. Host's task completed. Reward, 10 innate spiritual roots known as Huang Zhong Li and a sense of disgust towards the Fire Phoenix King and Luo Ho. Upon hearing the system's reward, Ling Tian could not help but scoff. The Fire Phoenix King and Luo Ho's disgust? Who cares? Meanwhile, a fruit resembling a pearl appeared in the palm of Ling Tian's hand, distinctly inscribed with the characters Huang Zhong. Was this not the legendary Huang Zhongli, said to grant immortals a fragrance that could bestow millennia of Dao cultivation with a single whiff, and consuming one could instantly elevate one to the status of a Deluo golden immortal? Ling Tian regarded the fist-sized fruit with skepticism. There was only one way to find out. Without further ado, he swiftly devoured the flesh of the Huang Zhongli, discarding the pit carelessly aside. It was nothing special, rather pleasant in taste. However, just as Ling Tian spoke, an overwhelmingly pure surge of spiritual energy surged within him. He was taken aback, his eyes bulging, and without hesitation, he began to wholeheartedly absorb the energy. Following the initial refinement of the Chaos Pearl, Ling Tian's cultivation began to soar once more. Little did he know. The Huang Zhongli pit he had discarded fortuitously landed atop the Chaos Pearl, and then with a pop, it was absorbed by the Chaos Pearl. Simultaneously, within the chaotic world inside the Chaos Pearl, a seed radiating vibrant life began to fervently absorb spiritual energy in the void. After consuming sufficient energy, this seed took root in the void, starting to sprout and flourish. The primordial realm has no record of years. While Ling Tian remained in seclusion digesting the Huang Zhongli, the Dragon and Qiling clans were actively expanding their influence, leading to the extinction of countless races. In the primordial realm, numerous races lived in terror. Fortunately, the Dragon clan's focus was on scaled races, while the Qiling clan targeted terrestrial beasts. Despite their rampant actions, a direct clash between the Dragon and Qiling clans was unlikely in the short term. Strangely, however, the Phoenix clan, one of the three great races of the primordial realm, remained utterly silent. Chapter 23. Shadows of Demons, the Oncoming Cataclysm. Unknown to the outside world. The Dragon and Qiling clans began to seize territory within the primordial realm. The powerful figures of the Phoenix clan, led by the Golden Phoenix King, sought out Yuanfeng once more. According to the words of the Taoist of Destiny, the Phoenix clan was to be the protagonist of this era in the primordial realm. Yet, as the Destined clan, they had yet to make their appearance, while the Dragon and Qiling clans, mere supporting characters, were monopolizing the spotlight. This left the powerful figures of the Phoenix clan restless. However, to their surprise, when they approached to seek an audience with Yuanfeng, they were blocked at the entrance by the saintess, Qing Luan. Regardless of their fervent pleas, Qing Luan showed no intention of allowing them entry. Left with no choice, the Golden Phoenix King and the other Phoenix clan leaders sat outside Yuanfeng's cave, awaiting her emergence. Observing this scene, the saintess Qing Luan sighed and returned to Yuanfeng's dwelling, her beautiful eyes reflecting confusion. Sister, the Dragon and Qiling clans are rapidly expanding their influence and territory. If this continues, our Phoenix clan will never catch up to them. At that point, we will have completely lost our chance to compete for supremacy in the primordial realm. Sister, what are you thinking? Why do you persist in keeping us from emerging? Upon hearing Qing Luan's words, Yuanfeng pouted in exasperation. She was inherently restless. How could she not desire to make an appearance? The one unwilling to venture out was not her, but rather Ling Tian, whom she carried within her. Yuanfeng was typically domineering and self-willed, yet in Ling Tian's presence, she transformed into someone entirely different. As the saying goes, a creature can be subdued by another. Qing Luan, the little one within me has his reasons for wanting us to stay put. Have you not noticed? Though the little one remains an unborn fetus, the decisions made throughout these years have been nearly flawless. The emergence of the Feng clan from their secluded abode is a matter of great significance for the entire clan. It is best to wait until the little one concludes his meditation before making any decisions. Let us bide our time. After speaking, Yuanfeng once again closed her eyes. Over the years, Ling Tian has not awakened even once, remaining in a state of meditation. Mother, Yuanfeng can sense this. Regarding the momentous issue of the Feng clan's emergence, Yuanfeng is reluctant to make a hasty decision, wishing to consult Ling Tian's opinion. Suppressing the distractions in her heart, Yuanfeng gradually entered a state of cultivation. Although Qing Luan felt a twinge of anxiety, witnessing the usually impulsive Yuanfeng's composure calmed her own heart, leading her to sit beside Yuanfeng and begin her own cultivation. Little did they know. At this moment, the primordial world was in utter chaos. As previously mentioned, under the instigation of Luo Ho's avatar, the Dragon and Qiling clans ventured forth to seize territory and expand their influence. The Dragon clan and Qiling clan respectively targeted the Scale and Beast clans. However, aside from the Scale and Beast clans, the primordial realm also harbored a vast number of avian clans. Though the avian clans had not been invaded, they understood the principle that no nest remains unscathed beneath an overturned roof. In order to resist the future incursions of the dragon and Qilin clans, the avian clans did not remain idle but formed a temporary strategic alliance, led by 12 major avian races. Although these 12 major avian races could not compare to the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans, their strength was nonetheless formidable. Almost every major avian race boasted at least one perfected Deluo Jinxian. Among them, the most powerful avian race even had an existence of Hunyuan Jinxian. This was beyond the expectations of all beings in the primordial realm. The temporary avian alliance was grand and imposing, rivaling the dragon and Qilin clans. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, the essence of that Hunyuan Jinxian from the avian race was, in fact, a member of the demon clan. This so-called avian alliance had long been ensnared in countless schemes laid by Luo Ho. In other words, among the three strongest factions in the primordial realm, the heavenly machine Taoist of the Dragon Clan, the heavenly Xian Taoist of the Qilin clan, and the leader of the avian alliance were all orchestrated by Luo Ho. Terrifyingly, Luo Ho's machinations extended far beyond this. Any race with even a modicum of strength in the primordial realm had, to some degree, become a pawn in Luo Ho's game. The demon ancestor Luo Ho, with his singular strength, had intricately woven the entire primordial realm into his designs. Truly, Luo Ho is one of the most formidable schemers in the history of the primordial realm and the Western ancestral vein. Shadows of demons loomed heavily. Luo Ho sat in the void, directing countless demons to various parts of the primordial realm, calculating the fates of the world. Yet, Luo Ho's expression did not reveal much joy. Compared to historical precedents, he had acted rather prematurely, and his preparations were not sufficiently thorough. While the current situation appeared favorable, with a continuous influx of blood energy and malevolent aura surging into the Western ancestral vein to nurture the Zhu Xian formation diagram, Luo Ho felt an inexplicable sense of incompleteness. It must be due to the Feng clan's persistent absence from the fray. The missing piece in this grand chessboard was none other than the Feng clan, one of the three major races of the primordial realm. With this realization, Luo Ho abruptly lifted his head, a crimson glint surging in his eyes. No, the Feng clan must be drawn into this game. Otherwise, success would remain elusive. Luo Ho immediately summoned his trusted aides to discuss strategies. The outcome of their deliberations bore striking resemblance to the annals of primordial history. The first step was to temporarily slow the unification of the avian, scale, and beast clans before the Feng clan emerged. The second step was to devise means to compel the Feng clan to emerge, thereby unifying the avian clan, the dragon clan unifying the scale clan, and the Qilin clan unifying the beast clan. Finally, at an opportune moment, they would incite conflict among the three clans, leading them into a desperate and bloody battle. At that time, the primordial realm would undoubtedly descend into chaos. The Zhu Xian formation diagram, beneath the Western ancestral vein, would then be rapidly completed. Once the Zhu Xian formation diagram was established, Luo Ho could combine it with the Zhu Xian four swords to lay down the Zhu Xian sword array. His ambitions to dominate the primordial realm would then be fully realized. However, at present, persuading Yuan Feng to allow the Feng clan to emerge posed the greatest challenge in this vast game. What Luo Ho did not realize was, the mountain he sought to scale was not Yuan Feng, but rather the fetus within her womb, Ling Tian. After years of meditation, Ling Tian had finally assimilated the immense spiritual energy from the Huang Zhongli. When Ling Tian opened his eyes, 5 streams of pure energy materialized above his head. The wood energy of the Eastern Azure Emperor surged towards him. The fire energy of the Southern Red Emperor surged towards him. The gold energy of the Western White Emperor surged towards him. The water energy of the Northern Black Emperor surged towards him. The earth energy of the Central Yellow Emperor surged towards him. The 5 energies converged towards him. After absorbing the Huang Zhongli, Ling Tian's cultivation remarkably leaped from Golden Immortal to the realm of Taiyi Golden Immortal. Yet, instead of feeling joy, Ling Tian began to complain to the system. Where's the promised Deluo Jinxian? How come I only reached Taiyi Jinxian? System, you must have given me a counterfeit Huang Zhongli. Damn it, I've never encountered such a brazen system. Chapter 24 Ling Tian Awakens. Feng Clan seals the mountain. It is said that consuming a Huang Zhongli can propel one directly into Deluo Jinxian. Yet, Ling Tian only progressed from a Golden Immortal to Taiyi Jinxian. This left Ling Tian thoroughly dissatisfied with the system. Who would have thought that a system of such stature would resort to counterfeit? I'm embarrassed for you. Ugh, Ling Tian was indignant, his expression full of discontent. Yet, he remained unaware. The Huang Zhongli indeed has the potential to create a Deluo Jinxian. However, he failed to consider the sheer depth of his own foundation. Under the dual enhancement of the Chaos Qing Lian and Pengyu Sui, Ling Tian's potential had reached an extraordinarily exaggerated level. Most crucially, the Chaos Qing Lian continued to elevate his foundation. Compared to his time in the Qilin ancestral land, Ling Tian's foundation had significantly improved, far surpassing Yuan Feng, Shiqilan, and Ancestor Dragon. Thus, a Huang Zhongli capable of enabling others to attain to Luo Jinxian was barely sufficient for Ling Tian to consolidate his 5 energies and ascend to Tai Jinxian. Just as Ling Tian awakened, Yuan Feng sensed it and abruptly opened her eyes. "And why, dear child? You are awake? Oh, you've broken through to Tai Jinxian so swiftly. It seems you are only a tad slower than your mother." As she spoke, Yuan Feng couldn't help but feel a flush of embarrassment. Her own speed in reaching Tai Jinxian paled in comparison to Ling Tian's. Yet, Ling Tian could not possibly know about the past. So Yuan Feng could boast as she pleased. Hee. Yuan Feng chuckled awkwardly and continued, "My dear child, let me tell you about the situation outside. I need your help in making a decision." The matter unfolded as follows. Through Yuan Feng's narration, Ling Tian gradually became aware of the events that transpired outside during his years of meditation. Ling Tian's expression grew increasingly serious. He had not anticipated that Luo Ho would act so soon, far earlier than he had expected. Currently, he possessed merely the cultivation of Tai Jinxian, while Luo Ho was already at the late stage of Hunyuan Jinxian. The disparity in their levels was insurmountable. In terms of current strength, Ling Tian could not possibly contend with Luo Ho. Even Yuan Feng could not hope to match him. What should he do? Was he to become mere cannon fodder in this calamity? Ling Tian felt a surge of anxiety, nearly losing his composure. Just then, the system's voice echoed once more. Ding! Detecting Yuan Feng's intention to emerge, to lead the Avian clan, please choose. Option 1. Support the Feng clan's emergence. Lead the Avian clan. Reward. The 10 great innate spiritual roots of the Pan Tao. Option 2. Prevent the Feng clan's emergence. Reward. The 10 great innate spiritual roots of the Xian Xing. Luo Ho's malice will increase. At this critical juncture, the system once again presented a choice mission. Upon seeing the mission issued by the system, Ling Tian almost immediately made his decision. System, I choose option 2. The Feng clan absolutely cannot emerge now. Once the Feng clan emerges, they will be completely ensnared in Luo Ho's plot. At that point, it would be nearly impossible for the Feng clan to extricate themselves. Given the current situation, as long as the Feng clan remains in seclusion, Luo Ho's plans will remain incomplete. Thus, I will have more time to develop. What I need to do now is to find every means to delay or obstruct the Feng clan's emergence. Having reached this conclusion, within the amniotic world, a familiar scene unfolded once more. Thud, thud, thud. When Yuan Feng and Qing Luan heard the familiar sound of knocking, they exchanged glances, both displaying an understanding. They were not surprised by Ling Tian's choice. After all these years, Yuan Feng and Qing Luan had come to know the unborn Ling Tian quite well, in stark contrast to Yuan Feng's carefree demeanor. Ling Tian was exceedingly cautious. Sister, what should we do now? Will you still choose to heed Ling Tian's words? Qing Luan could not help but ask. A flicker of struggle crossed Yuan Feng's face. Be why her nature, she was not inclined to overthink. She would rather fight fiercely. However, now that Ling Tian had yet to be born, if she were to engage in battle and inadvertently harm him, it would be a grave loss. It would be wiser to remain at the South Ming immortal volcano. Ling Tian's foundation was immensely formidable. If given sufficient time to develop, he would undoubtedly achieve Hunyuan Jinxian, perhaps even surpassing her as his mother and reaching even greater heights. Be why then? Even if the Feng clan were to fall behind the Dragon and Qilin clans, it would matter little. With this in mind, Yuan Feng's gaze once again turned resolute as she declared, Ling Tian's decision is my decision. It is also the decision of the Feng clan. Relay the order. The Feng clan shall begin sealing the mountain from this day forth. Without my command, no one is permitted to step outside the South Ming immortal volcano. After speaking, Yuan Feng resumed her meditative posture. Closing her eyes once more, sister. Qing Luan wished to offer counsel but, seeing Yuan Feng's demeanor, ultimately refrained from speaking. After a moment's contemplation, Qing Luan stepped out of Yuan Feng's cave and, with a voice both soft and authoritative, proclaimed up the order of the clan leader. From this day forth, the Feng clan is sealed. Without the clan leader's command, no one is permitted to step outside the South Ming immortal volcano. Following her proclamation, the protective formation surrounding the South Ming immortal volcano, which had endured for countless years, trembled violently. Boom. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, countless formation nodes within the Feng clan erupted in radiant brilliance. Beams of light shot into the sky, merging into the protective formation. The original protective formation, which encompassed a radius of millions of miles, suddenly constricted, ultimately only enveloping the South Ming immortal volcano. Yet, compared to before, the defensive strength of the Feng clan's protective formation had increased exponentially. Such a grand spectacle inevitably drew the attention of numerous formidable beings in the primordial realm. The Feng clan, being one of the 3 major races in the primordial realm, and the strongest among the avian races, had long been expected to emerge as the Dragon and Qilin clans began their territorial conquests. However, This weight extended for tens of thousands of years, and even with the emergence of the Avian Alliance, the Feng clan remained utterly unresponsive. This left countless beings in the primordial realm perplexed. Yet, they still clung to the belief that the day of the Feng clan's emergence was not far off. Little did anyone anticipate that the Feng clan would not only refrain from emerging, but would also fully activate their protective formation, even at the cost of relinquishing numerous territories, retreating into a corner. Clearly, the Feng clan was not poised to emerge anytime soon. Countless beings in the primordial realm were left in astonishment. They could not fathom what the Feng clan was up to, as this behavior was wholly inconsistent with Yuan Feng's character. They remained oblivious to the fact that, at the moment the Feng clan sealed themselves, far away in the western ancestral vein, Luo Ho abruptly opened his eyes, a look of confusion crossing his face. The Feng clan has sealed themselves? How can I proceed with this game? Chapter 25 The Prelude to Calamity begins. Refining the Xian Xing for all these years, Luo Ho had been racking his brain to devise a way to draw the Feng clan out. He never anticipated that the Feng clan would suddenly seal themselves. How could the game continue? As he sensed the formidable formation enveloping the South Ming immortal volcano, Luo Ho's expression darkened considerably. Given the current situation, the Feng clan was surely not poised to emerge anytime soon. Contemplating how Yuan Feng had disrupted his carefully laid plans, Luo Ho gritted his teeth. Yuan Feng, when I unify the primordial realm, I will ensure you face utter obliteration. In the Zixiao Palace, when the Feng clan sealed themselves, the previously meditating Hong Jun awoke once more. Hong Jun furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself, why has the heavenly mechanism shifted again? Could it be related to the Feng clan sealing? Yet no matter how Hong Jun calculated, he could not discern any rationale. However, he noted that the recent fluctuations in the heavenly mechanism had all pertained to the Feng clan, which was telling in itself. Once I emerge from my meditation, I must venture to the Feng clan and uncover the truth. Hong Jun murmured, once again sinking into meditation. Should any being be present, they would observe that the three ethereal figures behind Hong Jun had solidified exponentially compared to before. The aura they emanated was unmistakably on par with Hong Jun's, reaching the level of Hunyuan Jinxian. When Ancestor Dragon sensed the sealing of the Feng clan, a wave of confusion surged within him. Is not the Feng clan destined by the heavens? Why would they choose to seal themselves at this juncture? Earlier, Ancestor Dragon had been manipulated by the heavenly machine Taoist into believing that the Feng clan was a fated race. As a fellow strongest race in the primordial realm, Ancestor Dragon was unwilling to be overshadowed by the Feng clan in the future, prompting his relentless expansion of power. Yet, the Feng clan's current actions did not resemble those of a fated race in the slightest. Could it be that the heavenly machine Taoist deceived me? However, when the heavenly machine Taoist had spoken those words, Ancestor Dragon distinctly felt the tremor of the heavenly Tao. The words of the heavenly machine Taoist should not be incorrect. Furrowing his brow, Ancestor Dragon could not help but bellow, summon the heavenly machine Taoist to see me. Before long, the righteous heavenly machine Taoist arrived at the Dragon clan's grand hall. Observing Ancestor Dragon's expression, the heavenly machine Taoist showed no surprise. He had anticipated that Ancestor Dragon would seek him out upon the Feng clan sealing. Lord Ancestor Dragon, have you summoned me regarding the Feng clan sealing? The heavenly machine Taoist spoke earnestly, his demeanor calm, and no sooner had he finished speaking than he felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him, compelling him to kneel. Heavenly machine Taoist, I grant you an opportunity for explanation. Feeling the intense killing intent emanating from Ancestor Dragon, the heavenly machine Taoist expression remained unflinching as he calmly replied, may I ask, Lord Ancestor Dragon, what is the purpose of your efforts to seize territory and expand your influence? Ancestor Dragon had not anticipated that the heavenly machine Taoist would not only remain unafraid but would also dare to question him. Humph! Ancestor Dragon snorted, replying without hesitation, of course, it is to enhance the strength of the Dragon clan. Correct. The heavenly machine Taoist nodded in agreement and continued to inquire, then, what does Lord Ancestor Dragon believe to be the source of the Dragon clan's strength? Is it the foreign races dependent on the Dragon clan, the countless offspring of the Dragon clan, or is it yourself? Without waiting for Ancestor Dragon to respond, the heavenly machine Taoist continued, the true strength of the Dragon clan lies solely with Lord Ancestor Dragon. As long as Lord Ancestor Dragon remains, the Dragon clan shall be the mightiest race in the primordial realm. Moreover, as for the Feng clan, although they are currently sealed, Yuan Feng still exists, and the terrifyingly strong fetus within her womb remains. I perceive that the Feng clan has chosen to close themselves off to provide a secure environment for the cultivation of the fetus within Yuan Feng's womb. Once that formidable fetus reaches Hunyuan Jinxian, it will be the moment for the Feng clan to emerge. The heavenly machine Taoist spoke persuasively. As Ancestor Dragon listened to the heavenly machine Taoist's words, his eyes remained deep, yet the killing intent gradually dissipated. Indeed, as the heavenly machine Taoist had articulated, Ancestor Dragon was the Dragon Clan's most formidable foundation. The Dragon Clan's frenzied expansion of power has a singular and paramount objective: to gather rare and precious materials for the Ancestor Dragon, with the hope of facilitating a further enhancement of its cultivation. The Phoenix Clan's most formidable asset was originally the Yuan Feng. However, now the clan has been graced with the terrifying presence of Ling Tian. Should Ling Tian truly mature, the Phoenix Clan will undoubtedly surpass both the Dragon and Qilin clans, emerging as the mightiest race in the primordial world, without exception. Unbeknownst to the Ancestor Dragon, within the Qilin Great Hall, a remarkably similar scene unfolded. The primordial Qilin was equally persuaded by the Taoist Tianshu. Consequently, following the Phoenix Clan's mountain ceiling, the expansion efforts of both the Dragon and Qilin clans not only did not wane but became increasingly frenzied. In a short span, bloody battles erupted in every corner of the primordial realm, ceaseless and unrelenting. Every moment, lives were extinguished. The primordial world was awash in blood. The entire realm descended into chaos. Little did anyone know that the blood and malevolent aura generated by the countless fallen beings were slowly being absorbed by the Zhu formation beneath the western ancestral vein. As time progressed, the Zhu formation transformed from a mere illusion into an increasingly tangible entity. What no one realized was that threads of calamity chi gradually descended from the void, continuously merging into the bodies of the myriad beings in the primordial realm. The curtain on the Dragon-Han Calamity was slowly lifting in the belly of Yuan Feng. After the mountain ceiling was completed, Ling Tian unexpectedly found himself in possession of two spirit fruits. These two fruits exuded an exceptionally rich aura of spiritual energy. One of the fruits radiated a faint azure wind energy, while the other pulsed with a soft golden lightning. This appearance perfectly matched the legendary immortal apricot. Could it truly be the fabled immortal apricot, or merely a counterfeit? Ling Tian gazed at the two spirit fruits with an expression of skepticism. However, judging by the spiritual energy and law power emanating from these two immortal apricots, even if they were not authentic, they were still incredibly precious. Ling Tian hesitated no longer and consumed both immortal apricots in quick succession. Instantly, a powerful surge of wind and lightning energy erupted from within him. My goodness, how fierce! Ling Tian's eyes rolled back in ecstasy as he promptly sat cross-legged, dedicating himself to refining the immense spiritual energy within. What he did not realize was that, after he entered seclusion, the sun formed from the chaos pearl, gently trembled, drawing in the two discarded seeds of the immortal apricots. A scene reminiscent of the past unfolded. Once the seeds were absorbed into the chaotic world within the chaos pearl, they immediately began to absorb the spiritual energy from that realm, taking root and growing in the void. The earlier seed of Huang Zhongli had already matured into a vibrant green sapling, brimming with spiritual energy. In the timeless primordial realm, when Ling Tian awakened from his seclusion, the dense wind and lightning energy erupted from his body, soaring into the heavens. A look of joy spread across Ling Tian's face. During this period of retreat, his cultivation had not only progressed from the initial stage of the Tai Golden Immortal to the later stage, but he had also begun to grasp the principles of wind and lightning laws. Although his comprehension was still far inferior to that of the five elements laws, Ling Tian was immensely satisfied. A strong premonition surged within him. The wind and lightning energy he had just comprehended was of utmost significance to him. In a moment of inspiration, Ling Tian focused his mind, channeling the limited wind and lightning energy to envelop the Chaos Pearl. The instant the wind and lightning energy made contact with the Chaos Pearl, darkness enveloped Ling Tian's vision, and he found himself once again in the chaotic world. Boom! An infinite rumble of thunder echoed throughout the chaotic world, heralding the evolution. The reawakening of the chaotic realm had begun. In this surreal world, purple hues continually manifested. Boom! Thunder roared. An endless cacophony of storm sounds intertwined. The originally pitch-black world transformed into a realm of daylight. Where the thunder passed, life flourished. Boundless spiritual energy erupted, surging forth in a tumultuous wave. Observing this scene, Ling Tian felt a surge of inspiration and marveled. This must be the primordial thunder that created this world. Previously, the five elements laws had already laid the foundation for this realm, and now with the thunder's genesis, the world had indeed acquired the basis for the emergence of life. And no sooner had he spoken than a fierce wind arose, causing Ling Tian's garments to flutter wildly. Just as the primordial thunder subsided, the gale of the nine heavens surged forth. Within Ling Tian's consciousness, this newly birthed gale possessed a remarkable sentience, carrying the abundant spiritual energy of this place and dispersing it throughout the chaotic world. The darkness within the chaotic realm, akin to a dense fog, was gradually dispersed by this gale. This process persisted for an extended duration, yet Ling Tian seemed oblivious to the passage of time, remaining still as he quietly assimilated all that transpired. Time flowed inexorably, heedless of day or night. When the darkness of the chaotic world was finally eradicated, Ling Tian emerged from his previous state. As before, an overwhelming wave of insights surged within him, compelling him to retreat into seclusion to digest them. Just before Ling Tian succumbed to this introspection, he distinctly perceived a sapling and 2 sprouting seeds. Where did these come from? Why do they seem so familiar? These were Ling Tian's final thoughts before he fully entered his state of seclusion. Once ensconced in his retreat, Ling Tian's form withdrew from the chaotic world. Returning to the womb of the world, an even stronger surge of spiritual energy emanated from the Chaos Pearl, flowing into Ling Tian. The Chaos Qinglian, upon which he sat, exuded waves of azure mist, tirelessly enhancing Ling Tian's foundation. Having only recently stepped into the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, Ling Tian began to experience another explosive surge in power. Within the southern Ming Undying Volcano, as before, Yuan Feng immediately sensed Ling Tian's entry into the chaotic world. However, having learned from Ling Tian's previous disappearance, Yuan Feng managed to maintain her composure despite a lingering unease. What is this little rascal up to now? Pulling a disappearing act again while still in my womb? Yuan Feng mused. Nearby, Qing Luan overheard Yuan Feng's mutterings and couldn't help but chuckle. Sister, this little one is not running away from home. It's clearly merely departing from the womb. Qing Luan teased, bursting into laughter. Departing from the womb? Upon hearing this, Yuan Feng's lips curled into a smile. It was no wonder that my son, Ling Tian, possesses such a distinctive personality. Ha ha ha. Yuan Feng laughed heartily, her smile radiant and captivating. Witnessing this, Qing Luan momentarily fell into a trance, unable to suppress a sigh. Sister, your beauty is so extraordinary that it's no wonder the Phoenix King and other top-tier powers are captivated by you. Even as a fellow woman, I find myself utterly unable to resist your charm. Upon hearing Qing Luan's words, Yuan Feng was momentarily taken aback, a faint blush gracing her cheeks, adding further allure to her beauty. This utterly astonished Qing Luan. After some playful banter, both Yuan Feng and Qing Luan lost all inclination to enter seclusion, quietly awaiting Ling Tian's return. In the timeless primordial realm, while countless beings engaged in life and death struggles outside. Within the southern Ming Undying Volcano, all remained serene. Following the mountain ceiling, countless members of the Phoenix clan, lacking anywhere to roam, were left to languish within their caves. Those with partners fared better, as their robust physiques allowed them to engage in various playful activities, spending endless hours in delightful pursuits, contributing to the clan's propagation. However, the solitary members of the Phoenix clan could only seclude themselves to pass the time. After the mountain ceiling, the clan members either dedicated themselves to procreation or retreated into cultivation. Remarkably, the overall strength of the Phoenix clan surged rapidly. Had the primordial Qilin and ancestor dragon known of this, they would likely have wept in envy. They fought fiercely, yet the Phoenix clan, by merely lying low, experienced greater gains. Yet, among the Phoenix clan, none experienced a quicker rise in power than Ling Tian, nestled within Yuan Feng. After absorbing the energies from the 2 immortal apricots, Ling Tian's cultivation had already reached the later stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. Now, as he delved into profound realization, his cultivation soared rapidly, soon reaching the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal, even brushing against the threshold of the Deluo Golden Immortal. If this continued, Ling Tian might directly condense the 3 flowers atop his head and break through to the Deluo Golden Immortal. However, he consciously interrupted this process, opting instead to refine his physical body with the boundless essence of the world. To be precise, the completion of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm represented Ling Tian's spiritual cultivation. His physical cultivation, however, had remained at the Earth Immortal stage. This situation was quite common in the primordial realm, as the majority of beings focused solely on spiritual cultivation, neglecting their physical forms. After all, the difficulty of cultivating the physical body far surpassed that of the spiritual, rendering it a poor investment over time. Yet, Ling Tian was different. The 9 Transformations divine skill was a method that validated the path through strength, and it emphasized the simultaneous cultivation of both spirit and body. Particularly at the critical juncture of breaking through to the Deluo Golden Immortal, only by achieving the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal in both realms could Ling Tian's foundation attain completeness. At that point, he would have the opportunity to condense the unprecedented 12-petal 3 flowers, achieving the mightiest Deluo. Ling Tian was acutely aware of this. Hence, as the 3 flowers began to converge and his spiritual cultivation approached the Deluo threshold, he forcefully interrupted the process. With a resounding shout, "Ha!" Ling Tian unleashed a fierce cry, disregarding the injuries sustained from halting the convergence of the 3 flowers, immediately channeling spiritual energy to activate the 9 Transformations divine skills profound chapter. Buzz! A peculiar humming resonated, and a burst of golden light exploded from Ling Tian's body, as ancient and mysterious runes began to manifest. Ling Tian's physical cultivation surged at a visible rate. Heavenly immortal, true immortal, Golden Immortal. In merely a few years, Ling Tian's physical cultivation leaped across several major tiers, reaching the Golden Immortal stage. A body of Golden Immortal caliber could be considered a backbone of power even among the later generations of the Witch Clan, yet Ling Tian had achieved it with such ease. However, Ling Tian's physical enhancement was far from over. Merely 100 years later, his physical cultivation surged once more, breaking through to the Tai Golden Immortal. Upon awakening from his retreat, Ling Tian couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy cow, am I really cheating the system?" No sooner had he spoken than darkness enveloped his vision, and he found himself once again in the chaotic world. Chapter 27. The refinement of laws and the breakthrough of the physical body. As Ling Tian regained consciousness, he found himself once again in the chaotic world. Upon surveying his surroundings, he could not help but exhibit a bewildered expression. Is this still the chaotic world? Did I come to the wrong place? In Ling Tian's gaze, towering peaks soared into the clouds, and looking down revealed an endless expanse of plains. Upon reaching the edge of the plain, Ling Tian was met with an expansive ocean, mountains, land, and sea. If living beings were to appear, it would resemble a complete world. No sooner had he thought this than Ling Tian suddenly sensed some life force, and he jerked his head up high in the void. 3 lush green saplings, 1 large and 2 small, radiated vibrant vitality. On the larger tree, 9 flower buds emerged, exuding a captivating fragrance. Each of these 9 buds bore the inscription Huangzhong. What in the world is this? Ling Tian was utterly perplexed. At that moment, 2 images flickered in his mind. The scenes of the Huangzhongli seed and the immortal apricot seed descending into the chaotic world. Is this even possible? Upon witnessing these 2 images, Ling Tian's understanding dawned, and his eyes brimmed with disbelief. The Huangzhongli seed and the immortal apricot seed had somehow made their way into the chaotic world, taking root and growing there. This was simply absurd. A thought suddenly struck Ling Tian's mind. If time permitted, could he cultivate countless innate spiritual roots within the chaotic world? Wouldn't that make him wealthy beyond measure? Ling Tian envisioned himself toiling among numerous innate spiritual roots, contemplating the merits of a farmer's life. The idea of having a beautiful partner made him chuckle. Yet, Ling Tian forgot that the Chaos Pearl was a supreme treasure of chaos. Treating it as a garden for spiritual roots would be a monumental waste. Any cultivator privy to Ling Tian's thoughts would undoubtedly berate him for squandering such a treasure. However, this was merely a passing thought for Ling Tian. At present, with the relentless pursuit of Luo Ho, time was of the essence, and he had to prioritize his own strength. With this in mind, Ling Tian surveyed his surroundings, puzzled as to why the Chaos Pearl had suddenly drawn him in. Did it harbor some special intention? Just as Ling Tian pondered this, the scene before him shifted, and he found himself soaring to the highest point of the chaotic world, the very nexus of its laws. In Ling Tian's gaze, a multitude of colors reflected the diverse laws. The 5-colored spiritual light, representing the 5 elements laws, flowed incessantly. The golden lightning, embodying the thunder laws, crackled with energy. The black gale, symbolizing the wind laws, howled continuously. These were precisely the 3 laws Ling Tian had comprehended. Just as Ling Tian became engrossed in the spectacle, the 5-colored spiritual light quivered violently, enveloping him entirely. Searing pain coursed through his body, causing Ling Tian's eyes to roll back as he nearly lost consciousness. Just as he was unable to suppress his curses, a wave of coolness enveloped him, replacing the overwhelming agony. What is happening? Yet before Ling Tian could contemplate further, the excruciating pain returned. Damn it! This time, Ling Tian finally voiced his frustration. Once more, the pain dissipated, only for the refreshing sensation to return. This cycle continued, leaving Ling Tian oscillating between the extremes of ice and fire. The most distressing aspect was that his consciousness remained painfully alert. He could not even faint. The only comfort for Ling Tian was that as his flesh was continuously washed by the power of the 5 elements laws, his physical cultivation was evidently on the rise. Since resistance was futile, he might as well embrace it. Ling Tian murmured, his eyes ablaze with radiant light as he bellowed, "You, come here." Time flew by. Just as Ling Tian was about to grow numb to the sensations, he suddenly realized the 5-colored spiritual light had vanished. Was it over? Although Ling Tian's voice was hoarse, it brimmed with elation. Heaven knows what he had endured over the years. Fortunately, it was finally over. Ling Tian's eyes brimmed with tears, entirely overlooking his physical cultivation, which had now reached the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. However, before Ling Tian could rejoice for long, a bolt of golden thunder tore through the sky, directly entering his body. Crackle! The golden lightning danced joyfully within Ling Tian's flesh. He was instantly paralyzed. Why again? This is so unfair. Ling Tian felt like crying without tears, having just undergone the baptism of the 5-colored spiritual light, only to be met with the intimate service of golden thunder. This time, Drawing on his prior experience, Ling Tian refrained from resisting too much, surrendering like a novice savoring a new experience. After all, there would eventually be a moment of respite. Yet, from a distance, one would find Ling Tian suspended in midair, occasionally twitching, creating a rather bizarre scene. As before, when Ling Tian's physical cultivation reached the later stage of the Tai Golden Immortal, the Golden Thunder's power receded like a tide. However, this time, Ling Tian did not display any elation. Instead, his expression remained calm. In fact, he beckoned to the Nine Heavens Gale, calling out, "It's your turn. Hurry up. Don't waste time." As if provoked, the Nine Heavens Gale surged violently toward Ling Tian. Hiss! Unlike the previous pain and numbness, the moment the gale swept past him, Ling Tian distinctly felt a piercing sourness. "Hey! The flavors are quite varied." Ling Tian grinned, despite the discomfort, as the relentless baptism of the Nine Heavens Gale continued. Ling Tian's physical form grew increasingly rounded. A sense of completeness gradually manifested around him. Ling Tian could distinctly sense his primordial spirit pulsating uncontrollably, as if it were anticipating the arrival of something momentous. Time slipped by unnoticed. Ling Tian's eyes, which had been firmly shut, suddenly flew open. An aura of consummate Tai Golden Immortal radiated from his primordial spirit. And that was not all. With a soft exclamation, "Ha!" a surge of turbulent blood essence erupted from Ling Tian's physical body. After enduring an inhuman level of refinement, his physical cultivation had also reached the peak of Tai Golden Immortal. Finally, it was over. Feeling the terrifying power coursing through his limbs and bones, Ling Tian experienced a mix of trepidation and relief. Now that both his primordial spirit and physical cultivation had attained the pinnacle of Tai Golden Immortal, it was time to break through to Deluo, Ling Tian murmured softly, his eyes shining with brilliance. In the current primordial realm, only those of Deluo Golden Immortal stature could be regarded as formidable beings. Ling Tian had finally reached the moment to transcend to Deluo, albeit in a manner unlike any other beings. His breakthrough would occur within the womb. Chapter 28. The unprecedented Deluo Heavenly Tribulation, shaking the primordial realm at an indeterminate time. Atop the South Ming Undying Volcano, a pitch-black tribulation cloud began to coalesce. Initially, this cloud measured only a myriad of acres, but it soon expanded at a bewildering pace. 100,000 acres, 200,000 acres, 500,000 acres, 1,000,000 acres. Within mere breaths, the tribulation cloud swelled to an astonishing 1,000,000 acres. This was comparable to the scale of the original Deluo Heavenly Tribulation of the Sacred Qilin. In other words, within the Phoenix clan, a 9th-ranked Deluo Golden Immortal was about to be born. This sight instantly captured the attention of countless powerful beings in the primordial realm. In recent years, the Dragon and Qilin clans had waged war and expanded their influence relentlessly. Amidst the accumulation of numerous heavenly materials and earthly treasures, the strength of both the Dragon and Qilin clans had surged. Rumors suggested that the ancestral Dragon and the beginning Qilin were also rapidly advancing in power. Meanwhile, the Phoenix clan, one of the three major races, had remained silent for many years, showing no signs of activity. Yet, unexpectedly, the Phoenix clan was about to give rise to a 9th-ranked Deluo. The depth of the Phoenix clan was indeed formidable. Simultaneously, in the East Sea, the ancestral dragon opened his golden dragon eyes, filled with a fierce murderous intent. Long-standing warfare had not only enhanced the ancestral dragon's cultivation but had also steadily heightened his bloodlust. Humph! The ancestral dragon scoffed disdainfully. Though a 9th-ranked Deluo was powerful, it remained trivial in the eyes of the Dragon clan. The Phoenix clan had lagged for so many years, one mere 9th-ranked Deluo could hardly bridge that gap. Thus, the ancestral dragon paid little heed and returned to his secluded meditation. Beneath the accumulation of countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, he distinctly felt that he was on the verge of breaking through to the late stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal. In the Qilin ancestral land, the beginning Qilin exhibited a similar demeanor to the ancestral dragon. The only difference was, upon witnessing the million-acre tribulation, a flicker of anger flashed in the beginning Qilin's eyes. As if recalling some unpleasant memory in the Western ancestral lineage, the Demon Ancestor Rahu merely cast a glance before turning away. For Rahu, the emergence of a 9th-ranked Deluo within the Phoenix clan was inconsequential. Over the years, Rahu had increasingly realized the extent to which the Phoenix clan's mountain closure had affected his plans. Yet no matter how hard he racked his brain, he could not devise a method to force the Phoenix clan into action, unless some major upheaval occurred within the Phoenix clan. However, the mere appearance of a 9th-ranked Deluo hardly constituted such a disturbance. Within the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun did not even lift his eyelids, showing no concern whatsoever. But just as these primordial powerhouses withdrew their attention, the tribulation clouds above the South Ming Undying Volcano suddenly began to churn violently. Boom! The heavens thundered. Following a deafening roar, the million-acre tribulation cloud paused momentarily before expanding once again. 150,000 acres, 200,000 acres, 300,000 acres. Before the primordial beings could react, the tribulation cloud surged from 1 million acres to 3 million acres, 3 million acres of tribulation cloud. The previous Deluo heavenly tribulations of the ancestral dragon and beginning Qilin had been no more than this. When had the Phoenix clan produced such a terrifyingly profound Tai Golden Immortal? Why had no one ever heard of it? In an instant, the primordial beings who realized this were filled with confusion. Even the previously dismissive Rahu, Hongjun, beginning Qilin, and ancestral dragon simultaneously widened their eyes in astonishment. Especially Rahu. He had meticulously gathered intel on the three clans for his schemes in the primordial realm. There was absolutely no Tai Golden Immortal of such depth within the Phoenix clan. Yet the 3 million acres of tribulation cloud was irrefutable evidence. The Phoenix clan was on the verge of giving birth to a 10th-ranked Deluo. Such depth had already caught up with the leaders of the ancestral dragon and beginning Qilin. However, soon after, the astonishment on Rahu's face dissipated, replaced by a glimmer of joy. The birth of a 10th-ranked Deluo within the Phoenix clan, if properly orchestrated, might open the Phoenix clan's mountain gates. Rahu murmured softly, his eyes glinting with cunning. Yet what Rahu did not anticipate was, before he could formulate a plan, the 3 million acres of tribulation cloud surged once more, quickly reaching 6 million acres. 6 million acres of tribulation cloud. This was impossible. Witnessing this scene, Rahu could not help but exclaim. 6 million acres of tribulation cloud signified an 11th-ranked Deluo. The Deluo heavenly tribulation that Rahu had once faced had been no larger. Similar disbelief was etched on the faces of the ancestral dragon and beginning Qilin. An 11th-ranked Deluo exceeded their own depths. How could such a terrifying trump card remain concealed? The Phoenix clan was indeed a race of destiny. No wonder had chosen this moment to seal the mountains. Both the ancestral dragon and beginning Qilin shared this thought. Even Hongjun, upon witnessing this scene, nearly lost his composure. The Deluo heavenly tribulation he had faced had been no greater. As the 6 million acres of tribulation cloud spanned the void, the once chaotic primordial realm seemed to fall silent. Almost every being in the primordial realm felt a singular thought arise. The Phoenix clan was about to give birth to an 11th-ranked Deluo. Yet at that moment, the 6 million acres of tribulation cloud trembled violently, surging upward once again. Still expanding? How could this be? In the incredulous gazes of all primordial beings, the 6 million acres of tribulation cloud surged yet again. 7 million acres, 8 million acres, 9 million acres, 999,000 acres. As it expanded to an unprecedented 999,000 acres, the tribulation cloud finally came to a halt. Observing this scene, the entire primordial realm plunged into silence. Moments later, countless voices erupted from every corner of the primordial realm. 999,000 acres of tribulation cloud? Am I dreaming? Great Pengu above, is this an illusion? Who is scheming against me? Could it be that a 12th-ranked Deluo is about to emerge in the primordial realm? 999,000 acres of tribulation cloud, an unprecedented phenomenon. The Phoenix clan is surely about to rise. Is it possible that the rumors are true? The Phoenix clan truly is a race of destiny? Simultaneously, the Phoenix clan's protective array, sealed for countless years, trembled violently, splitting open a portal. A fiery red figure emerged in the void. It was, who had not been seen for quite some time. With a piercing cry, immediately shed her innate Tao body, revealing her colossal true form. Following this, a scene that left all beings dumbfounded unfolded. Opened her mouth wide and, with a tremendous inhalation, drew in the 999,000 acres of tribulation cloud. Having completed this act, did not linger for a moment, flying back to the South Ming undying volcano without looking back. What is this? Those who had participated in the sacred Qilin's coming-of-age ceremony felt a jolt throughout their bodies. They unmistakably sensed that this scene was somewhat familiar. Chapter 29. The 12th-ranked Deluo Golden Immortal. Renowned throughout the primordial realm, the recent spectacle had caused those who had attended the sacred Qilin's coming-of-age ceremony to recall something significant. During that event, the unborn Ling Tian within had summoned a million-acre level celestial tribulation, had similarly manifested her true form, swallowing the million-acre tribulation cloud whole. These beings vaguely remembered the thunder that had danced upon its abdomen back then, and the image of consuming the tribulation cloud today was strikingly similar, almost identical. Could it be that this tribulation was once again invoked by the unborn child within? The thoughts surged through their minds, yet they could hardly believe it. After all, that was merely an unborn fetus. Though it possessed exceptional roots, comprehension of laws and techniques, it was still just a fetus. Moreover, only a few tens of thousands of years had passed since the sacred Qilin's coming-of-age ceremony. While that seemed a considerable duration, to beings of the primordial realm, it was merely the time taken for a seclusion. How could an unborn fetus achieve the cultivation of a Deluo Golden Immortal, let alone an unprecedented 12th rank Deluo in such a short span. It was simply absurd. In the Qilin ancestral land, the beginning Qilin also recalled the same events. His eyes brimmed with astonishment. Though reluctant to admit it, he understood deep down that the one who had triggered the 999,000 acres of heavenly tribulation was undoubtedly the unborn child of. Was this truly the race of destiny? The beginning Qilin lamented the injustice of the heavens, filled with both jealousy and resentment. The dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans were all major races in the primordial realm. Why did the heavens favor the phoenix clan so? What made the Qilin clan inferior to the phoenix clan? Did this mean that the Qilin clan would eventually become the vassals of the phoenix clan? No. The beginning Qilin could not help but roar in defiance. Simultaneously, the faint traces of calamity in his eyes intensified. What he did not realize was, Ling Tian, the one he feared most, was currently cursing in exasperation. Within its womb, as she consumed the tribulation cloud, an astonishing 999,000 acres in size, the entire fetal membrane world was enveloped by the tribulation cloud. Boom, boom, boom. Countless thunders cascaded from the cloud, striking the baby-like Ling Tian directly. The central region of the fetal membrane world transformed into a thunder pool. Ling Tian, at the heart of the thunder pool, felt utterly exasperated, unable to restrain his frustration. Damn it, mother, could you please be a little more considerate? I'm just a fetus. Can't you shield me from this tribulation cloud? Are you even my real mother? At this rate, you'll be the death of me. As Ling Tian grumbled, he channeled his celestial energy into the chaotic green lotus. The chaotic green lotus immediately activated a green light barrier, enveloping his body. This seemingly flimsy barrier succeeded in blocking all the thunderbolts outside. However, amidst the relentless onslaught of thunder, Ling Tian could distinctly feel the barrier trembling. This was unsustainable. He needed an alternative solution. Ling Tian's mind raced, and an idea struck him. He had comprehended the laws of thunder. Perhaps he could resist the thunder with his own body? Without delay, he gritted his teeth and stepped beyond the green barrier. However, he quickly retreated, grimacing in pain. While he had indeed grasped the laws of thunder, this heavenly tribulation was not merely a manifestation of thunder. It was an expression of something far more profound. Had it not been for Ling Tian's robust physique, he would have suffered severe injuries from the brief encounter. Nonetheless, after taking a moment to rest, Ling Tian noticed that the green barrier had recovered significantly. This method could work. I'll give it my all, Ling Tian shouted, stepping outside the green barrier once more to endure the heavenly tribulation with his body. When he could no longer withstand it, he would retreat back into the green barrier to recuperate. This cycle continued, boom, boom, boom. As time progressed, even this unprecedented Deluo heavenly tribulation eventually reached a point of cessation. When the tribulation cloud in the fetal membrane world finally dissipated, Ling Tian collapsed onto the chaotic green lotus. The spiritual treasures available for him to navigate the tribulation were exceedingly scarce. With only the initially refined, chaotic green lotus at his disposal, this tribulation had proven to be quite arduous. However, he had ultimately emerged victorious. Ha 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 ha. Though exhausted, Ling Tian's spirit soared, and he could not help but laugh heartily. Little did he realize that above the South Ming undying volcano, a purple cloud had reappeared. Unlike the previous tribulation cloud, this purple cloud was a manifestation of the primordial world's very essence. In the next moment, the purple cloud transformed into a funnel, effortlessly tearing through the Phoenix clan's mountain protecting array and enveloping the languid Ling Tian within its womb. What is this? Ling Tian felt a wave of warmth wash over him, leaving no time for contemplation as he sank into the deepest state of meditation. Above Ling Tian's headpoint, 3 resplendent blossoms radiated brilliant light, their ranks astonishingly reaching the 12th. As Ling Tian began to close himself off to consolidate his cultivation, the entire primordial realm finally awoke from its stupor, erupting into a cacophony of sound in the Western ancestral lineage. When Rahu beheld the purple cloud above the South Ming undying volcano, he could not help but exclaim, "This is the world's essence. The primordial realm has bestowed such a scale of essence upon a mere Deluo. The essence I received upon achieving Hunyuan Golden Immortal was far inferior. Who is this Phoenix clan member that has attained 12th rank Deluo? Who could it possibly be?" Countless beings in the primordial realm, including Hongjun and the ancestral dragon, shared the same question in their hearts. They instinctively excluded Ling Tian from consideration. To them, Ling Tian, despite his formidable roots, was merely an unborn fetus. Yet before long, a rumor began to circulate throughout the primordial realm. The one who had achieved 12th rank Deluo was none other than Ling Tian, the unborn child within. Upon hearing this news, numerous beings of the primordial realm scoffed in disbelief. However, just then, a powerful Tao voice resonated from within the Qilin ancestral land, echoing throughout the primordial realm. "I can guarantee that the one who has achieved 12th rank Deluo is indeed unborn child, Ling Tian." Previously, Ling Tian invoked the celestial tribulation at my child's coming-of-age ceremony in the same manner. What? At this proclamation, the primordial realm fell into a profound silence. The speaker was none other than the beginning Qilin, one of the dominant forces in the primordial realm. The beginning Qilin had no reason to lie for the Phoenix clan. There could be no mistake. Yet the notion of an unborn fetus achieving 12th rank Deluo left every being in the primordial realm utterly stunned. From that moment forth, the name Ling Tian resounded throughout the primordial realm. Chapter 30. The innate chaotic array, besieging the Phoenix clan. Ling Tian, still consolidating his cultivation, remained blissfully unaware that his name had spread to every corner of the primordial realm, known to all and sundry. Had he been aware, he might have sighed once more at his own exceptional prowess. Meanwhile, within the South Ming undying volcano, the entire Phoenix clan was engulfed in euphoric celebration due to Ling Tian's achievement of 12th rank Deluo. This was an unprecedented feat. Notably, the strongest member of the Phoenix clan had only reached 10th rank Deluo. This had already established her as one of the most formidable beings in the primordial realm. Once Ling Tian, this 12th rank Deluo, matured, the Phoenix clan standing in the primordial realm could only be imagined within its abode. She stood with hands on her hips, laughing uproariously. Ha 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 ha, my child, you are simply amazing. I've decided that when your cultivation reaches Hunyuan Golden Immortal, I will pass the position of clan leader to you and take Qingluan to roam the world. Upon contemplating the expressions of the ancestor dragon and the primordial Qilin, I cannot help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Yuan Feng could never have anticipated that Ling Tian would exhibit such tenacity, filling her heart with uncontainable joy. Beside her, Qingluan was equally exhilarated, her delicate face flushed and her beautiful eyes sparkling with delight. She sensed that the days when Ling Tian would protect her were not far off. In that moment, the entire Phoenix clan was engulfed in a sea of happiness. Yet, unbeknownst to the Phoenix clan, once Ling Tian attained the 12th rank of Deluo, a significant shift in the primordial realm's dynamics would unfold. The ancestor dragon and the primordial Qilin had clandestinely convened multiple times, their secret agreements remaining shrouded in mystery. Time flows differently in the primordial realm. Within Yuan Feng, Ling Tian had finally assimilated the primal essence of this world. He had firmly established his status as a Deluo Golden Immortal and had made considerable progress, seemingly not far from the mid-stage of Deluo Golden Immortal. Ling Tian could not resist stretching, feeling an overwhelming sense of comfort. Over the years, his body had grown significantly as he extended his limbs. A series of cracking sounds echoed. Just then, a change flickered across Ling Tian's countenance as a notification from the system resonated in his ears. Ding! Host detected to be renowned in the primordial realm. Please choose. Option 1. Seize this opportunity to unify the primordial realm. Reward. Innate supreme treasure, the Chaos Bell. Option 2. Continue to remain hidden, refusing to emerge. Reward. Innate Chaos Grand Formation. Note: the innate Chaos Grand Formation is a formidable defensive array. Using the Chaos Pearl as its core, possessing the power to suppress chaos, repelling all evils, and becoming impervious to myriad laws. Its defensive might increases with the strength of the array's wielder. The system's task selection reappeared. Upon seeing the two options presented by the system, Ling Tian felt a wave of frustration. The dogged system was once again offering a bell. Its intentions to undermine me are relentless. Immediately, Ling Tian made his decision. Choosing option 1 was absolutely out of the question. Dio emerge and unify the primordial realm. What a preposterous jest. Was he seeking death? Though he had achieved the unprecedented 12th rank of Deluo, Ling Tian was merely a Deluo Golden Immortal. Not to mention the ever-watchful and predatory Luo who, even the Ancestor Dragon and the Primordial Qilin were foes he could not yet confront. Did the system intend to ensnare me? Absolutely not. In stark contrast to the pitiful option 1, option 2 appeared far more appealing. Not to mention that remaining hidden aligned perfectly with Ling Tian's true inclinations, the innate Chaos Grand Formation was simply irresistible. After the Phoenix clan sealed their mountain, they seemed impervious to threats. Yet Ling Tian was acutely aware of Luo whose formidable strength. Moreover, anyone familiar with the tales of the primordial realm understood a critical truth. The tides of fate are irreversible. In this cataclysm of the Dragon and Han, while the Phoenix clan had sealed themselves away, Ling Tian could not believe that the heavenly path of the primordial realm would remain indifferent. In his view, the protective array of the Phoenix clan was still not secure. The innate Chaos Grand Formation was most timely. With this thought, Ling Tian promptly declared to the system, I choose option 2. As his words fell, a formation diagram composed of countless intricate patterns materialized before Ling Tian's eyes. It was, indeed, the reward of this moment. Diagram of the innate Chaos Grand Formation. Just gazing at the profound essence contained within this diagram, Ling Tian sensed its extraordinary nature. The innate Chaos Grand Formation utilized the Chaos Supreme Treasure, the Chaos Pearl, as its core, and its power was undoubtedly worthy of anticipation. Ling Tian wasted no time and immediately began to comprehend the innate chaos grand formation. However, what Ling Tian did not anticipate was that a conspiracy targeting the Phoenix clan had already descended. When Luo Hu learned that it was Ling Tian who had achieved the 12th rank of the Luo Golden Immortal, a jolt of shock coursed through him, swiftly followed by a fleeting thought. Could it be that the one consistently thwarting his plans was not Yuan Feng, but the Ling Tian within her womb? Yet this notion barely flickered through Luo Hu's mind. An unborn fetus could hardly possess such cunning. Luo Hu could not fathom that Ling Tian was a transmigrator well-versed in the tales of the primordial realm. At this moment, within the primordial realm, if anyone understood Luo Hu best, it would be Ling Tian, the unborn fetus. It is worth noting that while Ling Tian's achievement of the 12th rank of the Luo instilled considerable trepidation in Luo Hu, it simultaneously provided him with a splendid opportunity to breach the gates of the Phoenix clan. Under Luo Hu's covert influence, the once venomous primordial Qilin and the ancestor dragon had clandestinely met numerous times over the years, ultimately reaching a consensus. They could not allow the Phoenix clan to continue developing in such tranquility, especially not grant Ling Tian the time to grow. Should Ling Tian reach the apex of his powers, attaining the later stages of the primordial Golden Immortal, or even the legendary primordial de Luo Golden Immortal, their fates would be dire. The principle that one cannot rest easy in another's domain was certainly not lost on the ancestor dragon and the primordial Qilin. Unexpectedly, at this juncture, the leader of the avian clan, a being of initial primordial golden immortal rank known as the Heavy Bright Bird, suddenly approached them, sharing a goal strikingly similar to theirs. Although the primordial Qilin and the ancestor dragon were perplexed, they saw no reason to reject their common objective. Thus, the three primary factions of the avian, beast, and scaled creatures began to openly advance towards the southern bright immortal volcano. This spectacle undeniably caught the attention of countless beings within the primordial realm. They were not naive. The grandeur of Ling Tian's ascension to the 12th rank of Luo was still vivid in their minds. Now, the avian, beast, and scaled factions were converging with murderous intent towards the southern bright immortal volcano. Their intentions were unmistakable. The denizens of the primordial realm held little faith in the Phoenix clan. Despite the Phoenix clan's might, prior to Ling Tian reaching his later stages, their strength paled in comparison to the rapidly expanding Qilin and Dragon clans. Additionally, with the avian clan led by the Heavy Bright Bird, the Phoenix clan faced the looming threat of extermination. Within the western ancestral veins, Luo Hu, reveling in the success of his plot, could not suppress a cruel smile. Yuan Feng, regardless of how cautious you are, in the end, you shall merely become a pawn on my chessboard. Chapter 31. The crisis of annihilation approaches, the will for battle surges within the southern bright immortal volcano. Ling Tian, who was in seclusion, suddenly sensed an overwhelming aura of murderous intent, jolting him from his trance. Simultaneously, the system's voice echoed once more, ding, detecting the ancestor dragon, primordial Qilin, and Heavy Bright Bird leading an assault on the Phoenix clan. A crisis looms for the Phoenix clan. Please choose. Option 1. Emerge and fight to the death. At worst, die in battle. Reward, fragment of the creation jade butterfly. Option 2. Continue to refine the innate chaos grand formation. Resolutely remain in seclusion. Reward, a bottle of the healing sacred medicine. 3 light divine water. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Ling Tian's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. Why would the Dragon and Qilin clans invade the Phoenix clan? And what of that Heavy Bright Bird? Ling Tian's mind raced, quickly leading him to a bitter smile. Surely, all of this was due to my achievement of the 12th rank of de Luo. Indeed, one must not be too ostentatious in life, lest one becomes a target. Ling Tian had now become the center of everyone's attention. Among the two options presented, option 1 was tantamount to certain death. Ling Tian had no other choice. System, I choose option 2. After making his choice, a white porcelain vial materialized before Ling Tian. He reached out, opened it, and was immediately greeted by the radiant hues of gold, silver, and purple emanating from within. The 3 light divine water was composed of the golden sunlight divine water, silver moonlight divine water, and purple starlight divine water, recognized as the foremost healing sacred medicine in the primordial realm. Gazing at the coveted 3 light divine water that countless cultivators yearned for, Ling Tian's eyes did not reflect much joy. While the 3 light divine water was indeed powerful, given the current plight of the Phoenix clan, it would likely prove of little use. At present, the only means to turn the tide was to swiftly comprehend the innate chaos grand formation. If he could deploy this chaos-level defensive array, the Phoenix clan's dire situation would have a chance for reversal. With this in mind, Ling Tian dared not delay any further and resumed his understanding. Just as Ling Tian fell back into his meditative state, Yuan Feng's eyes suddenly snapped open within her cave. Her expression was grave. A mid-stage chaos golden immortal, She could already sense a sliver of ominous energy approaching. Even now, she distinctly felt a powerful aura of murderous intent emanating from beyond the southern bright immortal volcano, directed towards the Phoenix clan. Just as Yuan Feng was about to speak, Qing Luan abruptly stood up, her face betraying a hint of panic. Sister, I sense an exceedingly potent wave of murderous intent descending upon us. The Phoenix clan is in grave danger. As she spoke, Qing Luan felt the ominous energy drawing closer. Sister Qing Luan was about to continue, but Yuan Feng raised a hand to silence her. In the next moment, her commanding yet icy voice resounded throughout the southern bright immortal volcano. An enemy approaches. All members of the Phoenix clan, heed my command. Cease your meditations and swiftly converge at the various nodes of the protective array. Do not hold back your celestial energy. Maximize the array's power for me. After a brief pause, Yuan Feng bellowed again. Within the span of an incense stick, all elders shall gather in the Phoenix clan's great hall. Follow me to face the enemy. With that, Yuan Feng's figure vanished in an instant. When she reappeared, she was already seated upon the throne in the great hall of the Phoenix clan, her eyes ablaze with fierce battle intent. As the mighty beings of the Phoenix clan arrived, Yuan Feng let out a cold laugh and slowly spoke. Esteemed ones, the Phoenix clan stands at a pivotal moment of life and death. Should we fail to overcome this tribulation, not only will our aspirations of dominating the primordial realm be extinguished, but the Phoenix clan may cease to exist altogether. She continued, abandon any impractical thoughts in your hearts. We must channel all our efforts into this imminent battle. The assembled powerful members of the Phoenix clan knelt in unison, declaring, we obey the clan leader's orders. At that moment, the Golden Phoenix King raised his head abruptly, his eyes reflecting deep confusion. Clan leader, could you enlighten us as to who dares to invade our Phoenix clan? What is the source of our current crisis? Upon hearing the Golden Phoenix King's inquiry, the other powerful members of the Phoenix clan also turned their gaze towards Yuan Feng, their expressions equally puzzled. The Phoenix clan is one of the three most formidable factions in the primordial realm. Given their strength, how could they possibly face a life-and-death crisis? Unless, a sudden thought struck the minds of these powerful members of the Phoenix clan. Unless the Dragon and Qiling clans were to attack the Phoenix clan simultaneously, such a situation might arise. Just as these powerful beings were engulfed in confusion, three auras of primordial golden immortal rank suddenly emerged in the void outside the southern bright immortal volcano. It was none other than the Ancestor Dragon, the primordial Qiling, and the heavy bright bird. What? Upon witnessing the arrival of these three, the faces of the powerful members of the Phoenix clan shifted dramatically. This was far worse than they had anticipated. Facing the Dragon and Qiling clans alone was already a daunting task for the Phoenix clan. Now, they had to contend with the Avian Alliance represented by the heavy bright bird as well. The Phoenix clan was truly in dire straits. As one of the three dominant clans, the combined battle strength of the Dragon and Qiling clans was not inferior to that of the Phoenix clan. In terms of high-end combat power, the three clans were nearly equal. Aside from the Fire Phoenix King, the Phoenix clan had Yuan Feng and Qing Luan as their two primordial golden immortals. The Dragon clan also boasted two primordial golden immortals, the Ancestor Dragon and the Candle Dragon. The Qiling clan was similarly equipped, with the primordial Qiling and the Emo Qiling. In terms of core strength, through years of development, the Dragon and Qiling clans had surpassed the Phoenix clan. The lower-tier forces could be disregarded. It could be said that the Phoenix clan was already at a disadvantage against the Dragon and Qiling clans individually. Moreover, they now faced both clans simultaneously. The most terrifying aspect was that the assault on the Phoenix clan was not solely from the Dragon and Qiling clans, but also included the Heavy Bright Bird. Although the Heavy Bright Bird was merely an initial primordial golden immortal, he was backed by the Avian Alliance. Faced with the combined offensive from the Dragon clan, the Qiling clan, and the Avian Alliance, the Phoenix clan's crisis was all too evident. It was only at this moment that the powerful members of the Phoenix clan grasped the magnitude of the life-and-death crisis Yuan Feng had spoken of. This was clearly a crisis of extermination. Clan leader. The Golden Phoenix King's countenance darkened significantly, yet his resolve became unwavering. Clan leader, we are willing to die for the Phoenix clan. If all hope is lost, we implore you to escape with the Crown Prince. As long as you and the Crown Prince remain, the Phoenix clan shall endure. Our lives are but a small price to pay. As he spoke, the Golden Phoenix King erupted with the full might of a perfected Deluo Golden Immortal, transforming into a beam of golden light that shot skyward. Following him, the other powerful members of the Phoenix clan unleashed their formidable auras, which soared into the skies, enveloping the southern bright immortal volcano. Behind these mighty beings were countless core members of the Phoenix clan. Though their cultivation levels may not have been as high, their battle spirit and resolve to die for the Phoenix clan were no less fervent than those of the powerful beings. In the face of impending doom, not a single member of the Phoenix clan chose to falter. The surging battle intent surged within their chests. For the Phoenix clan, they would fight to the bitter end. Sensing this wave of determination, Yuan Feng felt a warmth in her eyes. Countless words coalesced in her heart, ultimately culminating in a single word, fight. As this proclamation escaped her lips, an electric thrill coursed through the hearts of countless Phoenix clan members, their blood igniting with fervor. Fight, fight, fight. Chapter 32. The Siege of the Phoenix Clan. The Phoenix Clan's protective array demonstrates its might outside the southern bright immortal volcano. The Ancestor Dragon, Primordial Qilin, and Heavy Bright Bird, all of whom were primordial golden immortals, could still sense the overwhelming battle intent radiating from the Phoenix Clan, despite the barrier of the protective array. However, the Ancestor Dragon, Primordial Qilin, and Heavy Bright Bird exchanged glances of derision. What did their fervent battle spirit matter? What did fighting to the last breath mean? In the face of such a vast disparity in power, all was futile, especially the Ancestor Dragon, who was reminded of the humiliation he had suffered here. Humph! The Ancestor Dragon scoffed and bellowed at Yuan Feng. Yuan Feng, you madwoman, look at you now. Do you still remember how you once threatened me here? He continued. You extorted 20 innate spiritual treasures from me. Today, I shall repay that debt with the blood of the Phoenix Clan. Ha ha ha. As he concluded, the Ancestor Dragon let out a triumphant laugh. The pleasure derived from this act of vengeance was deeply satisfying. Yet, unbeknownst to him, as he spoke, the ominous energy in his eyes intensified. The calamity energy within the Ancestor Dragon was increasingly influencing his mind. Meanwhile, though the Primordial Qilin remained silent, his eyes equally glinted with a desire for revenge. The humiliation from the Primordial Qilin's coming-of-age ceremony would be repaid in full today. Only the Heavy Bright Bird maintained a calm demeanor. For him, there was no personal enmity with Yuan Feng. He was merely executing the orders of the Demon Ancestor Luo Hu. His primary objective was to eliminate Yuan Feng and the Ling Tian within her. The fate of the other members of the Phoenix Clan was of no concern to him. At that moment, the protective array of the Phoenix Clan suddenly trembled, contracting once more in the blink of an eye. The array, which had previously encompassed the entire southern bright immortal volcano, shrank significantly, now only enveloping the central peaks. The already solidified protective array of the Phoenix Clan became even more substantial, its defensive capabilities elevated to new heights. Simultaneously, Yuan Feng's cold and chilling voice echoed from within the southern bright immortal volcano. Enough with the idle chatter. If we are to fight, then let us fight. Ancestor Dragon, Primordial Qilin, you two old scoundrels, do you dare to enter and face me one-on-one? To engage in a one-on-one duel with Yuan Feng within the depths of the Phoenix Clan. Upon hearing her words, the Ancestor Dragon, Primordial Qilin, and Heavy Bright Bird all felt a flicker of trepidation. Yuan Feng was renowned for her ferocity in battle throughout the primordial realm, and coupled with her unique ability to undergo rebirth. None were eager to engage her in direct combat unless absolutely necessary. Even the powerful Ancestor Dragon, Primordial Qilin, and Heavy Bright Bird were no exceptions. Moreover, the three of them belonged to different factions. While they seemed to collaborate seamlessly, they each remained wary of one another. It could be said that if the Ancestor Dragon were to sustain serious injuries while battling Yuan Feng, the Primordial Qilin and Heavy Bright Bird would not hesitate to take advantage of the situation. After eliminating the Phoenix Clan, they would certainly turn their sights on the Dragon Clan, making them the next target of the siege. Thus, Zulong, Shikolin, and Choming Bird exchanged glances, each perceiving the wariness reflected in the other's eyes. Ha! Choming Bird immediately let out a cold chuckle, declaring, in that case, let us allow the younger ones to shatter the Phoenix Clan's turtle shell first. At that point, we shall be able to join forces to besiege the Yuan Feng. Even if Yuan Feng manages to undergo a rebirth, her demise is inevitable. Upon finishing Choming Bird's words, Zulong and Shikolin's eyes lit up, profoundly agreeing with the sentiment. In the next moment, Zulong's domineering voice reverberated across the heavens. All dragon kin, heed my command. Shatter the Phoenix Clan's turtle shell for me. Following closely was Shikolin's thunderous roar, Qilin's sons, respond. Break open the protective formation of the Phoenix Clan. With a fierce cry, Choming Bird shouted. Screech, behind it, countless avian creatures surged forth with an overwhelming intent to kill. Like a tidal wave, in an instant, a multitude of beings from the avian, beast, and scaled clans loomed ominously over the South Ming undying volcano. Countless streams of spiritual light cascaded from the void, resembling a meteor shower from afar, resplendent and breathtaking. Yet behind this beauty lay a chilling intent to kill. Within the South Ming undying volcano. Upon witnessing this scene, the myriad Phoenix Clan members collectively unleashed a fierce roar. Excluding Yuan Feng and Qingluan, two primordial golden immortals, it seemed as though the celestial power within the bodies of the Phoenix Clan members was carelessly pouring into the protective formation. If they could not withstand this blow, all would be lost. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of countless explosions erupted. Under the overwhelming onslaught, the protective formation of the Phoenix Clan trembled violently, as if on the verge of complete collapse. However, the Phoenix clan ultimately held their ground, their morale soared. Within the Phoenix clan's grand hall, Yuan Feng could not contain her exclamation of delight, her eyes shining with hope. To withstand the first blow before she and Qingwan had even intervened meant that the Phoenix clan still had a chance. Meanwhile, an idea seemed to strike Yuan Feng, her phoenix eyes gleaming as she communicated telepathically with King Jinfeng. King Jinfeng, you must go to the depths of the South Ming Undying Volcano and release the Fire Phoenix King. What? Upon hearing Yuan Feng's transmission, King Jinfeng momentarily froze, a look of struggle overtaking his face. However, upon meeting Yuan Feng's resolute gaze, he dared not defy her, bowing respectfully. I shall obey the clan leader's orders. After speaking, King Jinfeng immediately made his way toward the depths of the South Ming Undying Volcano. The many powerful members of the Phoenix clan nearby were filled with confusion. They were unaware of King Jinfeng's intentions, but upon considering the Fire Phoenix King in the depths, a conjecture began to form in their minds. Perhaps at this critical juncture, Yuan Feng had no choice but to pardon the Fire Phoenix King. After all, the Fire Phoenix King was a formidable being of the primordial early stage. If he were to join the fray, the chances of the Phoenix clan holding their ground would significantly increase. Just as the powerful members of the Phoenix clan were distracted, Yuan Feng's thunderous voice rang out once more, "Here they come. Hold the line." After a brief pause, the second wave of assault arrived. The members of the Phoenix clan dared not entertain any distractions, channeling all their celestial power into the protective formation. Boom, boom, boom. Following the sound of countless explosions, the protective formation of the Phoenix clan, though appearing on the brink of collapse, managed to hold once again. Outside the South Ming Undying Volcano, expressions of astonishment appeared on the faces of Zulong, Shikolin, and Choming Bird. They had not anticipated the resilience of the Phoenix clan's protective formation. Yet this was merely the beginning. Given sufficient time, the protective formation would undoubtedly shatter. Moreover, they had yet to unleash their full strength at the level of primordial golden immortals. The combined might of the primordial golden immortals from the three factions numbered at least 5. In the eyes of Zulong, Shikolin, and Choming Bird, the Phoenix clan was merely struggling for survival. Chapter 33. Yuan Feng's insights and the tragedy of the Fire Phoenix King. The astonishing battle at the South Ming Undying Volcano drew the attention of nearly all beings in the primordial world. The Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans, along with the emerging Avian Alliance, collectively represented the most formidable forces of this era at the South Ming Undying Volcano. It could be said that the outcome of this confrontation would determine the future trajectory of the entire primordial realm. Prior to this, the Phoenix clan had subtly risen to become the foremost race in the primordial world due to the presence of Yuan Feng and Ling Tian. Yet now, scarcely any being held optimism for the Phoenix clan. To them, the Phoenix clan's extinction seemed imminent. The beings of the primordial world could not help but feel a sense of lament. As one of the most powerful races in the primordial realm, the Phoenix clan had found itself in such dire straits. The most direct cause of this predicament was Yuan Feng's connection to Ling Tian. Who could have imagined that Ling Tian, with his terrifying potential, who ought to have ushered the Phoenix clan into prosperity, would instead be the very catalyst for their downfall? In the Western Ancestor's vein, upon sensing the developments at the South Ming Undying Volcano, the Demon Ancestor Luahu revealed a cold smile. Having orchestrated the current situation, the Phoenix clan had no chance of survival. At this point, they were merely struggling in their death throes. Once the Phoenix clan was eradicated, he would then begin plotting against the Qilin and Dragon clans. Once all three races were extinguished, I could command millions of demon kin to rise and dominate the world. Ha 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 ha. Delighted by this thought, Luahu could not help but burst into laughter. Above the Western Ancestor's vein, demonic energy surged incessantly. Yet Luahu remained oblivious to the fact that, like Zulong and Shikolin, a trace of calamity had also manifested in his gaze. Unbeknownst to him, the Demon Ancestor Luahu had already entered a phase of tribulation. In the Zhixiao Palace, Hongjun awakened once more from his seclusion. His gaze turned toward the South Ming Undying Volcano, and a look of astonishment surfaced in his eyes. Hongjun had not anticipated such a scene. According to his original calculations, Yuan Feng and Ling Tian within her womb should have been the greatest variables in this calamity. Yet now, it appeared that these two variables were soon to vanish. A flicker of joy crossed Hongjun's mind as he began to calculate the heavenly mechanisms. However, the results caused him to furrow his brow. His predictions regarding Ling Tian remained shrouded in ambiguity. Yet through his calculations concerning Yuan Feng and the Phoenix clan, Hongjun was taken aback to discover that the fortunes of Yuan Feng and the Phoenix clan remained vibrant, showing no signs of dissipating. Could it be that amidst this perilous situation, the Phoenix clan still possessed a means of turning the tide? Yet even in such dire circumstances, even Hongjun, a primordial golden immortal at the late stage, would not dare assert he could survive. What merit or virtue did the Phoenix clan possess? Returning to the South Ming Undying Volcano, the relentless bombardment of the Phoenix clan's protective formation had persisted for several months. Excluding Yuan Feng and Qinghuan, who had yet to make a move, the billions of Phoenix kin were enduring a grueling struggle. Even with the assistance of the protective formation, they gradually began to falter. In these few months, had it not been for each Phoenix kin exerting their utmost effort, the protective formation would have surely collapsed long ago. And on this day, the protective formation finally teetered on the brink of collapse. Hold strong. A great Luo golden immortal of the Phoenix clan spat blood from the corner of his mouth, howling skyward. Yet, with a resounding boom, the formation that had stubbornly endured for months was suddenly breached. It's over. Upon witnessing this enormous gap, a wave of despair surged within the hearts of nearly every Phoenix kin. Qinghuan, who had been standing beside Yuan Feng, turned anxious and was about to intervene. However, Yuan Feng raised her hand to stop her. Sister. Just as Qinghuan was filled with confusion, Yuan Feng's thunderous voice suddenly rang out. King Jinfeng, how much longer will you delay? As soon as her voice fell, the depths of the South Ming undying volcano erupted with violent tremors. An aura at the level of a primordial golden immortal shot skyward. This is as if struck by a realization. The hearts of the Phoenix clan members surged with joy this critical juncture. Yuan Feng had finally lifted the confinement on the Fire Phoenix King. With the Fire Phoenix King, a primordial golden immortal, the strength of the Phoenix clan would significantly increase. Outside the South Ming undying volcano, as the protective formation of the Phoenix clan shattered, Zulong, Shikolin, and Choming Bird's hearts leapt with joy, unable to suppress the urge to rush in. Yet in the end, they all restrained this impulse. The three primordial golden immortals exchanged glances, each revealing a hint of a cold smile. Clearly, none wished to be used as a pawn by the others. However, even if they refrained from assisting one another, once the protective formation of the Phoenix clan was completely destroyed, they would be free to unleash their full might. The fate of the Phoenix clan would not change significantly, but at that moment, they distinctly sensed an aura at the level of a primordial golden immortal soaring into the sky. This is the Fire Phoenix King. Zulong and Shikolin's expressions tightened, but they quickly regained their composure. Even with the addition of the Fire Phoenix King, the Phoenix clan would still only possess 3 primordial golden immortals. Their side, however, boasted 5. They still maintained an absolute advantage. Zulong and Shikolin failed to notice the change in Choming Bird's expression. When the aura of the Fire Phoenix King emerged, a smug grin spread across Choming Bird's face. Releasing the Fire Phoenix King? Yuan Feng was surely digging her own grave. Choming Bird thought to himself. Yet before he could bask in his triumph for long, the satisfaction on his face abruptly vanished, replaced by a mix of shock and anger. Damn it! It turned out that just as all beings thought Yuan Feng was about to release the Fire Phoenix King, a desperate screech echoed through the heavens. The rising aura of the Fire Phoenix King suddenly faltered. Countless beings wore bewildered expressions. What is happening? Wasn't she supposed to release the Fire Phoenix King? What is Yuan Feng doing? Yet in the next moment, a fire law at the level of a primordial golden immortal surged forth within the protective formation of the Phoenix clan. The moment this fire law manifested, it rushed toward the gap in the protective formation, instantly sealing it shut. But that was not all. With the aid of this law, the previously precarious protective formation of the clan was rejuvenated, its resilience suddenly surpassing even its previous strength. In stark contrast, the aura of the Fire Phoenix King dramatically waned. What the hell? Yuan Feng is treating the Fire Phoenix King as a source of primordial golden immortal level energy, with the Fire Phoenix King's celestial energy supply. The might of the Phoenix clan's protective formation surged, more than doubling. Is there even such a tactic? In the void, a powerful being could not help but exclaim in astonishment. This scene deeply shocked all beings. Consequently, the protective formation of the Phoenix clan could now endure for an even longer duration. However, for Zulong and Shikolin, this was of little consequence. It merely meant a slight delay. The fate of the Phoenix clan would not change in the slightest. Only Choming Bird's expression grew exceedingly grim. Chapter 34. The protective formation shatters. Yuan Feng severely wounded Zulong and Shikolin remained unaware that Choming Bird, the Fire Phoenix King, was not an enemy at all, but rather an ally. He could even be viewed as an infiltrator within the enemy's ranks. Just as Choming Bird reveled in the release of the Fire Phoenix King, he tragically realized that Yuan Feng was using the Fire Phoenix King as a primordial golden immortal level energy crystal. To put it more vividly, if the protective formation of the Phoenix clan were likened to an electrical device, then the Fire Phoenix King would be the battery for that device. Yuan Feng! Choming Bird clenched his teeth in frustration, his avian visage darkening. In that moment, Choming Bird distinctly heard Zulong and Shikolin ordering their subordinates to strike the protective formation of the Phoenix clan with even greater ferocity. A jolt of fear ran through Choming Bird's heart as he suddenly grasped a terrifying possibility. If the protective formation of the Phoenix clan were to shatter, would the Fire Phoenix King not also perish alongside it? Under the puzzled gazes of Zulong and Shikolin, Choming Bird hesitated to command an increase in their assault. Yet even so, the aura emanating from the protective formation of the Phoenix clan grew weaker by the day. Ultimately, the day of its shattering would inevitably arrive. In the primordial realm, time held little significance. An ordinary being might spend tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years in seclusion. However, during these years, the Phoenix clan within the South Ming Undying Volcano experienced the passage of time as if it were an eternity. Anyone facing the relentless approach of death would find it unbearable. The fact that the Phoenix clan could still persevere spoke volumes about their resolve. Should the Phoenix clan survive this crisis, their strength would undoubtedly undergo a significant leap. Yet that was a tale for another day. One day, after enduring for several hundred years, the protective formation of the Phoenix clan finally emitted a sound of unbearable strain. In the next moment, boom! A deafening explosion resounded as the protective formation of the Phoenix clan shattered into pieces. Screech! Yuanfeng stifled the sorrow swelling within her heart and immediately bellowed, "Follow me to break through." However, what filled Yuanfeng with despair was a thin veil of light had evidently appeared around the South Ming Undying Volcano, a confinement array meticulously laid down by Zulong, Shikolin, and Choming Bird. Though this array was not particularly powerful, it was akin to a nightmare for the currently beleaguered Phoenix clan. Trapped in a dire situation, Yuanfeng's mind was devoid of distractions, only brimming with fierce combat spirit. Since heaven seeks to extinguish my Phoenix clan, we shall pierce through this sky. Even if we all perish, we shall not allow these ruffians to have it easy. Follow me to kill. After declaring, Yuanfeng soared into the sky, charging upward in midair. Yuanfeng transformed into her colossal true form. The clan's sacred artifact, the Phoenix staff, shimmered around her in a brilliant glow. Screech! Accompanied by a piercing cry, a true fire of nirvana, forged from the power of the 5 elemental laws, erupted explosively from Yuanfeng's center. Run! The myriad beings in the void, upon witnessing this scene, were instantly gripped by terror, desperately fleeing outward. Yet, compared to the speed of the Nirvana True Fire's detonation, their attempts at escape were painfully slow. Wherever the Nirvana True Fire swept through, the beings of the primordial realm abruptly froze in place. Subsequently, these beings crumbled like stones weathered by countless years, reduced to ashes carried away by the wind. From a high vantage point, one could observe a considerable gap in the encirclement above the South Ming Undying Volcano, as if it had vanished into thin air. Yuanfeng's attack was terrifyingly potent. However, before the remaining members of the Phoenix clan could rejoice, they saw Yuanfeng struck by a dark yellow and a golden beam of light. "Sister!" Qinghuan cried out in despair, ready to rush to her aid. Yet Choming Bird had long been waiting, blocking her path with a deliberate demeanor. "Qinghuan, your opponent is me. Chongming, you seek death." Qinghuan, filled with rage, immediately engaged Choming Bird in battle, plunging into the depths below in that instant. The 2 remaining primordial golden immortals of the Phoenix clan were targeted, while the rest were merely exhausted kin. Just then, the previously dormant Zhulong and Imo Qilin emerged. These 2 were also primordial golden immortals, a veritable nightmare for the remaining Phoenix clan members. Zhulong and Imo Qilin descended upon the Phoenix clan as if they were tigers among sheep. With a mere strike, they could eliminate entire swathes of the Phoenix kin. But that was not all. Behind Zhulong and Imo Qilin surged countless avian, beast, and scaled beings, each far stronger than the Phoenix clan. Combined with Zhulong and Imo Qilin, the remaining Phoenix clan stood no chance. They fell like wheat before the scythe, one after another in a remarkably short span of time. The Phoenix clan suffered grievous losses. The South Ming Undying Volcano transformed into a veritable purgatory for the Phoenix clan. The life and death crisis of the Phoenix clan erupted in full force at this moment. Endless calamity descended from the void, raining down upon the battlefield. Looking to the heavens, having been ambushed by Zulong and Shikolin, Yuanfeng found herself significantly injured. Golden Phoenix blood rained down from the void. On Yuanfeng's immense form, 2 massive wounds had appeared. Notably, her left wing had suffered a considerable collapse, the result of her desperate maneuver to shield her abdomen with her left wing as danger loomed. If not for that, the Ling Tian within Yuanfeng's womb is destined to fall. With a fierce cry, Yuanfeng unleashed a piercing phoenix cry. Yet, compared to before, this cry was evidently much weaker. Suddenly, amidst the chaos of the primordial world, a torrential rain of blood began to fall. The phoenix wept, and the heavens shared in the sorrow. A sense of desolation inexplicably took root in the hearts of the primordial beings. However, the Ancestor Dragon and the first Qilin showed no signs of relenting. The Ancestor Dragon Pearl and the Qilin Seal, infused with the might of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal's laws, mercilessly descended upon the injured Yuanfeng. Spit! In response, Yuanfeng exhibited no fear, forcefully spitting out a mouthful of blood, her fighting spirit surging. What fear is there in death? Even if she were to perish, Yuanfeng would ensure that the Ancestor Dragon and the first Qilin would not emerge unscathed. Yet, a single regret lingered in her heart, that is, Ling Tian. At this very moment, Yuan Feng no longer cared whether Ling Tian was powerful, whether he grasped the laws adeptly, or whether he possessed supreme cultivation techniques. What she regretted was that she had not been able to see Ling Tian even once before her demise, my child. I am so sorry, Yuan Feng murmured, before plunging back into the brutal battle for her life. Unbeknownst to Yuan Feng, at that very moment, Ling Tian, who had been in seclusion, suddenly opened his eyes. Sensing everything from the outside world, a profound fear washed over Ling Tian's face. Thankfully, there was still time. In the next instant, a thunderous voice reverberated through the heavens. Form the Formation, Chapter 35. Ling Tian awakens, the primal chaos great formation in the brief period following the breach of the Phoenix Clan's formation. The South Ming undying volcano witnessed countless casualties among the Phoenix Clan. The entire volcano transformed into a veritable hellscape, strewn with corpses and rivers of blood, the majority of which belonged to the Phoenix Clan. As the chieftain of the Phoenix Clan, Yuan Feng helplessly watched her kin being slaughtered, unable to intervene. She could not suppress a cry of despair. Yet, at that moment of distraction, she was once again struck by the Ancestor Dragon Pearl and the Qilin Seal. Yuan Feng could no longer contain her injuries, letting out a mournful cry as she fell from the void. Thud. Yuan Feng's enormous body crashed onto the hard rocks, creating a massive crater. Her phoenix blood gushed forth as if it were free. Surging uncontrollably, dizziness enveloped her, and she nearly succumbed to faintness. This last blow felt like the final straw breaking the back of the camel. Yuan Feng had lost all fighting spirit. Unless she chose to undergo nirvana, which would mean Ling Tian's demise, she could not muster the resolve to do so. My son, I can no longer hold on. I am so sorry. Yuan Feng's heart brimmed with sorrow at this juncture. She was left with no choice but to choose nirvana. With a thunderous phoenix cry, the flames of nirvana erupted from Yuan Feng's body, releasing an overwhelming aura that shot skyward. Upon sensing this aura, the Ancestor Dragon and the first Qilin shouted in alarm, retreating while shouting. Yuan Feng is about to self-destruct in nirvana. Everyone retreat, retreat. The self-detonation of a mid-stage Hunyuan Golden Immortal is an unimaginable terror. Even the likes of the Ancestor Dragon and the first Qilin were unwilling to confront it. Countless beings began to frantically flee from Yuan Feng's vicinity. Within a radius of 10,000 miles around Yuan Feng, an immediate vacuum zone appeared. Observing this scene, Yuan Feng managed a bitter smile, ready to self-destruct completely. But at that moment, thud, thud, thud. Hearing a familiar sound, Yuan Feng, on the brink of self-detonation, suddenly froze. My son, are you bidding farewell to me? Tears streamed down Yuan Feng's face, yet the self-destructive aura grew increasingly intense. Little did she know, Ling Tian within her womb was on the verge of losing his mind. Ling Tian had not anticipated Yuan Feng's resoluteness. Setting up the primal chaos great formation required time, yet before he could complete the setup, Yuan Feng was preparing to self-destruct. Ling Tian was nearly frantic. Fortunately, he managed to temporarily halt Yuan Feng through familiar means, buying himself precious time. Buzz. Just as Yuan Feng's aura intensified, she suddenly paused again. She distinctly felt a powerful force radiating from within her womb. What is this? Before Yuan Feng could react, this force spread outward at an incredibly bizarre speed. Within mere breaths, this power enveloped the entire South Ming undying volcano, a spectacle that left all beings dumbfounded unfolded. This force transformed into a bowl-shaped light membrane, inverted over the South Ming undying volcano. Akin to the Phoenix Clan's protective formation, safeguarding the volcano while also dividing the battlefield in two. Is this my son's doing? Yuan Feng's heart surged with realization, and she immediately halted her self-detonation. In the next moment, Yuan Feng's voice thundered across the skies. All Phoenix Clan members, heed my command. Enter this light membrane immediately. Hearing Yuan Feng's voice, the exhausted Phoenix Clan members wasted no time, rushing into the light membrane. Sensing this, the other beings pursued them relentlessly. However, upon colliding with the light membrane, they were immediately rebuffed. What is this? The Ancestor Dragon and the first Qilin exchanged glances, a hint of surprise in their eyes. They had not expected the Phoenix Clan, in such dire straits, could set up such a formation. The Phoenix Clan is indeed a fated lineage. However, this must be their final trump card. If this light membrane is broken, the Phoenix Clan will undoubtedly face total annihilation. In the void, the Ancestor Dragon wore a mocking expression. Yuan Feng, is this your final card? Merely a desperate struggle for survival. From now on, the Phoenix Clan shall vanish entirely from the primordial realm. Kill them. Accompanied by the Ancestor Dragon's roar, countless beings in the void charged toward the light membrane. Yet, unlike their previous assaults on the Phoenix Clan's protective formation, when their attacks struck the light membrane, they were all repelled. The membrane itself showed no signs of even a ripple, as if the onslaught was utterly inconsequential. What kind of formation is this? The ancestor dragon couldn't help but exclaim. Facing such formidable attacks, even their dragon clan's protective formation could not achieve such resilience. They must not allow the Phoenix clan any opportunity, the ancestor dragon and the first Qilin shouted in unison. In the next instant, the ancestor dragon pearl and the Qilin seal, imbued with the overwhelming might of Hunyuan golden immortal level, crashed down upon the light membrane. Yet, this seemingly fragile membrane merely quivered slightly before returning to tranquility. This scene deeply shocked all beings present. Impossible. What kind of formation is this, and why is it so powerful? The ancestor dragon cried out again, filled with a sense of foreboding. Could it be that they were on the brink of failure? The ancestor dragon and the first Qilin felt a profound unease, their expressions darkening in stark contrast to the dismay of the ancestor dragon and the first Qilin. The remaining Phoenix clan erupted into joyous cheers. They had been on the brink of despair, hoping merely to take down a few more enemies before their demise. Yet who could have imagined such a miraculous reversal? Their hearts filled with joy. The Phoenix clan members could not help but weep in each other's embrace. Within Yuan Feng's womb, Ling Tian felt this scene unfold, a smile creeping onto his lips, though his gaze remained icy. The true spectacle has only just begun, and no sooner had he thought this than the light membrane enveloping the South Ming undying volcano erupted with a deafening hum. The laws of thunder manifested as a golden thunder pool, crackling with sound. The laws of wind transformed into an endless gale, howling incessantly. As the golden thunder and the nine heavens gale emerged, they descended upon the enemies within the light membrane. Thunder from the nine heavens, gale piercing to the bone. The enemies within the light membrane, the highest of whom were merely great Luo golden immortals, could not withstand such an assault. Anyone touched by it would instantly perish. Even the great Luo golden immortals suffered injuries at best, or death at worst. It was akin to a one-sided slaughter. Yet that was not all. Following the golden thunder pool and the nine heavens gale, an infinite array of 5 elemental rings appeared within the light membrane. These 5 elemental rings ensnared the great Luo golden immortals, and anyone caught within them found themselves beheaded on the spot. Chapter 36. A stunning reversal. The tragedy of the rejuvenation bird. Is this a defensive formation? How could it harbor such lethal intent? Witnessing this scene, the ancestor dragon's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, this formation could withstand the attacks of both him and the first Qilin, indicating its formidable defense. The ancestor dragon had initially thought this was a purely defensive formation, only to discover it could unleash such deadly power. Could it be that this is not merely a defensive formation, but also a killing array? Wouldn't that mean all the Qilin within this formation are doomed? The first Qilin, too, cried out in shock. The ancestor dragon and the first Qilin had not anticipated. Just moments ago, Yuan Feng had watched helplessly as her clan was slaughtered. With the emergence of this formation, the tides had turned dramatically. They were now witnessing the destruction of the dragon and Qilin clans. Roar, roar. The ancestor dragon and the first Qilin let out furious roars, desperately attacking the defensive light membrane. However, just as before, despite their full-force assaults, the light membrane only trembled slightly, showing no signs of breaking apart. Looking again within the light membrane, under Ling Tian's control, the enemies offered no resistance, falling like ripe crops before the scythe. Spare me, Lord Yuan Feng. I was forced into this. I beg you to let me go. Do not kill me. I am willing to surrender. No, under such overwhelming attacks, the cultivators were like straw, falling in droves as time passed. The enemies within the defensive light membrane began to crumble, their will to fight shattered. Desperate to survive, they begged for mercy. Yet would Ling Tian spare them? Would the countless slain Phoenix clan members forgive them? Clearly, that was impossible. The way of the Tao is ruthless. Once a choice is made, one must be prepared for the consequences of death. Within a month, nearly all the enemies within the defensive light membrane were wiped out. Only at this point did the gale, thunder, and the invisible killing intent of the 5 elemental rings begin to dissipate. As this scene unfolded, the entire primordial realm fell into a profound silence. Who could have imagined that a battle once devoid of suspense would witness such a breathtaking turnaround? Under the siege of the Dragon Clan, Qilin Clan, and Avian Alliance, the Phoenix Clan had managed to hold their ground. Everything seemed like a fantastical tale, unbelievable to all. Yet, everyone knew that before this mysterious and powerful formation appeared, Yuan Feng had been gravely injured, Qing Luan's fate was uncertain, and the majority of the Phoenix Clan had perished. The Phoenix Clan had been on the brink of extinction. Everything had followed the natural order, but after the emergence of that formation, everything changed. What exactly is this formation? Countless powerful beings fixed their gazes on the unassuming light membrane, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. Within the Zixiao Palace, witnessing this stunning reversal, Hong Jun felt a mix of doubt and joy. The current situation confirmed the accuracy of his previous calculations. For Hong Jun, Whether the Phoenix clan faced extinction was of little consequence. What mattered most was the correctness of his predictions. The ability to deduce was an intuitive manifestation of Hongjuan's connection to the heavenly heart. In the Western ancestor's vein, the expression of the demon ancestor Luo Ho darkened significantly. He had never anticipated that what he thought was a surefire plan would end in such a dramatic reversal. All of this was due to that seemingly inconspicuous defensive light membrane. What kind of formation is this, to be so powerful? Perhaps even I could not break it, Luo Ho muttered to himself. His brows furrowed deeply. With this formation's protection, it seemed that before the extermination of a mortal's formation could fully coalesce, he would no longer be able to plot against the Phoenix clan. Cursed be it. Luo Ho gritted his teeth in frustration, feeling utterly powerless, his heart filled with resentment. He could only strategize for the long term, waiting until the extermination of a mortal's formation was successfully formed before breaking through the Phoenix clan's defenses to annihilate them. The demon's heart throbbed violently. Just as Luo Ho was managing to suppress his emotions, a thought suddenly surfaced in his mind. The rejuvenation bird. It was still beneath the South Ming Undying Volcano. Within the South Ming Undying Volcano, the remaining Phoenix clan members felt as if they were dreaming. Just moments ago, they had been engulfed in despair. Now, they were in absolute safety. The enemies that had brought them death and despair were falling one after another before their eyes. Have we won? A Phoenix clan member softly inquired. In the next instant, countless voices resounded in unison. We won. We have won. Woo-woo. The Phoenix clan members, who had just endured life and death, wept tears of joy, unable to contain their emotions. They had experienced far too much during this time. The tension in their hearts eased, emotions surged, and they could not hold back any longer. Yet at that moment, the formation, which had just calmed, suddenly trembled. The formation about to collapse? Including Yuan Feng. All the Phoenix clan members felt a jolt of panic. But before they could ponder further, a phoenix cry echoed from beneath the South Ming Undying Volcano. Two figures shot up from the depths. It was none other than Qing Luan and the rejuvenation bird, who had been locked in battle. The moment they returned to the surface, both Qing Luan and the rejuvenation bird were taken aback. The scene on the surface was utterly beyond their expectations. Qing Luan was filled with mixed emotions and immediately rushed to Yuan Feng's side, gently supporting the severely injured Yuan Feng. However, the rejuvenation bird reacted differently. Observing the multitude of corpses scattered across the land, the sight of the Phoenix clan members within the defensive light membrane, and the furious ancestor dragon and first Qilin outside the membrane, a dire premonition surged within the rejuvenation bird. Danger. Being a Hunyuan golden immortal, the rejuvenation bird immediately sensed immense peril approaching. Caw! With a resounding cry, the rejuvenation bird transformed into its massive form and fled towards the light membrane's exterior. No matter what, if it could successfully join forces with the ancestor dragon and the first Qilin, the danger would dissipate. Yet, the rejuvenation bird soon realized that escaping this place was a futile wish. The moment its cry rang out, golden thunder, 9 heavens gale, 5 elemental rings, all 3 manifested, descending upon the rejuvenation bird. Caught off guard, the rejuvenation bird was instantly sent flying, its neck ensnared by countless 5-colored spiritual lights, tightly constricting its throat. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The rejuvenation bird could not help but emit a low growl, disbelief filling its eyes. It could not fathom enduring such a powerful attack. But in that moment, the rejuvenation bird had forgotten one crucial fact. It was in the heart of the Phoenix clan's stronghold. In the horrified gaze of the rejuvenation bird, the remaining Phoenix clan members, led by Qing Luan, surged towards it. The dignified Hunyuan golden immortal was completely engulfed by the relentless onslaught of attacks. Chapter 37. The fragment of the creation jade butterfly, Yuan Feng's injuries amidst the torrent of attacks, under the astonished gazes of the ancestor dragon, the first Qilin, and countless beings. The Hunyuan golden immortal rejuvenation bird fell at the South Ming Undying Volcano. As they gazed upon the massive corpse of the rejuvenation bird, all beings exchanged glances. Who could have predicted that the rejuvenation bird, once brimming with confidence, had now become a cold corpse? From the moment of the rejuvenation bird's fall, it signified the complete failure of the assault on the Phoenix clan. Roar, roar. The ancestor dragon and the first Qilin simultaneously let out a roar, filled with resentment and sorrow, retreating with their clansmen like a receding tide. This time, the ancestor dragon and the first Qilin had poured their entire clan's strength into the extermination of the Phoenix clan. Yet, in the end, it was all for naught. This was not merely a failure. It was far more serious than that. The losses sustained by the dragon and Qilin clans were immense. Even their great Luo golden immortal ranks had suffered significant casualties, severely wounding their foundations. The ancestor dragon and the first Qilin were filled with a profound sense of loss. Moreover, now that the Phoenix clan possessed such a formidable defensive formation, with their current strength, they would no longer be able to pose a threat to the Phoenix clan. When Ling Tian emerges from the womb of Yuan Feng, having achieved mastery in cultivation, it shall mark the onset of a nightmare for both the Dragon and Qilin clans. The sole solace for the Ancestor Dragon and the first Qilin lies in the fact that Yuan Feng has been grievously wounded by their combined efforts. Should Yuan Feng endure the burden of giving birth while severely injured, it is highly probable that she would exhaust her life force entirely, leaving her with no chance for rebirth through nirvana. And once Yuan Feng opts for nirvana, Ling Tian would inevitably cease to exist. Returning to the South Ming immortal volcano, Qing Luan, unable to attend to the aftermath, hastily brought the critically injured Yuan Feng back to her cave dwelling. "Sister, how are you?" Sensing Yuan Feng's feeble aura, Qing Luan's phoenix eyes turned crimson. She had never witnessed the once domineering Yuan Feng in such a state of fragility. "I am fine. Cough, cough." Yuan Feng replied, only to be seized by a violent fit of coughing, spitting forth a copious amount of blood, nearly losing consciousness. "Sister?" Qing Luan cried out, immediately beginning to assess Yuan Feng's injuries. In the next moment, her face turned utterly pale as she realized that Yuan Feng had reached the brink of exhaustion. If this continued, once her essence was entirely depleted, Yuan Feng would likely lose any chance of rebirth. "Sister, you must enter nirvana quickly. We cannot delay any longer," Qing Luan urged, but she was met with Yuan Feng's gentle shake of the head, her gaze resolute. Qing Luan quickly understood Yuan Feng's intentions, her eyes falling upon Yuan Feng's lower abdomen. "Sister, are you truly willing to sacrifice yourself for Ling Tian? You will die." As she spoke, Qing Luan could no longer contain her tears, sobbing uncontrollably. The bond between her and Yuan Feng was profound, and now she was forced to witness Yuan Feng's impending demise, which shattered Qing Luan's resolve, her tears flowing freely. "Sister, the Phoenix clan cannot be without you." On the other side, Yuan Feng gazed at the heartbroken Qing Luan, her expression surprisingly gentle. "Good Qing Luan, do not cry. For the Phoenix clan, I am an unworthy leader. The little one should be the true leader of our clan. You do not know, this formation that has saved us from despair is the work of the little one. With such an outstanding son, even if I die, it would be worth it." Cough, cough, cough. Yuan Feng strained to speak, yet as she reached the end of her words, another bout of coughing seized her, her complexion growing increasingly ashen. "Sister!" Qing Luan cried in despair, rushing to support Yuan Feng, yet she could no longer persuade her. Little did they know, within Yuan Feng's womb, Ling Tian clutched a porcelain vial, entirely devoid of any sorrow. As the gravely injured Yuan Feng returned to the cave, Ling Tian's ears were suddenly filled with the system's voice. Ding! Detected that Yuan Feng, unwilling to enter nirvana to protect the host, is gravely injured and on the brink of death. Please choose. Option 1. Ignore. Take her place. Be born as the leader of the Phoenix clan. Reward. Zhantian Coffin. Option 2. Deep maternal bond. Heal Yuan Feng. Reward. 1 fragment of the creation jade plate. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Ling Tian curled his lips in disdain. Was there even a need to contemplate such matters? Yuan Feng would rather perish than abandon Ling Tian. Such devotion from Yuan Feng was palpable to him. Regardless of the rewards, Ling Tian could never forsake Yuan Feng. System, I choose option 2. No sooner had he spoken, than a porcelain vial materialized in his hand, a tricolored radiance soaring into the heavens from within it. This vial contained, of course, the reward from the previous selection task. 3 light divine water. I hope the rumors are true, Ling Tian murmured in the next moment. 3 light divine water, transformed into a golden, silver, and purple stream, swiftly penetrating the amniotic membrane and merging with Yuan Feng's flesh and spirit. Within the cave, after Yuan Feng uttered her words, her spirit waned, and she was about to drift into a deep slumber. Yet at that moment, she suddenly sat upright, her eyes filled with disbelief. Simultaneously, a brilliant light erupted around her. Yuan Feng distinctly sensed an extraordinarily potent spiritual energy within her body. With the aid of this energy, her injuries began to heal at an astonishing rate in mere breaths. The wounds on her physical body had healed significantly, and even her spiritual injuries were greatly mended. Yuan Feng's spirit surged, her eyes sparkling with boundless joy. Without a second thought, she began to channel this spiritual energy, fully committing to her healing. Meanwhile, Qing Luan had already noticed Yuan Feng's transformation. She could clearly sense that the once exhausted Yuan Feng was rapidly recovering. "Sister," Qing Luan exclaimed, her eyes brimming with excitement. She did not know why this was happening, but Yuan Feng's recovery was the best outcome in the timeless expanse of the primordial world. As Yuan Feng awakened from her self-healing, she let out a resounding phoenix cry. Overwhelming aura radiated from her, revealing that her injuries had nearly healed completely. "Ha ha ha, I have actually recovered." Yuan Feng rejoiced within, gazing upon Qing Luan's delicate face, and impulsively planted a kiss on her. Qing Luan gasped, her fair cheeks flushing crimson. Haha. Seeing your adorable expression makes me even happier, Yuan Feng exclaimed, pulling Qing Luan into an embrace, whispering in her ear. Good Qing Luan, I have recovered. I won't die after all. This is wonderful. Within Yuan Feng, sensing her improved condition, Ling Tian could not help but smile. Although the 3 light divine water was nearly depleted in healing Yuan Feng, it was all worth it to him. Ling Tian chuckled softly, suddenly calling out into the void, System, where's my reward? Bring it to me. Chapter 38. The spirit of heaven and earth enters the body. Yuan Feng becomes pregnant again as soon as Ling Tian's words fell. A stream of azure light appeared before him. It was undeniably the reward for this selection task. Fragment of the Creation Jade Plate. The Creation Jade Plate is a supreme treasure containing the essence of 3,000 great Tao, recording the ultimate truths of the heavens, and is a primordial treasure of unparalleled caliber. Originally belonging to Pangu, it shattered into 24 pieces during the creation of the world, now lost to time. Yet even a single fragment is a treasure of innate quality, its terrifying nature evident. The greatest utility of the Creation Jade Plate fragment is not in combat, but in aiding sentient beings to comprehend the laws. This is exceedingly beneficial for Ling Tian at present. Excellent, excellent. Gazing upon the Creation Jade Plate fragment, Ling Tian felt immense satisfaction. In this era of the Dragon-Han Calamity, with the support of this fragment, his path to understanding the laws would undoubtedly be much smoother. Furthermore, after successfully defending his home this time, it would be some time before the Ancestor Dragon, First Qilin, or that Demon Ancestor Luo Ho would dare to invade again, granting Ling Tian ample time to develop. With sufficient time and a powerful artifact to assist him, if Ling Tian could not rise, he might as well go find a block of tofu to crash into. Once I cultivate the laws to the level of Hunyuan Golden Immortal, I will emerge and deal with that Demon Ancestor Luo Ho. How dare he scheme against me? Just wait. Having made such a determination, Ling Tian wasted no time and immediately began to refine the Creation Jade Plate fragment. Within Yuan Feng's cave, after both she and Qing Luan regained their resolve, the 2 women simultaneously contemplated a possibility. Sister, do you think it was the little one who healed you? Qing Luan was the first to speak, her phoenix eyes fixated on Yuan Feng's abdomen. Yes, the spiritual energy that just emerged must have originated from my lower abdomen. It surely is the work of my son. Upon hearing Yuan Feng's affirmative response, even though she had suspected as much, Qing Luan could not help but be astonished. Ling Tian had bestowed upon her too many surprises. Each time she thought it could go no further, he managed to astonish her again. Sister, who exactly is this little one? Could he be the reincarnation of the great god Pangu? Qing Luan mused. Hearing this, Yuan Feng could not help but stroke her abdomen with a hint of fondness. The reincarnation of the great god Pangu? Haha, even if that were true, he would still be my son. I never imagined that after all these years, I would give birth to such an exceptional child. The primordial heavens have treated me well. Yuan Feng laughed heartily, her spirits lifted. However, as she spoke of the primordial heavens, the void above the South Ming immortal volcano began to tremble. 2 orbs of spiritual light suddenly appeared. One orb was a familiar 5-colored light, embodying the 5 elements laws, while the other exhibited a duality of yin and yang, manifesting the yin-yang laws. As these 2 orbs of spiritual light emerged, Yuan Feng abruptly looked up, staring intently at them. Why do I feel such a connection to these 2 orbs? Yuan Feng murmured. The sensation was akin to that she felt for Ling Tian. Yet Ling Tian was her unborn child, while these orbs were merely manifestations of spiritual energy. How could such a feeling arise? Suddenly, Yuan Feng seemed to recall something, her gaze shimmering with emotion. Just as she was about to speak, the 2 orbs of spiritual energy trembled violently, easily penetrating the barrier of the innate chaos great formation, and directly entering Yuan Feng's womb. Thump, thump. Upon hearing the familiar sound of heartbeats, Yuan Feng's expression froze, her mind blank as she stood there. What the hell? Am I pregnant again? Yuan Feng never anticipated that following Ling Tian, she would once more receive the essence of heaven and earth, nurturing another child within her. What could this possibly mean? Was it mere coincidence, or had the heavens deemed her a vessel for reproduction? Yuan Feng's body trembled as her mind raced with wild thoughts. Who would have guessed that the once unpartnered Yuan Feng, who had sworn never to bear children, would find herself pregnant again? Adding to this, with Ling Tian yet to be born, was she now carrying 3 children? Yuan Feng was left utterly bewildered, her expression one of confusion. Beside her, Qing Luan wore a similar expression of shock. Having witnessed Yuan Feng's 2 pregnancies, this was simply too absurd. Who had ever heard of a pregnancy initiated by the essence of heaven and earth? Once was surprising enough, but twice. Who could endure such a thing? If Qing Luan were not a woman herself, she might have jumped into the Yellow River to try to wash away the absurdity. Her chest heaved as she pondered, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Though Qing Yuan had cultivated for countless years, reaching the level of Han Yuan Golden Immortal, she had never experienced pregnancy herself. Just as Yuan Feng and Qing Yuan, both Han Yuan Golden Immortals, found themselves in a daze, Ling Tian within Yuan Feng's womb was also awakened by the tremendous commotion. Ling Tian, who had been refining the creation jade plate fragment, was abruptly stirred awake by the sudden presence of two life forces nearby. What the hell? Is that dog system up to its tricks again? Ling Tian immediately suspected the system. After all, he had never encountered another life form in this amniotic realm since his arrival. If not for the system's meddling, who else could it be? He halted his meditation and unleashed his divine consciousness at the level of Daluo Golden Immortal, sweeping across the two orbs of spiritual energy. This scan left Ling Tian momentarily stunned. Within his perception, the two orbs of spiritual energy were indeed composed of the 5 elements and yin-yang laws, yet they were not mere law forces. They exuded a profound life essence. Memories of his past life concerning the primordial realm surged forth, leading Ling Tian to a sudden realization. These two orbs of spiritual energy were likely the legendary Kong Xian and the golden-winged Great Peng. After all, compared to Ling Tian, an outsider, Kong Xian and the golden-winged Great Peng were Yuan Feng's true biological offspring. So what? First come, first served. I am the eldest brother now. Ling Tian chuckled lightly, his gaze directed at the two orbs of spiritual energy. However, at that moment, the system's voice echoed again. Ding! Detected the gestation of Kong Xian and the golden-winged Great Peng. Please choose. Option 1. Fratricide. Slay Kong Xian and the golden-winged Great Peng. Reward. A strand of Hongming purple qi. Option 2. An elder brother is like a father. Nurture Kong Xian and the golden-winged Great Peng. Reward. Hongming Liang Tian Qi. Could this trigger a selection task? Upon hearing the system's prompt, Ling Tian was at a loss. Chapter 39. The Kong Xian and Great Peng nurturing plan. Cultivation of the laws. Just as Ling Tian had surmised, the two newly born life forces belonged to Kong Xian and the golden-winged Great Peng. Yet, he had not anticipated that another selection task would be activated, and the options presented were so bloody. The first option was a clear call for fratricide. However, Ling Tian was adamant that he could not bring himself to harm these two newly formed children. The nurturing plan for Kong Xian and the golden-winged Great Peng sounded delightful. Ling Tian murmured to himself, dismissing the first option and calling out to the system, I choose option 2. In the next moment, a golden light manifested, transforming into a golden little ruler, the legendary first treasure of innate merit, the Hongming Liang Tian Qi. This is the first ruler of the opening of the heavens, with attack power only second to the Panga banner, killing without entanglement in karma. This was Ling Tian's first offensive spiritual treasure obtained after arriving in the primordial realm. Excellent, excellent. Ling Tian examined the golden little ruler, growing more satisfied by the moment. He had already refined the creation jade plate fragment to a significant extent. Next, he could begin refining the Hongming Liang Tian Qi. However, Ling Tian was not in a hurry. Instead, he turned his attention to the orbs of spiritual energy representing Kong Xian and the Great Peng. Little brothers, from now on, I will look after you. Make sure to cultivate diligently. Don't bring shame upon me when you emerge, Ling Tian instructed playfully. Strangely enough, as Ling Tian scolded them, he noticed the two orbs of spiritual energy quivered gently before zipping toward him. What is this? Ling Tian thought, watching as the two orbs of energy drew closer. To his astonishment, the two orbs of energy seemed to recognize him as kin, affectionately pressing against him. What the hell? Are they mistaking me for their mother? Ling Tian's mind echoed with a saying from the animal kingdom in his previous life. Animals typically regard the first creature they see after birth as their mother. What the hell? I'm a pure man. Okay. Ling Tian shuddered, slapping the two orbs of energy away. However, upon sensing the sense of grievance emanating from them, he felt his face flush with embarrassment. Perhaps he had overreacted. After all, they were just two orbs of spiritual energy. I shouldn't be so harsh. Ling Tian thought, feeling a twinge of guilt. Sorry, little brothers. Come here, brother will give you some candy. With the arrival of Kong Xian and the Great Peng, Ling Tian's previously monotonous life gained a splash of color. Aside from meditating, he spent time teasing Kong Xian and the Great Peng. Although they were merely orbs of spiritual energy and far from fully formed. For the extremely bored Ling Tian, their presence was a delightful diversion in the timeless expanse of the primordial world. As Ling Tian completed the refinement of the Hongming Liang Tian Qi, he prepared to begin cultivating the laws with the creation jade plate fragment. However, at that moment, Kong Xian and the Great Peng suddenly drew near, pressing themselves against the creation jade plate fragment. What is this? As Ling Tian gazed at the scene before him, a sudden idea flashed through his mind. It is well known that the shards of the creation jade disk can expedite one's comprehension of the laws. If we were to liken the characteristic of the shards of the creation jade disk to Wi-Fi, then currently, Kong Xian and De Peng resembled a certain behavior from Ling Tian's past life. Are you two little rascals trying to leech off my Wi-Fi? Ling Tian chuckled, amused by their antics. After the laughter subsided, Ling Tian prepared to enter seclusion to cultivate the laws. His mastery of the 5 elemental laws, thunder laws, and wind laws had already reached the level of Great Luo Golden Immortal. As soon as Ling Tian could elevate any one of these 3 laws to the level of primordial golden immortal, he would be able to break through to that realm. This was also the mainstream cultivation method for practitioners during the Dragon-Han Cataclysm. With this thought, Ling Tian fell into contemplation. He had to make a choice among these 3 laws, focusing on one for a short period. The Tao has myriad laws, each with its own ranking. Among the 3 laws Ling Tian comprehended, the 5 elemental laws ranked among the top 10 supreme laws. The wind and thunder laws only occupied a middle position. Furthermore, the 5 elemental laws were the first Ling Tian grasped upon his birth, making it his innate law. Logically, the 5 elemental laws should be his priority. Yet, as a top-tier law, its comprehension difficulty also ranks among the top 10 in the myriad laws, which was the root of Ling Tian's dilemma. Should he perhaps first attempt to cultivate the wind and thunder laws? Just as Ling Tian pondered this, he suddenly sensed 2 dense auras of law. One aura was exceedingly familiar to him, belonging to the 5 elemental laws, while the other emanated the essence of the yin-yang laws. Could it be so? As he perceived these 2 auras of law, a thought struck Ling Tian's mind. To divide his consciousness into 2 and merge it within Kong Xian and Depeng. Kong Xian and Depeng are manifestations of the 5 elemental laws and the yin-yang laws. As they continue to grow, their understanding of these laws will deepen. If Ling Tian could merge his essence with these 2 little beings and comprehend the laws alongside them, it would undoubtedly surpass the arduous path of solitary cultivation. Moreover, with the Wi-Fi enhancement from the shards of the creation jade disk, by the time Kong Xian and Depeng take on their fetal forms, Ling Tian would not only make significant progress in the 5 elemental laws, but might even grasp the yin-yang laws. Haha, I am indeed a genius. Ling Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement, mentally applauding himself. Subsequently, he activated the power of the shards of the creation jade disk to its fullest and embraced Kong Xian and Depeng, plunging into seclusion together. Unbeknownst to Ling Tian, as he entered seclusion with Kong Xian and Depeng, the pure qi atop the chaotic green lotus suddenly erupted, enveloping them. The chaotic pearl, shaped like a radiant sun hanging in the void, trembled, a rich source of spiritual energy transformed into a brilliant ribbon, cascading down upon them, ceaselessly nourishing them. Most crucially, within the chaotic realm inside the chaotic pearl, a faint aura of the yin-yang laws distinctly emerged. Following the 5 elemental, wind, and thunder laws, a new law was set to manifest within the chaotic realm. It was foreseeable that once Ling Tian comprehended the yin-yang laws, the evolution of the chaotic world would be reignited. Yet, what kind of transformation would the power of the yin-yang laws bring to the chaotic realm? Chapter 40. The reappearance of celestial phenomena. Kong Xian and Depeng take form in the timeless expanse of the primordial world. Many years have elapsed since the last battle where the avian, beast, and scaled tribes besieged the Phoenix clan. During these years, the Dragon and Qilin clans have suffered grievously due to past events and have remained in a state of recuperation. The Avian Alliance, having splintered following the fall of the bright rebirth bird, became a disjointed entity. The Demon Ancestor Luo Ho has merely been refining his schemes without making any rash moves. It can be said that since the siege on the Phoenix clan, the previously chaotic primordial world has regained a semblance of tranquility. The only difference now is that the calamity aura above the primordial void has thickened countless times over. It only awaits an opportune moment to ignite this seemingly infinite calamity aura. At that time, the Dragon-Han Cataclysm would erupt in full force. However, no being in the primordial world could perceive the calamity aura in the void. Even Ling Tian, who is well versed in the history of the primordial world, and Hong Jun, the supreme being of the upper realm, were no exceptions. On a certain day, a powerful anomaly suddenly manifested atop the South Ming Immortal Volcano. Atop the South Ming Immortal Volcano, the, who had been in seclusion, abruptly lifted her head, sensing this disturbance. Her eyes widened in astonishment, accompanied by a flicker of reminiscence. Qing Luan, it seems those 2 little ones in my womb are about to take form. What? Qing Luan was taken aback. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly looked up at the void eye in the emptiness. 2 spirals of spiritual energy had clearly appeared. Initially, these spirals of spiritual energy encompassed merely a myriad of acres, but they expanded at an astonishing rate. 100,000 acres, 500,000 acres, 1 million acres, 5 million acres, 10 million acres. The 2 spirals of spiritual energy surged to 10 million acres before abruptly halting. What does the emergence of 2 10-million-acre spirals of spiritual energy signify? It indicates that the Phoenix clan has once again birthed 2 supreme innate beings. When countless primordial powerhouses sensed this scene, their jaws nearly dropped in disbelief. Who would have thought that following the prodigy Ling Tian, the the Phoenix clan had once more given birth to two supreme innate beings, including Ling Tian and the Phoenix clan now boasted four supreme innate beings. In terms of numbers, the Phoenix clan had surpassed the Dragon and Qilin clans by a wide margin. Across every corner of the primordial realm, exclamations of astonishment resounded. The Phoenix clan had added two supreme innate beings, heralding a flourishing destiny. If given ample time to develop, the Phoenix clan would undoubtedly outstrip the Dragon and Qilin clans, establishing itself as the foremost clan in the primordial realm. The rumors that the Phoenix clan is a destined tribe may not merely be rumors, but rather truths, should no unexpected events occur. The rise of the Phoenix clan has become inevitable. The heavens of the primordial world are about to change. Within the primordial realm, countless voices emerged. The ancestral dragon and the first Qilin were naturally aware of all these developments. As arch-rivals of the Phoenix clan, both the ancestral dragon and the first Qilin wore grim expressions. For them, the Phoenix clan, now under the protection of the innate chaotic great formation, stood invincible. Including Ling Tian and these two newly emerged supreme innate beings, their growth period was more than sufficient. Once they fully matured and reached the pinnacle of their powers, the Dragon and Qilin clans would face calamity. Yet, following the previous battle, the Dragon and Qilin clans were gravely weakened, and rashly emerging would yield no benefit. They could only silently amass their strength. Meanwhile, atop the South Ming immortal volcano, the anomaly reached its zenith. The two 10-million-acre spirals of spiritual energy morphed into a massive funnel, penetrating into the South Ming immortal volcano. As the spirals of spiritual energy dissipated entirely, thud, thud, two powerful heartbeats echoed suddenly. In the void, a manifestation of the five elemental and yin-yang energies appeared. This was indeed the embodiment of the five elemental and yin-yang laws. Although the degree of manifestation was far from that of Ling Tian's previous experience, the fact that the laws could manifest from the very moment of forming indicated the immense potential for comprehension possessed by these two fetal beings. Upon witnessing this scene, the entire primordial realm fell silent. Concurrently, an uncontrollable thought surged within the hearts of countless primordial beings. The Phoenix clan truly deserves its title as a destined tribe. Yet, they remain unaware that while Kong Xian and Depeng possess extraordinary talent, without Ling Tian's assistance, their innate qualities alone would not have led them to such achievements. At the foot of this dwelling, many members of the Phoenix clan had gathered, awakened by the anomaly in the void. May I ask, esteemed clan leader, is the phenomenon in the void caused by the fetuses within you? The leading Golden Phoenix King spoke respectfully, his eyes sparkling with joy and anticipation. Including the Golden Phoenix King, many prominent figures of the Phoenix clan harbored their own speculations, eagerly awaiting confirmation. After the Golden Phoenix King finished speaking, S fiery figure appeared before them once more. In that moment, the joy in his eyes was palpable. She had not expected that the two fetuses within her, following Ling Tian, would possess such formidable roots. Though they could not match Ling Tian, they were certainly no weaker than in her youth. Ha ha ha, could not contain her laughter. Golden Phoenix King, you are absolutely correct. The anomaly in the void is indeed caused by my two sons. Pausing for a moment, turned her gaze toward the Golden Phoenix King, her expression teasing. Golden Phoenix King, are you still insisting on pressuring me to find a mate? The Golden Phoenix King. The Golden Phoenix King's face flushed crimson. He had not anticipated that the carefree would still hold on to this matter in her heart. However, what the Golden Phoenix King had forgotten was that no matter how carefree may seem, she is still a woman. Holding grudges is a woman's nature. The Golden Phoenix King stood there, utterly at a loss for words, feeling so awkward that he could almost dig a hole in the ground with his toes. Observing the Golden Phoenix King's embarrassed expression, the prominent figures of the Phoenix clan reveled in delight. Yet they dared not laugh out loud, each one struggling to contain their laughter until their faces turned red. Suddenly, a voice broke the tension. Ultimately, it was the Saintess Qing Luan who could no longer suppress her laughter. Soon, laughter erupted from and the rest of the prominent figures of the Phoenix clan, filling the air with joyous mirth. The addition of two profoundly rooted princes to the Phoenix clan was indeed a momentous occasion for the entire clan. As the moment unfolded, the moment Kong Xian and Depeng took form, Ling Tian's primordial spirit withdrew from them. Over the years, Ling Tian had witnessed Kong Xian and Depeng grow gradually. He was well aware of their profound foundations. Their remarkable depth was largely attributed to their connection with Ling Tian. However, Ling Tian had not merely given without receiving. At the moment his primordial spirit returned, a sudden inspiration struck him. A breakthrough is imminent. Chapter 41. Great Luo Golden Immortal completes. Yin Yang evolves. Previously, Ling Tian's cultivation level was at the early stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal. His mastery of the five elemental laws, thunder laws and wind laws remained at the early stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal. Throughout the years, Ling Tian's consciousness had merged with the fetal state of Kong Xian, allowing him to experience the entirety of the process of comprehending the five elemental laws. His understanding of the 5 elemental laws had soared dramatically, now reaching the level of Great Luo Golden Immortal completion. After Ling Tian's murmured words, his aura experienced a sudden transformation. Having already been at the early stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal, he began to surge in power. In just a few breaths, Ling Tian's cultivation level seamlessly transitioned through the mid and late stages of Great Luo Golden Immortal, achieving the pinnacle of Great Luo Golden Immortal. Exhaling deeply, Ling Tian opened his eyes wide, unable to contain a long breath of relief. Great Luo Golden Immortal completion, accomplished. A brilliant light erupted in Ling Tian's eyes. It must be said that in this age where the Tao remains unveiled, the benefits of cultivating the laws are immense. For practitioners above the Great Luo Golden Immortal level, as long as they break through the laws, their cultivation can advance in tandem. Just like Ling Tian, who had only recently crossed the threshold of Great Luo Golden Immortal, but upon the 5 elemental laws reaching completion, his cultivation surged concurrently. Ha ha ha! Ling Tian could not help but laugh heartily, his voice echoing through the air. Now that he had reached the Great Luo Golden Immortal completion, he was but a step away from the primordial Golden Immortal. Once the 5 elemental laws broke through once more, he would undoubtedly become a bona fide primordial Golden Immortal, significantly narrowing the gap between himself and the Demon Ancestor Luo Ho. This was just the beginning. Ancestral Dragon, First Qilin, and that old schemer Luo Ho, you so-called primordial powerhouses, await my surprises, Ling Tian sneered, as a yin-yang pattern appeared in his eyes. The next moment, this yin-yang pattern transformed into yin-yang energy, shooting forth and striking the chaotic pearl-shaped sun. Boom! The chaotic pearl emitted a deep rumbling sound, radiating brilliant light that enveloped Ling Tian. The void trembled as Ling Tian's figure vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he had already arrived within the chaotic realm. Ling Tian felt no surprise at this. Instead, he gazed around with keen interest, murmuring, "Has it begun? What transformations would the yin-yang laws bring to the chaotic realm?" No sooner had he spoken than a resounding roar echoed through the skies. The entire chaotic realm seemed to shudder. The evolution of the chaotic world had resumed. Within Ling Tian's perception, at the apex of the chaotic realm's law pool, 2 yin-yang fish suddenly appeared, intertwining in harmony. This was indeed the manifestation of the yin-yang laws. Then, these 2 yin-yang fish trembled violently, erupting with resplendent light. The dual-colored radiance illuminated the entire void. Wherever the light reached, all things began to attain greater perfection, as if their inherent Tao essence was being refined continuously. This was an exceedingly slow process, marking the initial transformation of all things in heaven and earth. The myriad paths of the Tao converge in the same destination. The evolution of the world and the cultivation of sentient beings are fundamentally akin. If a practitioner could witness all of this, it would undoubtedly benefit their path of cultivation immensely. Just like Ling Tian, who had long immersed himself in the experience, savoring every moment of the unfolding events. Time flows ceaselessly, unyielding to day or night. Immersed in his epiphany, Ling Tian remained oblivious to the passage of time. When the transformation of the chaotic world under the yin-yang laws reached its zenith, a hum resonated through the void in the once empty expanse. A pair of yin-yang fish emerged. Strangely, upon their appearance, they immediately separated. Standing in opposition, the yin fish transformed into the moon star, while the yang fish became the sun star. The cycle of day and night commenced. From this point forth, in the chaotic realm, all things began to revolve, with yin and yang falling into order. Boom! Heaven and earth trembled, and the world rejoiced. It was only at this moment that Ling Tian awoke from his epiphany. It is complete. As the master of the chaotic world, Ling Tian naturally sensed every occurrence within it. However, even so, he could not help but be taken aback. He had not anticipated that the transformation of the chaotic world through the yin-yang laws would be so profound. He distinctly felt the life force within the chaotic realm surging dramatically. Furthermore, with the existence of the yin-yang laws, life within the chaotic realm began to acquire the ability to reproduce and thrive. This was of immense significance for the beings of the chaotic world. What astonished Ling Tian even more was that the yin-yang fish, embodied by the yin-yang laws, did not remain within the law pool, but instead transformed into the unique moon star and sun star of the chaotic realm. It was indeed becoming increasingly perfect. Ling Tian could not help but exclaim in wonder. Just as he spoke, rays of light shot forth from the sun star and moon star, enveloping him completely. Could it be? Suddenly, a realization struck Ling Tian, and his expression turned pained. Sure enough, in the next moment, he experienced the ultimate sensation of duality as the power of the yin-yang laws began to refine his physical body. It was utterly exhilarating. Ling Tian let out a low growl, unable to articulate another word as he gritted his teeth to endure it all. As before, his physical cultivation began to ascend at a visible pace. Having learned from his previous experience, Ling Tian was no longer a novice. Even though he was taken by surprise, he still managed to persevere. It is worth mentioning that while the Yin-Yang laws may not rank among the top 10 supreme laws, the ranking is by no means low. It belongs to the upper echelon and is not significantly inferior to the top 10 laws. Particularly in the realm of physical refinement, the effects are even more pronounced. With the assistance of the Yin-Yang laws and the continuous nourishment from the primordial essence of the chaos world, Ling Tian's physical cultivation advanced at an astonishing pace. When the pain throughout his body finally subsided, Ling Tian's physical cultivation remarkably reached the mid-stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Although it still fell short compared to the perfected primordial spirit cultivation of a Great Luo Golden Immortal, such a rapid advancement was indeed terrifying. With Ling Tian's current mid-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal physical cultivation, he could hold a prominent position even among the entirety of the Honghuang realm. At this point, Ling Tian had nearly digested the gains from this session. Exhaling deeply, Ling Tian revealed a rare expression of relaxation. Over the years, the pressure exerted upon him by the late-stage Hunyuan Golden Immortal Luo who had been immense. Now, Ling Tian could finally take a slight breather. I wonder how those two little ones have fared during my years in the chaos world. Ling Tian murmured, suddenly sensing a familiar fragrance in the air. It was a rich fruit aroma that seemed vaguely reminiscent. Could it be? Ling Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. In this nascent chaos world, there were only two things capable of emanating such a fragrance, the Huangzhongli and the Xinqing. Many years had passed since the seeds of Huangzhongli and Xinqing took root in the chaos world. Thanks to the recent influence of the Yin-Yang laws, the fruits of both Huangzhongli and Xinqing had matured simultaneously. Ling Tian beheld 9 fruits resembling exquisite pearls hanging from the Huangzhongli tree, each inscribed with the characters Huangzhong. Meanwhile, each of the 2 Xinqing trees bore 2 fruits, radiating a dense power of wind and thunder. Ling Tian had not anticipated that both Huangzhongli and Xinqing would mature at this moment. How delightful! Ling Tian's face broke into a broad smile. This was truly an unexpected boon. However, for Ling Tian at present, the utility of Huangzhongli was somewhat limited, as it merely enhanced cultivation, and he had already reached the perfected state of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Before breaking through to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal level with the 5 elements laws, pure spiritual energy held little significance for him. Yet the Xinqing was different. The Xinqing contained a rich essence of wind and thunder laws, which would greatly benefit Ling Tian's comprehension of those principles. However, having just concluded a period of seclusion, Ling Tian had no immediate intention of entering another. Moreover, he had not seen Kong Xian and Depong for quite some time and felt a twinge of longing. In the next moment, with a flick of his consciousness, he gathered all the Huangzhongli and Xinqing and stepped out of the chaos world, returning to the womb of the Yuan Feng. Within the placental world of the Yuan Feng, Ling Tian was taken aback by the sight before him. The luminous forms of Kong Xian and Depong had long since vanished, replaced instead by 2 birds. Indeed, 2 exceedingly adorable and diminutive birds. Elder brother, you're back? Elder brother, where have you been? We've missed you terribly. Yes, elder brother, weren't you in Mother's belly? How could you wander outside? Elder brother, take us out too. We want to roam about. What left Ling Tian feeling both amused and exasperated was that the moment these 2 little birds saw him, they rushed over affectionately, calling him elder brother with such familiarity. What an utterly surreal sight. Ling Tian felt a wave of speechlessness wash over him. Fortunately, there were no outsiders present, and he felt no burden of thought. Instead, a gentle joy swelled within him. After all these years in the Honghuang, he finally had beings capable of conversing with him. My dear feathered brothers, I have been engaged in cultivation these past years. As for my cultivation location. Ling Tian's lips curled into a smile as he pointed to the chaos pearl above his head. Transformed into a greatest Yuan.it is in that very sun that I have been cultivating. Upon hearing this, both Kong Xian and Depong nodded in understanding. It made perfect sense. If Ling Tian had been able to freely enter and exit the Yuan Feng's womb before his birth, that would have defied reason. Kong Xian and Depong immediately clung to Ling Tian, eager to explore the chaos world. Ling Tian did not refuse. He had intended to take a brief respite after concluding his seclusion, and this was the perfect opportunity to wander the chaos world with these 2 little ones. Months later, Ling Tian returned to the placental world with Kong Xian and Depong. Before their somewhat dazed expressions, Ling Tian suddenly produced 2 fruit resembling exquisite pearls from his hands. My dear feathered brothers, these are the Huangzhongli from the top 10 innate spiritual roots of the Honghuang. Today, elder brother gifts each of you 1. You 2 birds should cultivate diligently, striving to reach the Hunyuan Golden Immortal level by the time you are born. If this is insufficient, elder brother has more to spare. As he spoke, Ling Tian casually tossed the Huangzhongli to Kong Xian and Depong, without paying any heed to their astonished gazes. He then took out a Xinqing and swallowed it whole, promptly entering a new round of seclusion. Kong Xian. Depong. Heaven knows how astonished Kong Xian and Depong were. The fruit Ling Tian had just consumed contained an exceptionally rich essence of law power, with a grade that was certainly not inferior to that of the Huangzhong Li.it. Was worth noting that they were currently within the womb of the Yuan Feng. Ling Tian possessed such a primordial treasure as the Chaos Pearl, which was already remarkable enough. However, the fact that he also had access to Huangzhongli, an innate spiritual root of the Honghuang, was simply beyond comprehension. Did this mean Ling Tian truly had a way to enter and exit the Yuan Feng's womb? Kong Xian and Depeng could not fathom it at all. They were unaware that the three trees in the chaos world were indeed the Huangzhongli and Xinqing spiritual stocks. After a prolonged period of bewilderment, Kong Xian seemed to have an epiphany. Suddenly addressing Depeng, second brother, do you think we might be a bit extravagant? Huangzhongli can enable ordinary beings to step into the great Luo golden immortal realm. Yet elder brother so casually gifted it to us. Moreover, from his tone, it seems he has plenty to spare. The top 10 innate spiritual roots of the Honghuang. Plenty to spare? How extravagant is that? Depeng, however, was far more easygoing than Kong Xian. Third brother, since elder brother has given it, we should just eat it. Why ponder so much? Having said this, Depeng imitated Ling Tian and swallowed the Huangzhongli whole. A powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from Depeng's body, and with a roll of his eyes, he began to digest it wholeheartedly. Seeing this, Kong Xian did not hesitate any longer and also consumed the Huangzhongli, beginning his own digestion. Who would have thought that within the womb of the Yuan Feng, the three brothers would simultaneously cultivate with the aid of the top 10 innate spiritual roots of the Honghuang? The extravagance was indeed evident. In the timeless expanse of Honghuang, while the three brothers were immersed in their cultivation, significant changes were occurring within the realm. The most notable change took place at the Southming Undying Volcano. Following the battle for the Phoenix Clan's defense, the reputation of the Phoenix Clan within Honghuang had been steadily rising. The celestial phenomenon triggered by Kong Xian and Depeng had served as a catalyst, elevating the Phoenix Clan's standing to new heights. Countless beings in Honghuang strongly resonated with the notion that the Phoenix Clan was a fated lineage. Naturally, many beings sought to align themselves with the Phoenix Clan. Over the years, countless life forms migrated from afar to settle near the Southming Undying Volcano, thriving and multiplying, willingly becoming vassals of the Phoenix Clan. This scene inevitably drew the attention of the Ancestor Dragon and the Primordial Qilin, both of whom were decidedly displeased. They had fought tooth and nail in Honghuang precisely to seize territory and expand their influence. Who could have anticipated that the Phoenix Clan would attract so many beings, even without making a move, and that the influx would be continuous? The Ancestor Dragon and the Primordial Qilin were nearly exasperated to the point of bloodshed. Especially the Ancestor Dragon, who was not only troubled by the affairs of the Phoenix Clan, but also by another matter. A fish that consumed dragons had appeared in the Eastern Sea. The Dragon Clan was one of the three supreme races of Honghuang. Even after their forces had been severely depleted from the battle against the Phoenix Clan, they remained an undeniable powerhouse, able to look down upon the entirety of Honghuang. This was the reason for the pride that had characterized the Dragon Clan for countless years. They had always been the ones to bully other beings. Never had they faced the indignity of being bullied themselves, especially not to the extent of being preyed upon. Yet in recent years, numerous members of the Dragon Clan had been hunted in the Northern Sea. It was worth noting that this was during the era of the Dragon-Han Calamity, where the Dragon Clan played a central role. The four seas were considered the domain of the Dragon Clan, all firmly within their grasp. Yet in the Northern Sea, Dragon Clan members were being hunted down, which was a tremendous humiliation for the entire clan. Given that it was exceedingly difficult for the Dragon Clan to reproduce, each member was regarded as a precious asset. Thus, the matter of the Dragon Clan's members being hunted in the Northern Sea drew even the Ancestor Dragon's serious attention. He even released the Day Sun Dragon, who had been in seclusion, specifically to address this issue. However, after many years, the Day Sun Dragon had only managed to uncover a single piece of information. The disappearances of the Dragon Clan members were linked to a peculiar fish. In other words, a fish that consumed dragons had emerged in the Northern Sea. This revelation sent the Ancestor Dragon into a rage. They significantly increased their efforts to capture this fish. However, the entire Dragon Clan was taken aback. This strange fish seemed to have vanished without a trace, and no matter how they searched, they could find not a single clue. Useless. All of you are useless. AOU, aside from the little bit of luck you were born with. What do you have? What right do you have to be the crown prince of my Dragon Clan? I command you, within a millennium, you must capture this audacious fish. Otherwise, I shall strip you of your title as crown prince. You infuriate me. In the Dragon Clan's great hall, the Ancestor Dragon glared at the kneeling Day Sun Dragon, seething with anger. Upon hearing this, AOU, kneeling below, dared not even breathe. His face pale, he had exhausted every means yet still could not locate the dragon-eating fish. In the face of the Ancestor Dragon's accusations, AOU had no room for rebuttal. Yet he could never agree to relinquish his title as crown prince. With this thought in mind, AOU gritted his teeth and replied, Father, You have my word. I will capture that fish within a millennium. Humph. The ancestor dragon merely snorted in response, dismissing him. Aou, feeling a wave of despair, could only retreat helplessly. Not long after Aou left the Dragon Clan's Great Hall, the Dragon Clan's Grand Elder, Zhulong, approached him. I have a plan, Crown Prince. You might consider trying it. Zhulong promptly shared his scheme with Aoyue.as. Aou listened intently, his eyes sparkled with excitement. In the end, he could not help but bow deeply to Zhulong. Thank you, uncle. Your nephew will remember this. With that, Aou hurriedly made his way toward the northern sea. Behind him, a shadow of concern crossed Zhulong's eyes. Since the Dragon Clan began to expand their influence, their trajectory had become increasingly uncontrollable. As the wise one of the Dragon Clan, Zhulong felt this shift most acutely. He sensed a foreboding in the air. The Dragon Clan may have already fallen into an immense web of danger. When this web tightened, it would spell the end for the Dragon Clan. But this was merely Zhulong's intuition, unverified. For many years, he had kept this thought to himself, even refraining from mentioning it to the ancestor dragon. I hope it's just my imagination, Zhulong murmured, a troubled expression in his eyes. Returning to the womb of the Yuan Feng, amidst the crackling of thunder, Ling Tian finally completed the digestion of all the Xianxing. His comprehension of the laws of wind and thunder surged significantly. Although it still lagged behind the perfected level of the great Luo Golden Immortal's 5 elements laws, given enough time, the Xianxing and the chaos would be inexhaustible, and Ling Tian needn't worry about understanding the laws of wind and thunder. Exhaling deeply, Ling Tian could not resist stretching his limbs. The sensation of breakthrough was utterly addictive. No wonder these beings of Honghuang often secluded themselves for thousands of years. As he spoke, Ling Tian glanced at Kong Xian and Depeng, who were both seated, deeply engrossed in digesting the Huangzhongli. The spiritual energy contained within the Huangzhongli was substantial. It would take Kong Xian and Depeng a considerable amount of time to fully assimilate it. Once they did, their cultivation could very well reach the great Luo Golden Immortal level, or at the very least, the status of a Tai Golden Immortal. Very good, very good. Ling Tian nodded approvingly and could not help but call out to the system. System, I have exceeded the requirements for the Kongxian and Depeng nurturing plan. Will there be an additional reward? After a long wait, Ling Tian received no response from the system. He knew full well that the system was unlikely to offer further rewards. However, seizing the rare opportunity to jest with the system, he was reluctant to give up. Just then, Ling Tian's expression changed abruptly. The system's voice resonated in his ear. Beep. Detected that Kuan-Peng is being hunted by the Day Sun Dragon. Please choose. Option 1. Go to rescue Kuan-Peng. Immediately reward the method of external incarnation, with a chance to subdue Kuan-Peng. Option 2. Ignore it and continue seclusion. Reward the 36 celestial mechanisms. Incur Kuan-Peng's resentment. Ling Tian never expected that while he was teasing the system, another task would be triggered. Moreover, the protagonist of this task was none other than the future quasi-saint powerhouse, the demon master Kuan-Peng. This must be Kuan-Peng in its juvenile stage. Ling Tian murmured to himself, his gaze curious. Who would have thought that the famed Kuan-Peng, who would one day shake the Honghuang, was currently being hunted by the Day Sun Dragon Aou? What a dark chapter in Kuan-Peng's history. How embarrassing for the birds. Not even able to contend with a little mudfish like Aou. Ling Tian could not help but mock. Yet, he was acutely aware that even if he chose not to rescue Kuan-Peng this time, it would not lead to Kuan-Peng's demise. At worst, it would simply face some hardships. Given Ling Tian's nature, he would naturally be disinclined to rescue Kuan-Peng. However, the allure of the reward for option 1 was simply too tempting. That was the method of external incarnation. According to the system's implicit suggestion, once he mastered this method of external incarnation, Ling Tian would be able to exit the Yuan Feng's womb and begin to traverse the Honghuang, a zero-risk journey through the Honghuang. This was incredibly enticing for Ling Tian. After a moment's contemplation, Ling Tian made his decision. System, I choose option 1. Upon completing his choice, a profound secret technique suddenly appeared in Ling Tian's mind. It was indeed the method of external incarnation. Ling Tian felt an overwhelming joy and immediately began to comprehend it. As his understanding deepened, his exhilaration only intensified. The method of external incarnation, rewarded by the system, was extraordinarily remarkable. Whether it was heavenly materials, earthly treasures, spiritual artifacts, or even elixirs, anything imbued with spiritual energy could serve as the medium for the external incarnation. The denser the spiritual energy of the medium, the more formidable the incarnation's cultivation would be. However, there was an upper limit to the incarnation's cultivation. It could never exceed that of the main body. What thrilled Ling Tian the most was that when the external incarnation ventured out, his main body could still remain in a state of cultivation, continuing to practice normally. This was truly a divine tool that allowed him to balance work and play. This method of external incarnation was simply too aligned with Ling Tian's desires. Ha 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 ha. Ling Tian could not help but burst into laughter. Afterward, Ling Tian prepared to select his next vessel. System, bring up the character panel. In the next moment, a dazzling character panel appeared before Ling Tian's eyes. System, Divine Selection System Host, Ling Tian Footing, Supreme Innate Being, Innate Divine Demon Progress, 55, Realm, Perfect Great Luo Golden Immortal Cultivation Technique, 9 Transformations Divine Art Divine Abilities, External Incarnation Treasures, Chaos Green Lotus, Chaos Pearl, Fragment of the Creation Jade Disc, Primordial Measuring Ruler Spiritual Objects, Immortal Apricot Fruit Tree, Huang Zhong Leaf Fruit Tree, 3 Light Divine Water, Panga Jade Marrow, already consumed, Formation, Innate Chaos Formation Laws, 5 Elements Law, Perfect Great Luo Golden Immortal, Thunder Law, Mid Great Luo Golden Immortal, Wind Law, Mid Great Luo Golden Immortal, Yin Yang Law, Early Great Luo Golden Immortal. Compared to his initial arrival, Ling Tian's character panel was now infinitely more splendid. It even boasted treasures such as the Chaos Pearl and Chaos Green Lotus. Ling Tian's wealth could be deemed extravagant, yet in terms of quantity, it was rather modest. Particularly, the vessels suitable for the external incarnation were exceedingly rare. Ling Tian could hardly resort to using the Chaos Pearl or Chaos Green Lotus. That would be far too reckless and against his nature. After much contemplation, Ling Tian ultimately settled on the Huang Zhongli fruit tree. This tree is one of the top 10 innate spiritual roots of the primordial chaos, containing an immense amount of spiritual energy, sufficient for Ling Tian to craft a commendable external incarnation. Moreover, he currently possessed 3 Huang Zhongli fruit trees. Aside from the original one, the 2 fruit pits remaining after Kong Xian and Depeng's consumption had been nurtured within the chaos world and had now grown into vibrant saplings. This is the one. With a mere thought, Ling Tian chose one of the saplings and began to refine his first external incarnation. 10 years later, ripples suddenly surged across the defensive membrane above the eternal fire mountain of the southern Ming. As a somewhat stealthy figure gradually materialized from within the membrane, the figure glanced around before vanishing from sight. In the North Sea, the water was a deep azure, and a gentle breeze caressed the surface, a picturesque scene. Yet, at that moment, the tranquil sea suddenly erupted into tumultuous waves as a blue dragon and a red dragon burst forth from the water, their joyous roars echoing through the air. The North Sea was the territory of the Dragon clan, and these 2 young dragons frolicked freely without parental supervision, oblivious to the pair of grim eyes watching them from the void. Those eyes belonged to the Kuanpeng, as the ancient poem goes. In the North Sea, there is a fish named Kuan, its size unknown, spanning thousands of miles. It transforms into a bird named Peng, its wings spanning thousands of miles. The Dragon clan could never have imagined that the Kuanpeng had 2 forms. The strange fish spoken of by the dragons was, in fact, the Kuan form of the Kuanpeng. However, ever since the Dragon clan began capturing the Kuanpeng, it had transformed into its Peng form, only reverting to the Kuan form briefly when consuming dragons. This was the fundamental reason the Dragon clan had never succeeded in capturing the Kuanpeng. With the Dragon clan intensifying their hunting efforts, the Kuanpeng found it increasingly difficult to feast on dragons. However, the benefits of dragon flesh were too significant for the Kuanpeng to forsake. Upon spotting the 2 solitary young dragons, the already famished Kuanpeng felt elated. Finally, the moment had arrived. Yet, the cunning Kuanpeng refrained from striking immediately, silently trailing the 2 young dragons, waiting for the opportune moment. Were there any powerful dragons lurking nearby? After a period of observation, the Kuanpeng's vigilance diminished. It appeared that these 2 young dragons had escaped to play, and there was no sign of other dragons within tens of thousands of miles. Furthermore, they had now reached the edge of the North Sea, a location where Dragon clan experts rarely frequented. Safe. The Kuanpeng murmured to itself, unable to resist the overwhelming craving for dragon flesh. Its somber eyes fixated on the 2 young dragons. It had been far too long since it had tasted delectable dragon meat, and the Kuanpeng nearly let a tear of anticipation escape from its mouth. Without further hesitation, the Kuanpeng plunged into the depths of the sea, transforming from Peng to Kuan, and then into an island, quietly awaiting the arrival of the 2 young dragons. Upon the island formed by the Kuanpeng, several spiritual roots pulsating with rich energy could be seen. As the Kuanpeng sensed the 2 young dragons drawing nearer, they finally spotted the island just a mere 10,000 miles away. The young dragons' greedy gazes fell upon the spiritual roots, and they hurriedly swam toward the Kuanpeng. They're coming. The Kuanpeng's heart surged with joy, as it could almost taste the sweet nectar of dragon blood and flesh. However, just as the Kuanpeng could no longer contain its drool, it suddenly sensed something amiss. In its consciousness, the 2 young dragons abruptly halted, their auras skyrocketing as they ascended from late Golden Immortal to early Great Luo Golden Immortal. Not good. It's a trap set by the Dragon clan. The Kuanpeng, possessing remarkable intelligence, immediately understood the situation and attempted to flee. But at that moment, a blazing sun suddenly appeared above the sea, hurtling down towards the Kuanpeng with a resounding crash. Chapter 45. The elite hunter, Ling Tian's obstruction. The Kunping never anticipated that two seemingly harmless juvenile golden immortals could instantaneously transform into early Great Luo golden immortal dragon clan warriors. What was once prey had morphed into hunters, truly embodying the adage. Elite hunters often appear in the guise of prey. The Kunping believed it had transitioned from hunter to hunted, unaware that it had always been the prey from the very beginning. Once locked onto by that blazing sun, the Kunping felt as though it bore the weight of a star, instantly losing its ability to escape. Instinctively, the Kunping struggled against this overwhelming burden, but sadly discovered that its current strength was utterly insufficient. Screech! The Kunping could not help but release an enraged cry. Meanwhile, roar, roar. The powerful roars of two dragons rang out, their majestic dragon might descending upon the Kunping, compounded by the pressure of the blazing sun. The Kunping could no longer withstand the weight and was forcefully pressed into the depths of the sea, embedding itself deep within the ocean floor. But that was not all. The blazing sun in the void descended upon the Kunping as if a star had fallen, crashing down mercilessly. Screech! The Kunping emitted another cry, but this one was filled with despair. It had only recently come into existence, and its cultivation was barely at the perfect Tai golden immortal realm. How could it possibly contend with two great Luo golden immortals? Filled with despair, the Kunping reflected on the numerous dragons it had surreptitiously consumed over the years. If captured by the Dragon Clan, its fate was all too clear. No. With this thought, the Kunping erupted with a formidable surge of law power. Observing the fluctuations, it was evidently the law of speed. In the next moment, the Kunping shot skyward, transforming into its Peng form amidst the astonished gazes of the two dragons, its vast wings unfurling like clouds hanging low in the sky, preparing to flee. The Kunping had practiced the law of speed, allowing it to move at incredible velocity. Even without reaching the Great Luo golden immortal realm, it had a fair chance of escaping. However, just as the Kunping soared into the sky, a violent impact resounded. The Kunping felt as if stars were exploding before its eyes, its already injured body swaying precariously. It turned out that as the Kunping attempted to flee, a golden barrier materialized within 100,000 miles radius, clearly a trapping formation. Awakening from its daze, the Kunping sank into utter despair. Trapped within the formation, it had no hope of survival. Simultaneously, a sinister voice echoed in the Kunping's ear. "You wretched beast! Finally caught you." The speaker was a gigantic golden dragon, the leader of this operation to capture the Kunping, the Daylight Dragon, Aou. Gazing at the utterly despondent Kunping, Aou reveled in delight. He had awaited this day for far too long. The ancestral dragon had only granted him a millennium, yet this infuriating Kunping had demonstrated such patience. Just as the deadline approached, the Kunping finally afforded him the opportunity for capture. Fortunately, he had succeeded. "What manner of race are you, that you possess such forms?" Aou scrutinized the Kunping, his eyes filled with intrigue. He distinctly perceived both forms of the Kunping in Aou's perception, whether in Kun form or Peng form. The Kunping's combat power far surpassed its cultivation base, especially in Peng form. Had he not set up the trapping formation in advance, it might have escaped. As the Dragon Prince, Aou had never heard of a race so extraordinarily gifted. Yet, confronted with his inquiry, the Kunping felt a glimmer of hope and remained silent. The Kunping, possessing remarkable wisdom, recognized that having been captured by the Dragon Clan, it had virtually no chance of survival. However, this dragon was evidently very interested in it, presenting the Kunping with its only potential opportunity for escape. In the original narrative, the Kunping had similarly managed to evade peril. On the other hand, although Aou was furious, he ultimately refrained from directly annihilating the Kunping. After inflicting severe injuries upon the Kunping, Aou unleashed a golden glow that enveloped the Kunping, binding it. With the millennium deadline approaching and the journey ahead long, Aou had to take the Kunping to the East Sea for a report. Once he delivered his message, he would have ample time to torment the Kunping. Aou did not believe that the Kunping would remain obstinate for long. However, what Aou did not realize was that as he injured the Kunping, a faint silhouette quietly appeared in the void above him. This figure did not act recklessly. Instead, it stealthily followed behind Aou. This perfectly exemplified the saying, "The mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow sparrow lurks behind." In this capture operation, Aou had partnered with another Dragon Clan Great Luo Golden Immortal, disguising themselves as juvenile dragons to serve as bait. While numerous powerful dragons awaited outside the formation, it could be said that once the Kunping fell into their trap, escape would be impossible. As Aou had wished, he had effortlessly captured the Kunping. He immediately dismissed the other dragons, taking the Kunping in hand, and hurried toward the East Sea at the fastest speed in Aou's mind. As a Great Luo Golden Immortal at the early stage, he was traversing the vast ocean as if strolling through his own garden, extremely secure. Yet just as Aoyu approached the edge of the North Sea, on the verge of stepping into the East Sea territory, he suddenly halted. A figure had unexpectedly appeared, leisurely blocking his path. Aoyu's heart sank, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. I am the Dragon Prince, Daylight Dragon, Aoyu. Who dares to obstruct my path? Seeking death? Aoyu bellowed. Extremely proud, Aoyu did not immediately send out a distress signal, despite the abrupt and strange appearance of the figure. Instead, he revealed his identity and demanded answers. Little did he know, this had cost him his last opportunity. In the next moment, Aoyu's eyes reflected Ling Tian's handsome face. Little mudfish, long time no see. Little mudfish, Aoyu. Upon hearing Ling Tian's address, Aoyu felt an explosion of fury. As the illustrious Dragon Prince, he was being referred to as Little Mudfish by Ling Tian. Uncle can endure, but aunt cannot. Aoyu felt his rage boil over, casually tossing the captured Kuanpeng aside. Roar! With a thunderous roar, the stars of the universe materialized, and once again, a blazing sun appeared in the void. This new sun was far more powerful than the one that had previously defeated the Kuanpeng. Infuriated, Aoyu unleashed his full strength at once. Upon witnessing Ling Tian's appearance, the glimmer of hope that had surged within the Kuanpeng's heart was instantly crushed. Given Aoyu's might, this oddly powerful being before them was undoubtedly no match. Chapter 46. Ling Tian's First Battle. Defeating the Daylight Dragon with a wave of his hand as that blazing sun ascended into the sky, the Kuanpeng lost all faith in Ling Tian. At this moment, the Kuanpeng had realized that it had been captured by the Daylight Dragon, Aoyu. Naturally, it understood that Aoyu was well versed in the Law of the Sun. Although the Law of the Sun was not among the top 10 supreme laws, it remained a formidable upper-tier law. Moreover, Aoyu had already attained the status of a great Luo Golden Immortal. In terms of both law and cultivation, he was exceedingly powerful. The being before them, seemingly only a Tai Golden Immortal, was undoubtedly no match for Aoyu. Especially when the Kuanpeng sensed the overwhelming power of the sun, any flicker of hope vanished entirely. The might of Aoyu's sun was likely not inferior to that of an average mid-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal. This being before them had no chance of survival. Perhaps I should continue to wait for an opportunity, the Kuanpeng thought grimly, casting a glance at Ling Tian as if gazing upon a dying man. On the other hand, the one whom the Kuanpeng regarded as a dying man, Ling Tian, displayed a glimmer of eagerness on his face. Having descended into the primordial chaos for many years, this was Ling Tian's first venture into the outside world and his inaugural battle. He felt a surge of anticipation. Since it was merely a clone, even if it were to be damaged, it would only be a clone. With that in mind, what was there to fear? Come on! As the blazing sun locked onto Ling Tian, crashing down with immense force, Ling Tian let out a powerful shout. In the next moment, with a mere thought, he summoned the 9 heavens gale, which howled towards the blazing sun. The wind law, is it? Seeing Ling Tian's approach, Aoyu could not help but sneer. The wind law was merely a mid-tier law, while he had cultivated the law of the sun, which was an upper-tier law. The disparity between the two was insurmountable, especially with Aoyu's formidable backing that amplified the power of the law of the sun. In Aoyu's view, the 9 heavens gale could not possibly challenge the blazing sun. However, he failed to notice the glimmers of golden light flickering amidst the pitch-black gale. The gale howled. The sun loomed. In the next instant, the two forces collided violently in the void. Zzz. The harsh sound of friction resonated, astonishing both Aoyu and the Kuanpeng. The 9 heavens gale did not shatter instantaneously as they had anticipated. Instead, it held its ground against the blazing sun. Wait, this is a wind law of mid-great Luo Golden Immortal level. You are actually a mid-great Luo Golden Immortal powerhouse. Who on earth are you? Feeling the might of the gale, Aoyu could not help but exclaim in astonishment. A being with such capabilities could not possibly be an unknown entity. On the other side, the Kuanpeng's indifferent gaze abruptly shifted. It had not expected that Ling Tian was actually a mid-great Luo Golden Immortal. This revelation offered it a sliver of hope for escape. However, before Aoyu and the Kuanpeng could ponder further, an unexpected change occurred. From within the inky blackness of the 9 heavens gale, a burst of golden light suddenly emerged. What is this? As Ling Tian's adversary, Aoyu immediately sensed something was amiss. In the next moment, that golden light rapidly expanded, swiftly transforming into a golden thunder pool. Boom! The 9 heavens thunder descended. Countless bolts of thunder manifested, crashing down upon the blazing sun with tremendous force. The thunder law was an upper-tier law, renowned for its explosive power, with the 9 heavens gale preceding it and the endless thunder following. In the astonished eyes of Aoyu and the Kuanpeng, the blazing sun emitted a mournful cry of overwhelming strain before shattering into pieces. You have astonishingly grasped both the laws of wind and thunder, achieving the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Who on earth are you? Amidst the rumbling sounds, Aoyu's furious roar pierced through the air. However, Ling Tian did not respond. Instead, he made a gesture of thumbs down towards Aou. Although she could not comprehend the meaning of this gesture, Aou clearly caught the disdain curling at the corners of Ling Tian's mouth, causing an endless surge of anger within her. Humph! You may choose to remain silent now, but when you find yourself a captive of my dragon clan, we shall see if you still have the audacity to speak. As she spoke, Aou's consciousness stirred, unleashing a golden radiance that transformed into a faint golden barrier. She had set up a confinement array around her to prevent Ling Tian from escaping. Once this was accomplished, Aou turned her gaze towards him, her expression as dark as the depths of the ocean. You wretched boy! The powerful members of my dragon clan are nearly upon us. Unless you can defeat me swiftly and break this formation, once my kin arrive, there will be no escape for you. As she spoke, Aou suddenly glanced at the Kuanping, bound like a meat dumpling. Her eyes filled with contempt. Kuanping. Kuanping felt an overwhelming frustration. Being captured was one thing, but being used as a negative example was utterly infuriating. Upon witnessing the familiar golden barrier and hearing Aou's furious shout, all hope within Kuanping evaporated once more. If the powerful members of the dragon clan arrived, even if Ling Tian had comprehended two laws, he would still be no match for them. Such was the capital that allowed the dragon clan to look down upon the vast wilderness. Unable to win, they could always resort to a group assault. However, what Kuanping never anticipated was that, at this moment, Ling Tian would not flee. Instead, he burst into a fit of laughter. Ha ha ha, in the void. Ling Tian's laughter echoed endlessly. Upon witnessing this, both Aou and Kuanping were left utterly baffled, their minds reeling in confusion. The next moment, Aou, regaining her composure, her expression turned profoundly grim, bellowed, "Why do you laugh? Why? Of course, it is because you are utterly amusing." This was the first time Aou had heard Ling Tian respond, yet instead of feeling any joy, her fury intensified. "You seek death." Aou enunciated each word clearly, and her aura erupted fiercely in the next instant. A golden dragon orb materialized. Aou poured all her strength and the power of the Sun Law into it. "Die for me." As she spoke, the dragon orb transformed into a beam of golden light, instantly reaching Ling Tian's face. This was Aou's most powerful strike to date. Yet, the power of wind and thunder manifested once more. Aou's attack was effortlessly thwarted once again. "Who on earth are you?" Just as the enraged Aou was about to unleash her tirade, she felt a tightness around her neck, as if something had ensnared her, rendering her speechless. Simultaneously, a perplexed voice echoed in her ears. "How peculiar. Am I too strong? Or is this little mudfish simply too weak? Never mind. Regardless, I shall deal with it first." Aou. Chapter 47. Another defeat of the ancestral dragon's phantom, capturing Kuanping upon hearing Ling Tian's fierce words. The great sun heavenly dragon Aou felt a chill run down her spine. Yet before she could speak, a searing pain shot through her neck. Aou's vision darkened. Just before she succumbed to darkness, she distinctly saw a headless figure. Why does this headless figure seem so familiar? It feels like YOWN. Aou was dead, yet not entirely so. Just as her aura was about to dissipate completely, a powerful force erupted from her primordial spirit. "Who dares to harm my child?" A figure clad in a golden dragon robe manifested. Judging by its aura, it had undoubtedly reached the level of primordial golden immortal. "Ancestral dragon?" Ling Tian immediately uttered these two words. He was no stranger to the aura of this old mudfish, the ancestral dragon. "Humph!" Ling Tian snorted coldly. The power of the laws surged forth, striking down heavily towards Aou's remaining form. "Wretched beast, you seek death." The ancestral dragon's phantom bellowed, preparing to strike and annihilate Ling Tian. Although it was merely a phantom, its strength was not inferior to that of a late-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal before its spiritual energy was exhausted. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded, and a tremendous dragon might descended, attempting to shatter Ling Tian's primordial spirit directly. This dragon might contain a fragment of the true dragon power of the ancestral dragon. Even a late-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal would sustain severe injuries if not careful, let alone Ling Tian, who was merely a mid-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal. In the ancestral dragon's view, under this strike, Ling Tian would be severely wounded, if not dead. However, what the ancestral dragon did not anticipate was, Ling Tian seemed to have completely ignored the thunderous dragon roar. He even scratched his ear, wearing a perplexed expression. "Old mudfish, what on earth are you shouting about? If you want to fight, then fight. Have you played too much poker and become weak? Old mudfish, weak." Upon hearing Ling Tian's ridicule, the ancestral dragon's phantom exploded with rage. Roar! Accompanied by a deep dragon's roar, a golden dragon-shaped phantom shot towards Ling Tian's face. Yet, what the ancestral dragon's phantom felt despair over was, this strike was once again effortlessly blocked by Ling Tian. Is that all the strength you possess? It seems I was right. You are indeed feeble. Ha 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 ha. Ling Tian's boisterous laughter echoed throughout the heavens and earth. The next moment, the 9 heavens gale, endless thunder, the 5 elements ring, all manifested simultaneously. Ling Tian unleashed his full power, bombarding the ancestral dragon's phantom with relentless ferocity. The ancestral dragon's phantom was nearly in tears. He originally thought that annihilating Ling Tian would be a simple task, just a matter of grasping him firmly. Who would have thought that Ling Tian's strength would be so formidable? At present, he was being pressed down by Ling Tian to the point where he could barely lift his head, and even his phantom began to dissipate. If this continued, the phantom would truly be obliterated by Ling Tian in desperation. The ancestral dragon's phantom could only seize the opportunity to envelop Aou's primordial spirit and body, fleeing in an instant. You two mudfish, clean yourselves up and wait in the dragon palace. I shall come to crush you and prepare you for a stew soon enough. Upon hearing this, the retreating ancestral dragon's phantom trembled violently, nearly turning back to fight Ling Tian. I will remember your aura. You are doomed. After leaving behind this ominous statement, the ancestral dragon's phantom ultimately departed. Humph. Seeing that his provocation had failed, Ling Tian snorted coldly, his expression one of displeasure. However, to Kunpeng, Ling Tian's demeanor appeared to be the epitome of arrogance. You, a mid-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal, effortlessly incapacitated the Great Sun Heavenly Dragon Aou. And not only that, when the formidable ancestral dragon's phantom appeared, Kunpeng had expected Ling Tian to face dire consequences. Yet, he could hardly believe that even the ancestral dragon's phantom was no match for Ling Tian. If it weren't for the ancestral dragon's phantom fleeing in time, it might have truly been obliterated by Ling Tian on the spot. Yet even so, Ling Tian remained unsatisfied, wearing an expression of insatiable desire. This is outrageous. Who would believe such a tale? Moreover, compared to Ling Tian, what did he, who prided himself on being a peerless genius, even amount to? Kunpeng fell into a deep depression. Wait, with Aou gone, does that mean I am free once more? Kunpeng suddenly froze, feeling the bindings on him dissipate completely. Indeed. Joy surged within Kunpeng's heart. Casting a glance at Ling Tian in the void, he cautiously began to move, stealthily making his way towards freedom. But just as Kunpeng was about to succeed, a teasing voice echoed in his ear. Little Kun, where do you think you are going? Is this how you treat your savior? Kunpeng's entire body stiffened, and he looked up abruptly, only to find Ling Tian wearing a mischievous grin. Kunpeng could not help but cough awkwardly at him. Esteemed friend. But before Kunpeng could finish his sentence, he abruptly stopped, unable to suppress his exclamation. Who are you, and how do you know my name? Kunpeng's heart raced with terror. He had never mentioned his name. Yet this mysterious being before him had called it out effortlessly. This was simply too strange. Could it be? Kunpeng's mind raced, and he soon arrived at a possible conclusion. Are you here specifically to find me? Indeed, you are quite perceptive. Ling Tian nodded in approval. Kunpeng. In the annals of the vast wilderness, Kunpeng possessed unparalleled talent in terms of lineage, fortune, and comprehension of laws. If not for his inherently rebellious and brooding nature, he would not have walked the wilderness alone. He would not have been forcefully seized by the Zhuan-Ti in the Purple Cloud Palace, thus losing the opportunity to become a saint. However, it cannot be denied that Kunpeng's talent was indeed formidable. This was one of the reasons Ling Tian was willing to come to his rescue. What, do you still wish to flee? I can grant you a head start of 10,000 miles. Upon hearing Ling Tian's words, Kunpeng's eyes brightened. After all, he practiced the law of speed. If Ling Tian were to be this generous, there might truly be a chance to escape. Yet at that moment, Ling Tian's voice rang out again. By the way, if I am not mistaken, the great Luo from the Dragon Clan have already arrived. Don't say I didn't warn you, Kunpeng. Kunpeng felt as though he was being toyed with by Ling Tian. This mysterious and powerful being was nothing short of a devil. Kunpeng was now trapped in a dilemma, unable to escape and unwilling to remain. Overwhelmed with frustration, he finally could not help but ask. Since you have come specifically to find me, you surely would not wish to see me fall into the hands of the Dragon Clan. What do you intend to do? Heh. Upon hearing Kunpeng's words, a warm smile suddenly graced Ling Tian's face, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. I have come to recruit you as my steed. Absolutely not. I, Kunpeng, would rather die than serve as another's mount. What fortitude! Ling Tian praised enthusiastically, then continued, if you will not serve as my steed, then let us take a step back. You can be my subordinate instead, Kunpeng. He felt as though he had been ensnared once more. Chapter 48. I captured you before my son was even born. Kunpeng felt himself thoroughly ensnared by Ling Tian's scheme. Yet, sensing the approaching powerful presence of the Dragon Clan, he had no time to ponder. As long as he was not to be a mount, he could accept being a subordinate. Thus, Kunpeng readily agreed. I accept. Excellent. a wise choice. Ling Tian nodded, his expression sincere, though a glint of triumph flickered in his eyes. As long as Kunpeng agreed to become his subordinate, the subsequent matters would no longer be within Kunpeng's control. After all, being a subordinate is akin to being a servant. When the master grows weary, may the servant carry him a few steps. Yes, such a modest request cannot be refused, can it? Since it cannot be refused, what difference is there from being a mount? Caught in his own trap, Ling Tian secretly chuckled, his gaze crystal clear. Yet, Kunpeng remained oblivious. The moment he agreed to Ling Tian's proposal, he would no longer be able to escape Ling Tian's grasp. At this moment, Kunpeng was nervously looking at Ling Tian. Master, the powerful members of the Dragon Clan are nearly upon us. How shall we escape? Upon hearing this, Ling Tian let out a light chuckle. No need to panic, it's a trivial matter. As he spoke, Ling Tian pointed, and a stream of pure spiritual energy surged into Kunpeng's body, almost instantly restoring him to a good state. Before Kunpeng, who was filled with astonishment, could express his gratitude, Ling Tian pointed again, and a surge of immortal energy at the level of the great Luo Golden Immortal flowed into Kunpeng. Then, before Kunpeng's bewildered gaze, Ling Tian nonchalantly sat upon Kunpeng's back and said leisurely, "Are you feeling better now? Next, I will provide you with the immortal energy of a great Luo Golden Immortal. You must flee with all your might, Kunpeng." Kunpeng could hardly believe that Ling Tian had devised such a means of escape. But we agreed not to be a mount, and no sooner had he voiced this than Ling Tian gave him a sharp rap on the head. "Are you out of your mind? We're escaping. In such a critical moment, you come to me with this. It's a matter of life and death, understand? If you don't want to die, hurry up and fly. Head south, Kunpeng." An immense sense of grievance surged within Kunpeng's heart. Yet now was not the time to argue. He could only suppress the grievance within him. With a mighty cry echoing through the air, Kunpeng unfurled his wings like clouds descending from the heavens. Soaring upwards, Kunpeng practiced the law of speed, and his flying speed was unparalleled among his peers. Coupled with the great Luo Golden Immortal level of immortal energy provided by Ling Tian, Kunpeng's speed soared to an entirely new level, breaking through the encirclement of the Dragon Clan's great Luo just before they could close in. Roar, roar, roar. Only the furious roars of dragons echoed in the void. Outside the South Ming Immortal Fire Mountain, the once desolate wasteland had transformed into a bustling hub. The closer one got to the South Ming Immortal Fire Mountain, the livelier it became. In the void, Ling Tian comfortably reclined on Kunpeng's back, unable to stifle a yawn. "Oh, have we arrived so soon? With a little Kun like you as my mount. Cough cough. Subordinate, it's truly delightful." Upon hearing this, Kunpeng's face darkened, and he retorted sullenly, "I have said I will not be a mount. This is a special circumstance." Yes, you are right. Special circumstances, special circumstances. Ling Tian did not refute at all, his tone earnest. Yet to Kunpeng's ears, it sounded far from pleasant. After a long while, Kunpeng finally suppressed the grievance in his heart and surveyed his surroundings. This is indeed the legendary South Ming Immortal Fire Mountain. It is truly extraordinary. After a pause, Kunpeng spoke again, "Master, hiding here within the South Ming Immortal Fire Mountain may indeed instill some fear in the Dragon Clan, but it is not a long-term solution. The Phoenix Clan has sealed the mountain for many years. If the Dragon Clan is truly determined to eliminate the two of us, they would not hesitate to disregard the Phoenix Clan." As he spoke, a hint of sorrow and anger flashed in Kunpeng's eyes. This was the plight of the solitary. Even with immense strength, one remained powerless against the large forces. Had it not been for Ling Tian's appearance, he would have likely met his demise. Yet even if he miraculously escaped death, he would still have to face the endless pursuit of the Dragon Clan. How lamentable! I refuse to accept this. Is there truly no path forward for the solitary? I, Kunpeng, will surely become a top-tier powerhouse, looking down upon the vast wilderness. Kunpeng suddenly cried out in a low voice, a fierce rebellious glint surfacing in his eyes. However, just as Kunpeng was immersed in his own emotions, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. Ling Tian's voice rang out. "What are you yelling about? Shut up, Kunpeng." Kunpeng's previously exalted emotions were swiftly extinguished by Ling Tian, replaced by a deep sense of grievance. Who would have thought that the future renowned master of the vast wilderness would be so tightly manipulated by Ling Tian? Meanwhile, Ling Tian paid no heed to Kunpeng's minor grievances and declared, "The area outside the South Ming Immortal Fire Mountain is indeed not safe, but we can enter the interior of the South Ming Immortal Fire Mountain." Enter the interior of the South Ming Immortal Fire Mountain? Kunpeng was taken aback, then revealed an expression of disbelief. "Master, do you not know that the Phoenix Clan has sealed the mountain for years? Countless powerful beings have failed to breach the Phoenix Clan's great formation. What makes you think we can? Do you think you are the prince of the Phoenix Clan?" Absurd. It was rare for Kunpeng to seize the opportunity to mock Ling Tian, and he immediately began to chatter away. failing to notice the strange smile flickering across Ling Tian's face. Had Kunpeng known that the renowned Great Formation of the Phoenix clan was crafted by Ling Tian himself, he would surely have dropped his jaw in shock. Naturally, Ling Tian did not wish to waste time with Kunpeng. He could distinctly sense the powerful presences of the Dragon Clan's Great Luo drawing ever closer. Ling Tian promptly gave Kunpeng's head a sharp rap. Stop babbling, pay attention. Upon entering the Southern Ming immortal volcano, you shall proclaim yourself as a disciple of the Phoenix clan's prince, Ling Tian. Then, patiently await my birth within. Do you comprehend? What? What are you saying? Upon hearing Ling Tian's words, Kunpeng was utterly bewildered. What does it mean to be a disciple of the Phoenix clan's prince Ling Tian? And to wait for your birth obediently? Does he think of himself as the prince within the belly of the primordial phoenix? What a ridiculous jest! Kunpeng felt his head spinning. He was certain that Ling Tian had lost his mind. However, before Kunpeng could ponder further, he was taken aback by an astonishing sight. The long-dormant protective array of the Phoenix clan suddenly revealed a portal. A rich aura of spiritual energy emanated from within. Caw! Kunpeng could even hear the sound of Phoenix cries resonating from the portal. What on earth is happening? Instinctively, Kunpeng glanced towards Ling Tian. Yet, before he could utter a word, he felt a sharp kick to his rear, and he uncontrollably plunged into the Southern Ming immortal volcano. Shortly thereafter, Yuan Feng gazed at the dazed Kunpeng before her eyes filled with suspicion. You mean to say Dumy's son has yet to be born, and you have already subdued him? Chapter 49. Hongjun inquires, are you trying to deceive me? Setting aside the disheveled Kunpeng, after Ling Tian had dealt with him, he immediately turned back to the primordial wilderness. What a jest! Ling Tian was far from having had enough fun. This journey was undertaken at the swiftest pace toward the northern sea to complete a selection task, which allowed him to appear at a crucial moment to rescue Kunpeng. Now that the task was accomplished, Ling Tian naturally desired to explore the primordial wilderness thoroughly. Little did he know, at this very moment, Hongjun, having concluded a prolonged retreat within the Zixiao Palace, was also preparing to venture out into the primordial wilderness. Time does not exist in the primordial wilderness. Upon arriving, Ling Tian felt as if he had plunged into the ocean, reveling in the waves of experience. Over the years, Ling Tian's eyes had been opened wide to the wonders of the world. Heavenly materials, earthly treasures, extraordinary beasts, and countless races. It was a veritable feast for the senses. Were it not for Ling Tian's resolute heart, he might have been utterly entranced. However, what struck Ling Tian most profoundly was the fervent aspiration of the beings in the primordial wilderness toward enlightenment. From the earthly immortals to the heavenly immortals, up to the great Luo golden immortals and the Hunyuan golden immortals, nearly all beings prioritized cultivation above all else. Throughout these years of wandering, Ling Tian's heart of Tao had gradually matured. Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently cultivated the heart of the great Tao, a treasure sought by countless beings in the primordial wilderness. Though the heart of the great Tao may not immediately enhance Ling Tian's combat strength or cultivation, its existence would allow him to dispel the burdens of inner demons in the future, facilitating a smoother journey along the path of cultivation. This was an unexpected boon. Thus, Ling Tian immersed himself in this profound state, continuing to explore the primordial wilderness until one day he arrived at a cliffside. He seemed oblivious to the passage of time, gazing into the ever-rolling sea of clouds, lost in thought. Days turned into nights, and unbeknownst to him, a figure clad in a Taoist robe and holding a bamboo staff approached Ling Tian, softly inquiring, "What is it, young friend, that occupies your mind?" Who? Upon hearing this voice, Ling Tian jolted back to awareness, his eyes filled with vigilance. Just then, bang bang bang, the heart of the great Tao trembled slightly. Ling Tian's heart quickly regained its tranquility. He had been overly tense. After all, this was merely an old man. Even if the ancestral dragon were to pursue him, what of it? He was but a mere avatar. With this thought, Ling Tian revealed a faint smile. Esteemed elder, I was simply deep in contemplation regarding the path of cultivation. Oh? Upon hearing Ling Tian's response, a glimmer of interest sparked in the elder's eyes. When the elder took a moment to sense Ling Tian's cultivation, his interest intensified further. I did not expect such remarkable cultivation at such a young age. I am most impressed. After a brief pause, the elder continued, might I inquire what path of cultivation you are contemplating? Ling Tian did not hold back, replying, I am pondering the methods to attain sanctification. The methods to attain sanctification? Ling Tian's words struck like thunder, causing the elder's previously placid demeanor to shift for the first time. After a moment of silence, the elder's gaze became piercing as he regarded Ling Tian, clasping his hands in salute. May I ask you, young friend, what do you mean by the methods to attain sanctification? Could you share them with me? Share them with you? Ling Tian thought it amusing. This old fellow was quite audacious. Yet, he had nothing to conceal, so he was about to speak. Just then, a jolt coursed through Ling Tian's body as he suddenly heard the long-lost voice of the system. Beep. Detected that Hongjun has inquired about the host. Please select. Option 1. Engage in a discourse with Hongjun. Reward. Heaven-subduing coffin. Hongjun's favor. Option 2. Refuse to discuss with Hongjun. Reward. Primordial purple chi. Gain Hongjun's disdain. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Ling Tian shuddered, and no matter how the heart of the great Tao trembled within him, it could not quell the shock in his heart. What a coincidence. His first outing into the primordial wilderness, and he encountered Hongjun? This was none other than the future Tao ancestor, the most formidable saint. In the original narrative, Ling Tian found himself amidst the Dragon-Han Calamity, emerging as the ultimate victor. He never anticipated encountering Hongjun here. It was simply too bizarre. Was it the machinations of the heavenly Tao? Ling Tian abruptly raised his head, his expression a mixture of surprise and suspicion. On the other side, the old man, no, it should be Hongjun, sensed Ling Tian's astonishment. However, Hongjun assumed that Ling Tian was merely taken aback by his words. His demeanor remained impassive. He was simply intrigued by Ling Tian's remarks. If Ling Tian chose not to share, it mattered little. After all, Hongjun had already developed his own method of slaying the 3 corpses to attain sanctification, distinct from the path of cultivating the laws to achieve the Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. Although the attainment through slaying the 3 corpses only led to the status of a heavenly Tao saint, the difficulty was significantly lower than that of the law-based attainment. This was Hongjun's greatest trump card and the fundamental reason he was revered as the Tao ancestor in later generations. Young friend, if you are unwilling to share, that is perfectly all right. Observing Ling Tian's conflicted expression, Hongjun offered a faint smile, devoid of any genuine warmth. Hearing Hongjun's words, Ling Tian could not help but scoff inwardly. Hongjun appeared pious, yet he was undoubtedly one of the most insidious beings in the primordial wilderness. Others might be unaware, but Ling Tian was well aware. The calamities of the Wu and Yao, along with the Fengshen calamity, stemmed from the machinations of the very Hongjun before him. This seemingly amiable old man was undoubtedly a ruthless figure. However, Ling Tian's primary adversary at present was Luo Ho, who was also Hongjun's enemy. An enemy's enemy is a friend. After all, thus, Ling Tian had no intention of rejecting a friend's request, and he even devised a clever plan. That was the art of deception. Truth and falsehood, reality and illusion. Ling Tian was determined to bamboozle Hongjun. With this in mind, Ling Tian hesitated no longer and resolutely declared within his heart, system, I choose option 1. Upon making his choice, Ling Tian's gaze toward Hongjun underwent a remarkable transformation, becoming exceedingly warm and filled with cordiality. A gentle smile graced his face. Esteemed elder, you wish to inquire about my methods to attain sanctification. Correct? Not a problem at all. Come, let us sit and discuss. There is no rush. As he spoke, Ling Tian's divine consciousness stirred, conjuring a stone table, stone chairs, spiritual tea, and spiritual fruits atop the cliffside. It was a scene reminiscent of a grand reception for a distinguished guest, overflowing with enthusiasm. Observing Ling Tian's series of actions, Hongjun was utterly astounded. Despite having cultivated for countless years and priding himself on his extensive knowledge, he had never encountered a being like Ling Tian, whose expressions could shift so rapidly. Could it be that this individual recognized him? Yet he had always maintained a low profile, having not traversed the primordial wilderness for many years. There was no reason for anyone to recognize him. Hongjun could not help but begin to calculate the possibilities. However, the results of his calculations left him in utter bewilderment. He could not deduce anything at all. This was simply unscientific. Chapter 50. Hongjun, who was deceived. Hongjun's cultivation had already reached the late stage of Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Coupled with his connection to the heavenly heart, he was exceptionally adept at divination. Yet, he could not even glean a hint from a mere Great Luo Golden Immortal. This was exceedingly peculiar. Hongjun's eyes were filled with confusion as he stared at Ling Tian. Meanwhile, Ling Tian felt intensely uncomfortable under Hongjun's scrutiny. Was this old man perhaps attracted to him? No way. If that were the case, he would rather die than comply. With this thought in mind, Ling Tian steeled himself and said, Esteemed friend, were you not inquiring about my methods to attain sanctification? Allow me to share them with you. Please, have a seat. As Hongjun complied and sat down, Ling Tian breathed a sigh of relief and continued. You should be aware of the current mainstream path of cultivation, yes? Upon hearing this, Hongjun nodded and spoke eloquently. In the primordial wilderness, the primary focus is the cultivation of the laws. Particularly after achieving the status of Great Luo, this becomes even more critical. A cultivator must first break through the laws to the level of Hunyuan Golden Immortal before they can attain that status. The same applies to breaking through to the realm of Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. However, since the creation of the primordial wilderness, there has never been a talent so extraordinary. What Hongjun stated was not a secret. It was common knowledge among all beings in the primordial wilderness. Yet, Ling Tian distinctly perceived a flicker of fluctuation in Hongjuan's previously tranquil gaze. Aha! I shall surely bamboozle you, Ling Tian chuckled inwardly, feigning a deeply contemplative expression. What you say is indeed correct, but do you know that the methods to attain sanctification are not limited to the cultivation of laws? Upon witnessing the brilliant light that erupted in Hongjuan's eyes, Ling Tian smiled nonchalantly and slowly elaborated. To my knowledge, there are at least 3 methods to attain sanctification. The first is the well-known law-based method. The second is akin to the Great Panga, where one creates a world. I refer to it as the method of proving the Tao through strength. Proving the Tao through strength? As Ling Tian spoke, Hongjun distinctly felt a tremor in the heavenly mechanism. With a slight imagination, he could envision the grandeur of this second method of attaining sanctification. Ling Tian's words were surely not mere fabrications. Immediately, Hongjun bowed deeply to Ling Tian. Thank you, young friend, for enlightening me. What, may I ask, is the third method of attaining sanctification? The third? Ling Tian regarded Hongjun with an enigmatic gaze. In the future, it was through this very third method of attaining sanctification that Hongjun would firmly control the likes of the 3 pure ones, Manhwa, and the 2 sages, Jane and Juenti, all of whom were powerful figures with profound fortunes. They had not escaped Hongjuan's schemes, becoming the most trivial of merit saints. With this in mind, Ling Tian looked at Hongjun and spoke softly. The third method of attaining sanctification relies on the merits of the heavenly Tao. I refer to it as the method of attaining sanctification through merit. Attaining sanctification through merit? Hongjun trembled violently. He clearly sensed the boundless Tao essence contained within those 4 words, as if this method was intrinsically linked to his future cultivation. Hongjun could not help but begin to deduce the implications, yet he found himself engulfed in confusion. This was not all. It seemed that after several failed attempts at divination, Hongjuan's primordial spirit quivered violently, his complexion paling, a sense of dread washed over him. It was a backlash from the heavenly Tao. Hongjuan's heart raced with alarm, and he immediately ceased his deductions, closing his eyes to regulate his breathing. Fortunately, his heart of Tao was resolute, and his cultivation was stable. He quickly regained his composure. When Hongjun reopened his eyes, a deep sense of wariness flickered within them, and no longer did he regard Ling Tian with any hint of disdain or carelessness. Oh Hongjun! It was clear that Ling Tian could not merely be a great Luo golden immortal. He might even be the embodiment of the heavenly Tao. With this thought, Hongjun felt an overwhelming excitement. Having devoted countless years to sincerely serving the heavenly Tao, he believed that the heavenly Tao had finally recognized his sincerity and manifested a portion of its essence to guide him. Hongjun could not help but feel compelled to kneel in gratitude. However, just then, Hongjun suddenly jolted. He realized that Ling Tian had mentioned 3 methods of attaining sanctification but had conspicuously omitted his own. Slaying the 3 corpses to attain sanctification? Did this mean that slaying the 3 corpses was merely a figment of his imagination? An impossible endeavor? Yet, he had been progressing smoothly with it. Hongjuan's mind raced as he sought to question Ling Tian but hesitated, unsure if he dared to. What Hongjun did not realize was that Ling Tian intentionally refrained from mentioning slaying the 3 corpses. With a deep understanding of the history of the primordial wilderness, Ling Tian held a rather unfavorable view of Hongjun, even harboring quite a bit of disdain. Thus, he seized the opportunity to ensnare Hongjun in this moment. For a time, the air atop the cliff felt as though it had solidified, steeped in silence. After what felt like an eternity, Hongjun could no longer suppress his curiosity and cautiously inquired, "Might I ask, esteemed elder, whether there are only 3 methods of attaining sanctification in the primordial wilderness?" Ling Tian scoffed inwardly. He was well aware of Hongjuan's underlying intentions. Nevertheless, having decided to ensnare Hongjun, he intended to see it through to the end. Humph! Ling Tian huffed disdainfully, replying, "Nonsense. With the 3 methods of attaining sanctification now established in the primordial wilderness, are you all still not satisfied? Should you dare to defy the heavenly Tao and seek alternative paths, the consequences shall be borne by you." With that, Ling Tian paid no mind to Hongjuan's pale countenance and, with a flick of his sleeve, departed, leaving behind a bewildered Hongjun, his mind in disarray. In a certain valley within the primordial wilderness, Ling Tian cautiously manifested his form, a smile plastered across his face. It was utterly exhilarating. Who would have thought that he would manage to put on such a show before Hongjun, the future Tao ancestor, even nearly leaving him utterly bewildered? Although the process had been heart-stopping, the very thought of Hongjuan's respectful and timid expression made Ling Tian chuckle uncontrollably. "Ha ha, Hongjun, look at you now." But just then, Ling Tian caught sight of a dark figure approaching him slowly. Chapter 51. Encountering Luo Ho again. Time to deceive once more who? Upon seeing that dark figure, Ling Tian felt an overwhelming surge of demonic energy rushing toward him. A thought struck him. This figure must be connected to the Demon Ancestor. Luo-Hou.it could very well be Luo Ho himself. As this notion took root in Ling Tian's mind, he could not help but shiver. He had just encountered Hong Jun. If this figure truly was Luo Ho, he would have faced the two most formidable beings of this calamity in quick succession. That would spell serious trouble. As Ling Tian pondered these thoughts, he suddenly heard a sinister voice. "I heard you mention Hong Jun just now." At that moment, Ling Tian felt an overwhelming sense of murderous intent enveloping him, as if he were drenched in malice, his teeth chattering in response. "Damn it! This demon spawn is after my life." Ling Tian glared at the dark figure before him, his expression decidedly unfriendly. He was merely an avatar at present. Even if this figure were indeed Luo Ho, so what? Death was merely a possibility. With this resolve, Ling Tian steeled his heart and retorted boldly. "Yes, I indeed mentioned Hong Jun just now. What will you do about it?" That dark figure clearly did not expect Ling Tian to be so resolute. His gaze momentarily stunned. However, it quickly regained composure, as an overwhelming aura erupted from the figure. An endless tide of demonic energy surging forth, pressing down fiercely upon Ling Tian. Simultaneously, a grim voice suddenly echoed. "Speak of Hong Jun's matters to me, or face death." What the hell? Is this a threat? Upon hearing that voice, Ling Tian's temper flared instantly. Even if this demon truly was the demon ancestor Luo Ho, Ling Tian would not tolerate such arrogance. Fear of death? Not at all. Why should he fear anything? Ling Tian was about to retort vehemently. But at that moment, his expression changed. He had once again heard the system's notification sound. Ding! Detected that the demon ancestor Luo Ho inquired about Hong Jun. Please choose. Option 1. Inform Luo Ho of Hong Jun in the method of achieving sanctification. Reward. Coordinates of Sanxian Island. Gain Luo Ho's favor. Option 2. Refuse to inform Luo Ho of Hong Jun in the method of achieving sanctification. Reward. A strand of Hongming purple chi, but your clone will be slain. Ling Tian never expected that at this moment. He would trigger a system task once again. Moreover, it was evident from the task that this demon before him was indeed the demon ancestor Luo Ho. What a stroke of luck, however. Upon seeing the task rewards, Ling Tian had to stifle the curse that was about to escape his lips. The reward for option 1 was simply too enticing. The reward for option 2 was the Hongming purple chi, which held immense allure for cultivators after the calamity of the witch and demon tribes. Yet for Ling Tian, it was merely average. As for being killed by Luo Ho on the spot, he chose to ignore it. But the reward for option 1? Ling Tian could not possibly refuse that. Those were the legendary coordinates of Sanxian Island. Nearly every tome of the Honghuang lore spoke of Sanxian Island, rumored to be brimming with spiritual treasures and earthly delights, as well as opportunities that even saints coveted. While Ling Tian had currently reached the pinnacle of the Luo Jin Xian, progressing further to achieve the Hunyuan Jin Xian would take an eternity if he relied solely on arduous cultivation. If he waited until this demon ancestor emerged, and his cultivation had not yet broken through to Hunyuan Jin Xian, that would truly be disastrous. Therefore, this opportunity on Sanxian Island was something Ling Tian could not afford to miss. With this thought, a peculiar glint appeared in Ling Tian's eyes. If the Luo Ho before him knew that his arrival would grant Ling Tian the grand opportunity of Sanxian Island, how would he react? Ling Tian hesitated no longer and directly declared in his heart, "System, I choose option 1. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ling Tian's expression shifted from indifference to fiery enthusiasm. "Why, friend, I indeed encountered Hong Jun. Feel free to inquire about anything. I assure you, I shall speak without reservation." Ha ha ha. Luo Ho. Before Luo Ho could utter a word, Ling Tian eagerly began recounting everything he knew about Hong Jun, albeit with embellishments. At first, Luo Ho was indifferent, but as Ling Tian continued his narrative, his expression grew increasingly grave. The initial hint of disdain for Ling Tian had completely dissipated, replaced by an undercurrent of caution that Luo Ho himself had not realized. When Luo Ho heard the 3 methods of achieving sanctification, a vivid confusion welled in his eyes. He had plotted for countless years to dominate the Honghuang. Yet if what Ling Tian said was true, even if he achieved supremacy, he would still be unable to attain sanctification. What good was it to dominate the Honghuang? Was it merely for the title of overlord? Or to acquire a few more cultivation resources? No, it should not be this way. Luo Ho's Dao heart was in turmoil, plunging him into profound self-doubt. Meanwhile, after Ling Tian finished his account, the system's voice chimed in. Ding! Detected that the host has completed the task. Rewards have been dispensed. Suddenly, a surge of energy flooded Ling Tian's mind, directing him towards the East Sea. Nice! Ling Tian silently exclaimed, glancing at Luo Ho, only to be taken aback. Luo Ho was engulfed in a tempest of demonic energy, his eyes clouded with confusion. Even his aura exhibited signs of instability. tendrils of demonic energy leaking from him, wreaking havoc on the flora within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. What was happening? Had Luo Ho fallen into madness? But isn't Luo Ho already a demon? What on earth was going on? Ling Tian was utterly perplexed. Little did he know that after his grand deception, Luo Ho's Dao heart was on the verge of collapse. For Ling Tian, having already secured the task reward, he was unconcerned about Luo Ho's fate. Moreover, Luo Ho was Ling Tian's mortal enemy. His demise would be a welcome outcome. However, that was merely a fleeting thought. With the Hong Huang's heavenly Dao in play, even if Hong Jun had manipulated Luo Ho, it would merely delay matters. Ultimately, things would unfold as they were destined. Ling Tian was acutely aware of this and dared not indulge in any illusions. Therefore, upon witnessing Luo Ho's current state, Ling Tian made no further moves and prepared to turn away. But just as he turned, a shudder coursed through him as he distinctly heard Luo Ho's ominous voice. "Friend, please wait." "Wait for what? What do you want?" "I've said all I needed to say," Ling Tian retorted with irritation. After all, the reward was already in hand. He was indifferent. On the other side, sensing the change in Ling Tian's tone, Luo Ho paused momentarily before uttering something that took Ling Tian by surprise. Chapter 52. Rather die than join the demon clan? Luo Ho is at a loss in Ling Tian's ears. Luo Ho's deep voice resonated. "Esteemed friend, I wish to invite you to serve as a guest elder in my clan." Upon hearing Luo Ho's words, Ling Tian nearly lost his composure. He never imagined that Luo Ho would harbor such intentions. Instinctively, Ling Tian prepared to refuse, but at that moment, he felt an overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanating from Luo Ho. If he replied incorrectly, he might very well perish on the spot. But would Ling Tian be afraid? Of course not. He let out a cold laugh. "Are you attempting to abduct me by force? By all means, give it a try." As he spoke, Ling Tian unleashed the aura befitting a De Luo Jin Xian. Scattering it around him at that moment, he had already let go. It was merely a clone. Even if it were destroyed, it would be of little consequence. Since this was the case, he would go all out. On the other side, when Luo Ho witnessed Ling Tian's reaction, the murderous intent in his gaze surged violently. Yet, just as Ling Tian anticipated Luo Ho's attack, the murderous intent abruptly faltered, replaced by an overwhelming tide of demonic energy. Luo Ho, in front of Ling Tian, was exposing his demonic energy. Boom. As if responding to this cataclysmic surge of demonic energy, thunder roared through the void, creating a symphony of sound. Amidst the cacophony, Luo Ho's voice slowly emerged. "Do you know who I am? I am the Demon Ancestor Luo Ho. In this world, whether in cultivation or influence, if I claim second place, none would dare to claim first. Do you wish to join me in fulfilling the grand ambition of dominating the Hong Huang? Once the great undertaking is accomplished, you and I shall reign as the overlords of the Hong Huang, looking down upon all beings. This, I swear upon the heavenly Dao." Who could have imagined that the illustrious demon ancestor Luo Ho would place such importance on Ling Tian, even going so far as to offer a vow upon the heavenly Dao? Upon hearing this, Ling Tian could not help but secretly admire Luo Ho. Truly, he was a near-perfect sovereign. With such a blend of benevolence and intimidation, few beings could refuse Luo Ho's invitation. Alas, the being he sought to invite was none other than Ling Tian. Ling Tian was not a native of the Hong Huang. He was a transmigrator well-versed in its history. Faced with Luo Ho's invitation, a future failure in the making, Ling Tian could only scoff. What a joke! Ling Tian was all too aware of Luo Ho's fate. Under the machinations of the heavenly Dao, Luo Ho would ultimately be forced into self-destruction by Hong Jun, becoming a pawn to balance the heavenly Dao. His end would be nothing short of tragic. Even if Ling Tian bore no grudge against Luo Ho, he could never support him. Moreover, Luo Ho's ambition to unify the Hong Huang would necessitate the annihilation of the Feng clan, of which Ling Tian was the prince. There was simply no room for negotiation between Ling Tian and Luo Ho. Ling Tian would never agree to Luo Ho's proposal. With this in mind, Ling Tian looked at Luo Ho, a derisive smile plastered on his face. The demon ancestor Luo Ho, is it? A blend of kindness and intimidation, you say? But do you know who I am? I would rather die than join your demon clan. Upon hearing this, Luo Ho's countenance darkened, and the suppressed murderous intent surged uncontrollably. Through his methods of benevolence and intimidation, Luo Ho had enticed countless powerful beings in the Hong Huang, including the fallen Ming bird in the South Ming undying volcano, a Hunyuan Jin Xian. Luo Ho's tactics had rarely failed. Yet, when he attempted the same on Ling Tian, he was met with outright rejection. He could hardly believe Ling Tian had the audacity to respond in such a manner. Luo Ho was ready to strike down Ling Tian on the spot. However, he ultimately restrained himself, his voice dripping with malice. Who exactly are you? Why do you refuse to join my demon clan? In response, Ling Tian coldly smiled. Who I am is not important. As for why I refuse to join your demon clan, it's quite simple. The Demon Clan is a cancer to the Honghuang. Even if the Demon Clan achieves temporary success, it will ultimately be purged by the heavenly Tao of the Honghuang. The Demon Clan shall surely meet its demise. Ling Tian fixed his gaze on Luo Ho, enunciating each word with conviction. You seek death. Luo Ho could no longer contain the murderous intent swelling within him. An overwhelming torrent of demonic energy surged forth, pressing down upon Ling Tian with ferocity. Luo Ho was at the late stage of Hunyuan Jin Xian. Even if he was concealing the full extent of his power to obscure the heavenly secrets, this strikes might far surpass that of an ordinary Hunyuan Jin Xian. Even the ancestor dragon, Yuan Feng, and the primordial Qilin would not dare to underestimate such an attack. Yet, Ling Tian remained unfazed. He displayed no trace of fear. Instead, a fierce battle intent ignited within him. A monumental battle would eventually unfold between him and Luo Ho. This was a perfect opportunity for Ling Tian to accumulate experience for that future confrontation. It was just what he needed, Ling Tian bellowed, and in the next moment, the 9 heavens gale, golden thunder, 5 elements ring, yin-yang grindstone. The 4 laws he had comprehended manifested simultaneously, explode, as Ling Tian's voice boomed. The power of these 4 laws merged violently with his physical form, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion boom. The cultivation level of this clone of Ling Tian was at the mid-stage of the Luo Jin Xian. Yet, moments before the self-destruction, he had integrated the power of 4 laws, propelling his strength to the pinnacle of the Luo Jin Xian. The destructive force of a fully realized Luo Jin Xian self-detonation was terrifying beyond measure. Even beings of Hunyuan Jin Xian would be grievously injured if caught off guard. Just as now. Under Luo Ho's astonished gaze, Ling Tian seemed to transform into a scorching sun, erupting at the center of his demonic energy. The boundless demonic energy was immediately sucked back uncontrollably. This is bad. Luo Ho did not wish for the demonic energy in this area to spill out. He immediately exerted all his strength to counter Ling Tian's explosion while simultaneously attempting to conceal the tremendous commotion. For a moment, he found himself somewhat flustered. Finally, once Ling Tian's self-detonation subsided, Luo Ho felt utterly drained, as if he had just engaged in a titanic battle with a peer. Yet, his opponent had merely been a mid-stage Luo Jin Xian. No, Luo Ho suddenly sensed something amiss. What mid-stage Luo Jin Xian could comprehend 4 laws simultaneously? Among them were even the top-tier laws of 5 elements and yin-yang. The most crucial point was, typically, beings who self-destruct would leave behind at least a fragment of their primordial spirit. However, after Ling Tian's explosion, Luo Ho found no trace of Ling Tian's primordial spirit fragments. This was illogical, unless Luo Ho suddenly realized a possibility. Unless Ling Tian was not his true self but merely a clone. The thought that he had been played by a mere clone, exposing the Demon Clan, sent Luo Ho's rage spiraling out of control. Regardless of who you are, one day, I shall seize you and grind you to dust. Within the belly of the Yuan Feng, as the clone self-destructed, Ling Tian's true self gradually awakened from his seclusion. There was no anger on Ling Tian's face, only a faint smile as he murmured, "The gains from this journey have exceeded my expectations." Chapter 53. Assessing gains. Mere de Luo 10 products. Ling Tian's expedition was originally intended to rescue the foolish Kuanpeng. At that time, he was rewarded with the ability of External Avatar. For other beings, External Avatar might merely be a decent ability, but for Ling Tian, its impact was monumental. This was the first reward of Ling Tian's journey. The second reward was that he had subdued Kuanpeng. Although Kuanpeng currently possessed only the cultivation of Tai Jin Xian, with proper training, he would undoubtedly become a formidable subordinate, or at the very least, a decent mount. If Kuanpeng were to learn of Ling Tian's thoughts, he would likely faint on the spot. The third reward was the heaven-subduing coffin, obtained after meeting Hongjun. The heaven-subduing coffin is the foremost malevolent treasure of the heavenly Tao, capable of sealing the supreme treasures of the heavenly Tao saints. Even if a heavenly Tao saint were trapped within the heaven-subduing coffin, they would be sealed forever after 49 days. It could be said that the heaven-subduing coffin is a divine artifact capable of exterminating heavenly Tao saints. In the original text, the Sanqing, Nuhua, Zhuanti, and Jain were merely the most insignificant merit-based heavenly Tao saints. Once trapped in the heaven-subduing coffin, they would never escape again. This demonstrates the terrifying nature of the heaven-subduing coffin. This alone constituted Ling Tian's third reward from this expedition. The fourth reward was the coordinates of Sanxian Island. As previously mentioned, Sanxian Island is filled with countless opportunities. Now, the chances found within Sanxian Island had become Ling Tian's greatest reliance for breaking through to Hunyuan Jin Xian in the near future. As for Ling Tian's fifth reward, it was the successful deceptions of both Hongjun and Luo Houyud. Do not underestimate the advantages gained from this. Although the influence of the Honghuang's heavenly Tao renders the overall trend nearly irreversible, both Hongjun and Luo Ho would eventually achieve Hunyuan Jin Xian completion. However, Ling Tian's deceptions would significantly delay their progress towards that peak. This holds immense significance for Ling Tian, who is pressed for time. Thus concludes the entirety of Ling Tian's gains from this journey. It could be said that he returned laden with rewards. Ha ha ha! How delightful! Ling Tian could not help but clap and laugh heartily. If such opportunities were to occur more frequently, he would no longer need to worry about that scoundrel Luo Ho. Just then, a sharp cry pierced the air. Ling Tian suddenly heard two resounding phoenix calls. Were Kong Xian and Depeng about to emerge from their seclusion? A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Ling Tian's eyes. He wondered how far Kong Xian and Depeng would progress after consuming a Huang Zhongli. When Kong Xian and Depeng had ingested the Huang Zhongli, they had entered seclusion for countless years. If Ling Tian had not sensed their ever-strengthening auras, he might have thought that something unfortunate had befallen his two avian brethren. Another round of high-pitched phoenix calls erupted as Kong Xian and Depeng simultaneously opened their eyes. That moment, celestial flowers representing heaven, earth, and humanity began to coalesce above their heads, emanating an aura of Deluo Jin Xian that soared into the heavens. Kong Xian and Depeng were unequivocally on the verge of breaking through to Deluo Jin Xian. This was hardly surprising. Kong Xian and Depeng had long grasped the power of the laws. As long as their internal cultivation was sufficient and they cultivated the 5 energies within their chests to perfection, they would qualify to attempt to break through to Deluo Jin Xian. Moreover, with Kong Xian and Depeng's current foundation, they have condensed the 3 flowers atop their heads, which should enable them to reach the 10th rank of Deluo. The 10th rank of Deluo. Once they mature, they will undoubtedly become true mixed element golden immortals. At that time, the Phoenix clan will gain 2 additional mixed element golden immortals. This is indeed a significant achievement. Even top-tier beings such as Yuan Feng, Zhu Long, and Shi Qilin would be immensely surprised at the emergence of a single mixed element golden immortal within their ranks, let alone 2, however. When Ling Tian beheld Kong Xian and Depeng on the verge of achieving the 10th rank of Deluo, his brow furrowed. Not enough, Ling Tian murmured softly. His meaning was quite clear. The 10th rank of Deluo is insufficient. He held high expectations for Kong Xian and Depeng. While it was impossible for them to attain the 12th rank of Deluo as he had, they ought to reach at least the 11th rank. The difference between the 10th and 11th ranks, although merely 1 rank apart, is a chasm of disparity. It is akin to the gap between the protagonists of Calamity, such as Luo Hu and Hong Jun, and the supporting characters like Yuan Feng, Zhu Long, and Shi Qilin. As the elder brother, Ling Tian naturally did not wish for Kong Xian and Depeng to hastily settle for a mere 10th rank of Deluo. If any beings from the primordial wilderness were aware of Ling Tian's thoughts, they might very well vomit blood and fury. Achieving Deluo golden immortal status is already a stroke of fortune from the heavens. Attaining a rank above the 9th is an exceedingly rare occurrence. The 10th rank of Deluo is, throughout the history of the primordial wilderness, a rarity indeed. Yet, in Ling Tian's words, it is reduced to a mere 10th rank of Deluo. The most critical point is, Ling Tian is not one to merely speak without action. In the next moment, he directly intervened, shattering the 3 flowers that were on the verge of forming atop Kong Xian and Depeng's heads. Caw, caw. With 2 piercing cries, Kong Xian and Depeng simultaneously opened their eyes, filled with disbelief. They never anticipated that Ling Tian would disrupt their 3 flowers. Elder brother, why did you scatter our 3 flowers? Depeng, feeling anxious, immediately inquired. Although Kong Xian did not voice it, he clearly shared the same confusion. They could not fathom why Ling Tian would wish them harm, yet they were baffled by his actions. On the other hand, Ling Tian, far from feeling any guilt, displayed an expression of exasperation, reprimanding them. Humph! How dare you ask me why I scattered your 3 flowers? Let me ask you this. Had I not intervened, what rank of Deluo would you have achieved? Kong Xian and Depeng exchanged glances and proudly declared, the 10th rank. Upon hearing this, Ling Tian's anger flared, and he scolded them even more loudly. Are you feeling proud, then? I, who have achieved the unprecedented 12th rank of Deluo, do not take pride in it. Yet here you are, puffing up with pride over a mere 10th rank, as if your tails have shot up to the heavens? I, Ling Tian, will not tolerate having brothers such as you. This left Kong Xian and Depeng speechless, utterly bewildered and at a loss as to where they had gone wrong. The 10th rank of Deluo is genuinely impressive, is it not? Why then has it been relegated to mere trash in the eyes of their elder brother? Just as Kong Xian and Depeng felt a wave of grievance rising, Ling Tian's voice rang out once more to My brothers. You must never be satisfied with a mere 10th rank of Deluo. Next, I shall assist you in tempering your physical bodies. Once your physical cultivation reaches the perfection of Tai E Golden Immortal, you will have the opportunity to achieve the 11th rank of Deluo. You understand? As he spoke, a glimmer of anticipation appeared in Ling Tian's eyes. The ultimate experience he had when tempering his own body had now come around for Kong Xian and Depeng. Chapter 54, Devilish Training. Ascending to the 3 immortal islands after speaking, Ling Tian's consciousness moved, and he immediately drew Kong Xian and Depeng into the chaos world. Elder brother, what are you planning to do? Kong Xian and Depeng exchanged bewildered glances. Hearing this, Ling Tian smiled enigmatically, his mood evidently buoyed. Did I not say? I shall help you temper your bodies. Ha ha! Upon seeing Ling Tian's peculiar smile, Kong Xian and Depeng instinctively felt a sense of foreboding, as if some unpleasant event was about to unfold. Elder brother, could you perhaps enlighten us on how you intend to help us temper our bodies? Depeng, feeling a bit apprehensive, could not help but ask. However, this time, Ling Tian did not respond, merely waving his hand lightly to in the next moment. Kong Xian and Depeng felt the scenery before them shift dramatically, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves in the law pool of the chaos world. What is this? As they sensed the rich aura of the laws within the pool, Kong Xian and Depeng simultaneously exclaimed, "This is my 5 elements law, and my yin-yang law. That golden thunder pool, could it be the manifestation of the thunder law? And the 9 heavens violent wind, is that the wind law? Elder brother, how could there be so many manifested laws in this place?" Kong Xian and Depeng were shaken, both staring at Ling Tian, seeking answers. Yet all they received in return was Ling Tian's beaming smile. Oh no! Kong Xian and Depeng cried out in alarm, instinctively wanting to flee. But where could they escape to? Under the terrified gazes of the 2 birds, the 5 elements law suddenly enveloped them. Caw, caw! With 2 piercing cries, the devilish training of Kong Xian and Depeng had begun. On the other side, as he watched Kong Xian and Depeng in utter agony, Ling Tian wore a triumphant smile. My dear avian brothers, this is all for your own good. Enjoy it thoroughly, ha ha ha. With that, Ling Tian could not help but burst into laughter, then sat cross-legged, silently observing Kong Xian and Depeng. Meanwhile, within the chaos world, a tree known as Huang Zhongli began to emanate a vibrant aura. If Kong Xian and Depeng were present, they would undoubtedly be left in awe, for this aura was remarkably similar to Ling Tian's. Moments later, this Huang Zhongli tree suddenly transformed, taking the shape of Ling Tian himself, my true self. I shall take my leave. After the manifestation of this doppelganger, it did not linger even a moment, turning to exit the chaos world. When it reappeared, it was already outside the immortal fire mountain of the southern Ming. After discerning the direction, it headed towards the eastern sea. Having resolved the matters concerning Kong Xian and Depeng, Ling Tian chose to travel through the primordial wilderness once more. However, unlike his previous journey, this time his destination was not the northern sea, but the eastern sea, for the coordinates of the 3 immortal islands lay directly above it. It is said that on the sea, there exists an immortal mountain, shrouded in ethereal mist. Delicate pavilions rise amidst the 5 clouds, where many immortal maidens reside. Long ago, whispers of the 3 immortal islands circulated throughout the primordial wilderness. The 3 immortal islands comprise Penglai Island, Yingzhou Island, and Fangzhong Island. It is said that within them lies an abundance of spiritual treasures, offering unparalleled opportunities. Not to mention acquiring all 3 immortal islands simultaneously. Even securing a single one would elevate one to unimaginable heights. Countless beings have sought the 3 immortal islands, persevering through the ages. However, many years have passed, and the 3 immortal islands seem to exist only as fanciful illusions, with their names known but their forms unseen. Even during the reign of the beast god Shin'an over the primordial wilderness, he dispatched countless fierce beasts yet failed to uncover the slightest trace of the 3 immortal islands. The dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans, along with the hidden demon clan, have all exerted tremendous effort in their search, yet to no avail. Nevertheless, the fervor of the beings in the primordial wilderness to discover the 3 immortal islands has never waned. According to the ancient history of the primordial wilderness, it was not until Hong Jun attained sainthood and delivered teachings at the Zixiao Palace that the foremost male immortal, Dong Wang Gong, received great fortune and fortuitously accessed one of the 3 immortal islands, Penglai Island. Consequently, the previously mediocre Dong Wang Gong managed to establish a vast force known as the Immortal Court utilizing the treasures acquired from Penglai Island. Had it not been for Dong Wang Gong's over-ambitious nature, which led him to challenge the Demon Court before the Immortal Court had fully developed, he might have truly succeeded. How exhilarating! Ling Tian could not help but murmur to himself. In the primordial wilderness, if anyone possessed the deepest understanding of the 3 immortal islands, it would likely be him, the time traveler. Filled with anticipation, Ling Tian hurriedly made his way toward the eastern sea. Days and nights passed, and before long, a weary Ling Tian finally arrived at a certain location within the eastern sea. According to the guidance, this should be the site of the 3 immortal islands. Ling Tian murmured to himself. Yet, at the sight he beheld, there was not a trace of the immortal islands. The cerulean sea stretched infinitely, devoid of any concealed treasures. Nevertheless, Ling Tian felt no doubt, for the moment he arrived at this place. A particular aura in his mind began to tremble violently, bang, bang, bang. As time passed, the tremors of this aura intensified. One day, when the tremors reached their zenith, Ling Tian distinctly sensed an extraordinarily powerful force surging forth from the void. What a formidable array of power! Ling Tian could not help but exclaim in admiration. Just as his voice fell, Ling Tian's figure suddenly vanished from the void. When he reappeared, he found himself coughing uncontrollably. At the same time, an overwhelming sense of delight surged within his eyes. He had just been choked by a tangible aura of spiritual energy, prompting his fit of coughing. It became evident just how dense the spiritual energy surrounding him had become. Before Ling Tian's eyes, the ethereal forms of 3 immortal islands emerged, enveloped in arrays, their sceneries faintly discernible yet obscured. Nonetheless, Ling Tian could sense that the arrays upon these 3 immortal islands were not overly powerful. With his cultivation, breaking through them would not pose a challenge. This must surely be the legendary 3 immortal islands, Ling Tian murmured, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. At that moment, a notification sound from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for arriving at the 3 immortal islands. Just as expected, upon hearing the system's voice, the last sliver of doubt in Ling Tian's heart dissipated. This place must undoubtedly be the fabled 3 immortal islands. Now, it was time to explore the 3 immortal islands. With that thought, Ling Tian hesitated no longer and transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards one of the immortal islands. Before long, upon stepping onto this island, Ling Tian was utterly astounded by the sight before him. PS1. Today marks my first appearance, and I am grateful to all the esteemed readers who have reached this point. Thank you once again. PS2. I humbly request for your encouragement, free gifts, comments, and everything else. Chapter 55. Countless spiritual treasures, 3 lights divine water. The moment Ling Tian set foot on this immortal island, the name of the island instantly appeared in his mind. Penglai Island. Indeed, this was the very Penglai Island that Dong Wang Gong would later enter. As Ling Tian entered Penglai, he was immediately mesmerized by the breathtaking scenery. Within Penglai Island, an abundance of radiant treasure auras soared skyward, illuminating the island in a dreamlike splendor. Each radiant aura represented a rare treasure of heaven and earth. The countless treasure auras resembling stars before him were self-evident in their significance. Goodness, this is truly magnificent. Ling Tian could not restrain a gasp of astonishment. He finally understood why, in later times, Dong Wang Gong was able to cultivate such a vast immortal court. It must all be attributed to these countless treasures of heaven and earth. As Ling Tian gradually descended upon the sandy shores of Penglai Island, he found himself surrounded by an overwhelming number of treasures. And my goodness, it feels as though I cannot even take a step. Ling Tian feared that he might accidentally trample upon the flora of Penglai Island. These seemingly inconspicuous plants were, in fact, rare spiritual roots of heaven and earth. How exhilarating! Ling Tian grinned widely, his eyes nearly blinded by the spectacle. He had anticipated many treasures on the 3 immortal islands, yet he never imagined there would be so many. It was simply extraordinary. No, it was not merely an abundance of treasures. With a flicker of his consciousness, Ling Tian distinctly sensed the presence of countless naturally formed spiritual treasures, each reaching the level of innate spiritual treasures. Their numbers were surely in the hundreds. He could even clearly perceive the existence of superior innate spiritual treasures among them. This is monumental, Ling Tian murmured to himself, at a loss as to where to begin. The plethora of beauty began to dazzle his eyes. Under such intense stimulation, Ling Tian's gaze suddenly grew somewhat vacant, and his Tao heart began to show signs of imbalance. Bang, bang, bang. The heart of the great Tao within Ling Tian throbbed furiously, and he barely managed to stabilize his mind. Awakening from his daze, he broke into a cold sweat. That was close. Ling Tian's face revealed a hint of lingering fear. Thankfully, there were no severe repercussions. Moreover, having experienced this ordeal, his great Tao heart seemed to have undergone a refining process, becoming even more solidified. When he turned his gaze back to the countless treasures, his heart no longer surged with the same excitement. Instead, he had devised a plan for handling them. He would start by collecting the spiritual treasures, then gather the matured spiritual fruits, and finally collect some seeds of spiritual roots. The rest could wait. Perhaps he could also attempt to move the entire 3 immortal islands into the chaos world. With a plan in mind, Ling Tian wasted no time and began to act swiftly. Within a mere half-month, he had gathered all of the innate spiritual treasures, an impressive total of 166 pieces. Most were ordinary innate spiritual treasures, with a few superior ones among them. One piece, in particular, was remarkably familiar to Ling Tian. The renowned Dinghai Shinju. Dinghai Shinju. There are 24 beads, strung together, capable of unleashing 5-colored brilliance that dazzles the enemy's senses and can summon the power of the 4 seas. Its might is extraordinarily formidable. These are all splendid items. Ling Tian gleefully collected the more than 100 innate spiritual treasures and proceeded to gather the matured innate spiritual fruits. After another half-month, having completed the harvesting of the matured spiritual fruits and the collection of spiritual root seeds, Ling Tian finally left Penglai Island with great satisfaction. Upon exiting Penglai Island, Ling Tian hurriedly made his way to the second immortal island. As before, the moment he stepped onto the island, the name of this immortal island appeared in his mind. Yingzhou Island. Yingzhou Island, you say? I wonder what awaits me there, Ling Tian murmured. While Penglai Island had left traces to follow, Yingzhou Island held no clues whatsoever. However, it was time to uncover the mystery. Ling Tian immediately released his consciousness. Yet, the feedback he received left him somewhat astonished, for within Yingzhou Island, not a single trace of treasure aura could be found. As far as the eye could see, there were only towering stone mountains. Upon these stone mountains, there were no rare treasures, nor even ordinary plants in sight. Could it be? Is Yingzhou Island merely a facade? Ling Tian's expression darkened as he shifted his gaze toward the center of Yingzhou Island. There, he encountered an obstruction with his consciousness, unable to penetrate further. Ling Tian took a step forward, arriving at the center of Yingzhou Island. Indeed, a formation protected this area. Upon reaching the center, Ling Tian instantly sensed the presence of the formation. However, this formation appeared to be naturally formed and was merely a barrier against perception, lacking any offensive capabilities. After a brief pause, Ling Tian swiftly traversed toward the heart of the formation. The range of this formation was not extensive, and after a few breaths, Ling Tian found himself in a brightly lit area, only to be greeted by a sight that left his mouth agape, his eyes wide with disbelief. Could it be an illusion? Before Ling Tian's gaze lay a small pool, radiating with golden, silver, and purple hues. This was, without a doubt, a pool of 3 lights divine water. As mentioned previously, 3 lights divine water is the premier healing elixir of the primordial wilderness. Ling Tian had once received some as a system reward, but after using it to heal Yuan Feng, he had very little left. Previously, all the remaining 3 light divine water had been completely exhausted from the body of Kuanpeng. Ling Tian never anticipated that within this Yingzhou Island, there would be such a vast pool of 3 light divine water. In the primordial chaos, 3 light divine water is measured by the drop. Yet here exists a whole pool. How many drops could that possibly be? It's simply absurd. I've struck gold. Looking at the pool of 3 light divine water, Ling Tian's eyes sparkled with delight. For him, this pool of 3 light divine water was far more precious than all the heavenly materials and earthly treasures combined within Penglai Island. This is a life-saving elixir. Ling Tian completely forgot how he had previously looked down upon Yingzhou Island. In the next moment, he dove headlong into the pool of 3 light divine water and took a thoroughly refreshing bath. If other beings from the primordial chaos were to discover someone bathing in the 3 light divine water pool, they would surely be green with envy. Such a waste, however, for the suddenly wealthy Ling Tian. That was of no concern. Shortly thereafter, Ling Tian collected a substantial amount of 3 light divine water and leisurely exited Yingzhou Island. His gaze naturally fell upon the last celestial island. I wonder what kind of fortuitous encounter awaits me on Fangzhong Island? Ling Tian's eyes brimmed with anticipation. Little did he know, within Fangzhong Island lay the greatest opportunity of his journey. Chapter 56. The World Tree emerges. Fragments of the law. Ling Tian did not linger for long and stepped into Fangzhong Island. Upon witnessing the scene within the island, even his heart, which had been tempered by the trials of Penglai Island and Yingzhou Island, struggled to bear the sight. Before Ling Tian's eyes, the entirety of Fangzhong Island appeared as a vast plain, entirely uncharacteristic of an island surrounded by sea, and at the heart of this plain stood a colossal tree, towering toward the heavens. What is this? As the question arose in Ling Tian's mind, the name of this giant tree inexplicably surfaced, the World Tree. It is indeed the legendary World Tree. This is the tree of the world's origin. Even the chaotic world within the Chaos Pearl lacks the presence of a world tree. It is said that the pool of laws within the chaotic world is merely the embryonic form of the future world tree. Yet before Ling Tian, there stood a fully matured world tree. A tremor surged through Ling Tian's heart, and no matter how much the heart of the great Tao trembled, it could not quell the shock within Ling Tian. Simultaneously, questions surged within his mind. Could it be that Fangzhong Island is a manifestation of the world's origin? Otherwise, why would a world tree appear? If that is the case, does Fangzhong Island not belong to the primordial chaos, but rather originate from beyond it? The primordial chaos is already so vast. What kind of expansive time and space lies beyond it? Ling Tian couldn't help but be captivated by the thought. It can be said that the moment he beheld the world tree, Ling Tian's perspective abruptly transcended the primordial chaos, elevating to an entirely new realm. At that moment, as if sensing Ling Tian's arrival, the world tree began to tremble gently. Upon its branches appeared fruits of varying shapes. Strangely enough, each fruit radiated a rich aura of laws. Ling Tian roughly counted. There were precisely 3,000. The world tree bears 3,000 fruits. Could it be? Suddenly, an idea struck Ling Tian, causing him to tremble with excitement. The world tree is the embodiment of the laws of the world's origin. Therefore, the 3,000 fruits it bears likely correspond to the 3,000 great Tao laws. If that is indeed the case, then these fruits must be manifestations of the laws. If Ling Tian were to consume these fruits, would he not be able to comprehend the 3,000 great Tao laws? Hiss! Ling Tian couldn't help but take a sharp breath. If what he surmised were true, once he digested all the law fruits, to what terrifying level would his strength ascend? Such an opportunity, such an opportunity. Ling Tian murmured to himself, his heart stirring with excitement. He immediately released his divine sense to scan the law fruits. In the next moment, an extremely complex expression emerged in Ling Tian's eyes. Disappointment, relief, gratitude, and a myriad of other emotions. According to Ling Tian's perception, not all of these 3,000 law fruits were tangible. Most were mere illusions, only shadows. Yet, there were indeed real law fruits present, albeit in limited quantity, only a dozen or so. Fortunately, among them were the fruits corresponding to the laws of 5 elements, yin-yang, thunder, and wind that Ling Tian had comprehended. If he could consume these 4 law fruits, his understanding of the laws of 5 elements, yin-yang, thunder, and wind would surely reach a new level. Should he manage to elevate the 5 elements law to the level of a mixed yuan golden immortal, then his cultivation would likewise ascend. This was immensely significant for Ling Tian. Thus, a profound sense of gratitude welled up within him. Yet, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. How wonderful it would be if all 3,000 law fruits were real. But just as Ling Tian lamented, a sudden thought crossed his mind, and he couldn't help but exclaim, no, these fruits are not mere illusions. If he could find heavenly materials and earthly treasures imbued with the laws, perhaps he could cultivate these fruits into existence. As he spoke, Ling Tian suddenly threw an object toward the world tree, a shard of a star. The moment this star shard touched the world tree, it vanished completely into the trunk. Subsequently, the law fruit corresponding to the star law manifested a hint of law power. Though exceedingly faint, it did not escape Ling Tian's divine sense. It worked. Splendid. Ha 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 ha. Experiencing this scene, Ling Tian couldn't help but laugh wildly toward the sky. This world tree before him had brought him immense joy. These 3,000 law fruits were undoubtedly the greatest opportunity within the 3 immortal islands. Yet, the opportunities bestowed upon Ling Tian by the world tree did not end there at that moment. The world tree suddenly trembled violently. A vortex appeared atop the crown of the world tree. This vortex was not large, but the chaotic aura emanating from it caused Ling Tian to shudder profoundly. A frenzied thought surged within Ling Tian's mind. A chaotic aura? Could it be that this vortex is a portal leading beyond the primordial chaos? Without hesitation, Ling Tian soared to the top of the world tree. At the center of the vortex lay a deep passage whose destination remained unknown to him. A thought surged within Ling Tian's mind. He wanted to go and see. The moment this thought emerged, it rapidly grew uncontrollable. Ling Tian couldn't resist the urge to fly forward and step into it. Yet, at the very last moment, he abruptly halted. No, it is far too risky. Who knows what lies beyond? His cultivation was merely at the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal, and he had yet to step into the mixed yuan Golden Immortal realm. Even as a mere avatar, he could not afford to take such a risk. Ling Tian's eyes flickered with conflicting emotions, ultimately solidifying into determination. I cannot go. Now is not the time to venture out. With Luo Ho's emergence imminent and the crisis of the Phoenix clan drawing near, he could not afford any mishaps. Once he has cleared the primordial chaos instance, he could send an avatar out then. Resolute in his decision, Ling Tian promptly turned to leave, no longer casting a glance at the passage. He swiftly harvested the matured law fruits and departed Fangzhong Island without looking back. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would be unable to resist stepping into that passage. What he needed to do now was return to the South Ming Undying Volcano, back into the belly of the Yuan Phoenix, to fully digest these law fruits and enhance his cultivation foundation. Years passed in the primordial chaos. It had been many years since Ling Tian entered seclusion to digest the law fruits. Yet, there were no signs of him emerging. Kong Xian and Depeng remained entrenched in the refinement of their physical bodies, unable to extricate themselves in this time. The cultivation foundations of the 3 brothers, Ling Tian, Kong Xian, and Depeng, were advancing at an astonishing speed. Little did they know, the incarnation of Luo Ho, the Taoist of heavenly mechanisms, and the Taoist of heavenly mysteries, once again approached the ancestral dragon and the beginning Qilin. P.S. Updates every morning at 7 o'clock. Thank you all. Chapter 57. Ancestral Dragon. Beginning Qilin establishes a heavenly Tao oath initially, after the Dragon and Qilin clans failed assault on the Phoenix clan. The incarnation of the Demon Ancestor Luo Ho, the Taoist of heavenly mechanisms, and the Taoist of heavenly mysteries vanished without a trace. However, on the same day, the Taoist of heavenly mechanisms and the Taoist of heavenly mysteries reappeared, simultaneously standing before the ancestral dragon and the beginning Qilin. In the East Sea Dragon Palace, the moment the ancestral dragon laid eyes on the Taoist of heavenly mechanisms, a surge of murderous intent erupted from him. Taoist of heavenly mechanisms, how dare you return? The ancestral dragon bellowed. He had once heeded the Taoist council to assault the Phoenix clan, only to find that not only had they failed to annihilate the Phoenix clan, but the Dragon clan had also suffered immense losses, never fully recovering in all these years. For countless years, the Dragon clan had been pursuing the Taoist of heavenly mechanisms, only to find him brazenly returning to the Dragon clan's presence. It was nothing short of courting death. The golden eyes of the ancestral dragon glinted with murderous intent, ready to obliterate the Taoist of heavenly mechanisms. Yet, just as the ancestral dragon was about to strike, the Taoist of heavenly mechanisms did not show fear. Instead, he congratulated the ancestral dragon, saying, "Congratulations, ancestral dragon. The opportunity for the Dragon clan's resurgence has come." What? Upon hearing the Taoist's words, the ancestral dragon's expression froze, an overwhelming rage surging within him. Taoist of heavenly mechanisms. At this juncture, you still dare to deceive me? Not at all. The Taoist of heavenly mechanisms vigorously shook his head. Ancestral dragon, you may not be aware, but recently I sensed the tremors of the heavenly mechanism once again. By mere coincidence, I acquired a crucial piece of heavenly insight. This insight is the opportunity for the Dragon clan's resurgence. As before, the Taoist's words were exceedingly sincere. The ancestral dragon did not easily believe him this time. Yet, the murderous intent and rage in his eyes undeniably waned slightly. After a moment of silence, the ancestral dragon spoke in a deep voice, "Taoist of heavenly mechanisms, do you believe I will trust you again?" A glint of shadowy light flickered in the Taoist's eyes. With the ancestral dragon's words, this matter was nearly settled. The Taoist of heavenly mechanisms smiled lightly and bowed deeply to the ancestral dragon. "Do you still remember what I said back then?" Before the ancestral dragon could respond, the Taoist continued, "I once said that the strongest among the Dragon clan is you, ancestral dragon, and the deepest foundation also belongs to you." Although the previous siege on the Phoenix clan ended in failure, the ancestral dragon's cultivation remained unaffected. The key point is that this time, the heavenly insight could very well elevate your cultivation to the late stage of the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal. Elevate to the late stage of the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal? A fervor surged in the ancestral dragon's eyes. He, along with the beginning Qilin and Yuan Phoenix, had been trapped in the mid-stage of the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal for countless years, unable to glimpse the opportunity for advancement to the late stage. Though only a step away, it was a step he could not cross. How could the Taoist of heavenly mechanisms dare to claim he could advance him to the late stage? The ancestral dragon instinctively found it hard to believe the Taoist. However, the allure of advancing to the late stage of the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal was simply too great. For a moment, a struggle flickered in his eyes. The Taoist of heavenly mechanisms did not urge him, instead patiently waiting for the ancestral dragon's decision. After an indeterminate amount of time, the ancestral dragon suddenly opened his golden eyes and spoke in a solemn voice. "Taoist of heavenly mechanisms, if you dare deceive me again this time, I will surely obliterate you, leaving not a trace behind." Pausing for a moment, the ancestral dragon fixed his gaze on the Taoist of heavenly mechanisms and continued. "Now tell me, what is this heavenly insight?" At your command, in the next moment, the Taoist of heavenly mechanisms began to slowly narrate this time's heavenly insight. Unbeknownst to the ancestral dragon, far away in the Qilin ancestral land of Buzhou Mountain, the Taoist of heavenly mysteries was similarly conveying the same to the beginning Qilin. If the scenes from both locations were juxtaposed, one could not say they were merely similar. They were nearly identical. As the Taoist of heavenly mechanisms and the Taoist of heavenly mysteries recounted their tales, the calamity energy in the eyes of the ancestral dragon and the beginning Qilin surged once more. Boom! Thunder rumbled through the skies, as if heralding a great storm about to sweep through the primordial chaos. In the primordial chaos, after the Phoenix clan's defensive war, the rampant battles had come to a sudden halt. The entire primordial chaos was rarely at peace. Yet on a certain day, this rare tranquility was shattered. Years later, the Dragon and Qilin clans announced their resurgence, launching an assault on the primordial chaos once more. The previously calm primordial chaos plunged back into chaos. As with the last time, the Dragon clan attacked the Scale Armor clan, while the Qilin clan targeted the Beast clan. However, unlike the last time, this time the methods employed by the Dragon and Qilin clans were exceedingly brutal. Any resistance met with immediate annihilation, leaving no room for negotiation. Instantly, the Scale Armor and Beast clans were plunged into extreme panic. The primordial chaos was vast, yet they had nowhere to take refuge. Their only choice was to become vassals of the Dragon clan. In comparison to the Scale Armor and Beast clans, the plight of the Bird clan was relatively better. Yet, they too remained in a state of anxiety, especially those avian clans that had once followed the heavy bright bird to attack the Phoenix clan, fearing that they would face retribution and be exterminated overnight. Simultaneously, countless neutral clans migrated toward the South Ming Undying Volcano region, proactively becoming vassals of the Phoenix clan, seeking their protection. Although the Phoenix clan had not yet emerged, the number of their vassal clans was steadily increasing. In a short time, the entire primordial chaos was thrown into extreme disarray. The calamity energy in the void surged incessantly, seemingly reaching the limit of this calamity. Years later, under the brutal tactics of the Dragon and Qilin clans, both the Scale Armor and Beast clans were brought under their control. The rampant battles within the primordial chaos seemed to hit the pause button, coming to an abrupt halt. Yet the beings of the primordial chaos had a strong intuition. The tranquility before them was merely the calm before the storm. Not long after, a resounding decree echoed throughout the East Sea, reverberating across the primordial chaos. I am the ancestral dragon. Sensing the disorder among the Scale Armor clan, I vow to establish order among them. May the heavenly Tao witness this. Simultaneously, in the Qilin ancestral land of Buzhou Mountain, the voice of the beginning Qilin resounded. I am the beginning Qilin. Sensing the disorder among the Beast clan, I vow to establish order among them. May the heavenly Tao witness this. Who would have thought that amidst the chaos of the primordial era, both the ancestral dragon and the beginning Qilin would simultaneously establish a heavenly oath to create order? Just as countless beings of the primordial chaos were left bewildered, a massive eye of the heavenly Tao suddenly materialized in the void. A powerful voice resonated across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Granted, the oaths of the ancestral dragon and the beginning Qilin were indeed sanctioned by the heavenly Tao. No sooner had the words fallen than astonishing phenomena erupted in the skies above the East Sea and the Qilin ancestral land. Chapter 58. Heavenly Merit Descends. Ancestral Dragon and Beginning Qilin Breakthrough. Who could have anticipated that after the Ancestral Dragon and Beginning Qilin made their heavenly oaths, it would trigger the eye of the heavenly Tao and receive its sanction? Countless beings in the primordial chaos were filled with confusion, unable to comprehend why this was happening. The Dragon and Qilin clans were clearly committing acts of slaughter. The heavenly Tao remained indifferent, and even encouraged such behavior? How exceedingly strange. Just as countless beings in the primordial chaos were filled with uncertainty, immense phenomena unfolded above the East Sea Dragon Palace in the Qilin ancestral land. Purple chi emerged from the east. Boundless purple chi gathered above the East Sea Dragon Palace in the Qilin ancestral land, forming purple garlands that cascaded through the void. But that was not all. Golden clouds simultaneously appeared in the skies above both the East Sea Dragon Palace and the Qilin ancestral land. These two golden clouds initially spanned only tens of thousands of acres, yet they began to expand at an astonishing speed. 100,000 acres, 1 million acres, 5 million acres, 10 million acres. Only when it reached 10 million acres did the two golden clouds gradually come to a halt. Witnessing this scene, the great wilderness fell into a collective silence. Moments later, the wilderness erupted into chaos. If I am not mistaken, this should be the legendary merit of the heavenly Tao. Undoubtedly, this is the merit of the heavenly Tao. I was once fortunate enough to acquire a portion of it, but in comparison to this 10 million acres, it is akin to a firefly against the bright moon. The ancestral dragon and the primordial Qilin are already at the mid-stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm. With the assistance of this 10 million acres of heavenly Tao merit, they should be able to successfully break through to the late stage. The situation in the wilderness is likely to undergo a significant transformation. I only hope that the chaos in the wilderness will come to an end soon. I wonder if the Phoenix clan will emerge because of this. I in the great wilderness. Countless exclamations arose. Within the western ancestral veins, the demon ancestor Luahu revealed a hint of pride in his eyes. This scene before him was orchestrated entirely by him. Yet, even within the ranks of the demon clan, many mighty beings were perplexed as to why Luahu would aid the ancestral dragon and the primordial Qilin in seizing such an opportunity. Is this not tantamount to empowering the enemy? But in the next instant, the pride in Luahu's eyes vanished abruptly, replaced by a ruthless determination. Humph! Even if dominating the great wilderness is of no benefit to the Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal, I shall continue on my path. No one can stop me. Not even the heavenly Tao. Within the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun had been engulfed in deep self-doubt over the years. His most proud and self-satisfied technique, the slaying of 3 corpses to achieve sanctity, was outright denied by the incarnation of the heavenly Tao. This was a devastating blow to Hongjuan's Tao heart. Even with Hongjuan's resilience, after countless years, he remained unable to emerge from this shadow. Yet, upon hearing the ancestral dragon and the primordial Qilin make their vows to the heavenly Tao and witnessing that astonishing phenomenon, the doubts in Hongjun's heart suddenly dissipated. His gaze becoming clear once more as he murmured, "The great Tao is exceedingly simple. All paths lead to the same destination. I am determined to carve out a path to sanctity that belongs to me." With a thunderous roar from Hongjun, the 3 figures behind him suddenly solidified. These three figures bowed deeply to Hong Jun and spoke in unison, "Congratulations, fellow Taoist, for breaking through the barriers of confusion." At this moment, a figure simultaneously emerged from the Dragon Palace of the East Sea and the ancestral land of the Qilin, soaring towards the vast clouds of merit in the void. These two figures were none other than the ancestral dragon and the primordial Qilin. Amid the envious gazes of countless beings in the great wilderness, the ancestral dragon and the primordial Qilin entered the 10 million acres of merit clouds, beginning to absorb it frantically as time passed. The 10 million acres of merit clouds visibly shrank at an astonishing rate, while the aura belonging to the ancestral dragon and the primordial Qilin surged upward with unwavering determination. Uncertain how much time had passed, just as the 10 million acres of merit clouds were about to dissipate, a thunderous roar erupted. The thunder from the 9 heavens resonated endlessly at an unknown moment. Amidst this ceaseless thunder, 2 hearty laughter echoed. Ha ha ha! In the next instant, the voices of the ancestral dragon and the primordial Qilin resonated through the void, reverberating across the heavens and the earth. "I am the ancestral dragon. Today I ascend to the late stage of the Hunyuan golden immortal realm. Among the scaled beings, I alone am supreme. I am the primordial Qilin. Today I ascend to the late stage of the Hunyuan golden immortal realm. Among the beastly beings, I alone am supreme." Upon absorbing the 10 million acres of merit, the ancestral dragon and the primordial Qilin shattered the barriers and achieved the late stage of the Hunyuan golden immortal realm. From this point onward, the already formidable dragon and Qilin clans completely towered over countless beings in the great wilderness, looking down upon all. In stark contrast, the Phoenix clan, once among the 3 great clans alongside the dragon and Qilin clans, still showed no signs of emerging from their seclusion. This left countless beings in the great wilderness perplexed. They wondered what the Phoenix clan was truly up to. Wasn't the clan leader, Yuan Feng, renowned for her ferocity throughout the wilderness? How could she remain hidden for so many years? Even if it was to protect the 3 princes in her womb, was that not overly cautious? Moreover, now that the ancestral dragon and the primordial Qilin had both broken through to the late stage of the Hunyuan golden immortal realm, would the protective formation of the Phoenix clan still withstand the combined might of the ancestral dragon and the primordial Qilin? Were they really just waiting to be attacked? What they did not know was that the moment the ancestral dragon and the primordial Qilin ascended to the late stage of the Hunyuan golden immortal realm, Ling Tian, who had been in seclusion, suddenly awakened in Ling Tian's mind. An all-too-familiar system notification echoed. Ding! Detected that the ancestral dragon and the primordial Qilin have established order among the scaled and beastly beings, breaking through to the late stage of the Hunyuan golden immortal realm. Please choose. Option 1. Urge Yuan Feng to emerge and establish order for the avian beings. Reward. Chaos Bell. Yuan Feng has a high probability of breaking through to the late stage of the Hunyuan golden immortal realm. Option 2. Remain in seclusion with the whole family. Reward. 5 Hunyuan breaking boundary pills. Note: the Hunyuan breaking boundary pill allows a Hunyuan golden immortal to break through a small realm. A living being can only consume it once in a lifetime. Upon hearing the system prompt, a smirk crept onto Ling Tian's face. Another bell to be given. The system is relentless in its schemes. Ling Tian scoffed repeatedly. If he chose option 1, prompting Yuan Feng to emerge and dominate the avian beings, would that not return the Phoenix clan to its previous trajectory? How could Ling Tian possibly agree to that? After a moment's contemplation, Ling Tian immediately shouted to the system, "System, I choose option 2. No sooner had the words left his mouth than 5 intricately engraved pills appeared in his hand, unmistakably the reward. Hunyuan breaking boundary pills? Ling Tian looked at the 5 pills, and a peculiar glint flickered in his eyes. The requirement of option 2 was for Ling Tian to remain in seclusion with his family. Coincidentally, the reward was 5 Hunyuan breaking boundary pills. The implications were rather intriguing. Chapter 59. Hunyuan breaking boundary pills, Yuan Feng and Qingyuan breakthrough. If Ling Tian's conjecture was correct, the system believed his family should include Ling Tian, Yuan Feng, Qingyuan, Kong Xin, and the great Peng. 5 beings corresponded perfectly to the 5 Hunyuan breaking boundary pills. System, you truly know how to play this game. Not too many, not too few, just 1 for each. After a pause, a smile involuntarily appeared on Ling Tian's lips as he softly said, "Mother, Auntie, I have a surprise for you." Ha ha ha. As soon as the words left his mouth, Ling Tian's thoughts moved, and 2 of the Hunyuan breaking boundary pills were sent into the womb world, in Yuanfeng's cave dwelling, just as countless beings in the great wilderness had anticipated. When she saw the ancestral dragon and the primordial Qilin both ascend to the late stage of the Hunyuan golden immortal realm, Yuan Feng suddenly stood up, her eyes filled with complex emotions. She and the ancestral dragon and the primordial Qilin had always been in the same stage, yet now they had been surpassed by them. This was incredibly difficult for the proud Yuan Feng to accept. Ultimately, however, she gritted her teeth and sat back down. She still had 3 exceptionally gifted fetuses in her womb. Now is not the time to emerge. Yuan Feng could only suppress the frustration within her. Beside her, Qing Luan immediately sensed Yuan Feng's thoughts. In a soft and gentle tone, she spoke. Sister, you need not feel so distressed, and no matter how strong the ancestral dragon and the primordial Qilin become, they can only be one. We still have 3 little ones, and with you, sister, I have faith we can outmatch them. Moreover, if sister wishes to emerge and establish order for the avian beings, achieving the late stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm would not be difficult at all. Upon hearing Qing Luan's comforting words, Yuan Feng's expression softened slightly. Qing Luan's words indeed held merit. However, in the Great Wilderness, there had always been a focus on quality over quantity. A late-stage Hunyuan Golden Immortal was undoubtedly far superior to several mid-stage Hunyuan Golden Immortals. If the ancestral dragon and the primordial Qilin were to join forces again and break through the Phoenix Clan's protective formation, the Phoenix Clan would once again find itself in an irretrievable predicament. This was precisely what Yuan Feng feared the most. If necessary, I shall emerge alone, establishing order for the avian beings by myself, Yuan Feng murmured softly. Qing Luan, being exceptionally astute, understood Yuan Feng's concerns. Since Yuan Feng had expressed herself thus, Qing Luan refrained from further persuasion. Yet, Qing Luan would never allow Yuan Feng to shoulder everything alone. Sister, if you truly make that decision, you must take me with you. Qing Luan's soft voice was filled with determination. Yuan Feng felt a surge of emotion in her heart, unable to refrain from saying, Good Qing Luan. However, just as Yuan Feng was about to finish her sentence, she abruptly halted. In her perception, 2 powerful waves of spiritual energy unexpectedly surged forth. What is this? Just as Yuan Feng was filled with confusion, 2 pills emanating rich law-like auras materialized before her. Upon sensing the aura of these 2 pills, Yuan Feng could not help but exclaim, Hunyuan Breaking Boundary Pills. This is indeed the Hunyuan Breaking Boundary Pills. Although Yuan Feng had never seen the Hunyuan Breaking Boundary Pill, she instinctively recognized it through the information embedded in her bloodline. Yuan Feng immediately identified it. However, she could not fathom why the Hunyuan Breaking Boundary Pill would suddenly appear before her. It was said to be a legendary pill capable of guaranteeing a breakthrough of one small realm for a Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Furthermore, the timing of its appearance was so fortuitous, coinciding perfectly with her urgent need for a breakthrough. Yuan Feng's thoughts immediately turned to her womb. Little one, could it be that this is your doing? Beside her, Qing Luan was both surprised and touched, unable to contain herself. It must be, sister. It must be that little Tian sensed our predicament and sent us this surprise. Upon hearing this, Yuan Feng's eyes turned red, her voice trembling slightly. Little one, I owe you too much. How can I repay you for this, sister? Just as Qing Luan was about to offer words of comfort, she saw Yuan Feng's expression suddenly change as she burst into laughter. Hands on her hips, looking up to the sky. Ha ha ha. My dear son, you are simply incredible. With such a talented child, why should I fear those 2 useless ones, the ancestral dragon and the primordial Qilin? Good Qing Luan, let us consume these 2 Hunyuan Breaking Boundary Pills, right now. The late stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm. I have long awaited this. As she spoke, Yuan Feng swallowed one of the Hunyuan Breaking Boundary Pills in one gulp and began to refine it. Qing Luan. Who would have thought that the Yuan Feng, who had just moments ago been on the verge of tears, would suddenly transform into such a lively spirit? The contrast was simply too great. Fortunately, having been alongside Yuan Feng for countless years, Qing Luan was familiar with her unique thought process, allowing her to react quickly. Qing Luan chuckled softly, not delaying further, and also swallowed a Hunyuan Breaking Boundary Pill, beginning her own intense refining process. Qing Luan had been at the initial stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm for countless years. She too had long awaited a breakthrough to the mid-stage. Time flows unmeasured in the Great Wilderness. Just as the beings were engrossed in discussions over the breakthroughs of the ancestral dragon and the primordial Qilin, 2 extraordinarily powerful auras suddenly manifested above the southern bright immortal fire mountain. The beings of the Great Wilderness were not unfamiliar with these 2 auras. The owners of these auras were none other than the leader of the Phoenix Clan and the Phoenix Clan Saintess, Yuan Feng and Qing Luan. No one had anticipated that the silent Yuan Feng and Qing Luan would suddenly reveal their presence in the Great Wilderness. Just as countless beings were left bewildered, the auras belonging to Yuan Feng and Qing Luan surged upward at a visibly rapid pace. Were they about to break through? Or were Yuan Feng and Qing Luan both achieving breakthroughs simultaneously? Hiss! Countless beings in the Great Wilderness simultaneously inhaled sharply. The entire Great Wilderness fell into silence before erupting into countless exclamations. Could it be that Yuan Feng and Qing Luan are both set to break through together? Yuan Feng and Qing Luan were a mid-stage Hunyuan Golden Immortal and an initial stage Hunyuan Golden Immortal, respectively. If they both broke through simultaneously, the strength of the Phoenix Clan would skyrocket. Following the ancestral dragon and the primordial Qilin, the Great Wilderness would witness yet another late-stage Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Could it be that the Phoenix Clan's seclusion was not solely due to the fetuses in Yuanfeng's womb, but rather because of Yuanfeng and Qingyuan themselves? The Phoenix Clan, having remained silent, had outpaced the Dragon and Qilin clans? Truly, the Phoenix Clan is deserving of the title of the fated clan of the Great Wilderness. On the other side, the ancestral dragon and the primordial Qilin naturally sensed the anomalies above the southern bright immortal fire mountain. Their expressions darkened instantly. Yuanfeng could break through to the late stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm just by being in seclusion? This defies logic. Chapter 60. Phoenix Clan. Is this cheating? The ancestral dragon and the primordial Qilin had sacrificed immensely to reach the late stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm, even betting their entire clans as a wager to achieve success. But Yuanfeng, for countless years, she had been in seclusion, doing nothing. A vivid metaphor would be that the ancestral dragon and the primordial Qilin were the diligent workers, toiling away, while Yuanfeng lay comfortably at home. Yet, in the end, their outcomes were the same. How could the ancestral dragon and the primordial Qilin accept this? No. I absolutely do not believe Yuanfeng can break through. This time, Yuanfeng's breakthrough is destined to end in failure. The ancestral dragon and the primordial Qilin roared in unison. Before the gazes of countless beings in the Great Wilderness, the auras belonging to Yuanfeng and Qingyuan surged upward with unwavering determination. Merely 6 months later, their auras finally reached a peak and began to stabilize. Was this a failed breakthrough? Just as the beings of the Great Wilderness entertained this thought, the two auras suddenly changed. In the span of just a few breaths, they surged forward significantly. Subsequently, Yuanfeng and Qingyuan's auras continued to ascend without any pause, rising at a breathtaking speed. When their auras stabilized once more, a clear, melodious cry rang out, as if expressing their joy. Yuanfeng and Qingyuan had successfully broken through. The beings of the Great Wilderness, who sensed all of this, finally snapped back to reality. The entire Great Wilderness fell into a stunned silence. Their previous speculations had come true. Yuanfeng and Qingyuan had both achieved breakthroughs, reaching the late stage and mid-stage of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm, respectively. Even though they had mentally prepared themselves, witnessing Yuanfeng and Qingyuan's true breakthroughs left them deeply shocked. The ancestral dragon and the primordial Qilin, who had been watching closely, felt as if they had swallowed something unpleasant, their hearts filled with discomfort. They had always been unable to believe that Yuanfeng could break through. Yet, the facts lay before them, and their disbelief was futile. Furthermore, this time, it was not just Yuanfeng. Even Qingyuan had broken through alongside her. Thus, the Phoenix Clan now possessed a late-stage and a mid-stage Hunyuan Golden Immortal. In terms of Hunyuan Golden Immortal powerhouses, the Phoenix Clan had already surpassed both the Dragon and Qilin clans. Roar, roar. The ancestral dragon and the primordial Qilin roared in unison, their voices filled with unwillingness and fury. Within the western ancestral veins, Luahu naturally sensed Yuanfeng and Qingyuan's breakthrough at the first opportunity. He too was perplexed, dark energy swirling in his profound eyes. He could not fathom why Yuanfeng was able to break through so easily. However, since it had become a reality, he knew that his final arrangements must be adjusted. Luahu immediately fell into deep contemplation. Within the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun did not awaken this time. He was fully immersed in his cultivation. The fluctuations of his aura were evidently unstable, as if on the verge of a breakthrough. And just as countless beings in the Great Wilderness were astonished by the breakthroughs of Yuanfeng and Qingyuan, Kong Xian and the Great Pong, who had been cast into the chaotic realm for countless years, finally completed their journey of physical refinement. Their physical cultivation had finally reached the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Ka! In the midst of the chaotic world, feeling the depths of their cultivation, Kong Xian and Depeng couldn't help but emit two excited cries. Heaven knows how they have endured through these years. It has been exceedingly arduous. They exchanged glances at the pool of laws within the chaotic realm, instinctively retracting their necks. This place was one they never wished to return to. Just then, a voice resonated in their ears, Ling Tian's voice. Second brother, third brother, mother and aunt have already broken through. It is time for you both to ascend to the great Luo Golden Immortal, big brother. Upon hearing this, Kong Xian and Depeng turned in unison. Meeting Ling Tian's gaze, which was filled with mirth, as Kong Xian and Depeng emerged from their seclusion, Ling Tian, who had been sitting quietly, also opened his eyes. Looking at Kong Xian and Depeng, who had achieved the perfection of the Tai Golden Immortal, a satisfied smile graced Ling Tian's face. Now, it is time for your breakthrough. Upon hearing Ling Tian's words, Kong Xian and Depeng were taken aback. Big brother, you say mother and aunt have broken through. How is that possible? The impetuous Depeng immediately inquired. Yuanfeng and Qingyuan are formidable mixed-origin golden immortals. How could they break through so easily? In response, Ling Tian chuckled lightly. What do you think this is? As he spoke, a mixed-origin breaking through pill appeared in his hand. Mixed-origin breaking through pill. Kang Xian and Depeng exclaimed in unison, suddenly understanding the reason behind Yuan Feng and Qing Wan's breakthrough. They had not anticipated that it was all orchestrated by Ling Tian. Big brother, do you have more of these mixed origin breaking through pills? Depeng's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he seemed to grasp the implications. Observing this, Ling Tian couldn't help but chuckle, casually responding, of course, I have prepared your mixed origin breaking through pills. It merely depends on when you are ready to break through to the mixed origin golden immortal. Pausing for a moment, Ling Tian continued, however, for now, you should first consolidate your 3 flowers atop the head and break through to the Great Luo. Yes, big brother. Kang Xian and Depeng exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with excitement and anticipation. They had awaited this day for far too long. In the next moment, the 3 brothers simultaneously exited the chaotic realm, returning to Yuan Feng's womb. With a roar, Hu! Kang Xian and Depeng unleashed their full Tai golden immortal auras, soaring towards the heavens. The South Ming immortal volcano. The previously tranquil void erupted once more. Buzz, buzz. The resonant sounds echoed through the void, once again capturing the attention of the ancient beings. Above the South Ming immortal volcano, the once serene void trembled violently. 2 pitch-black calamity clouds gradually manifested. Initially, they spanned only a myriad of acres, but in the blink of an eye, they expanded to encompass millions of acres. Witnessing this scene, the ancient beings were startled but not overly shocked. With Yuan Feng and Qing Wan as precedents, these 2 massive calamity clouds of millions of acres seemed somewhat inconsequential. However, just as the ancient beings prepared to divert their gazes, the 2 clouds trembled violently before surging once again. 2 million acres, 3 million acres, 5 million acres, 6 million acres. In mere moments, the calamity clouds swelled to an astonishing 6 million acres. Observing this spectacle, the ancient beings were collectively shaken, their hearts filled with awe and disbelief. 6 million acres of Great Luo heavenly calamity. This represented an 11th-tier Great Luo golden immortal. Following Yuan Feng and Qing Wan's breakthroughs, would the Phoenix clan gain 2 more 11th-tier Great Luo? Truly, the Phoenix clan seemed to be on an unprecedented rise. The ancient beings were no strangers to these 2 auras. Many years ago, it was these very auras that had triggered a vortex of 10 million acres of spiritual energy, capturing the attention of countless ancient beings. The owners of these auras were none other than Kang Xian and Depeng, the 2 fetuses within Yuan Feng. Kang Xian and Depeng had broken through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal, and they had achieved 11 tiers. This was an 11th-tier Great Luo Golden Immortal, whose foundation surpassed even that of Yuan Feng, Zhu Long, and Shi Qilin. Following Ling Tian's attainment of the 12th-tier Great Luo, first Yuan Feng and Qing Wan broke through, and now Kang Xian and Depeng had achieved 11 tiers. The foundation and strength of the Phoenix clan had undergone a qualitative leap. Countless ancient beings shared a singular thought: the Phoenix clan, truly deserving of its title as the Fated Clan. Meanwhile, the calamity clouds in the void reached their final stage. Crack, crack, thunder roared as boundless lightning manifested, cascading down upon the Phoenix clan's protective array. This was the 11th-tier Great Luo Heavenly Calamity, a force so terrifying that even lower-tier Great Luo Golden Immortals would tremble in fear. Yet, this cataclysmic Great Luo Heavenly Calamity could not shake the Phoenix clan's protective array in the slightest. It merely stirred the array's shimmering surface, creating a few ripples before dissipating entirely. Boom. As the 6 million acres of calamity clouds reluctantly vanished, a rich source of spiritual energy surged forth from the void, effortlessly penetrating the Phoenix clan's protective mountain array and merging into Yuan Feng's womb. Thus, Kang Xian and Depeng fully attained the 11th-tier Great Luo Golden Immortal. Upon sensing the now stable Great Luo aura, countless ancient beings finally awakened from their stupor, their eyes filled with astonishment. The Phoenix clan was poised to rise, with Yuan Feng and Qing Luan guarding them, an impressively formidable protective array, and the presence of 1 12th-tier and 2 11th-tier Great Luo Golden Immortals. The foundation of the Phoenix clan was truly terrifying. When the Phoenix clan finally emerged, they could potentially possess 5 mixed-origin Golden Immortal powerhouses. It was highly likely that they would comprise 4 late-stage mixed-origin Golden Immortals and 1 mid-stage mixed-origin Golden Immortal in an extraordinarily luxurious combination. No, Ling Tian was an unprecedented 12th-tier Great Luo and could even become the legendary mixed-origin Golden Immortal of perfection. What a magnificent scene this would be. Once the Phoenix clan emerged, who could stand against them? Even though the Phoenix clan had yet to reveal themselves, their prestige in the wilderness overshadowed the erratic Dragon and Qilin clans, reaching an unparalleled pinnacle in no time. Countless beings from various races began migrating towards the South Ming immortal volcano, hoping to become vassals of Yuan Feng at the moment of the Phoenix clan's emergence. As they experienced this scene, Zhu Long and Shi Qilin felt a profound sense of discomfort, even a hint of grievance. They had exerted so much effort, yet it paled in comparison to the Phoenix clan's effortless rise. This was utterly absurd. Why did the Heavenly Tao favor the Phoenix clan above all else? Both Zhu Long and Shi Qilin echoed their unwillingness to remain beneath the Phoenix Clan eye in the next moment. They simultaneously let out a furious roar. Summon the heavenly secrets Daoist Tian Xian Daoist to meet me. As Kong Xian and Deping's breakthrough sent ripples through the wilderness, Ling Tian's mind was once again filled with the system's notification sound. Ding. Detected a surge in the Phoenix Clan's prestige. Please choose. Option 1. Encourage Yuan Feng to seize this opportunity to emerge and unify the wilderness. Reward. A falling St. Pill. Option 2. Continue seclusion. Do not emerge until achieving the mixed origin golden immortal. Reward. A fragment of the creation jade plate. Ling Tian was taken aback to find that the system had issued another task. Looking at the requirements of the two options, he couldn't help but smirk. Wasn't this a gift? Ling Tian was absolutely unwilling to emerge at this moment. Even though he coveted the falling St. Pill, he would not choose option 1. Moreover, the reward for option 2 was quite enticing, a fragment of the creation jade plate. Although he already possessed one, the creation jade plate had originally shattered into 24 pieces. The more fragments of the creation jade plate he had, the greater the enhancement to his law cultivation. Truly, the more, the merrier. If Ling Tian were fortunate enough to gather all 24 fragments, he might just summon a divine dragon. Cough. Perhaps he could even reassemble the complete creation jade plate. The complete creation jade plate was on par with the Chaos Pearl and the Chaos Green Lotus, being a supreme treasure of chaos. However, this was nearly impossible to achieve. Not to mention that one fragment was in Hong Jun's possession. Unless Ling Tian could obliterate Hong Jun, he would have no chance of obtaining it. The whereabouts of the other 21 fragments remained a mystery, and they might even no longer exist within the wilderness. Ling Tian merely entertained the thought. System, I choose option 2. After making his choice, Ling Tian cradled the newly acquired fragment of the creation jade plate and once again fell into seclusion. Similar to Ling Tian, Kong Xian, Deping, and even Yuan Feng and Qing Luan all entered seclusion, beginning to stabilize their cultivation. Yet, unbeknownst to this family, Zhu Long and Shi Qilin, both late-stage mixed-origin golden immortals, had once again gathered, stealthily arriving at the South Ming immortal volcano, their expressions shifting between light and dark. Gazing at the protective array above the South Ming immortal volcano, Zhu Long and Shi Qilin's faces darkened, a killing intent radiating from them. At an unknown moment, Zhu Long suddenly turned to Shi Qilin, his voice grave. Shi Qilin, we have already discussed everything that needed to be said. We cannot allow the Phoenix Clan to continue developing unchecked. This time, we must break through their protective shell. Shi Qilin readily agreed. A fierce glint in his eyes. Indeed. Once the Phoenix Clan possesses 5 mixed-origin golden immortals, with Yuan Feng's temperament, there will be no space for our 2 clans to survive. Our clan's millions of warriors are already prepared. This time, we will shatter that protective shell and annihilate the Phoenix Clan. As the words left his mouth, Zhu Long and Shi Qilin exchanged a glance, resolutely seeing the determination in each other's eyes. Unlike the previous siege against the Phoenix Clan, this time, although they lacked the support of the mixed-origin golden immortal, the Huangming bird, and the Avian Clan, their overall strength had only increased. Zhu Long and Shi Qilin were confident that, with their late-stage mixed-origin golden immortal cultivation, they could indeed break the Phoenix Clan's protective array and eradicate the Phoenix Clan entirely, eliminating any future threats. Who would have thought that after countless years, as the prestige of the Phoenix Clan soared, Zhu Long and Shi Qilin would once again gather their people with such determination to attack the South Ming immortal volcano? Whether the Phoenix Clan could withstand the combined might of Zhu Long and Shi Qilin this time remained uncertain. As the wilderness found itself in a rare moment of tranquility, a thunderous roar echoed, akin to the sound of thunderclaps. Countless ancient beings were startled awake by this sound. Following the sound, they turned to discover that it originated from the South Ming immortal volcano. Could it be that the Phoenix Clan had once again summoned a heavenly calamity? As the ancient beings speculated, they beheld the figures of Zhu Long and Shi Qilin. Zhu Long and Shi Qilin have appeared at the South Ming immortal volcano? Could it be? Countless ancient beings trembled in unison, all arriving at the same conclusion. The scene of Zhu Long and Shi Qilin leading a multitude to besiege the Phoenix Clan was still fresh in their memories. Now, with their return, their intentions were unmistakable. The thunderous roar that had startled them was not a natural phenomenon, but rather the sound of Zhu Long and Shi Qilin attacking the Phoenix Clan's protective array. An uncontrollable thought surged in the hearts of countless ancient beings. Zhu Long and Shi Qilin were once again invading the Phoenix Clan. In that instant, Zhu Long and Shi Qilin unleashed their assault. The Zhu Long Pearl and Qilin Seal transformed into 2 streaks of light, crashing into the Phoenix Clan's protective array. Buzz! A resonating sound echoed as ripples appeared on the surface of the Phoenix Clan's protective array, lingering for quite some time. It worked! Zhu Long and Shi Qilin exchanged glances, their eyes filled with elation. When they had previously attacked the Phoenix Clan's protective array during their mid-stage mixed-origin golden immortal days, they had achieved little effect. However, now, witnessing the significant disturbance in the protective array was a testament to their immense growth. Zulong couldn't help but burst into laughter. Yuan Feng, with Shi Qilin and I having both broken through to the late stage of the mixed origin golden immortal, this turtle shell of an array can no longer impede us. Even if you and that vile wench Qing Luan have made breakthroughs, the Phoenix clan cannot escape annihilation. Laughter echoed as Zulong reveled in his triumph. While Shi Qilin, standing beside him, couldn't suppress a gleeful smile, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. The wilderness has always hailed you as the fated clan, and I, Shi Qilin, have never believed it. This time, I shall shatter this turtle shell before the entire wilderness and eradicate your so-called fated clan. Kill! At Shi Qilin's furious roar, the Zulong Pearl and Qilin Seal transformed once more into two streaks of light, forcefully striking the Phoenix clan's protective array. Simultaneously, behind Zulong and Shi Qilin, countless scaled and beastly beings emerged. Leading them were the two early-stage mixed-origin golden immortal powerhouses, Zhu Long from the Dragon clan and Mo Qilin from the Qilin clan. Attack! Zhu Long and Mo Qilin roared in unison. The dense barrage of attacks descended like a dazzling meteor shower upon the Phoenix clan's protective array. Boom! The scene of the three clans besieging the Phoenix clan unfolded once more. The Phoenix clan's protective array began to tremble violently, as if it would shatter at any moment. Seeing this, Zhu Long and Shi Qilin's eyes sparkled with even greater delight, envisioning the array's destruction and the ensuing slaughter of the Phoenix clan. Brothers, the day of the Phoenix clan's annihilation is today. Kill them all, kill, attack. Outside the South Ming immortal volcano, the cries of war echoed in the heavens. Only now did countless ancient beings emerge from their shock. Their voices filled with exclamations. Zhu Long and Shi Qilin are going all in, fearing the Phoenix clan's growth indeed. If they allow the Phoenix clan to develop, the Phoenix clan will possess 5 mixed-origin golden immortal powerhouses, and then the Dragon and Qilin clans will suffer. But with this, the Phoenix clan and the Dragon and Qilin clans will have no room for negotiation. You are too naive. Ever since that battle, a blood feud has formed between them. Only one side can remain. As the ancient beings had observed, the Phoenix clan, the Dragon clan, and the Qilin clan had long since lost any possibility of reconciliation. Only battle remained. If the Dragon and Qilin clans were to break through the Phoenix clan's protective array, the outcome for the Phoenix clan would be annihilation. Conversely, if the Phoenix clan could withstand this assault, it would herald the advent of the Dragon and Qilin clan's nightmares. Amidst the tension, the wilderness erupted with discussions. Would the Phoenix clan be able to fend off the Dragon and Qilin clans this time? I see it as doubtful. With both Zhu Long and Shi Qilin having broken through to the late stage of the mixed-origin golden immortal, the Phoenix clan's protective array, no matter how strong, cannot possibly withstand the onslaught of two late-stage mixed-origin golden immortal powerhouses, especially with the countless scaled and beastly beings behind them. The Phoenix clan is in grave danger. As countless ancient beings engaged in fervent discussions, Yuan Feng abruptly opened her eyes. She had not anticipated that Zhu Long and Shi Qilin would be so resolute, choosing to invade the Phoenix clan once again at such a critical moment. Sister, what do you think we should do? I will follow your lead. Qing Wan's expression was grave, her delicate face filled with determination. Upon hearing this, Yuan Feng's eyes flickered with indecision. She too was uncertain, for she did not know whether the protective array could withstand the impending assault. As the leader of the Phoenix clan, her decision would determine the fate of the entire clan. What did the little one think? Yuan Feng couldn't help but glance down at her abdomen, softly asking, "Little one, what do you think we should do?" Your mother will follow your guidance in this crucial moment. Yuan Feng instinctively sought reliance on Ling Tian. Qing Luan, standing beside her, was not surprised and likewise focused her gaze on Yuan Feng's abdomen. Within the womb of the primordial phoenix, the three brothers of Ling Tian awakened from their seclusion. Acutely aware of the external turmoil, Kong Xian and De Peng wore expressions fraught with anxiety. Yet, as mere fetuses, they found themselves powerless to act, rendered only capable of fretful anticipation. Elder brother, what shall we do? Please, lend a hand to our mother. Kong Xian and De Peng cast desperate glances towards Ling Tian. However, at that moment, Ling Tian appeared oblivious to their plight. Instead, he was attuned to the system's alert echoing in his ears. Ding! Detected a renewed incursion by the Dragon and Qilin clans. Please choose. Option 1. Deliver a decisive blow, act resolutely, and immediately elevate the refinement level of the Chaos Pearl to 50%. Option 2. Remain indifferent, with a slight chance of the innate Chaos Grand Formation being breached. Reward being the innate top 10 spiritual roots of the Peaches of Immortality. Upon hearing the system's notification, Ling Tian's expression hardened. This marked the second assault by the Dragon and Qilin clans against the Phoenix tribe. If the Phoenix tribe continued to be passive, would they not become the laughingstock of the entire primordial realm? Even if the Phoenix tribe were to emerge victorious in the future, annihilating the Dragon and Qilin clans, it would still be an indelible stain upon their history. Ling Tian suddenly raised his head. his eyes ablaze with boundless fury and murderous intent. This time, Ling Tian would not endure any longer. System, I choose option 1. Chapter 63. The Chaos Pearl's Avatar, ripping apart the Dragon Clan's Great Luo. As soon as the words escaped his lips, the Chaos Pearl, which had hovered as a celestial body for countless years, trembled violently, then transformed into a streak of flowing light, entering Ling Tian's body. Boom! Within Ling Tian's sea of consciousness, thunder erupted. The myriad mysteries of the Chaos Pearl coursed through his primordial spirit. Merely a few breaths later, Ling Tian's mastery over the Chaos Pearl reached an unprecedented level. So it is, Ling Tian bellowed, startling Kong Xian and Depeng nearby. In this critical moment, Ling Tian had no time to regard them. The next instant, he concentrated his thoughts and formed hand seals, imbuing the Chaos Pearl with countless profound Tao energies. This time, he intended to utilize the Chaos Pearl to forge an external avatar. The Chaos Pearl, a treasure of unparalleled status, would allow the external avatar to possess a cultivation level nearly equivalent to Ling Tian's true form, reaching the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, along with formidable defensive capabilities and a plethora of unimaginable functions. But that was not all. The innate Chaos Grand Formation relied on the Chaos Pearl as its core. Once Ling Tian succeeded in crafting his external avatar, the core of the formation would no longer be an inanimate object, but rather Ling Tian's own avatar. The power of the innate Chaos Grand Formation would undergo a cataclysmic transformation. Inside the dwelling of the primordial phoenix, the entity known as Yuan Feng waited anxiously for Ling Tian's response. Sensing the increasing fluctuations of the innate Chaos Grand Formation, her heart grew heavy with dread. Were it not for the fact that she bore Ling Tian's 3 brothers within her, Yuan Feng's fiery temperament would have compelled her to rush out and confront the Ancestor Dragon. Yet, even so, she felt her fury and battle spirit teetering on the brink of eruption. Sister, allow me to confront them for a moment, spoke Qing Luan, her beautiful eyes brimming with combativeness. However, Yuan Feng shook her head. Though Qing Luan had reached the mid-stage of the primordial golden immortal realm, outside the formation loomed the Ancestor Dragon and the primordial Qilin, both at the late stage of the Chaos Golden Immortal Realm. If Qing Luan ventured beyond the formation, it would likely be a one-way trip. Qing Luan, wait a moment, if the situation becomes untenable. But just as Yuan Feng began to speak, she suddenly halted. She distinctly sensed an incredibly powerful aura emerging from within her. Could it be that the little one was about to be born? Before she could ponder further, the aura surged and vanished from her womb. When it reappeared, it was unmistakably within the confines of the innate Chaos Grand Formation. No, my son, you cannot engage them yet. Yuan Feng cried out in alarm, her figure dissipating in an instant. Yet when she materialized in midair, what greeted her was an ebony orb, dark as ink. What sorcery is this? Where is my child? Just as Yuan Feng was engulfed in confusion, the dark orb quivered violently and transformed into a young man clad in black robes. He flashed a grin at Yuan Feng before shifting his gaze toward the Ancestor Dragon and the primordial Qilin outside the innate Chaos Grand Formation. His eyes filled with icy murderous intent. Ha! Do you truly believe the Phoenix tribe is made of clay? In the next moment, Ling Tian stepped forward, emerging directly outside the innate Chaos Grand Formation. Upon seeing Ling Tian's sudden appearance, the Ancestor Dragon and the primordial Qilin, who were fiercely assaulting the formation, were momentarily taken aback. They had never expected a member of the Phoenix tribe to confront them, especially one at the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. However, both were unfamiliar with the aura of Ling Tian's avatar. Among the formidable Phoenix beings they knew, Ling Tian was certainly a stranger. Who are you? State your name. The Ancestor Dragon inquired casually, his golden dragon eyes flashing. Him, a mere Great Luo Golden Immortal, was of little consequence. Meanwhile, the primordial Qilin continued to bombard the innate Chaos Grand Formation. Only half interested in Ling Tian's appearance, a Great Luo Golden Immortal, what waves could he possibly stir? However, the ensuing developments would starkly contrast their expectations. In the void, Ling Tian, who should have been at a disadvantage, wore a sardonic smile. Who I am is of little importance. What truly matters is, Ling Tian's gaze swept over the Ancestor Dragon, the primordial Qilin, and the countless scaled beasts in the void, coldly declaring, what matters is that you dare to repeatedly invade my Phoenix tribe. Are you courting death? What? The battlefield fell silent at Ling Tian's audacious proclamation. They stared at him as if he were a fool. How could a mere Great Luo Golden Immortal dare to address the Ancestor Dragon, the primordial Qilin, and the myriad beings in such a manner? Surely, he must be delusional. The Ancestor Dragon and the primordial Qilin were incredulous. Yet they remained unfazed, seeking death. The Ancestor Dragon scoffed, unleashing a wave of primordial golden immortal level power towards Ling Tian in the Ancestor Dragon's mind. This attack was sufficient to send Ling Tian to the depths of despair. Boom! Ling Tian seemed caught off guard, directly struck by the golden force of LAW. The epicenter of the impact, the surging force radiated outward. Observing this scene, the primordial Qilin shifted his gaze away from Ling Tian, convinced that he had met his demise. The countless beings behind the Ancestor Dragon shared this sentiment, turning their attention back to assaulting the innate chaos grand formation. Yet, in the next instant, amidst the dazzling golden light, a calm voice echoed, "Old mudfish, are you merely tickling me?" Looking at Ling Tian, who bore no signs of injury, the Ancestor Dragon's eyes bulged in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that not only had Ling Tian survived the attack, but he appeared completely unscathed. This was utterly ludicrous. The other beings, including the primordial Qilin, also redirected their gazes toward Ling Tian, their expressions rife with incredulity. Once more, silence enveloped the battlefield. Sensing the unfolding scene, Ling Tian's lips curled into a slight smirk, though his eyes held no trace of amusement, only a tempest of murderous intent. "Have you had your fill of this? Now, it is my turn." As he spoke, Ling Tian stepped forward, instantly appearing beside a great Luo golden immortal of the dragon clan. With a tearing sound, he cleaved the dragon immortal in two, hot dragon blood splattering into the void. Amidst the horrified gazes of countless beings, Ling Tian casually wiped the blood from his face and flatly declared, "First. Next, please send forth the next contender." Chapter 64. Slaughtering Great Luo as if they were dogs. Has Ling Tian been wounded? First, the Ancestor Dragon and the primordial Qilin were bewildered by Ling Tian's words, failing to grasp their meaning. Yet, Ling Tian's subsequent actions would perfectly elucidate the true significance of that first declaration. As another great Luo golden immortal of the Dragon Clan was torn asunder by Ling Tian, his indifferent voice rang out once more, second, then came the third, the fourth. Ling Tian transformed into a relentless machine of slaughter, fixated on eliminating the great Luo of the Dragon Clan. With each kill, he called out a number. Blood rained down like a crimson deluge, accompanied by Ling Tian's demonic silhouette, creating a scene both terrifying and surreal. Roar! The Ancestor Dragon, realizing the gravity of the situation, erupted in fury, unable to contain his rage. Ling Tian was brazenly slaughtering the dragon tribe before his very eyes. A profound humiliation, die. With the Ancestor Dragon's roar, he appeared beside Ling Tian, delivering a powerful blow that sent him flying. However, to the Ancestor Dragon's exasperation, Ling Tian seemed utterly unfazed by the impact, springing back into the fray to continue his massacre. 8th, 9th, 10th. With each utterance of Ling Tian's voice, another dragon Great Luo perished. The Ancestor Dragon's eyes widened in fury, unleashing one attack after another in an attempt to eliminate Ling Tian. Yet, each time he struck Ling Tian away, the latter would rise unscathed, resuming his slaughter of the Dragon Clan. Roar, roar, roar. Accompanied by the anguished roars of dragons, the once mighty Great Luo of the Dragon Clan were torn apart, their blood cascading like a rain of crimson upon the southern Ming undying volcano, staining it a deep scarlet. This mesmerizing spectacle left all present in utter shock. Who could have anticipated such a scene? Roar! You dare, wretch! The Ancestor Dragon's furious roars echoed, but to no avail. He could only watch helplessly as the Great Luo of his clan were massacred. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, the primordial Qilin felt a chill run down his spine at the sight of the Dragon Clan's plight. His strength was comparable to that of the Ancestor Dragon. If Ling Tian were to employ the same tactics against the Qilin clan, he too would find himself powerless to stop him. Could it be that this assault on the Phoenix tribe was doomed to failure? A thought surged in the primordial Qilin's mind. No, failure was not an option. A fierce determination ignited within his eyes. If this assault on the Phoenix tribe were to fail, both the Qilin and Dragon clans would face annihilation upon the Phoenix tribe's resurgence. With this realization, the primordial Qilin trembled, vanishing into thin air. When he reappeared, he was directly beside Ling Tian, unleashing the Qilin seal. Imbued with overwhelming murderous intent down upon him, boom! As before, Ling Tian was sent flying. However, the primordial Qilin felt no joy in this victory. He sensed that Ling Tian's aura remained undiminished. Just as he had anticipated, the primordial Qilin shouted, "Ancestor Dragon, let us join forces to slay him." Upon hearing this, the Ancestor Dragon's eyes flickered with surprise. He had not expected the primordial Qilin to lend assistance to the Dragon clan. Yet, his keen mind quickly deduced the motivation behind it. Roar! The Ancestor Dragon responded with a low growl, and in the next moment, both he and the primordial Qilin began their relentless pursuit of Ling Tian. This spectacle once again astonished all present. After all, the Ancestor Dragon and the primordial Qilin were both late-stage Chaos Golden Immortals, while Ling Tian's avatar was merely at the peak of the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm. The absurdity of two late-stage Chaos Golden Immortals teaming up to hunt a Great Luo Golden Immortal was almost beyond comprehension. Yet, The absurdity did not end there in the eyes of countless primordial beings. Though Ling Tian was repeatedly struck away, he always seemed to rise unscathed, immediately targeting the nearest great Luo of the Dragon clan. No, now he was also targeting the great Luo of the Qilin clan. This meant that Ling Tian was capable of slaughtering the great Luo of both the Dragon and Qilin clans while being pursued by two late-stage Chaos Golden Immortals. This revelation left countless primordial beings in utter disbelief. Am I dreaming? Who is this great Luo of the Phoenix tribe, and why is he so formidable? Why have we never heard of him before? The Phoenix tribe truly is a destined race, concealing such power. Their rise appears unstoppable. No, have you noticed? The aura of this Phoenix great Luo is beginning to wane. He is finally wounded. What? Indeed. Ling Tian had been injured. Even though his avatar was a manifestation of the Chaos Pearl, it was still controlled by Ling Tian's primordial spirit. Under the relentless assault of the Ancestor Dragon and the primordial Qilin, Ling Tian's primordial spirit had sustained significant injuries, causing his aura to weaken. Seeing this, the Ancestor Dragon and the primordial Qilin could not suppress their exhilaration, unleashing triumphant roars. After the slaughter of over 100 great Luo from both the Dragon and Qilin clans, Ling Tian had finally sustained injuries. With tears of joy almost spilling from their eyes, the Ancestor Dragon and the primordial Qilin intensified their attacks. Meanwhile, within the southern Ming Undying Volcano, Yuan Feng and Qing Luan also sensed Ling Tian's diminishing aura. With a cry, Yuan Feng and Qing Luan simultaneously let out a piercing shriek, ready to soar into the sky to assist Ling Tian. Although they had yet to recognize him, they had witnessed all that Ling Tian had done for the Phoenix tribe. Yuan Feng and Qing Luan would never allow him to fall so easily. Yet, just as they were about to breach the barrier of the innate Chaos Grand Formation, the protective light membrane suddenly darkened. In the next instant, two thunderous crashes echoed, the sound of Yuan Feng and Qing Luan colliding with the barrier. What is happening? Countless primordial beings were left bewildered. Could it be that the Phoenix tribe's protective formation was indiscriminate? However, Yuan Feng and Qing Luan did not share this sentiment. A singular thought emerged in their minds. Ling Tian did not wish for them to venture out into danger. No. With tears in their eyes, Yuan Feng and Qing Luan felt a mixture of sorrow and urgency. Meanwhile, the Ancestor Dragon and the primordial Qilin exchanged glances, unable to contain their laughter. Ha ha ha, Yuan Feng, you may continue to cower within your turtle shell. Once we slay this Phoenix great Luo, it will be your turn. The Phoenix tribe shall perish. As they spoke, the Ancestor Dragon and the primordial Qilin turned their gazes back to Ling Tian, only to be taken aback. There stood Ling Tian, drinking heartily from a ceramic vial. The aura that had previously waned suddenly surged. Chapter 65. Infinite Stamina. Mental collapse sensing the abrupt resurgence of Ling Tian's aura. The Ancestor Dragon and the primordial Qilin felt a chill run down their spines, their eyes wide with disbelief. What was happening? Why had Ling Tian's aura suddenly begun to recover? What was he drinking? The Ancestor Dragon and the primordial Qilin exchanged alarmed glances, an ominous premonition gripping their hearts. After laboring so hard to injure Ling Tian, how could he possibly recover after consuming that vial of liquid? How were they to proceed? The expressions of both the Ancestor Dragon and the primordial Qilin darkened as they focused their attention on the vial in Ling Tian's hand. What was this elixir that possessed such potent healing properties? Suddenly, Zulong and Shikolin seemed to have realized something, their bodies trembling violently. At that moment, a voice filled with delight rang out from the South Ming Undying Volcano. Sangguang Divine Water, that is the sacred medicine for healing. Sangguang Divine Water, Zulong, Shikolin, are you two old fools out of your minds? Ha ha ha. Yuan Feng had consumed the Sangguang Divine Water before and immediately recognized it. Yes, she sensed the rapid recovery of Ling Tian. The sorrow and anxiety in her heart dissipated like a thunderclap, replaced by overwhelming joy. However, upon hearing Yuan Feng's voice, the slightest glimmer of hope in Zulong and Shikolin's hearts vanished completely. Ling Tian had indeed consumed the legendary Sangguang Divine Water. The expression on Zulong and Shikolin's faces turned extremely grim. This Feng Clan de Luo not only possessed outrageously powerful defenses, but also wielded the sacred healing artifact, Sangguang Divine Water. How could they possibly fight? Must they wait until the de Luo of the Dragon and Qilin clans were completely annihilated? Zulong and Shikolin exchanged a glance, clearly seeing the retreat in each other's eyes. But did they have any escape route left? No. Tears suddenly welled up in their eyes. They had run out of any retreat. They could only fight to the death, even if their clan's de Luo were to be entirely wiped out. Ling Tian must be killed. They refused to believe that the Sangguang Divine Water on Ling Tian would be inexhaustible. As long as they could deplete the Sangguang Divine Water, Ling Tian would still meet his demise. With this thought, Zulong and Shikolin no longer hesitated, launching another frenzied assault on Ling Tian. The same scene unfolded once more. Under the relentless attack of Zulong and Shikolin, Ling Tian stood up like an indomitable cockroach time and again, taking down one after another Deluo Jinxian from both the Dragon and Qiling clans. Roar, roar, roar. Countless roars erupted, filled not only with fury but also with despair. As time passed, when one-third of the Deluo from both clans had fallen, their resolve was on the verge of collapse. They cast pleading glances at Zulong and Shikolin, waiting for a command to flee, yet they were ultimately met with disappointment. Even as their clans Deluo Jinxian fell one after another, Zulong and Shikolin remained silent, only continuing their relentless pursuit of Ling Tian. At this point, Zulong and Shikolin could no longer afford to retreat. Moreover, Ling Tian had evidently consumed no less than 10 bottles of Sangwang Divine Water. The Sangwang Divine Water on Ling Tian must be running low. If they could hold on just a little longer, success would soon be theirs. Zulong and Shikolin's gazes were unwaveringly resolute. Just as half of the Deluo clansmen from both clans had nearly perished, a roar echoed. Roar. Suddenly, some Deluo clansmen from both clans began to flee in despair. Cowards! Those who retreat shall die. Zulong and Shikolin shouted in unison, simultaneously striking down the fleeing ones with ruthless force, finally stabilizing the chaotic situation. At the same time, a thought suddenly struck Zulong and Shikolin. Since they could not deal with Ling Tian, could they perhaps shatter the protective formation of the Feng clan first? Once the Feng clan's protective formation was breached, the passive situation would undoubtedly be reversed. Zulong and Shikolin immediately abandoned their pursuit of Ling Tian and directed all their strength toward attacking the Feng clan's protective formation. However, an astonishing scene unfolded before countless primordial beings. The formation, which had trembled violently under Zulong and Shikolin's assault, now stood firm as a rock. Their combined attacks merely stirred up a few ripples. Why was this happening? Just as they were filled with confusion, Ling Tian's cold laughter suddenly echoed. Think you can break the formation? Not a chance. Unless I perish, you shall never breach this innate chaotic formation. The Feng clan's protective formation was indeed an innate chaotic formation. Zulong and Shikolin finally understood the name of the formation. Yet before they could ponder further, countless wails suddenly filled their ears. No, run. Staying here means death, run. Feeling the impregnable defenses of the innate chaotic formation, the Deluo Jinxian of both clans could no longer withstand the terror in their hearts. Their resolve shattered, they began to flee in a frenzy. This seemed to signal a chain reaction. Under the leadership of the Deluo Jinxian from both clans, the remaining clan members also began to flee in panic. Soon after, billions of scaled beasts rushed away like a tide. A mutiny! This was clearly a mutiny. Who would have thought that Ling Tian, with just his own strength, could incite a mutiny among the two clans? This is bad. Zulong and Shikolin felt a sudden chill in their hearts and immediately took action to intercept. Their furious shouts resounding through the heavens. No one is allowed to flee. Come back. Those who abandon their posts shall die. As they spoke, Zulong and Shikolin both unleashed their power, ruthlessly slaughtering tens of thousands of their clansmen. However, once a mutiny occurred, it became irreversible. No matter how much Zulong and Shikolin shouted or killed, it had no effect. The instinct to survive was ingrained in all living beings. The terrified creatures completely ignored Zulong and Shikolin, abandoning all caution as they fled toward the distance. It's over. Anger and despair filled Zulong and Shikolin's hearts, nearly shattering their resolve right then and there. However, being formidable Deluo Jinxians in the late stage of the Hongyuan realm, their resolve was remarkably resilient. Buzz! Their resolve trembled violently. They finally regained their composure, turning their resentful gazes toward Ling Tian. The true culprit behind all this chaos was none other than Ling Tian standing before them. Roar, die! Zulong and Shikolin roared in unison, launching another assault. This time, they held nothing back, charging toward Ling Tian with a madness akin to desperation. Even if their siege against the Feng clan failed again, they would never let Ling Tian go. Moreover, Zulong and Shikolin still harbored a sliver of hope. If they could eliminate Ling Tian, they might still have a chance to regroup. However, just as they managed to injure Ling Tian once more, they despaired to find. Ling Tian was holding yet another porcelain vial. Simultaneously, his mocking voice echoed through the void. Everyone sit down. I'm about to blow the bottle. Chapter 66. A single hand turning the tide. The porcelain vial in Ling Tian's hand was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Upon hearing Ling Tian's mocking words, Zulong and Shikolin's mentality completely collapsed. No. The two peaked Deluo Jinxians in the late stage cried out in despair. Their eyes were devoid of any fighting spirit, filled only with hopelessness. They could not comprehend why such a powerful and bizarre Deluo Jinxian like Ling Tian existed in the primordial world. They could not fathom why the immensely precious Sangwang Divine Water, measured by drops, seemed inexhaustible in Ling Tian's hands. What on earth was this? Could it be that Ling Tian was the guardian deity bestowed upon the Feng clan by the heavenly Tao? Was the Feng clan truly the destined tribe of heaven? What then were the Dragon and Qiling clans? Zulong and Shikolin exchanged glances, clearly seeing the sorrow and despair in each other's eyes. Despite their formidable cultivation as late-stage Deluo Jinxians, they could not contend with Ling Tian or breach the innate chaotic formation. The two clans' armies they had brought were now frightened beyond belief, scattering in every direction. This siege against the Feng clan had once again ended in utter failure. No. Although the number of clansmen lost this time was not as great as the last, the consequences were far more severe. Including Zulong and Shikolin, the morale of both clans had been utterly shattered. From that moment on, they would never muster the courage to assault the Feng clan again. And when the day came for the Feng clan to emerge, the two clans would likely have no strength left to resist. It could be said that before the Feng clan, especially before Ling Tian, the once mighty Dragon and Qiling clans had already broken their backs. Roar, roar, Zulong and Shikolin simultaneously let out low roars, unable to bear staying any longer, and vanished into the void. Thus, the second invasion by the Dragon and Qiling clans ended in complete failure. However, the repercussions of this battle extended far beyond that. After Zulong and Shikolin fled in a panic, the entire primordial realm seemed to fall silent. Countless primordial beings gazed at the figure in the void, their hearts filled with disbelief. This time, Zulong and Shikolin, wielding the might of late-stage Deluo Jinxians, had led billions of beings in an assault on the Feng clan. Their momentum was indeed formidable. The once mighty innate chaotic formation had also become precarious under the combined assault of Zulong and Shikolin, seemingly on the verge of collapse. All beings understood that once the innate chaotic formation was breached, even if Yuanfeng and Qingluan made significant breakthroughs in their cultivation, they would still be unable to protect the Feng clan. The annihilation of the Feng clan was a foregone conclusion. It could be said that this crisis of extermination faced by the Feng clan was far greater than the last. Yet, who could have anticipated that just as the innate chaotic formation was about to shatter, Ling Tian appeared. When Ling Tian emerged as a Deluo Jinxian, including Zulong, Shikolin, and countless primordial beings, no one took Ling Tian seriously. In a battle of the chaotic golden immortal level, a mere perfected Deluo Jinxian was simply a larger piece of cannon fodder. But who could have imagined? After Ling Tian's appearance, the situation of the battle underwent a dramatic transformation. With his perfected Deluo Jinxian cultivation, Ling Tian tore through one after another Deluo Jinxian from the Dragon and Qiling clans under the siege of Zulong and Shikolin. Moreover, he strengthened the innate chaotic formation, ensuring that the Feng clan remained undefeated. Ultimately, he caused the hearts of billions of attackers to collapse, inciting a mutiny within the armies of both clans. Such a stunning reversal was unprecedented, and it didn't stop there. As the furious Zulong and Shikolin sought to kill Ling Tian in desperation, he produced vial after vial of Sangguang divine water, blowing them one after another in the primordial world, where Sangguang divine water was measured by drops. Ling Tian was treating it as if it were mere water. Even the resolute hearts of Zulong and Shikolin shattered, completely losing their confidence in exterminating Ling Tian, and they fled in panic. Ling Tian had single-handedly reversed the entire tide of battle. Long after Zulong and Shikolin had departed, the primordial realm remained enveloped in silence. Countless primordial beings looked up at the sky, gazing blankly at Ling Tian in the void. Useless. All of you are useless. In the Western Ancestor vein, the Demon Ancestor Luahu watched in disbelief as the tides of battle were turned by Ling Tian, his anger surging. He had originally believed that Zulong and Shikolin, having reached the late stage of the Hongyuan realm, would be able to annihilate the Feng clan, eradicating his lingering concerns. Luahu never expected that the innate chaotic formation would not be able to stop Zulong and Shikolin, only to be thwarted by a mere Deluo Jinxian. This was simply inconceivable. Luahu gazed at Ling Tian in the void, his murderous intent boiling, but his plans were far from complete. Luahu had yet to reach the perfected Deluo Jinxian stage. Not to mention that Luahu could not intervene at this moment. Even if he risked his plans and made a move, he likely could do nothing to Ling Tian. Why did the Feng clan possess such profound strength? Could it be that the Feng clan was truly the so-called destined tribe? Luahu was filled with confusion. The Feng clan was a destined tribe, a scheme he had devised to incite a war among the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qiling clans. Yet now, the Feng clan truly resembled a destined tribe. How infuriating! Within the Western Ancestor vein, Luahu's furious yet reluctant growl resounded. Returning to the South Ming undying volcano, Ling Tian stood in the void, quietly reflecting on the battle that had just transpired. Since his arrival in the primordial realm, he had never experienced such an intense struggle. This time, he had relied on the power of the Chaos Pearl to battle against Zulong, Shikolin, and billions of invaders. Countless insights surged within him. Ling Tian longed to retreat into Yuanfeng's womb to meditate and comprehend his experiences. Just then, he clearly heard Yuanfeng's voice on behalf of all the Feng clan. "We thank you for your protection, esteemed elder. Your great kindness shall never be forgotten by the Feng clan. If there is ever a task you require, please command us, and we shall bow in gratitude." As she spoke, Yuan Feng and Qing Wan prepared to kneel before him. Upon seeing this, Ling Tian's scalp prickled with alarm. "Mother, what are you doing?" Ling Tian was horrified and quickly activated the power of the innate chaotic formation to support all the Feng clan, including Yuan Feng. "Esteemed elder, why such actions? You are a great benefactor. This vow is too much for you to bear." Feeling the force of the innate chaotic formation, Yuan Feng was puzzled and could not help but ask. As she spoke, a powerful aura erupted from her, resembling the might of a late-stage Deluo Jinxian, her knees bending slightly as she attempted to kneel forcibly in a moment of desperation. Ling Tian steeled his heart and confessed, "Mother, I am your unborn son, Ling Tian. Let us have a proper conversation. No need to kneel all the time." Chapter 67. Confused Yuan Feng, Ling Tian's little trick within the South Ming Undying Volcano. Yuan Feng was leading countless members of the Feng clan in gratitude toward their great benefactor when unexpectedly, this benefactor used the innate chaotic formation to stop them. Just as Yuan Feng was puzzled, she suddenly heard Ling Tian's somewhat helpless response. Yuan Feng was utterly flabbergasted. After a long pause, she finally stammered, "This esteemed elder, please do not jest, my son has yet to be born. How could you possibly be my son?" Who would have thought that the usually carefree Yuan Feng would display such a demeanor? Qing Wan, standing beside Yuan Feng, wore a similar expression. As someone who had spent day and night with Yuan Feng, she understood her situation best. Ling Tian had indeed not been born yet. This elder must be teasing them. With this in mind, Qing Wan could not help but speak up, "Esteemed elder, I know you are joking. You have granted such great kindness to the Feng clan. Please accept a bow from all of us." As she spoke, Qing Wan also unleashed her formidable aura, similarly trying to force herself to kneel like Yuan Feng, in the void. Ling Tian looked at Yuan Feng and Qing Wan, who clearly did not believe him, feeling utterly helpless in this day and age. Even honesty was met with disbelief. Life was too difficult. For a moment, Ling Tian found himself at a loss for how to explain. Indeed, as Yuan Feng and Qing Wan had stated, he should still be in Yuan Feng's womb. There was no way he could be outside, single-handedly repelling the attacks from the Dragon and Qilin clans. It was simply too absurd. But this was the truth. Ling Tian sighed, feeling overwhelmed. Just as he was about to disperse his clone and leave, a somewhat timid voice suddenly echoed within the South Ming Undying Volcano. "Yuan Feng, Lady Qing Wan. It was he who tricked me into this place, kicking me into the South Ming Undying Volcano. That time. He proclaimed himself to be the prince of the Feng clan. Oh, right. He can also control this innate chaotic formation." The speaker was, in fact, Ling Tian's mount, his companion, the Kuanpeng. Upon hearing Kuanpeng's words, Ling Tian's eyes lit up, and he felt a swell of gratitude. He immediately exclaimed, yes, little Kuan is right. I am indeed Ling Tian. Little Kuan, I almost forgot about you. Thank goodness you're here. I didn't neglect you." Upon hearing this, Kuanpeng was instantly rendered speechless. During their brief encounters, when had Ling Tian ever shown him any affection? They had clearly agreed that he was Ling Tian's companion, not a mount. Yet Ling Tian had always treated him like a mount, leaving him unattended in the South Ming Undying Volcano for countless years. Heaven knows how Kuanpeng had survived all those years. As he pondered this, a wave of grievance surged within Kuanpeng, and tears nearly fell. However, Ling Tian paid no attention to Kuanpeng's feelings of grievance, continuing to address Yuan Feng. "Mother, it was I who initially brought the Kuanpeng here to seek you out. Now, you must believe me. I am indeed your son." Yuan Feng. Yuan Feng's eyes remained filled with disbelief. She glanced at Ling Tian, then at the Kuanpeng, her expression vacant. You truly are my son? You are Xiao Tian?" Upon hearing this, Ling Tian's heart soared with joy, and he nodded vigorously. "Yes, mother, I am your yet-to-be-born son." Yuan Feng. Qing Wan. The countless Phoenix clan members. Ling Tian's statement felt strangely incongruous. After accepting that Ling Tian was indeed her unborn son, Yuan Feng could not help but laugh heartily in the Phoenix clan Grand Hall. "Ha ha ha, my son. Your external manifestation of divine abilities is truly remarkable. To take form in the outside world even before being born. Quickly teach me. I wish to learn as well." As she spoke, Yuan Feng affectionately embraced Ling Tian, her delicate face pressed against his, her ample bosom snugly against his arm. Feeling this, Ling Tian was instantly left speechless. His unconventional mother was utterly devoid of decorum. Who knows how, over countless years, the Phoenix clan has flourished under Yuan Feng's leadership. Ling Tian struggled to escape Yuan Feng's embrace, helplessly saying, all right, I will teach you. I will teach you everything." As he spoke, Ling Tian imparted the method of the external manifestation to both Yuan Feng and Qing Wan. Afterwards, he turned away from the delighted expressions of Yuan Feng and Qing Wan, addressing the mighty beings of the Phoenix clan within the Grand Hall, his countenance serious. "Esteemed guests, I have yet to reach the moment of my birth. This manifestation will soon return. However, before it does, I have prepared a little gift for you all. As soon as his words fell, Ling Tian's consciousness stirred, and a myriad of radiant treasures appeared within the Phoenix Clan Grand Hall. Treasure light. So much treasure light? Am I dreaming? The Grand Elder of the Phoenix Clan, King Jinfeng, could not help but exclaim. Similar exclamations echoed from the other mighty beings of the Phoenix Clan, in the vast wilderness. Each beam of treasure light represented a precious natural resource. Yet, the sheer volume of treasure light in the Grand Hall was overwhelming, nearly blinding. Even these renowned Phoenix Clan figures seemed to transform into simpletons, gasping in astonishment. Even Yuan Feng and Qing Luan, who were reveling in joy, stared blankly at the dazzling array of treasure light. My son, what is this? Witnessing this scene, Ling Tian secretly chuckled. He recalled how he felt upon encountering the countless beams of treasure light on Penglai Island, nearly mirroring their expressions. Ahem. Ling Tian cleared his throat, teasingly stating, Esteemed ones, you are all mighty beings of the Phoenix Clan. Do refrain from appearing so inexperienced, if you please. After a brief pause, Ling Tian smiled warmly at Yuan Feng. Mother, this time it was a bit hurried, so I could only bring this small amount of items. Please feel free to distribute these little trinkets among everyone to enhance their strength. Consider it my greeting gift for all. When I am born, I shall bring even finer treasures. Off I go. As he spoke, Ling Tian transformed into a streak of light and directly entered Yuan Feng's womb. After Ling Tian departed, the Grand Hall of the Phoenix Clan fell into a profound silence. What is our prince saying? Such precious natural treasures are merely little trinkets. Is Prince Ling Tian boasting, or are we simply unworldly? At an indeterminate moment, a voice suddenly echoed within the Grand Hall. Prince Ling Tian mentioned that he would bring even better treasures upon his next birth. Upon hearing this, the powerful beings of the Phoenix Clan collectively inhaled sharply, their gazes fixated on Yuan Feng's abdomen. Could it be that a treasure trove is concealed within Yuan Feng's womb? Chapter 68. The entire clan's reverence, the rule of slaughter, comprehension feeling the envious gazes of the Phoenix Clan's mighty beings. Yuan Feng felt a chill run down her spine, immediately covering her abdomen, retorting angrily, What are you staring at? Looking for a fight? Humph. Yuan Feng snorted coldly, turning to King Jinfeng. King Jinfeng, please arrange these little trinkets and distribute them to everyone. Qing Wan and I shall return to our cultivation. After saying this, Yuan Feng disregarded the bewildered expressions of the Phoenix Clan's powerful beings and left with Qing Wan. Once Yuan Feng and Qing Wan had departed, King Jinfeng finally regained his senses, gazing at the mountain-like pile of natural treasures with eyes brimming with joy. The Phoenix Clan has been sealed off for countless years, and the natural resources accumulated have nearly been exhausted. Now, the little trinkets spoken of by Ling Tian are of immense benefit to the Phoenix Clan. It is foreseeable that once the Phoenix Clan has assimilated these treasures, their overall strength will undoubtedly experience a tremendous boost. Moreover, King Jinfeng distinctly recognized many treasures that would be immensely beneficial even to Deluo Jingxian. Ha ha ha! Prince Ling Tian is truly generous. With him in the Phoenix Clan, how could we not prosper? Following this, King Jinfeng began to distribute the countless natural treasures left behind by Ling Tian as the Grand Elder of the Phoenix Clan. He was deeply concerned for the clan and acted with utmost impartiality. Under King Jinfeng's arrangements, without regard to status or rank, nearly all members of the Phoenix Clan received some benefit. Simultaneously, King Jinfeng made sure to remind everyone that this was a gift from Ling Tian. This led to the gratitude and admiration of countless Phoenix Clan members for Ling Tian increasing day by day. Within the vast Phoenix Clan, there was, however, one individual or rather, one bird who harbored deep resentment towards Ling Tian. That was the Kuanpeng in a corner of the South Ming undying volcano. The Kuanpeng was drawing circles, cursing Ling Tian. Cursed, to have lured me to this South Ming undying volcano. It would be one thing if I couldn't eat dragon meat, but to not even leave me a portion of the natural treasures. Is this how a master behaves? You shall never ride me again. Within Yuan Feng's womb, Ling Tian remained blissfully unaware of the Kuanpeng's resentment. At this moment, he summoned the shattered pieces of the creation jade plate, enveloping himself, Kong Xian, and Depong within. Once again, he began his closed-door cultivation. However, unlike before, Ling Tian now possessed 2 pieces of the shattered pieces of the creation jade plate. When combined, the speed at which he comprehended the laws doubled. This led to an exponential advancement in the cultivation progress of the 3 brothers, especially for Ling Tian. After digesting the 5 elements law spirit fruit produced by the world tree, his understanding of the 5 elements law had reached the pinnacle of Deluo Jingxian, with only a single step remaining to achieve Hunyuan Jingxian. Yet, this step had eluded Ling Tian for countless years. This time, Ling Tian utilized the Chaos Pearl to manifest a doppelganger, confronting the ancestral dragon and the primordial Qilin, even annihilating over 1,000 Deluo Jingxian. Unbeknownst to him, this experience granted Ling Tian immense insights. particularly in the aspect of the law of slaughter. Coincidentally, among the law spirit fruits produced by the world tree was a fruit representing the law of slaughter. This time, Ling Tian consumed this fruit while digesting his newfound insights. The two complemented each other, leading Ling Tian to believe that it would not be long before he comprehended the law of slaughter. Most importantly, the law of slaughter is one of the superior laws. Not only would it greatly enhance Ling Tian's strength, but once he comprehended the law of slaughter, he could once again initiate the evolution of the chaos world. At that point, Ling Tian's physical form, currently at the mid-level of Deluo Jingxian, would undergo further refinement. Little did Ling Tian know that his actions at the South Ming Undying Volcano would have repercussions that extended far beyond the wilderness. The wilderness is timeless. Ever since Ling Tian forcefully intervened and single-handedly repelled the ancestral dragon and the primordial Qilin, the wilderness once again fell into a brief tranquility. The current situation in the wilderness is exceedingly unstable. Every being within the wilderness is seizing this rare moment of peace to diligently cultivate, accumulating their strength bit by bit. Time flies. One day, when Ling Tian awoke from his seclusion, an icy, bone-chilling murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Kill! Ling Tian suddenly let out a furious bellow. Instantly, the placental world was enveloped by Ling Tian's murderous aura. Kong Xian and Depong, still in seclusion, could not help but shudder, awakening from their meditative states, filled with uncertainty. Simultaneously, a slow smile crept across Ling Tian's face. After years of seclusion, he had finally grasped the law of slaughter. Although his comprehension level was still not high, Ling Tian distinctly felt that the barrier preventing him from breaking through to Hunyuan Jingxian had loosened slightly. It truly was effective. Ling Tian was overjoyed. The way of the Tao is simple and leads to the same destination. His understanding of the five elements law had reached the pinnacle of Deluo Jingxian, with only a final push needed for the breakthrough to Hunyuan Jingxian. After comprehending the law of slaughter, Ling Tian felt that his grasp of the five elements law had advanced even further. Do not underestimate this slight progression. Without the assistance of the law of slaughter, it would take Ling Tian an immeasurable amount of time to achieve such advancement. Ha ha ha! In high spirits, Ling Tian looked at the pale-faced Kong Xian and Depong, saying, "Brothers, let me take you to see something fun." As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Tian disregarded the bewildered expressions of Kong Xian and Depong, leading them into the chaos world. Big dot brother, you aren't going to make us temper our bodies again, are you? Depong, recalling their previous painful experience, paled further. Kong Xian, remaining silent, immediately began to flee. Seeing this, Ling Tian smirked. What are you thinking? Come back here. As he spoke, Ling Tian directly pulled Kong Xian and Depong back to his side, sternly warning, if you dare run again, I swear I will toss you into the law pool. From here on out, you will watch closely. How much enlightenment you gain depends on yourselves. Upon hearing this, Kong Xian and Depong stiffened, not daring to move. Yet they were perplexed. If Ling Tian wasn't bringing them here to temper their bodies, then what was his true intention? From Ling Tian's words, it seemed as though there was some grand opportunity awaiting them. But what kind of opportunity could there possibly be in the chaos world? Just as Kong Xian and Depong were lost in thought, a grayish aura suddenly appeared within the law pool of the chaos world. This aura, seemingly insignificant, evoked a profound sense of threat in Kong Xian and Depong, as if they were plunged into an icy abyss. Big dot brother, just as Depong was about to inquire, Ling Tian gently shook his head. Do not speak. It is about to begin. Chapter 69. The Chaos World Reenactment, Physical Breakthrough. Upon hearing Ling Tian's words, the grayish hue in the law pool of the chaos world suddenly erupted into brilliant light. What is this? Just as Kong Xian and Depong were bewildered, the grayish aura shot out from the law pool, spreading into the void of the chaos world. Soon after, it expanded into an endless expanse of gray clouds. Rumbling, thunder roared in the heavens. Torrential rain poured down. Amidst the ceaseless thunder, the gray clouds in the void churned violently, tainting the originally pure rainwater with a subtle gray hue. The rain, now infused with gray, fell from the sky, permeating every inch of the chaos world, every living being. Roar, roar, roar. The chaos world erupted with the roars of countless beings. In the once clear eyes of these beings, a shade of gray emerged. Under the influence of this grayish aura, their consciousness became hazy, waves of murderous intent surging within them. Roar, kill. The once peaceful beings could no longer contain their inner bloodlust, descending into a frenzy of slaughter. The sounds of roars intertwined with battle cries, and within the chaos world, rivers of blood flowed. Countless beings perished as a result, yet a small fraction of beings began to grow stronger amidst the carnage. With this trend, beings either aligned themselves with the powerful or banded together. As time passed, several large factions and numerous smaller factions emerged within the chaos world, vying for dominance. The previously disordered atmosphere of the chaos world transformed into one of tension and urgency. Henceforth, slaughter became an inseparable part of the lives of the beings in the chaos world. And it was only at this moment that Ling Tian, Kong Xian, and Depeng awoke from their reverie. "How was it? Did you gain anything?" Ling Tian inquired, a smile gracing his face as he observed the flushed faces of Kong Xian and Depeng. "Big brother, could this be a reenactment of the world?" Depeng, being impetuous, immediately asked. "Yes," Ling Tian nodded. "I am the sovereign of this chaos world. Each time I comprehend a new law, I can initiate a reenactment of the world." Upon hearing Ling Tian's response, Kong Xian and Depeng exchanged wide-eyed glances, simultaneously inhaling sharply, their eyes filled with astonishment. Ling Tian's words were straightforward, yet Kong Xian and Depeng, being astute, discerned the immense opportunity embedded within. Who in the wilderness could witness the evolution of a world from nothing? Such an opportunity, such a boon. Kong Xian and Depeng murmured to themselves, unable to contain their excitement. Meanwhile, observing the reactions of Kong Xian and Depeng, Ling Tian couldn't help but feel nostalgic. When he first witnessed the reenactment of the world, he had a similar expression, even uttering the same words. Truly, this opportunity is monumental. Just then, Ling Tian sensed the grayish aura within the law pool beginning to tremble gently. His expression shifted, and he bellowed, "Second brother, third brother, stop being so shocked. It is coming. It is coming." Upon hearing Ling Tian's words, Kong Xian and Depeng appeared bewildered. What is coming? Before they could ponder further, an icy, bone-chilling murderous intent enveloped them. Hiss! A deep chill penetrated their bones. Including Ling Tian, the three brothers collectively inhaled sharply, then simultaneously closed their eyes, ready to embrace this ultimate experience. Concurrently, the physical cultivation of the three brothers began to rise at an astonishing pace. Painful yet pleasurable, it was nothing short of that. In the timeless wilderness, Ling Tian, who had been in a state of enjoyment, suddenly opened his eyes, releasing a breath he had been holding. "It has finally ended." However, Kong Xian and Depeng should still be in the midst of it. Ling Tian turned to face the utterly satisfied Kong Xian and Depeng, unable to suppress a laugh of schadenfreude. Kong Xian, Depeng. Kong Xian and Depeng nearly lost their composure. They never anticipated that Ling Tian would be the first to break through in physical cultivation. Wasn't it supposed to be harder to break through at higher levels? Why did it seem different for Ling Tian? This is unscientific. Ling Tian paid no mind to the grievances of Kong Xian and Depeng, beaming as he exited the chaos world. This time, the tempering through the law of slaughter had propelled Ling Tian's physical cultivation to the late stage of Deluo Jinxian. It should be noted that his rapid breakthrough was attributed to the formidable power of the law of slaughter. The law of slaughter ranks just below the top 10 laws. Under the influence of murderous intent, the effects of body tempering were particularly potent. Consequently, it was only natural that Ling Tian's physical cultivation reached the late stage of Deluo Jinxian. With this, Ling Tian had effectively reaped the benefits of comprehending the law of slaughter. Next, he needed to select the next law to comprehend. Ling Tian murmured to himself. In the next moment, several law spirit fruits appeared in Ling Tian's hand. These spirit fruits represented the laws of alchemy, creation, stars, clouds, and blood. Although the number of law spirit fruits in Ling Tian's possession was not vast, their quality was undoubtedly superb. Even the laws of creation, ranked among the top 10 supreme laws, were included. However, Ling Tian was quite certain that even if he consumed the fruit of the law of creation, it would be utterly impossible for him to comprehend it directly. Thus, the fruit of the law of creation was immediately dismissed by Ling Tian. After some deliberation, he ultimately chose the fruit of the law of stars. The law of stars also ranks among the higher echelons of the 3,000 laws. With its comprehension not being an easy feat yet, having already grasped the law of yin and yang and having evolved the sun and moon stars within the chaotic realm, Ling Tian had gained some insights into the law of stars. Upon consuming this fruit of the law of stars, if fortune favored him, he might directly comprehend the law of stars. Furthermore, Ling Tian harbored a strong intuition that if he could grasp the law of stars, he would be able to evolve the celestial bodies within the chaotic realm, an endeavor of immense significance. With his thoughts firmly set, Ling Tian hesitated no longer and once again activated the shattered jade plate of creation, swallowing the fruit of the law of stars in one gulp, plunging himself into seclusion once more. However, unbeknownst to Ling Tian, ever since he had repelled the Dragon and Qilin clans, their prestige had plummeted to an all-time low, while the Phoenix clan's reputation had soared, subtly positioning itself as the foremost power in the primordial world. Countless admirers of the Phoenix clan emerged, hoping for its return to unify the primordial realm. Amidst this turmoil, Luo Ho, the greatest puppeteer of the Dragon-Han Calamity, began laying his final plans. This occurred many years ahead of the timeline in the original narrative. Chapter 70. The Eve of the Calamity. Luo Ho makes his move as one of the most formidable races. The Dragon and Qilin clans had always been exceedingly proud, dominating the primordial realm. Even after suffering two significant defeats at the hands of the Phoenix clan, Their arrogance remained unshaken. Yet, they remained oblivious. After their two failed assaults against the Phoenix clan, their prestige in the primordial realm had sunk to an unprecedented low. Over the years, as members of both clans traversed the primordial realm, they distinctly felt a vastly increased resistance against them. Some even fell victim to ambushes, leaving no trace behind. Such occurrences would have been unthinkable in the countless years prior. Most critically, this situation continued to deteriorate over time. This ignited great fury within the Ancestor Dragon and the primordial Qilin. However, deep down, they understood that the root of all this turmoil lay in their failed attempts to conquer the Phoenix clan. The most effective way to remedy this predicament would be to annihilate the Phoenix clan. Yet, the mere thought of this brought them profound anguish. With their current strength, they posed no threat whatsoever to the Phoenix clan. They could only watch helplessly as their situation worsened. The once dominant Dragon and Qilin clans found themselves in an exceedingly precarious position. The only solace for the Ancestor Dragon and the primordial Qilin was, after enduring two battles, the Great Sun Dragon Aou and the Holy Qilin appeared to have experienced a breakthrough. Their cultivation soared to unprecedented heights, reaching the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal in such a short span of time. Just a step away from the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal. If all went well, in the near future, the Dragon and Qilin clans would gain another mixed Yuan Golden Immortal, significantly bolstering their morale and prestige. If managed correctly, they might even restore their former glory. Thus, in recent years, the Ancestor Dragon and the primordial Qilin devoted tremendous effort to Aou and the Holy Qilin, lavishing them with resources as if they were free, striving to elevate them to the status of mixed Yuan Golden Immortal as swiftly as possible. It could be said that Aou and the Holy Qilin had become the greatest hope for the resurgence of the Dragon and Qilin clans. Yet, unbeknownst to the Ancestor Dragon and the primordial Qilin, a shadowy figure was orchestrating these events from behind the scenes. One fateful day, atop the western ancestral vein, the demon ancestor Luo Ho suddenly opened his eyes, brimming with demonic energy. The time had come. In the next instant, Luo Ho bellowed, "Where are my demon generals? It's time to incite a bloodbath between the Dragon and Qilin clans." As soon as his words fell, four demonic figures materialized in the surrounding void, bowing before Luo Ho and respectfully declaring, "We obey the command of the demon ancestor." Subsequently, the demonic figures vanished, their destination unknown. A tremendous rumble echoed through the heavens and earth, as if foretelling that a tempest of catastrophic proportions was about to engulf the primordial realm. Not long after, the already dire situation of the Dragon and Qilin clans took a turn for the worse. Bad news poured in from both clans, with reports of their members being hunted down by other beings in the primordial realm. Such grim tidings reached the ears of the Ancestor Dragon and the primordial Qilin almost daily, and the frequency of these occurrences had escalated beyond measure. Seeking death, the audacity of these races, daring to slaughter members of the Dragon clan. Exterminate them all, annihilate them. In the East Sea Dragon Palace and the Qilin ancestral land, the furious voices of the Ancestor Dragon and the primordial Qilin echoed with increasing intensity. When did their clans fall to the level of being hunted by other beings? This was absolutely unforgivable. Under the orders of the Ancestor Dragon and the primordial Qilin, the Dragon and Qilin clans unleashed a torrent of wrath, obliterating countless races. Yet, to their astonishment, their ruthless actions yielded no effect whatsoever. The hunting of Dragon clan members intensified instead. The Ancestor Dragon and the primordial Qilin were filled with a mix of rage and confusion. They could not fathom why these races would rather face annihilation than coexist peacefully with the Dragon clan. It seemed as if the entirety of the primordial realm had conspired against them. A sense of foreboding gripped the Ancestor Dragon and the primordial Qilin. If things continued down this path, the Dragon and Qilin clans might meet a tragic fate. Yet, faced with this situation, they felt utterly powerless, unsure of how to resolve it. One day, when even those who had once sworn allegiance, the Lizard and Beast clans, began to hunt members of the Dragon and Qilin clans, the ominous premonition in the hearts of the Ancestor Dragon and the primordial Qilin reached its zenith. He felt as though a grand conspiracy against the Dragon and Qilin clans was quietly unfolding. The Ancestor Dragon and the primordial Qilin were deeply troubled, yet they had no means to investigate, unaware of the mastermind behind it all. The Phoenix clan had been secluded for countless years, making it impossible for them to orchestrate such schemes against the Dragon and Qilin clans. Unless a thought struck the Ancestor Dragon and the primordial Qilin simultaneously, their expressions darkening with dread, and the next moment, a thunderous voice resonated throughout the East Sea Dragon Palace and the Qilin ancestral land. Summon the celestial mechanic and the heavenly profound Taoist. In the East Sea Dragon Palace, the Ancestor Dragon gazed at the approaching celestial mechanic, speaking in a grave tone. "Celestial mechanic, when I swore an oath to the heavenly path and established order among the Lizard clan, I received the heavenly path's approval and thus garnered 1,000,000 acres of heavenly merit. This allowed me to successfully break through to the late stage of the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal. As he spoke, a hint of nostalgia flickered in the Ancestor Dragon's eyes, reflecting on the pride he felt upon reaching the late stage of the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal, a feeling that had long since dissipated. Regaining his composure, the Ancestor Dragon waved his hand to set up multiple restrictions, continuing in a low, somber voice, "If I were to annihilate the Qilin clan, seize control over the Beast clan, and establish order among them, would the heavenly path still grant me merit?" After finishing, the Ancestor Dragon fixed his gaze intently on the celestial mechanic. "Finally, you've arrived." The celestial mechanic smiled inwardly, maintaining a calm demeanor. "From my understanding of the heavenly path, it desires stability in the primordial realm above all else. This was the reason you were rewarded with heavenly merit in the first place." Ancestor Dragon. Pausing momentarily, the celestial mechanic continued, "You have already established dominion over the Lizard clan. If you can extend your rule to the Beast clan, it would signify the establishment of order for both clans. The heavenly path would undoubtedly bestow further merit upon you, and your cultivation would advance accordingly." Upon hearing the celestial mechanic's words, the Ancestor Dragon trembled with excitement, his eyes glimmering with a profound depth. "Celestial mechanic, do you understand the consequences of deceiving me?" Chapter 71. The Catalyst of the Calamity, the Heavenly Path Saint Experience card. Upon hearing the Ancestor Dragon's words, the celestial mechanic straightened his posture, his expression earnest. "Ancestor Dragon, if I speak a single falsehood, may I be obliterated, my spirit extinguished, and the heavens bear witness." "Good." The Ancestor Dragon bellowed, an overwhelming murderous intent surging in his eyes. "Then let me ask you, is the recent hunting of the Dragon clan related to the Qilin clan?" At the mention of this, a glimmer of dark light flickered in the celestial mechanic's eyes as he fell silent, offering no answer. Yet, his silence spoke volumes, serving as the best confirmation. "Humph." The Ancestor Dragon snorted coldly, a tempest of rage and fury surging within him. "That old dog, the primordial Qilin, dares to plot against my Dragon clan. Using us as stepping stones, he is simply courting death. I shall confront him." As he spoke, the Ancestor Dragon prepared to manifest his form and march toward the Qilin clan to seek retribution. Just then, the previously silent celestial mechanic interjected, "Hold on, Ancestor Dragon. Such a confrontation will yield no results." Hearing this, the Ancestor Dragon halted, his murderous gaze fixed on the celestial mechanic. "You wish to stop me?" The celestial mechanic felt the weight of the Ancestor Dragon's murderous intent seep into his very being, chilling him to the bone. Yet, he appeared unfazed, bowing slightly as he replied, "Ancestor Dragon, rather than waste your efforts confronting the Qilin clan, bury your hatred deep within and focus your gaze on the Bird clan. If you can establish order among the Bird clan first." As the celestial mechanic continued to speak, the murderous intent in the Ancestor Dragon's eyes gradually faded, replaced by a burgeoning excitement. If what the celestial mechanic said was true, this could very well be a turning point for the Dragon clan rather than a disaster. Should he manage to break through to the pinnacle of the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal, he would be poised to defeat the Qilin clan and seize control of the Beast clan. If he could unify the three major clans and establish order among them, perhaps he would have a slim chance of achieving the legendary mixed Yuan de Luo Golden Immortal. At that point, the Phoenix clan would be of no concern. With this thought, a brilliant light ignited in the Ancestor Dragon's eyes, and he declared, "Celestial mechanic, should I rise to dominance over the primordial realm, you shall be credited with the primary merit." The Ancestor Dragon immediately summoned the powerful figures of the Dragon clan, beginning to plot against the Bird clan. Simultaneously, within the Qilin ancestral land, the primordial Qilin also gathered the powerful figures of the Qilin clan, equally preparing to conspire against the Bird clan. Merely a few years later, many powerful figures from both the Dragon and Qilin clans, accompanied by elite members, launched a massive assault on the Bird clan. The timing and actions of both clans were nearly identical. The Ancestor Dragon and the primordial Qilin quickly grasped each other's intentions. Once cooperative partners, they now harbored an intense desire to eliminate one another. Yet, both chose to bide their time, hastening their efforts to assimilate the Bird clan. Under the relentless onslaught of the Dragon and Qilin clans, the Bird clan found itself utterly beleaguered, with no means of resistance. Blood soared across the primordial realm. Boundless calamity descended from the void, infiltrating the very beings of countless primordial creatures. One day, when the Bird clan had completely fallen, the Dragon and Qilin clans simultaneously halted their attacks to consolidate their gains. Once again, the primordial realm fell into a brief period of tranquility. Yet, everyone understood that a cataclysmic storm was brewing on the horizon. This time, the primordial realm remained peaceful for less than 10,000 years before chaos erupted anew. The source of this chaos was none other than the Dragon and Qilin clans. For millennia, although they had not engaged in direct conflict, they had been relentlessly prodding their subordinate forces to test one another. Though these were merely skirmishes, they had already resulted in countless casualties. And this was only the beginning. As time passed, tensions escalated, leading to the deaths of members from both clans at each other's hands. The situation grew increasingly dire, with casualties mounting. Even great Luo golden immortals from both clans perished in this conflict. Within a mere 10,000 years, the animosity between the two clans had reached a point of no return, bordering on mutual annihilation. Were it not for the Ancestor Dragon and the primordial Qilin's efforts to suppress the situation, the two clans would have surely plunged into a bloodbath by now. Yet even so, the emotions of the Dragon and Qilin clan members reached a breaking point, on the brink of explosion. At this moment, within the western ancestral vein, the Demon Ancestor Luo Ho wore a cruel smile, murmuring, "The hatred between the Dragon and Qilin clans is now sufficient. Let us send Aou and the Holy Qilin on their way." Just as Luo Ho issued his command, Ling Tian, who was deep in seclusion, suddenly awakened. Having been immersed in comprehending the law of stars, in his mind, the long-awaited system notification rang out. Ding! Detected that Aou and the Holy Qilin are about to perish, becoming the catalyst for the war between the Dragon and Qilin clans. Please choose. Option 1. Go and prevent this from happening. Reward. Supreme Innate Spiritual Treasure, the 5 Directions flag. Option 2. Turn a blind eye and continue secluding yourself. Reward. 1 Heavenly Path Saint Experience card. Heavenly Path Saint Experience card. A special consumable item that grants the user the power of a Heavenly Path Saint for 1 year. The user must be the host themselves and must have reached at least the mid-stage of the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal. Upon hearing the system's notification, Ling Tian was taken aback. If he allowed Aou and the Holy Qilin to become the catalyst for the impending war, it would pave the way for Luo Ho to annihilate both the Dragon and Qilin clans. Historically, the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans had nearly faced extinction due to Luo Ho's schemes. Logically speaking, Ling Tian should have chosen the first option, at the very least to delay Luo Ho's plans. However, the reward for the second option was simply too enticing. The Heavenly Path Saint Experience card. Ling Tian never anticipated that the system would bestow such a miraculous item. This could grant him the power of a saint ahead of time. Although temporary, it was undoubtedly an extraordinary boon. The only drawback was the stringent requirements for use. He had to use it himself, and his cultivation must be at least at the mid-stage of the Chaos Golden Immortal. Nevertheless, Ling Tian chose the second option. The first choice was merely a temporary solution, while the second offered a permanent resolution. What he needed to do was to meet the stringent requirements of the Heavenly Path Saint Experience card before Luo Ho arrived. After making his choice, Ling Tian wasted no time and immediately plunged back into seclusion. Shortly after Ling Tian resumed his seclusion, a sharp pain pierced the hearts of the Ancestor Dragon and the primordial Qilin within the East Sea Dragon Palace and the Qilin ancestral land. Their eyes ablaze with uncontrollable murderous intent. Chapter 72. Aou and the Holy Qilin perish, the blood war between two clans. A sudden surge of emotion. The Ancestor Dragon and the primordial Qilin, who had been in seclusion, felt a sharp pang in their hearts. As late-stage Great Luo Golden Immortals, they immediately grasped the reason behind it. Yet, this very reason ignited an uncontrollable fury within them. Who dares to plot against my child? The Ancestor Dragon and the primordial Qilin roared in unison, their voices echoing with uncanny similarity. In the East Sea Dragon Palace, the Ancestor Dragon rushed frantically toward the lair of the Great Sun Dragon. Aou. Upon seeing Aou lying in a pool of blood, the Ancestor Dragon let out a mournful wail. All remaining hope extinguished. In the Ancestor Dragon's perception, Aou's aura had completely vanished. Even his heart had been ripped from his chest by the assailant. The pride of the Dragon clan, the hope of its resurgence, the Great Sun Heavenly Dragon Aou, has unexpectedly fallen. Thieves, dare to slay my son. Even if it costs the entirety of my clan's strength, I shall hunt you down and tear you to shreds. As he spoke, the Ancestor Dragon glared with bloodshot eyes at the hastily arriving Tianji Daoist and bellowed, "Tianji Daoist, I command you to immediately deduce the identity of my son's murderer." Upon hearing this, a flicker of smugness crossed Tianji Daoist's eyes. The death of Aou was indeed orchestrated by him. Now, the Ancestor Dragon demanded that he uncover the murderer of Aou. He chuckled darkly within. Yet his face bore a mask of profound solemnity, sighing, "Lord Ancestor Dragon, please accept my condolences. I shall exert every effort, even if it costs me my life, to ascertain the identity of the one who killed Prince Aou." As he spoke, Tianji Daoist seated himself cross-legged, appearing to concentrate all his energy on the calculations. But that was not all. Shortly thereafter, it seemed Tianji Daoist encountered some difficulty in his calculations. He struck his chest fiercely, spitting out a large mouthful of essence blood, his complexion turning ashen. With the help of this essence blood, the calculations that had previously stagnated due to unknown reasons finally resumed. Anyone witnessing this scene would inevitably commend Tianji Daoist for his unwavering loyalty to the Ancestor Dragon. in '01 could possibly connect Tianji Daoist with the murderer of AOU? Not even the Ancestor Dragon himself. Observing Tianji Daoist's actions, a glimmer of gratitude flickered in the Ancestor Dragon's eyes. He had not anticipated such desperation from Tianji Daoist on his behalf in this moment. He refrained from saying much, merely etching this loyalty into his heart. Time passed, and when Tianji Daoist's body was on the verge of collapse, his face an eerie white, he slowly opened his eyes and spoke in a feeble voice. Lord Ancestor Dragon, I have deduced the identity of the murderer, but I am uncertain if I should disclose it. A brilliant murderous intent erupted from the Ancestor Dragon's golden dragon eyes as he thundered. Speak. Upon hearing this, Tianji Daoist's complexion paled further, as if on the brink of death. He weakly replied, if my calculations are correct, the death of Prince Aou is likely connected to the Qilin clan. Please observe, Lord Ancestor Dragon. As he spoke, Tianji Daoist pointed toward Aou's corpse, whereupon a subtle fluctuation became apparent. The law of Earth? No. This is a unique Earth law of the Qilin clan. Fury surged within the Ancestor Dragon. Damn Qilin, the Dragon clan shall be at odds with you to the bitter end. Little did the Ancestor Dragon know, a remarkably similar event was unfolding in the ancestral lands of the Qilin clan. Albeit with the fallen being the Qilin prince, Shang Qilin Dai in this scenario, Tianji Daoist and the slain prince were replaced by Shi Qilin and Tianqian Daoist. Thus, the former allies, the Dragon clan and the Qilin clan, had become sworn enemies. Moreover, both the Ancestor Dragon and Shi Qilin harbored a veiled intent in their hearts to utterly annihilate one another, subsequently uniting the three great clans of avians, beasts, and scaled creatures, and ascending as the sovereigns of the wilderness. At that time, they would have a significant chance to once again attain the merits of the heavenly Tao, achieving the perfection of the Chaos Golden Immortal, or even the primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal. Amidst the fury of the Ancestor Dragon and Shi Qilin, the Dragon clan, leading the Scaled clan, and the Qilin clan, leading the Beast clan, surged toward each other with unparalleled ferocity. When enemies meet, their eyes burn with hatred. A life-and-death blood battle was imminent. This was starkly different from the previous one-sided assault against the Avian clan. The strengths of the Dragon clan and the Qilin clan were remarkably close, and the ensuing battle was characterized by a fierce back and forth, ensnaring them in a grueling stalemate. This protracted struggle resembled a battlefield meat grinder, with countless beings being slaughtered at every moment. Moreover, the conflict between the Dragon clan and the Qilin clan plunged the entire wilderness into boundless chaos. Aside from a few isolated areas, nearly all beings within the wilderness were ensnared in this turmoil, morphing into a superstorm that swept across the land. In the wilderness, sorrow echoed everywhere. Beings suffered grievously. The once vibrant mountains and rivers were now tainted with a thick layer of blood. On the ground, blood flowed freely like rivers, with no one to heed it. Unbeknownst to all, this blood, upon seeping into the earth, seemed to be under some kind of control, continuously flowing westward towards the ancestral veins. Deep beneath the western ancestral veins, a formation radiating a potent aura of slaughter was slowly taking shape. This formation was none other than the famed Zhuxian formation of the later generations. Once the Zhuxian formation was fully formed, Luo Hua would be able to leverage it alongside the Zhuxian Four Swords to set up a massacre array known as the Zhuxian Sword Array. At that moment, with Luo Hua's late-stage primordial golden immortal cultivation, he would ascend to dominate the wilderness with unparalleled might. As the conflict between the Dragon clan and the Qilin clan escalated, the Calamity in the Void seemed to sense an opportunity, boiling violently like scalding water. Simultaneously, the Calamity in the eyes of the Ancestor Dragon, Shi Qilin, and countless beings erupted in a deafening roar. Kill, kill! The Dragon clan and the Qilin clan each led their respective Scaled and Beast clans, charging towards one another with great momentum. After countless years, the war between the two clans had reached its final showdown. One day, amidst the vast starry sky, the armies of the Dragon clan and the Qilin clan stood opposed to one another. An endless aura of murderous intent enveloped the entire void. The Ancestor Dragon and Shi Qilin stood at the forefront, their eyes intertwined, filled only with boundless hatred and malice. Shi Qilin, today shall be your death day. The Ancestor Dragon's icy voice resonated throughout the void. In response, Shi Qilin's gaze was as frigid as 1,000-year-old ice, chilling to the bone and no need for more words. Today, it is either your death or mine. Chapter 73. Both sides suffer. The Demon clan emerges when enemies meet, their eyes burn with hatred. The Ancestor Dragon and Shi Qilin hesitated not for a moment. Kill, roar. Both sides erupted in thunderous roars. In the next instant, the two great factions, led by the Dragon clan and Shi Qilin, surged forth like a tidal wave, crashing into one another without a hint of hesitation. The battle commenced at its zenith. Boom! The collision of the two great factions unleashed a deafening roar. In that moment alone, no fewer than 1 million beings perished. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Roar, roar. The Ancestor Dragon and Shurchilin simultaneously released a ferocious roar. Then, both late-stage primordial golden immortal beings transformed into their true forms. The Ancestor Dragon morphed into a golden giant dragon stretching tens of thousands of miles. The Ancestor Dragon Pearl transformed into a blazing sun. Hovering above the Ancestor Dragon's head, Shurchilin, grounded upon the earth, became a towering giant mountain. The Qilin Seal manifested as a brown light, swirling around Shurchilin's figure. Roar, roar. Accompanied by two earth-shattering roars, the Ancestor Dragon Pearl and the Qilin Seal struck down upon each other with tremendous force. As they passed, dark fissures appeared in the void, indicating the very fabric of the wilderness was being shattered in the depths of these profound void cracks. An immense pull emerged, drawing in countless beings nearby, who perished on the spot. Yet, no one paid heed to such casualties. In the next moment, the Ancestor Dragon Pearl and the Qilin Seal collided violently. A vast void fissure, spanning tens of thousands of miles, erupted in the space. No. Countless beings let out wretched cries as they were consumed by this immense void rift. The fate of these beings was all but sealed. Simultaneously, the colossal forms of the Ancestor Dragon and Shurchilin, propelled by their overwhelming might, crashed into one another. Boom. The force of their clash generated tangible shockwaves that rippled outward, shattering rivers and collapsing mountains, extinguishing all life in their wake. However, the brutal struggle between the Ancestor Dragon and Shurchilin was merely a microcosm of the vast battlefield. Within the fray, swathes of beings fell like straw, and the ground was littered with corpses. Rivers of blood flowed freely. Both sides, red-eyed with fury, showed no signs of halting. This battle would last for tens of thousands of years. Tens of thousands of years later, the Ancestor Dragon and Shurchilin simultaneously knocked each other back. Roar, roar. After tens of thousands of years of relentless combat, the two late-stage primordial golden immortals were covered in wounds. Gasping for breath, their eyes were filled with profound exhaustion. Having fought for their lives for tens of thousands of years, even the Ancestor Dragon and Shurchilin found it arduous to endure. Furthermore, they could clearly sense that a significant portion of their clansmen had fallen, to a catastrophic extent. It was evident that even if one side truly triumphed, they would not achieve the dominance they had envisioned. The Ancestor Dragon and Shurchilin exchanged glances, and both recognized the retreating intent in each other's eyes. Retreat, retreat. The Ancestor Dragon and Shurchilin shouted in unison. The clansmen of the warring factions felt a wave of relief wash over them, as if granted a reprieve, and they hurried to gather around the Ancestor Dragon and Shurchilin. After tens of thousands of years of conflict, the fighting finally ceased. The battlefield was left with only the sounds of heavy breathing. Yet, standing behind the Ancestor Dragon and Shurchilin were merely a fraction of their original forces, reduced to a mere 10%. Witnessing this, the Ancestor Dragon and Shurchilin's eyes filled with profound sorrow. This battle had been too devastating. They wished to continue no longer. But just as the Ancestor Dragon and Shurchilin prepared to lead their remaining kin away, Tianji Daoist and Tianxian Daoist beside them suddenly approached. The Ancestor Dragon and Shurchilin, unsuspecting, turned to look without a hint of caution. Yet in the next moment, their eyes widened in horror as a sword tip suddenly pierced through their chests. An overwhelming aura of malevolence descended upon them. Already wounded, the Ancestor Dragon and Shurchilin felt darkness closing in, ready to plummet to the ground. Roar, roar. Despite their dire situation, the Ancestor Dragon and Shurchilin managed to stabilize themselves. The Ancestor Dragon Pearl and Qilin Seal erupted forth, sending Tianji Daoist and Tianxian Daoist flying. As they bellowed, Tianji Daoist, Tianxian Daoist, you seek death. Little did the Ancestor Dragon and Shurchilin anticipate that the loyal Tianji Daoist and Tianxian Daoist, who had repeatedly aided them, would turn on them at such a critical juncture. Oddly enough, the two, after being struck, converged mid-air, merging into a colossal demonic shadow. Simultaneously, a wild, maniacal laughter resonated through the heavens and earth. Ancestor Dragon, Shurchilin, you foolish fools. I am not Tianji Daoist or Tianxian Daoist. I am the incarnation of the Demon Ancestor. Ha ha ha. As the laughter faded, this demonic shadow unleashed an overwhelming aura of malevolence, kneeling slowly towards the west, bellowing, I welcome the arrival of the Demon Ancestor. In the next instant, the void erupted with countless demonic shadows. The cacophony of roars merged into a singular voice. We welcome the arrival of the Demon Ancestor. Instantly, the entire battlefield was engulfed in boundless demonic energy. Upon witnessing this multitude of demonic shadows and hearing the name of the Demon Ancestor, Luo Hua, the Ancestor Dragon and Shurchilin felt a chill run down their spines, a singular thought surfacing in their minds. It must be this Demon Ancestor who is the true mastermind behind everything. The deaths of Aou and the Great Sun Heavenly Dragon were all orchestrated by this Demon Ancestor scheming. Upon realizing this, the Ancestor Dragon and Shurchilin felt a surge of rage, and they couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Their already ghastly complexions darkened further. Meanwhile, in the eyes of all beings, amidst the surging demonic energy, a massive demonic shadow slowly emerged. The myriad demonic shadows fell to their knees, and the fused figure of Tianji Daoist and Tianxian Daoist was drawn into this demonic shadow. In the next moment, a cold and authoritative voice resonated through the void. I am the Demon Ancestor Luo Hua. All demonic warriors, heed my command. Annihilate the Dragon Clan and the Qilin Clan. As soon as the words fell, countless demons in the void roared in unison. We obey the command of the Demon Ancestor. Following this, countless demonic beings, brimming with overwhelming malevolence and intent to kill, surged towards the exhausted Dragon Clan and Qilin Clan, who had fought for countless years. The remnants of the two clans were no match for the Demon Clan. In mere moments, they suffered devastating losses. Witnessing this scene, both the Ancestor Dragon and Shurchilin let out despairing roars, gathering the last of their strength to charge towards the Demon Ancestor Luo Hua. Chapter 74. The Grief of Two Clans. Hongjun emerges. The Ancestor Dragon and Shurchilin understood that only by vanquishing this so-called Demon Ancestor Luo Hua could they unravel the dire predicament before them. Moreover, the fact that this Demon Ancestor dared to show himself indicated his strength was certainly on par with their own. Given their current state of severe injuries, they could only hope to succeed through cooperation. Thus, these two longtime adversaries, who had battled for tens of thousands of years, chose to join forces without hesitation. The Ancestor Dragon Pearl and Qilin Seal transformed into two streams of light, propelled by their frenzied intent to kill, hurtling towards the void where Luo Hua resided. Upon witnessing this, a mocking smirk danced on the lips of the Demon Ancestor Luo. Is this all you've got? You must know that the treasures that Tianji Daoist and Tianxian Daoist embedded within you are no ordinary artifacts. They are the infamous killing weapons of the wilderness, the Xian Trap Sword and the Zhu Xian Sword. Weakened as they were, the Ancestor Dragon and Shurchilin found themselves in a dire state. Additionally, Luo Hua bore numerous offensive treasures, and combined, even their alliance would not suffice against him. Just as the Ancestor Dragon Pearl and Qilin Seal were about to strike Luo Hua, he suddenly brandished a blood-red spear, the God-slaying spear. With a roar, the spear emerges like a dragon, sweeping the world. Boundless murderous power surged forth, effortlessly deflecting the Ancestor Dragon Pearl and Qilin Seal. But that was not all. In the next moment, the God-slaying spear transformed into a streak of blood-red light, piercing through the chests of the Ancestor Dragon and Shurchilin, who were left aghast. Both Ancestor Dragon and Shurchilin spat out a mouthful of essence blood, their expressions turning extremely listless as their bodies uncontrollably descended towards the wilderness. Leader! The remaining members of the Dragon Clan and Qilin Clan wailed, desperately attempting to reach their leaders. Yet, between them stood a sea of demons, blocking their path. Before they could take a few steps forward, they were intercepted by the attacking demons. Roar! The void reverberated with countless desperate howls. In response, Luo Hua displayed no mercy, revealing a glimmer of cruelty. In the next moment, the God-slaying spear transformed into a blood-red light once more, ruthlessly targeting the heads of the Ancestor Dragon and Shurchilin. Luo Hua was intent on delivering a fatal blow. The Demon Ancestor required a vast amount of blood energy to nourish the Zhu Xian formation. If he could eliminate the Ancestor Dragon and Shurchilin and acquire their blood energy, it would significantly benefit the Zhu Xian formation. To Luo Hua, the mighty Ancestor Dragon and Shurchilin were mere fodder for the Zhu Xian formation. Sensing the looming threat of death, both Ancestor Dragon and Shurchilin were struck with terror. Yet they sorrowfully realized they had already lost their ability to resist and were on the brink of death. In their current circumstances, even if the Yuan Feng were to set aside past grievances to rescue them, it would be futile. Acknowledging their impending demise, the Ancestor Dragon and Shurchilin exchanged glances. A flicker of relief passing through their eyes, memories of countless years since their birth flashed through their minds, from the spirited ambition of mastering one's cultivation to the diligent governance as a clan leader. From the pride of commanding the mightiest race in the primordial world to the failures faced in 2 attempts to conquer the Phoenix clan, and finally to the imminent demise looming over them. This life has indeed been vibrant and fulfilling. With a sigh, both Zulong and Shikolin prepared to close their eyes and await death. Little did they know that just as the God-slaying spear was about to strike them, a white jade golden bridge transcending time and space abruptly appeared before them. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the God-slaying spear collided violently with the white jade golden bridge. An overwhelming aura of malevolence surged through the void, threatening to engulf Zulong and Shikolin. Yet at that moment, a brilliant golden light erupted from the white jade golden bridge, halting the boundless malice. What is happening? Zulong and Shikolin's eyes widened in astonishment. Simultaneously, A profound question surged within them. Who else in this primordial realm possesses such formidable power? Could it be that the Yuanfeng has emerged? However, this aura felt entirely different from that of Yuanfeng. It cannot possibly be Yuanfeng. But who could it be? Just as Zulong and Shikolin were engulfed in confusion, they distinctly heard the furious roar of Luahu. Hongjun, do you dare to obstruct me? As soon as the words left his mouth, a figure clad in an ancient Taoist robe slowly emerged from the other side of the white jade golden bridge. It was none other than Hongjun. Upon hearing Luahu's roar, a flicker of turbulence appeared in Hongjun's otherwise tranquil gaze. As he calmly replied, Luahu, Zulong and Shikolin must not perish. Why must they not perish? Are you intending to protect them? Luahu's expression darkened, nearly dripping with malice. He was well aware of Hongjun's formidable strength and chose not to act directly. Meanwhile, a faint smile graced Hongjun's face. It is not out of my desire to protect them. Who else, if not you? Hongjun pointed towards the void and declared solemnly, it is the heavenly Tao that seeks to protect Zulong and Shikolin. The heavenly Tao? Luahu scoffed. The heavenly Tao is merciless. Why would it spare Zulong and Shikolin? Moreover, under my calculations, Zulong and Shikolin have already committed unspeakable crimes within this primordial realm, making them great sinners. Such sinners are worthy of the heavenly Tao's favor? Absolutely not. Hongjun, do you dare to deceive me so brazenly? Do you think I fear to kill you? Luahu bellowed furiously. As he spoke, the void above Luahu's head became entwined with torrents of demonic and sinister energy, swirling relentlessly. Hongjun, however, remained unfazed, replying nonchalantly, Luahu, no matter how audacious I may be, I would never dare to deceive you with the heavenly Tao. Upon hearing this, Luahu fell silent. Hongjun's words were irrefutably true. Especially since Hongjun has always regarded the heavenly Tao with utmost reverence, it would be impossible for him to deceive Luahu using it. Yet, Luahu was unwilling to let Zulong and Shikolin go. After all, Zulong and Shikolin were beings of the late stage of Hunyuan Jingxian. If they were allowed to recover, they would undoubtedly pose a tremendous threat to him. Just as Luahu grappled with his internal conflict, Hongjun paid him no mind and turned to Zulong and Shikolin. Speaking with a calm demeanor, Zulong, Shikolin, since your birth, you have been favored by the heavenly Tao. Yet you have shown no gratitude, pursuing selfish desires and wreaking havoc in the primordial realm, resulting in the current plight of countless beings. Do you comprehend your sins? Chapter 75. The demise of two clans. Demons descend upon the world. Upon hearing Hongjun's words, Zulong and Shikolin exchanged glances and simultaneously knelt before Hongjun. Zulong acknowledges his sins. Shikolin acknowledges his sins. Hongjun nodded slightly and spoke slowly. Since you acknowledge your sins, you must atone for them. At this, Zulong and Shikolin raised their heads to look at Hongjun, earnestly asking, how shall we atone? You have poisoned the primordial realm, bringing forth such calamities. You must bring benefits to the primordial realm in order to atone for your sins. Bring benefits to the primordial realm? Zulong and Shikolin fell into deep contemplation. It was one thing to engage in battles for territory, but to bring benefits to the primordial realm was an exceedingly daunting task. Suddenly, memories of their insights while establishing order among the Lingjia and Zhou beasts surfaced in their minds. The ultimate purpose of the heavenly Tao must be the stability of the primordial realm. Could this be feasible? Enlightenment dawned upon them. Zulong soared into the void, his powerful voice resonating throughout the heavens. I am Zulong, and from this day forth, I shall lead all dragons to forever stabilize the four CCIs, bringing blessings to the primordial realm. Let the heavenly Tao bear witness. Simultaneously, Shikolin ascended into the void and declared a vow to the heavenly Tao. I am Shikolin, and from this day forth, I shall lead all Qilin to forever stabilize the depths of the primordial realm, bringing blessings to the primordial realm. Let the heavenly Tao bear witness. As soon as Zulong and Shikolin finished speaking, a thunderous rumble echoed through the void, slowly revealing a colossal eye. The eye of the heavenly Tao? Zulong and Shikolin exclaimed in unison. Following their establishment of order, they once again invoked the eye of the heavenly Dao Dian. The next moment, the eye of the heavenly Tao solidified, and a resounding decree reverberated across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Approved. Upon hearing this proclamation, Zulong, Shikolin, and the remaining members of the Dragon and Qilin clans felt a sudden lightness, as if a heavy shackle had been lifted from them. Their previously murky eyes regained clarity. Thank the heavenly Tao for its mercy. Leading the way, Zulong and Shikolin, along with all the dragons and Qilin, knelt fervently in the void, their gazes filled with sincere devotion. Subsequently, disregarding Luahu's grim countenance, they retreated like a tide towards the 4 CCIs and the depths of the primordial realm. Thus, from that moment on, the Dragon clan and Qilin clan, which had roamed the primordial realm for countless years, came to a definitive conclusion. It is indeed a lamentable sight. Witnessing this, Luahu's expression darkened. Though he intended to retain the Dragon and Qilin clans, he ultimately refrained from acting, departing with the countless demons in a huff. However, for Luohu, with the Dragon and Qilin clans completely exiting the historical stage, his primary objective had been achieved. The next step was to command the myriad demons and launch an assault on the world. After Luohu's departure, Hong Jun on the battlefield gazed thoughtfully into a certain point in the void. His eyes filled with an unusual gleam, and a slight smile graced his lips within the Yuanfeng's domain. As Zulong and Shikolin made their vows to the heavenly Tao, Ling Tian abruptly awoke from his seclusion. The long-lost system notification echoed in his ears. Ding! Detected that the Dragon and Qilin clans have exited the historical stage. Please choose. Option 1. Emerge and contest the world against Luohu. Reward. Innate Supreme Treasure, the Chaos Bell. Option 2. Remain indifferent and continue seclusion. Reward. Special item, the Fallen Saint Pill. Hearing the system's voice, Ling Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, unable to suppress a murmur. So it is as I suspected. The Dragon and Qilin clans have ultimately exited the stage. This is the so-called grand trend of the primordial realm. After countless years of conflict with the Phoenix clan, the Dragon and Qilin clans, which had brought several life-and-death crises upon the Phoenix clan, have ultimately withdrawn from the stage of history. How strikingly similar this is to the original history of the primordial realm. The only difference is, the Phoenix clan, which ought to have exited the stage alongside them, still survives within the South Ming undying volcano. It is foreseeable that in the near future, the heavenly Tao of the primordial realm will undoubtedly devise ways to plot against the Phoenix clan, leading them to follow in the footsteps of the Dragon and Qilin clans. With this thought, Ling Tian's expression turned exceedingly serious, his eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. It is said that the grand trend of the primordial realm is irreversible. Yet since I have descended into the primordial realm and activated the system, I must stand at the forefront and confront this grand trend. With his thoughts resolved, Ling Tian relaxed his expression and glanced at the two choices presented by the system. Option 1 required him to emerge now and confront Luohu head-on, which was an exceedingly irrational decision. Moreover, the reward for Option 1 was the Chaos Bell. Once again, they are sending me a bell. The system truly harbors unyielding intentions against me. Ling Tian scoffed repeatedly and promptly declared, System, I choose Option 2. It is noteworthy that the reward for Option 2 was the Fallen Saint Pill, which Ling Tian had coveted for a long time. Fallen Saint Pill, rare treasure of the heavenly Tao, akin to the heaven-suppressing coffin, and the six-soul banner, capable of inflicting harm upon the primordial spirit of heavenly Tao saints. This is evidently a magnificent treasure that can harm saints. Such an exquisite item. Heh. A vivid image suddenly appeared in Ling Tian's mind. It was during the time of the calamity of the witch and demon, when he wielded the Fallen Saint Pill in one hand and the heaven-suppressing coffin in the other, causing all the heavenly Tao saints to tremble in fear. Should they dare to resist, he would feed them the pill and send them to the coffin. Such a scenario was simply too splendid. As he contemplated this delightful prospect, Ling Tian couldn't help but laugh heartily, startling Kong Xian and the Great Peng, who had just completed their physical refinement. They feared that with a mere wave of Ling Tian's hand, they would be sent back into the pool of laws for further refinement. Naturally, Ling Tian was oblivious to the little fears of Kong Xian and the Great Peng. He soon fell back into seclusion. Now that the Dragon and Qilin clans had exited the stage, the next step would be Luohu's assault on the world. It is foreseeable that, when the time comes for Luohu to unleash his demonic might upon the world, it would mark the moment he seeks to eradicate the Phoenix clan, the thorn in his side. Time is running short for Ling Tian. He must break through to Hunyuan Jingxian before Luohu descends. Otherwise, both he and the Phoenix clan will fall into an abyss of despair. Ling Tian's predictions were not unfounded. Merely a century later, Luohu commanded millions of demons and brazenly commenced the grand endeavor of conquering the primordial realm. Luohu stationed himself at the western ancestral pulse, while the four great demon generals, Wu Xin, Wu Xiang, Wu Feng, and Wu Yan, led countless demons, enveloped in a torrent of demonic might, to begin expanding the territory of the demon clan. At this moment, the primordial realm was still reeling from the aftermath of the battle between the Dragon and Qilin clans. A significant portion of the beings within the primordial realm had perished. The surviving inhabitants of the primordial realm found themselves utterly defenseless against the well-prepared and enigmatic demon clan, rapidly succumbing one after another. They either submitted or faced complete annihilation. The demon clan's territory expanded at a breathtaking pace, and within merely 10,000 years, almost the entire primordial realm had fallen under their dominion, save for a few isolated areas. One day, within the western ancestral pulse, Luohu, seated in the void, gazed upon the primordial realm nearly shrouded by demonic energy, unable to restrain a triumphant laugh. Chapter 76. The completion of Hunyuan Jingxian. a thorn in Luahu's eye in the years since the Demon Ancestor launched his assault upon the primordial realm. A continuous stream of blood energy had flowed into the Western ancestral pulse, nourishing the Zhuxian formation. But that was not all. The most delightful surprise for Luahu was that his cultivation had been advancing by leaps and bounds. It is worth noting that Luahu's cultivation had already reached the late stage of Hunyuan Jingxian. Should he break through, he would attain the complete stage of Hunyuan Jingxian, merely a step away from Hunyuan Deluo Jingxian. Luahu had never anticipated that the demon clan's assault on the primordial realm would yield such benefits for him. Suddenly, Luahu recalled Ling Tian's words from the valley, and a boundless killing intent surged in his gaze. "You wretch, do not let me find you." Luahu was well aware that he had been deceived by Ling Tian. The conquest of the primordial realm was also a unique path to achieving enlightenment. At least for now, this path seemed to be the right one. Time is unrecorded in the primordial realm. One day, a thunderous roar echoed through the void above the western continent, reverberating like an endless roll of thunder that resonated across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. What is this? Could it be that the Demon Ancestor is making a move? At this moment, the primordial realm had almost entirely fallen under the demon clan's dominion. When countless beings in the primordial realm spoke of Luahu, they referred to him as the Demon Ancestor. They all knew that the Demon Ancestor Luahu resided in the Western ancestral pulse, and now the thunderous sounds in the void must be related to him. Yet they remained oblivious as to the reason behind it. As time passed, the thunderous sounds originating from the void in the Western continent grew increasingly intense, even showing signs of expanding to other continents. Ultimately, however, it failed to cross the boundaries of the Western continent. Countless beings in the primordial realm inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief, as if some great catastrophe had vanished into thin air. Little did they know that just moments ago, Luahu's cultivation had surged from the late stage of Hunyuan Jingxian to the complete stage of Hunyuan Jingxian. But that was not all. Luahu, in his arrogance, had audaciously begun to challenge the threshold of Hunyuan Deluo Jingxian at the very moment he achieved the complete stage of Hunyuan Jingxian. This had triggered the thunderstorm that expanded to other continents. However, in the end, Luahu fell short, failing to break through to the legendary Hunyuan Deluo Jingxian. What am I still lacking? Within the Western ancestral pulse, Luahu furrowed his brow, muttering to himself. He had fully expected to succeed in his breakthrough. Yet he had not anticipated falling short. What he did not know was that at this moment, within the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun was hosting a banquet for 3 ethereal beings, the ancestor of Yin and Yang, the ancestor of Qin and Kuin, and the celestial master Yangmei. The ancestor of Yin and Yang, the ancestor of Qin and Kuin, and the celestial master Yangmei were all formidable Hunyuan Jingxian experts. These 3 had remained hidden from the world for countless years, yet they were now invited by Hongjun. Upon sensing Luahu's failed breakthrough, a faint smile appeared on Hongjun's face. This audacious demon child truly overestimates himself, daring to attempt to break through to Hunyuan Deluo Jingxian. Upon hearing this, the ancestor of Yin and Yang let out a cold laugh. He overestimates his own capabilities. The ancestor of Qin and Kuin and the celestial master Yangmei remained silent. Yet their expressions of disdain spoke volumes. Hongjun keenly observed the expressions on these 3 powerful beings, and a hint of concern flickered across his face. Although Luahu had failed to break through to Hunyuan Deluo Jingxian, he had nonetheless reached the complete stage of Hunyuan Jingxian, posing a significant threat. Moreover, the primordial realm had been ravaged beyond recognition by him. As beings who existed since the time of Pengu's creation, how could they allow Luahu to run rampant? As they spoke, Hongjun's gaze subtly swept over the ancestor of Yin and Yang, the ancestor of Qin and Kuin, and the celestial master Yangmei, clearly noting their anger. Evidently, his words had struck a chord. The ancestor of Yin and Yang, known for his impulsive nature, immediately spoke up. Luahu wields the god-slaying spear. And with his cultivation now at the complete stage of Hunyuan Jingxian, he is indeed not a foe we can individually contend with. Indeed. The ancestor of Qin and Kuin nodded in agreement. However, as long as Luahu does not seek trouble with us, it matters little if the primordial realm becomes a domain of demons. Let him wreak havoc. Although the celestial master Yangmei did not speak, he sipped his tea, seemingly indifferent to everything, his meaning unspoken yet clear. Witnessing this, Hongjun remained unperturbed, still wearing a calm demeanor. For the time being, Luahu would not be able to break through to Hunyuan Deluo Jingxian. He still had ample time to persuade these 3 to emerge. Since the heavenly Tao had chosen him, there was no need to rush. Furthermore, there still existed a region within the primordial realm that Luahu had yet to touch. This region was none other than the territory of the Phoenix clan, the South Ming Undying Volcano. In the unrecorded years of the primordial realm, once the demon ancestor Luahu had firmly established his complete stage of Hunyuan Jingxian, his gaze fell upon the South Ming Undying Volcano. Ever since Luahu began orchestrating the entire primordial realm, he had faced no defeats. The only few instances where his schemes had faltered were all at the hands of the Phoenix clan. It can be said that the Phoenix clan had become an indelible stain in Luohu's grand scheme, a thorn in his side. Now that Luohu's strength had reached the complete stage of Hunyuan Jingxian, it was time to eradicate the Phoenix clan. Moreover, after countless years of nourishing blood energy, the Zhu Xian formation was nearing completion. If he could obtain the boundless blood energy from within the Phoenix clan, the Zhu Xian formation in the Western ancestral pulse might very well be fully formed. Humph! Luohu snorted coldly, his eyes ablaze with demonic energy. To him, the Phoenix clan was merely a stepping stone. Once the Phoenix clan was annihilated, and the Zhu Xian formation was completely formed, Luohu was determined to unearth and annihilate the so-called formidable beings hidden within the primordial chaos. One by one, in his presence, no one shall find solace. In the next moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the ancestral veins of the West. Where are the formless, the nameless, the unbounded, the heavens? Come forth and meet me. Within Yuanfeng's womb, Ling Tian had reached the final stage of digesting the stellar law's spiritual fruit. From above, one could see his entire being radiating with a profound starry brilliance. Upon closer inspection, this starlight coalesced within Ling Tian's acupoints. Yet, the brightest illumination did not emanate from his acupoints, but rather from his very eyes, which distinctly radiated an overwhelming essence of both the yin and yang forces. In the next instant, the cosmic stellar energy surrounding Ling Tian began to revolve around him, akin to stars orbiting a moon, as he harnessed the power of the yin-yang laws to command the forces of the stars. This mastery was the paramount reason behind Ling Tian's swift comprehension of the stellar laws. At last, it has been achieved. Accompanied by a soft exclamation from Ling Tian, he grasped the bewildered Kong Xian and Depeng. Stepping into the chaotic realm. Chapter 77. The manifestation of the cosmic stars. The army approaches the Phoenix clan at this moment. Ling Tian had comprehended the power of the stellar laws. The next step was the familiar routine, to restart the evolution of the chaotic world and refine his physical body using the powers of the laws. However, upon awakening this time, Ling Tian inexplicably sensed a tremendous danger looming. The source of this peril was undoubtedly the Demon Ancestor, Luohu. Time was of the essence. Ling Tian dared not delay for even a moment and swiftly entered the chaotic realm. At this moment, the primordial world basked in daylight. The sun transformed into a blazing orb, illuminating all things within the chaotic realm, while the moon concealed itself in the shadows, awaiting the arrival of night. Yet, upon the appearance of Ling Tian, Kong Xian, and Depeng, the previously hidden moon abruptly trembled, manifesting as a resplendent full moon. Witnessing this scene, countless natives in the chaotic realm erupted in astonished gasps. The sun and moon in the sky, an unprecedented phenomenon. A celestial omen heralding impending chaos. No, perhaps it was not chaos, but rather a grand opportunity. Just as these natives speculated wildly, a third celestial body unexpectedly appeared in the void of the chaotic realm, distinct from the moon and sun. This star radiated a rich purple aura, exuding an overwhelmingly oppressive might that compelled countless natives to bow in reverence. This star was none other than the legendary sovereign of all stars, the Ziwei Emperor star. In the next moment, the Big Dipper, along with Tian Shu, Tian Xin, Tian Ji, Tian Quan, Yu Hong, Kai Yang, and Yao Guang stars all manifested, revolving around the Ziwei star in a continuous dance. Following this, a multitude of stars began to emerge, centered around the Ziwei star and the Big Dipper. Before long, the void of the chaotic realm was filled with an innumerable array of stars. From this moment forth, the void of the chaotic realm was no longer home solely to the moon and sun, but possessed a celestial tapestry akin to that of the primordial world. The cosmic stars, thunder roared through the skies, and the myriad of stars cascaded into the void, showering every inch of the chaotic realm and every living being within it. The brilliance of the stars illuminated each native, enveloping them in a radiant glow. The innate potential of these natives surged tremendously. This was not calamity, but rather a divine boon, a fortuitous opportunity. Countless natives, tears brimming in their eyes, shouted fervently into the void. Simultaneously, Ling Tian, Kong Xian, and Depeng in the void experienced a jolt, awakening from their epiphany. Brother, was that the birth of the cosmic stars? Depeng asked, struggling to suppress his astonishment, his voice trembling slightly. Beside him, Kong Xian gazed at Ling Tian with fervent eyes, his heart brimming with an overwhelming sense of awe. Indeed, Ling Tian nodded slightly. Upon receiving Ling Tian's affirmation, even though Depeng and Kong Xian had anticipated this, they could not help but be swept away by the tides of astonishment. Yet, in the next moment, Depeng and Kong Xian's expressions darkened, as they clearly recalled something. After the world's restart, would it not be time once again to refine their physical forms? Reflecting on the agony of such refinement, Depeng and Kong Xian instinctively wished to evade it. However, At that moment, Ling Tian's voice suddenly resonated. This time, we shall refrain from refining our bodies. Observing the expressions of surprise on Kong Xian and Deping's faces, Ling Tian's demeanor was unexpectedly grave. Second brother, third brother, a great enemy approaches, and I must hasten to become a mixed-element golden immortal. You both shall return with me to protect my law. If I can successfully break through, that would be ideal. If I cannot, then... Ling Tian paused, his voice tinged with a hint of hoarseness. If it is beyond saving, you two should find an opportunity to escape and save yourselves. At these words, Kong Xian and Deping's hearts sank, filled with confusion and urgency. When had they ever seen their omnipotent elder brother display such a demeanor? Who could possibly be the formidable adversary that commanded such seriousness from him? Just as Kong Xian and Deping were about to inquire further, they suddenly realized that Ling Tian had already seated himself upon the primordial chaos Qinglian, entering a state of secluded cultivation to break through to the mixed-element golden immortal. The laws of thunder, yin-yang, wind, stars, and slaughter all manifested. Surrounded by these 5 laws, the power of the 5 elements transformed into primordial 5-colored spiritual energy, swirling endlessly. Witnessing this, Kong Xian and Deping fell silent, standing on either side, quietly guarding Ling Tian. To them, Ling Tian was not merely an elder brother, but also a mentor, a guiding light. They held Ling Tian in utmost reverence. His commands were their guiding principles, without question. Yet this time was different. Even if it truly came to a point of no return, they would not choose to live in fear. Death was but a trivial matter. In the timeless expanse of the primordial world, just as Ling Tian exerted himself to break through to the mixed-element golden immortal, shadows of demons began to emerge outside the southern bright immortal fire mountain. In less than a millennium, those who had willingly allied with the Phoenix clan and become their vassals were entirely overrun by the Demon clan. Either they perished or defected to the Demon clan, becoming one with them. With the loss of these vassal races as a buffer, the southern bright immortal fire mountain was laid bare before the gaze of the Demon clan. On a certain day, within the void outside the southern bright immortal fire mountain, the demon generals Wu Xian, Wu Xiang, Wu Fei, and Wu Tian bowed before Luo Hu, welcoming the Demon Ancestor's arrival. Luo Hu nodded, casually inquiring, "Is everything in place?" The foremost Wu Xian stepped forward, bowing and responding. Reporting to the Demon Ancestor, everything has been prepared. The vassals of the Phoenix clan have been entirely eradicated. My subordinates have set countless trapping formations and killing arrays within a radius of 100,000 miles. I can assure you, not even a fly could escape the southern bright immortal fire mountain. Upon hearing this, a glint of satisfaction flickered in Luo Hu's eyes as he gazed upon the southern bright immortal fire mountain. His voice booming across the heavens, "I am the Demon Ancestor Luo Hu. I hereby declare, from this day forth, the Phoenix clan shall be exterminated. Kill." As his words fell, the countless demons surrounding Luo Hu erupted in a chorus of shouts. Kill, kill, kill. Amidst the endless clamoring for bloodshed, the boundless demonic energy in the void surged like a boiling tempest, crashing down upon the primordial chaos great formation. Boom! The overwhelming demonic energy collided with the primordial chaos great formation, shattering upon impact. The first strike. The primordial chaos great formation did not break, however. The once invulnerable formation that had easily withstood the assaults of the ancestral dragon and the beginning Qilin now exhibited clear ripples. Meanwhile, within the Purple Sky Palace, Hongjun, the Yin-Yang Ancestor, the Qinkuan Ancestor, and the Xianmei Immortal all turned their gazes towards this scene, eager to ascertain whether the Phoenix clan could once again conjure a miracle this time. Chapter 78. The formation on the brink. The Phoenix's cry resounds through the heavens. It must be noted that this was already the third assault the Phoenix clan faced since sealing their mountain, and each assault had grown increasingly formidable. The previous 2 incursions were by the ancestral dragon and the beginning Qilin, both of whom were also among the 3 supreme races. Yet, during the first assault, the ancestral dragon and the beginning Qilin were only at the mid-stage of the mixed-element golden immortal leveled. In the second assault, their cultivation had astonishingly reached the late stage of the mixed-element golden immortal. Even so, they failed to breach the Phoenix clan's primordial chaos great formation. Indeed, they were left in a state of disarray, thoroughly outmaneuvered by Luo Hu. Had it not been for Hongjun's intervention, the Dragon clan and the beginning Qilin would likely have vanished from the primordial world. Now, the third assault on the Phoenix clan was led by none other than Luo Hu, who had nearly unified the primordial demon race. His cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the mixed-element golden immortal, and he wielded supreme treasures such as the God-slaying spear, the 4 swords of extermination, and the 12-petal world-destroying Black Lotus. With countless demons and the fully realized Luo Hu, the demonic might was indeed formidable. This time, even if the primordial chaos great formation was immensely powerful, and even if Ling Tian, as a fully realized Luo golden immortal, possessed uncanny abilities, No living being held any hope for the Phoenix clan. In the hearts of all beings, the extermination of the Phoenix clan was merely a matter of time. Meanwhile, within the southern bright immortal fire mountain, Yuan Feng felt as restless as an ant on a hot skillet, her heart ablaze with anxiety. Damn it! These demon brats are not satisfied after annihilating the Dragon and Qilin clans. They intend to eradicate my Phoenix clan as well. Curse it! If not for Xiao Tian and the others, I wouldn't have to endure this indignity. Even in death, I shall avenge myself upon them. In the grand hall of the Phoenix clan, Yuan Feng had already gathered all the powerful beings of the Phoenix clan for a council. Yet, facing a fully realized mixed-element golden immortal and the countless demons invading, they found themselves utterly powerless. It was sheer oppression. Had it not been for the support of the primordial chaos Great Formation, the Phoenix clan would have already plunged into irrevocable doom. Great leader, has Prince Ling Tian still not responded? The Golden Phoenix King inquired once again. This question had been posed multiple times, yet he could not help but repeat it in this life-and-death crisis. Ling Tian had become their final bastion of hope. As his words fell, nearly every gaze turned towards Yuan Feng's abdomen, filled with anticipation. However, this time, they were ultimately met with disappointment, and no matter how they called out, the Prince Ling Tian, who had protected the Phoenix clan countless times, seemed utterly unresponsive. In an instant, the powerful beings of the Phoenix clan appeared bewildered, uncertain of how to proceed. Feeling the rising panic within the southern bright immortal fire mountain, Yuan Feng realized the gravity of the situation. If this continued unchecked, they would not have to wait for those demon brats to invade. The resolve of the Phoenix clan could crumble beforehand. This could not persist. Yuan Feng forcibly suppressed the gloom in her heart and bellowed. What have you all become? Facing such a formidable enemy, instead of thinking of ways to break the deadlock, you only wish for my son to come out and save you. What kind of conduct is this? If this is the case, the Phoenix clan might as well perish. Yuan Feng's furious voice echoed like thunder in the ears of every Phoenix clan member. Billions of phoenixes trembled in unison. Indeed, they had unconsciously begun to rely on Ling Tian. Yet they had forgotten that they themselves were among the strongest races in the primordial world. When the ancestral dragon and the beginning Qilin first attacked, the ferocity and fighting spirit they had displayed were utterly terrifying. This was the true essence of the Phoenix clan. What did it matter if death loomed? We, the Phoenix clan, fear not the battle. With death being merely a triviality, they cried out in unison. In the southern bright immortal fire mountain, billions of phoenixes simultaneously raised their voices to the heavens, their cries resounding through the skies. The phoenix's call echoed through the 9 heavens. The will to battle surged. Outside the southern bright immortal fire mountain, billions of demons relentlessly battered the primordial chaos Great Formation. Yet, even as the formation trembled and expanded under the onslaught, it had endured for countless years. Observing this, Luo, whose eyes narrowed slightly, he had anticipated the strength of the primordial chaos Great Formation, but it far exceeded his expectations. Nevertheless, this was ultimately a futile resistance. Luo, who snorted coldly, a blood-colored spear materializing in his hand. The spear, like a dragon, transformed into a streak of crimson light, bearing Luo, whose fully realized mixed-element golden immortal law power, and thrust down upon the primordial chaos Great Formation. Screech, a piercing sound of friction resonated. Where the god-slaying spear struck, a massive rift in the void materialized. Simultaneously, the trembling of the primordial chaos Great Formation intensified dramatically. Ha! Luo, who let out a cold laugh. The primordial chaos Great Formation is indeed formidable, capable of withstanding the might of a late-stage mixed-element golden immortal, but it cannot halt my advance. Luo, who had refrained from striking thus far, waiting for Ling Tian, who had once single-handedly crushed the alliance of the Dragon and Qilin clans. Yet, he had not anticipated that, as the primordial chaos Great Formation neared collapse, Ling Tian still had not appeared. Another cowardly soul. A smirk of disdain crept onto Luo, whose lips in his heart. He believed Ling Tian was too afraid to confront him, opting instead to evade. In the next moment, Luo, whose gaze sharpened, and his aura erupted forth. The demonic energy in the void surged violently, merging into the god-slaying spear. With a bellow, Luo, who thrust the spear with renewed ferocity toward the primordial chaos Great Formation. Luo, who was confident that within 3 days, the protective primordial chaos Great Formation, which had safeguarded the Phoenix clan for countless years, would undoubtedly shatter. Yet what Luo who did not know was, within Yuan Feng's womb, Ling Tian's breakthrough had also reached a critical juncture in the placental world. With the assistance of the stellar, yin yang, and other 5 laws, Ling Tian had finally transcended to the pinnacle of the 5 elements law. Achieving breakthrough, boom! The 5-colored spiritual light representing the 5 elements law surged forth, resonating with a thunderous roar. In the next moment, the 5-colored spiritual light quivered and surged into Ling Tian's crown. Ling Tian, whose eyes had been closed in meditation, jolted, abruptly opening his eyes, which now sparkled with intense five-colored brilliance. The five-colored light surged forth, flowing without pause. After the five elements law broke through to the mixed element golden immortal level, it began to nourish Ling Tian's primordial spirit. The stagnation of Ling Tian's primordial spirit cultivation, which had persisted for countless years, erupted with fervent vigor at this moment. This scene profoundly shook Kong Xian and Depeng, who were guarding Ling Tian. They gaped at him, their eyes brimming with joy. Brother is about to break through. The moment Depeng's words fell, Ling Tian's surging aura abruptly stilled, as if encountering an obstruction. Yet before Kong Xian and Depeng could ponder further, they heard Ling Tian's commanding shout. Break for me, Chapter 79. Ling Tian breaks through, mid-level mixed element golden immortal at Ling Tian's command. Kong Xian and Depeng seemingly heard a popping sound. Ling Tian's cultivation surged explosively. Having already reached the pinnacle of the Deluo golden immortal, Ling Tian now broke through that barrier, smoothly entering the realm of the mixed element golden immortal. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed through the skies. Above the southern bright immortal fire mountain, the void, once saturated with boundless demonic energy, began to tremble violently. Unbeknownst to them, a dense five-colored spiritual light appeared in the void. The surrounding demonic energy, sensing an impending crisis, began to flee in all directions. Witnessing such an astonishing spectacle, countless beings in the primordial world were shaken to their cores. This was the five-elemental power of the mixed element golden immortal. Had a being truly broken through to the mixed element golden immortal? No one had anticipated that as the primordial chaos great formation was on the verge of collapse, such a phenomenon would manifest above the southern bright immortal fire mountain. It was evident that a being had transcended to the mixed element golden immortal level, and it was surmised that this being was undoubtedly a member of the Phoenix clan. Within the confines of the Zhixiao Palace, the ancient well of Hongjun, typically devoid of emotion, flickered with a subtle hint of astonishment. Had the Feng clan truly broken through to the realm of the primordial golden immortal? Why did the Feng clan's fortune flourish so remarkably? Hongjun found himself perplexed. According to his original calculations, the fortunes of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clan should have been relatively equal. Yet, the recent years revealed that the Feng clan had significantly outpaced both the Dragon and Qilin clans. Even in this critical moment, a member of the Feng clan had managed to ascend to the primordial golden immortal realm. Such extraordinary fortune, had it not been for the intervention of Luo Ho, might have led the Feng clan to emerge as the ultimate victor in this calamity. What a pity. Hongjun sighed deeply, though he could not articulate what exactly he lamented. Upon hearing Hongjun's words, the ancestor of Yin and Yang revealed a trace of disdain. What could a mere early-stage primordial golden immortal accomplish against the fully realized power of Luo Ho? Merely a larger piece of cannon fodder. The Feng clan was doomed to face annihilation this time. In agreement, the ancestor of Qinkuan nodded, fully supportive of this view. The higher the realm, the more pronounced the gap between lower levels. Although the early stage and fully realized primordial golden immortals were considered of the same tier, the disparity between them could not be measured by mere logic. The addition of one early-stage primordial golden immortal from the Feng clan would have little impact on the overall battle situation. However, the typically reticent Yang Mei Xian furrowed his brow, sensing something unusual within this aura. Yet, like the ancestor of Yin and Yang and the ancestor of Qinkuan, he held no hope for the Feng clan. Returning to the South Ming undying volcano, the demon ancestor Luo Ho, upon sensing that aura, exhibited a moment of shock. Yet, this surprise quickly dissipated, replaced by a profound mockery. The emergence of a single early-stage primordial golden immortal from the Feng clan was utterly inconsequential. With him, Luo Ho, presiding, the destruction of the Feng clan was assured. There was no possibility of any unforeseen events. What puzzled Luo Ho was that this newly manifested aura did not belong to any of the Feng clan's renowned figures he was familiar with. However, it felt oddly familiar, as if he had encountered it before. Suddenly, Luo Ho's body trembled violently as a realization struck him, and his expression darkened considerably. He finally recalled where he had felt this aura. If his instincts were correct, the owner of this aura was none other than that Taoist who had misled him in the valley. So, you are here. A surge of murderous intent surged within Luo Ho's eyes. The trifling words of Ling Tian's avatar had cost him too much time. Had it not been for that, he would have undoubtedly reached the pinnacle of the primordial golden immortal realm long ago, making his final schemes far easier. Little did he expect that you had been hiding in the South Ming undying volcano. No wonder I've been unable to find you. This works out perfectly. This time, I shall ensure that you and the Feng clan vanish entirely from the primordial realm. Amidst the mingling of old grievances and new vendettas, Luo Ho's murderous intent flared fiercely. Hear my command. Unleash a full-force assault on this innate chaotic formation. Kill. With Luo Ho's thunderous command, the onslaught of the demon clan intensified. The already precarious, innate chaotic formation groaned under the strain, as if on the verge of collapse. Meanwhile, within the South Ming undying volcano, Yuan Feng paid no heed to the imminent destruction of the innate chaotic formation. All her focus was directed toward her abdomen. "Child, are you about to break through to the primordial golden immortal?" Yuan Feng murmured, a blend of pride and anguish filling her heart. She took pride in Ling Tian's ability to achieve the primordial golden immortal level in such a short span of time. His formidable talent undoubtedly marked him as the strongest in this realm. Given time, he would surely attain the legendary status of the primordial Deluo golden immortal. Yet, what pained Yuan Feng was that Ling Tian had no more time left. Feeling the overwhelming strength of Luo Ho at the fully realized primordial golden immortal level, despair gripped her heart. This time, the Feng clan was unlikely to escape disaster. It was a tragedy that Ling Tian had yet to be born, only to face death at the hands of Luo Ho alongside her. "Little one, I am so sorry for you. Let me fight alongside you, and let us battle fiercely. Your arrival in this world shall not be in vain." With Yuan Feng's fierce shout, a chorus of cries echoed forth from the Feng clan, shaking the primordial realm. The crisis of life and death had arrived, and fear no longer dwelled in the hearts of the Feng clan. What is there to fear in facing death? At that moment, a thunderous rumble erupted. As the skies roared with thunder, the five-colored spiritual light of the early-stage primordial golden immortal surged dramatically. "What is this?" The primordial beings, including Luo Ho and Hong Jun, displayed expressions of astonishment in their perception. This aura of early-stage primordial golden immortal clearly surged toward the mid-stage. What was happening? Had this Feng clan member, who had just broken through to the early stage, begun to ascend again? This scene felt oddly familiar, as if they had witnessed it before. They failed to notice the complex expressions on Yuan Feng and Qing Wan's faces. "This is the primordial breaking pill." Yuan Feng and Qing Wan exchanged glances, their eyes filled with complexity. They had relied on the primordial breaking pill to break through before. How could they not recognize it? Yet, even if Ling Tian were to ascend to the mid-stage primordial golden immortal, it still wouldn't be enough. The fully realized power of Luo Ho was overwhelmingly despairing. Just then, the aura of the five-colored spiritual light trembled gently, breaking through the barrier of the mid-stage primordial golden immortal. Ling Tian had unexpectedly transcended two realms, achieving the mid-stage primordial golden immortal. Chapter 80. Luo Ho's disdain, Saint Experience card, fusion. Had he truly broken through? Feeling the aura emanating from the five-colored spiritual light, the entire primordial realm fell silent. The primordial golden immortal was the strongest existence in the primordial realm, a level that countless primordial beings aspired to attain throughout their lives. Who would have thought that a being of the complete Deluo golden immortal level could break through two realms in succession? First, he ascended to the early stage primordial golden immortal, and just moments later, he ascended again to the mid-stage. This was utterly unfathomable. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. Clearly, he must have utilized some extraordinary heavenly treasure, yet they had never heard of such a treasure at this level. Within the Zixiao Palace, Hong Jun furrowed his brows slightly, murmuring, "Could it be the legendary primordial breaking pill?" However, before Hong Jun and the others could respond, he quickly dismissed the idea. Impossible. Among the many heavenly materials required to refine the primordial breaking pill, a significant portion comes from beyond the primordial realm. With the current resources of the primordial realm, it is absolutely incapable of producing such an elixir. What could it be? Confusion filled the eyes of the ancestor of Qinkuan. Unbeknownst to him, he was inching ever closer to the truth. However, even the ancestor of Qinkuan, who had cultivated for countless eons, could not fathom the existence of the system. The primordial breaking pill, in Ling Tian's hand, was not something he had concocted himself. It was a direct reward from the system, and it had been a reward of 5 pills. Who could he complain to? Beside him, Yang Mei de Xian's gaze sharpened, a flicker of intrigue crossing his eyes. Yet he remained silent in the void. Upon sensing Ling Tian's latest breakthrough, even the demon lord Luo Ho could not suppress the shock within his heart. He had painstakingly climbed to his current level, fully aware of the arduous journey of cultivating to the primordial golden immortal realm. When had the path to becoming a primordial golden immortal become so simple? If this continued, would this Feng clan member, after breaking through twice more, not be able to achieve the fully realized primordial golden immortal level and stand on equal footing with him? With this thought, Luo Ho's expression turned grave, but soon, his countenance returned to calm, a mocking smile tugging at the corners of his lips as he declared, "I do not know what opportunity you have seized to break through 2 realms and reach the mid-stage primordial golden immortal. But even if you break through another realm, what of the late-stage primordial golden immortal? As long as you have not attained the fully realized primordial golden immortal, the Feng clan will still be unable to escape extinction. Once you are dead, The opportunity you possess will belong to me. Luo Ho laughed heartily, for indeed, as he stated, as long as the Feng clan did not produce a fully realized primordial golden immortal, they could not escape their fate of extinction. In this regard, not only did Luo Ho think this way, but the four great beings within the Zixiao Palace shared the same sentiment. The countless demons held the same belief. Even Yuan Feng, Qing Luan, and all members of the Feng clan thought likewise. In their hearts, Ling Tian's breakthrough was merely a futile outburst, akin to a final frenzy before annihilation. Just then, under Luo Ho's command, a torrent of attacks rained down upon the innate chaotic formation. Once more, boom! The protective light barrier of the innate chaotic formation cracked visibly. Upon witnessing this scene, countless demons trembled, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust. The moment the innate chaotic formation dissipated would be their opportunity to hunt the Feng clan. Yet, when the myriad members of the Feng clan observed the cracks forming in the innate chaotic formation, an unusual silence descended upon them. They looked up to the sky, their eyes brimming with indomitable fighting spirit. The battle of life and death had finally arrived. What none of them knew was that, within Yuan Feng's womb, Ling Tian, who had just broken through to the mid-stage primordial golden immortal, suddenly manifested a card brimming with Taoist essence. Heavenly Tao Saint Experience Card. Special consumable. Upon use grants the strength of a Heavenly Tao Saint for 1 year. The user must be the host and must have a cultivation level of mid-stage primordial golden immortal or above. Within Yuan Feng's womb, Kong Xian and Depeng watched in awe as Ling Tian stepped into the mid-stage primordial golden immortal realm. Before they could even congratulate him, they saw him swallow the primordial breaking pill. Mere moments later, Ling Tian, who had just entered the primordial golden immortal level, broke through again, achieving the mid-stage primordial golden immortal. Gasp! Kong Xian and Depeng exchanged a glance, simultaneously inhaling sharply. Who could have anticipated that their usually gentle elder brother would display such decisiveness in battle? The primordial breaking pill was used without hesitation. According to previous accounts, the primordial breaking pill could only be consumed once in a lifetime. Logically, it would be most beneficial to take it while at the late stage of the primordial golden immortal. Yet, Ling Tian consumed it immediately upon breaking through to the early stage, which seemed rather wasteful. Elder brother, with your current cultivation level, you should be able to contend with that formidable foe, right? Depeng inquired. However, Ling Tian merely shook his head slightly. Not enough, not enough. Just as Kong Xian and Depeng were puzzled, a card suddenly appeared in Ling Tian's hand. His voice resonated as he continued, with my current cultivation level, if given sufficient time to rearrange the innate chaotic formation, I should be able to withstand this great enemy. However, in this rushed moment, it is still insufficient. Moreover, he paused, his eyes igniting with brilliant light. This enemy has been a sword of doom hanging over my head for countless years. I have lingered too long for this day. Now that he has come, I have no reason to retreat any longer. Ha! This time, let me properly entertain this ambitious demon lord. As he spoke, Ling Tian's consciousness stirred, in the bewildered gazes of Kong Xian and Depeng. The small card in his hand transformed into a streak of azure light, instantly merging into Ling Tian's being. His aura, which was already at the mid-stage primordial golden immortal, surged once more. Within mere breaths, Ling Tian's energy surged to the late-stage primordial golden immortal. Following this, he accelerated even further, breaking through to the fully realized primordial golden immortal realm. At this moment, Ling Tian possessed strength on par with Luo Ho. Yet this was not the end. A profound anticipation welled up in Ling Tian's eyes as he bellowed, "Break for me!" A faint aura of a saint enveloped Ling Tian, and simultaneously, the innate chaotic formation that had guarded the Feng clan for countless years erupted into fragments. Chapter 81. The formation breaks. Ling Tian emerges, the might of the heavenly Tao Saint before the astonished gazes of countless primordial beings. The protective, innate chaotic formation that had shielded the Feng clan for eons shattered with a thunderous crash. In that moment, an uncontrollable thought surged through the hearts of all primordial beings. The Feng clan was finished. Even the likes of Hongjun, the ancestor of Yin and Yang, and the ancestor of Qinkuan share this belief. Within the Zixiao Palace, only Yang Meidisian's eyes glimmered with a hint of insight, as if he had discovered something. Meanwhile, in the void above the South Ming undying volcano, Luo Ho erupted with boundless demonic energy, his wild laughter echoing through the skies. Ha ha ha! The innate chaotic formation has been breached. Demon Kin, kill! In the next instant, countless demons roared in unison. Kill! 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 The cacophony of battle cries resounded deafeningly, reverberating throughout the primordial realm. Amidst this clamor, the Feng clan's defiant cries soared into the heavens. The indomitable spirit of the Feng clan surged forth, united in their resolve to face their fate. Even in death, the Feng clan would not retreat a single step. With a thunderous cry, Yuan Feng transformed into her magnificent form, casting a shadow over the sky. As the leader of the Feng clan, she was the first to charge toward the countless demons above. Simultaneously, her fierce voice echoed throughout the void. Charge. Kill these demons spawn. 1 kill is no loss, 2 is a gain. Stand by my side. Behind Yuan Feng, Qing Wan also transformed into her true form. The usually gentle Qing Wan's eyes now burned with fierce battle intent and killing resolve. Following them were the Golden Phoenix King, Wood Phoenix King, Water Phoenix King, Soil Phoenix King, and an array of other powerful Feng clan beings. After the Feng clan's powerful figures came the million-strong army of the Feng clan, filled with fervor as they faced the innumerable demons and the demon lord Luo Hou. In such a dire situation, the Feng clan, having endured for countless years, was the first to initiate the charge. What a display of blood and spirit! Witnessing this spectacle, countless primordial beings were moved. Such a Feng clan was now on the brink of annihilation at the hands of Luo Hou. How tragic! In the next moment, the Feng clan led by Yuan Feng collided with the demon clan led by Luo Hou, 2 torrents of energy crashing into one another. Boom! The heavens and earth trembled. Mountains crumbled. Countless limbs and shattered bodies flew through the air, transforming into a mist of blood that rained down upon the void. In their initial clash, the fallen demons and Feng clan beings numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Most astonishing of all was that both sides appeared evenly matched. Damn it! Upon witnessing this scene, Luo Hou's expression darkened considerably as he advanced toward Yuan Feng and Qing Wan. Die! The god-slaying spear transformed into a myriad of blood-red lights, enveloping both Yuan Feng and Qing Wan. With a fierce cry, Yuan Feng and Qing Wan were prepared, showing no fear as they charged forward. The principles of the 5 elements and the wind manifested in their defense, successfully resisting the blood-red light of the god-slaying spear. Humph! Luo Hou could not help but let out a cold chuckle. If this is all the strength you possess, then prepare to die. As he spoke, 4 beams of sword light materialized in the void. They were none other than the Extermination Sword, Slaughter Sword, Trap Sword, and Sever Sword. Even though the Extermination Sword array diagram had yet to fully coalesce, the Extermination 4 swords, infused with the power of a fully realized primordial golden immortal, remained terrifyingly formidable. These 4 sword lights moved with such speed that they appeared to teleport. As soon as it appeared, it arrived above the heads of Yuan Feng and Qing Wan. A tearing sound, akin to fabric being ripped, echoed through the air. 4 deep fissures of void emerged within the ethereal expanse. Danger! Qing Wan, quickly evade. Yuan Feng, in a state of terror, realized that the targets of these 4 sword lights were not herself, but rather the mid-stage Hunyuan Golden Immortal, Qing Wan. Luo Hou intended to eliminate the weaker Qing Wan first. Yuan Feng's eyes widened in horror, unable to intervene in time. Simultaneously, Qing Wan also reacted, knowing she could not escape. A resolute expression crossed her delicate and charming face as she completely abandoned her resistance, allowing the 4 swords of annihilation to pierce through her body, surging fiercely towards Luo Hou. Concurrently, a catastrophic aura erupted violently from within Qing Wan. She had actually initiated self-detonation. Qing Wan had long since prepared for this moment. Only through her self-explosion could she create a glimmer of hope for Yuan Feng, for the unborn Ling Tian within her, and for the Phoenix clan. Who could have anticipated that the typically soft and gentle Qing Wan would display such fierce determination? Qing Wan, no! Yuan Feng cried out in despair, yet was firmly suppressed by the blood-red light of the god-slaying spear. Forced to watch helplessly as Qing Wan embraced her demise. In the void, Luo Hou's lips curled into a cold smirk. Though Qing Wan's self-detonation came as a surprise, Luo Hou had been thoroughly prepared for this moment. As he retreated at great speed, a black lotus appeared beneath his feet, revealing the supreme defensive spiritual treasure, the 12th grade world destruction Black Lotus. Upon witnessing this, Qing Wan's eyes filled with sorrow. Yet, there was no trace of hesitation in her gaze. Instead, she charged towards Luo Hou with even greater speed. Even if she could not defeat him, she could not allow him an easy victory. With the explosive power surging within her, Qing Wan's speed surged to unprecedented heights. Seeking death, Luo Hou's expression darkened as the sword lights of the 4 swords of annihilation descended fiercely towards Qing Wan's head, vowing to eliminate her before her self-detonation. At that moment, viewed from above, Yuan Feng was ensnared by endless blood-red lights. Qing Wan collided head-on with 4 sword lights brimming with boundless malevolence. The countless members of the Phoenix clan were surrounded by the demonic forces, ensnared in a deadly struggle. In such a brief moment, the Phoenix clan had already fallen into an irreversible state of annihilation. Yet, no one noticed that the 5-colored spiritual light belonging to Ling Tian had already reached its pinnacle. At this critical juncture, the 5-colored spiritual light erupted with a resounding force, dispersing the endless demonic energy in the void. Amidst this dazzling 5-colored brilliance, a towering figure slowly emerged. A whisper resonated. Fortunately, I have arrived just in time. With a soft exclamation, the endless blood-red light enveloping Yuanfeng's head suddenly dissipated, transforming back into a crimson spear, emitting mournful cries. The four swords of annihilation, poised to strike down Qingluan, trembled violently and retreated. The violent power within Qingluan subsided, her self-explosion forcibly halted. Luo Ho felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him, rendering him immobilized. The countless demons surrounding the Phoenix clan trembled violently, losing control over their own bodies. The Phoenix clan, previously engaged in a bloody battle, felt a jolt and instinctively looked skyward. In that moment, the once chaotic battlefield fell eerily silent. Simultaneously, a somewhat apologetic voice echoed through the void. Mother, Aunt, I have arrived. Chapter 82. A wave of the hand defeats Luo Ho. The intervention of the heavenly Tao. The figure in the void was none other than Ling Tian. When the innate chaos great formation shattered, Ling Tian had just utilized the heavenly Tao Saint experience card to break through to the heavenly Tao Saint realm. However, just as Ling Tian was about to emerge, he was unexpectedly bound by the chaos Qinglian. It turned out that the chaos Qinglian sensed Ling Tian had not fully fused with it and forcibly prevented his birth. In desperation, Ling Tian could only exert his utmost effort to enhance his Chaos Pearl avatar. At the pivotal moment, Ling Tian finally strengthened the Chaos Pearl avatar to the heavenly Tao Saint realm, emerging into the world beyond the womb. A wave of intense fear washed over Ling Tian. Had he been even a moment later, the consequences would have been unimaginable. In a state of urgency, Ling Tian unleashed the immense power of the heavenly Tao Saint within him, instantly resolving the dire predicament of the Phoenix clan. Simultaneously, two voices filled with astonishment resonated in the void. Son, little Tian. The speakers were unmistakably Yuanfeng and Qingluan. They had been teetering on the brink of despair. Their best hope had been to heavily injure Luo Ho before their demise. Yet, when they truly faced Luo Ho, they sadly realized that even self-detonation would not suffice to wound him. The audacious Qingluan, who had willingly begun her self-detonation, was still no match for Luo Ho, and it seemed she was about to perish beneath the four swords of annihilation. Filled with despair, both Qingluan and Yuanfeng felt hopeless. But just at that moment, Ling Tian appeared. The instant Ling Tian emerged, everything changed. Son, your cultivation, could it be? Sensing Ling Tian's overwhelming might, Yuanfeng seemed to piece something together, unable to restrain herself from asking. However, before Ling Tian could respond, a voice filled with disbelief suddenly rang out in the void. Who are you? How can your cultivation be so formidable? Have you broken through to the Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal? Impossible. The speaker was Luo Ho, his face a mask of incredulity. He had already reached the perfect realm of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, mere steps away from the legendary Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal. Given that Ling Tian could effortlessly dismantle his offensive, one could only imagine the depths of Ling Tian's power. Luo Ho never expected that a Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal was hidden within the Phoenix clan. How could this be possible? If so, why had the Phoenix clan endured in the immortal volcanic region of Nanming for so many years? Why had they remained passive against the incursions of the Dragon and Qiling clans? Luo Ho's heart was filled with both despair and confusion. He had believed himself to stand atop the pinnacle of the wilderness, having reached the perfect realm of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, yet had never anticipated that a Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal lurked within the Phoenix clan. What a farce! His countless years of scheming, what did they amount to? Was he to be the butt of a joke? I refuse to accept this, Luo Ho roared skyward, his voice devoid of the previous arrogance, now suffused with desperation. Meanwhile, Ling Tian regarded Luo Ho with a gaze devoid of pity, filled only with chilling intent. Luo Ho, have you forgotten what I told you in the valley? What? It's you? Luo Ho trembled, staring blankly at Ling Tian. He could not reconcile the towering Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal before him with the young cultivator who had previously preferred self-detonation over succumbing to the Demon Ancestor. Ling Tian, however, paid no heed to Luo Ho's shock and calmly stated, I once said that the Demon Clan is a malignant tumor within the wilderness, destined for a grim fate. While the Demon Clan may achieve temporary success, one day they will be utterly eradicated from the wilderness, and it begins with you. As he spoke, Ling Tian struck at Luo Ho with a sweeping motion. The overwhelming might of heaven and earth descended upon him. No, Luo Ho could not help but emit a desperate roar as the crisis of life and death loomed. He unleashed the full extent of the demonic laws of the perfected Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Summoning boundless demonic energy, the god-slaying spear, 4 swords of annihilation, and 12th grade world destruction Black Lotus were all propelled to their limits, attempting to counter the might of heaven and earth. Yet, even standing at the pinnacle of the Saint Realm, he was as fragile as a mantis attempting to block a chariot before the heavenly Tao Saint, utterly defenseless. In the next moment, the god-slaying spear, 4 swords of annihilation, and 12th grade world destruction's Black Lotus emitted mournful cries as they retreated in unison. The overwhelming demonic energy Luo Ho had summoned was forcefully pushed back into his own body. The might of heaven and earth descended. Luo Ho's eyes bulged, nearly bursting from the pressure. Fortunately, at the critical moment, he managed to disperse his form, transforming into boundless demonic energy and fleeing. When Luo Ho re-emerged, his aura had become exceedingly feeble, floating weakly in midair, his eyes filled with terror. Ling Tian's casual strike had nearly brought him to the brink of death. Even if he had narrowly escaped, he had nearly exhausted all his trump cards. Luo Ho understood he could not withstand a second strike from Ling Tian. On the other hand, Ling Tian seemed somewhat surprised by Luo Ho's strength. Unable to suppress his own sarcasm, the heavenly Tao Saint really this weak? A single slap can't even kill a Hunyuan golden immortal? Upon hearing Ling Tian's mockery, Luo Ho's entire body trembled as he exclaimed, "Heavenly Tao Saint, aren't you a Hunyuan de Luo golden immortal?" Ling Tian smirked and retorted, "Who said I was a Hunyuan de Luo golden immortal? I am currently a heavenly Tao Saint." Upon hearing this, Luo Ho's eyes brimmed with confusion. If you are not a Hunyuan de Luo golden immortal, then how can your strength be so formidable? What is a heavenly Tao Saint? Enough! Ling Tian had no intention of explaining himself to a dying man. In the next moment, with a flick of his consciousness, the might of heaven and earth reappeared. Since one slap had not sufficed to kill Luo Ho, then let it be another. If strength could resolve the issue, then there was no need for further chatter. Under Ling Tian's control, the might of heaven and earth surged once more towards Luo Ho. Just as Ling Tian prepared to obliterate Luo Ho entirely, a tremor coursed through the wilderness. A colossal eye slowly materialized in the void, unmistakably the eye of the heavenly Tao. Simultaneously, the heavenly might enveloping Luo Ho suddenly dissipated. Ling Tian distinctly felt his control over the might of heaven and earth becoming increasingly difficult. Was the heavenly Tao attempting to prevent him from killing Luo Ho? Ling Tian narrowed his eyes, but chose not to act again, curious to see what the eye of the heavenly Tao was up to. At that moment, the eye of the heavenly Tao shot forth a beam of azure light towards Ling Tian. "Get lost. If you have something to say, just say it." Ling Tian swatted the azure light away with a casual gesture. The eye of the heavenly Tao. Throughout countless years, the eye of the heavenly Tao had never encountered such treatment. It was utterly bewildered by Ling Tian's actions. After a long pause, the eye of the heavenly Tao seemed to regain its composure, and a somewhat exasperated consciousness appeared in Ling Tian's mind. Luo Ho cannot die yet. Chapter 83. Ling Tian's choice, the wretched Luo Ho cannot die yet. Upon sensing the consciousness of the wilderness heavenly Tao, even though Ling Tian had anticipated this, he could not suppress his anger. Luo Ho had plotted against the Phoenix clan for countless years, repeatedly pushing them to the brink of extinction. Even if you are the esteemed heavenly Tao of the wilderness, you cannot simply demand that I spare Luo Ho with a word. How absurd! Ling Tian's gaze turned icy, his murderous intent surging. In the next moment, he drew Luo Ho closer, placing a foot upon his face, forcefully pressing his head into the ground. Just as Ling Tian prepared to obliterate Luo Ho, he felt a powerful might of heaven and earth descending upon him, clashing violently with his own heavenly Tao Saint power. It was indeed the heavenly Tao taking action against him. Ling Tian was filled with rage and was about to strike Luo Ho down first. However, at that moment, a hasty electronic voice suddenly echoed. Ding! Detection of the wilderness heavenly Tao attempting to prevent the host from killing Luo Ho. Please choose. Option 1. Ignore the obstruction of the heavenly Tao and kill Luo Ho on the spot, provoking the wrath of the heavenly Tao, resulting in rewards and becoming enemies with the entire wilderness world, with a high probability of annihilation for the host and the Phoenix clan. Option 2. Do not concern oneself with Luo Ho, this cannon fodder of calamity, and receive the special item Heavenly Tao Saint Experience Card, along with millions of acres of Heavenly Tao merit and an auspicious golden dragon. Ling Tian had not anticipated that the system would issue a new task at this juncture. Moreover, for the first time, he sensed a different emotional tone in the system's electronic voice. The system clearly did not want him to kill Luo Ho. Ling Tian's movements abruptly faltered, his gaze filled with conflict. Firstly, it was evident that Luo Ho was destined to die within this calamity, albeit at the hands of Hong Jun. Considering the two options presented by the system, Option 1, aside from the opportunity to vent his frustrations by killing Luo Ho, offered no benefits and was essentially a guaranteed death trap. In contrast, the rewards for Option 2 were exceptionally generous. Since acquiring the system, Ling Tian had never encountered an option with such bountiful rewards. 3 items in total. Whether it was the Heavenly Tao Saint Experience Card, millions of acres of Heavenly Tao merit, or the auspicious golden dragon, all were immensely precious. In terms of quantity, this was undoubtedly the most extravagant offering in the system's history. Furthermore, Ling Tian distinctly felt a hint of concern from the system. Did the system not possess emotions? Could it genuinely care about him? The absurdity of this notion filled Ling Tian's heart, both logically and emotionally. He found it difficult to reject the system's goodwill. System. I choose option 2. Upon making his choice, Ling Tian cast a mischievous glance at Luo Ho. In the eye of the heavenly Tao, he could temporarily spare Luo Ho, this cannon fodder of calamity. However, the wilderness heavenly Tao would not easily let Ling Tian off the hook. He needed to extract sufficient benefits. Sensing Ling Tian's covetous gaze, the eye of the heavenly Tao inexplicably trembled, emitting another stream of consciousness. Upon comprehending this, a peculiar smile crept upon Ling Tian's lips. The intent of the wilderness heavenly Tao was straightforward. If Ling Tian could refrain from killing Luo Ho, he would be rewarded, and furthermore, he could gain the favor of the wilderness heavenly Tao. Heavenly Tao favor? Ling Tian held this in utter contempt. He was well aware that unless absolutely necessary, the wilderness heavenly Tao would not easily take action against him. So what was there to fear? In the next moment, Ling Tian's voice rang out slowly. Heavenly Tao, I can spare Luo Ho, but your rewards had better be substantial, and you had best not interfere with me too much. Otherwise, Ling Tian brazenly threatened the heavenly Tao in front of all the beings of the wilderness. The sight left the countless creatures of the wilderness dumbfounded. The heavenly Tao, a transcendent entity revered by all, had never been confronted in such a manner. Ling Tian's refusal to bow down was one thing, but to threaten the heavenly Tao was simply outrageous. Especially within the Zixiao Palace, Hong Jun was left utterly stunned. His devotion to the heavenly Tao ranked first in the wilderness. Were he to receive a mere glimpse of the heavenly Tao's favor, he would surely weep tears of joy. Yet Ling Tian dared to threaten the heavenly Tao. How audacious! Following Ling Tian's words, the entire wilderness fell into a profound silence, all creatures staring agape at this absurd scene. Amidst all this astonishment, one individual felt nothing but pride. Yuan Feng. Tio her, Ling Tian was her son. She found no absurdity in her son's threat to the heavenly Tao. Rather, she felt a sense of pride. It was immensely satisfying. Had it not been for her last vestiges of rationality warning her, Yuan Feng might have been unable to restrain herself from cheering for Ling Tian, laughing uncontrollably at the sky. Even so, she could hardly contain her joy, her stunning visage flushed with excitement, eye in the void. Upon hearing Ling Tian's threat, the wilderness heavenly Tao nearly malfunctioned. It had never encountered such a situation. It truly found itself at a loss. For a moment, the eye of the heavenly Tao, representing the wilderness heavenly Tao, fell silent, offering no response whatsoever. Yet, Ling Tian would not allow it to remain unresponsive. He promptly declared, Heavenly Tao, if you do not respond, I shall take your silence as acquiescence. With that, Ling Tian disregarded the eye of the heavenly Tao. Turning his gaze back to the ground beneath him, where Luo Ho lay, he raised his foot high. Demon Ancestor Luo Ho, how imposing you are! Your intricate schemes spread throughout the wilderness. How terrifying indeed. To annihilate my Phoenix clan, you must truly frighten me, before the eyes of countless beings of the wilderness, and under the witness of the wilderness heavenly Tao. With every word Ling Tian uttered, he forcefully stomped down upon Luo Ho's face. Bang, bang, bang. The resounding echoes reverberated throughout the heavens and earth, striking the hearts of every being, tugging at their very souls. Who could have imagined that the formidable demon ancestor Luo Ho, who had ascended to such heights within the wilderness? With sheer determination, the demon ancestor Luo who meticulously plotted against the entirety of the vast primordial world, only to find himself reduced to such a pitiful state. Countless beings of the primordial realm inexplicably felt a sharp sting on their faces. How brutal! At this rate, Luo whose face might just be crushed. But wait. Did Ling Tian not promise the way of the primordial realm that he would spare Luo whose life? Yet now, Luo who was clearly on the brink of death. Could it be that Ling Tian intended to break his word? Even the way of the primordial realm seemed to share this sentiment. The eye of the way was brimming with fury, evidently incensed by Ling Tian's actions. Just as the way prepared to intervene, Ling Tian's movements abruptly ceased, a look of unfulfilled desire crossing his face as he sheepishly addressed the way. My apologies. I lost control for a moment, and perhaps I was a bit too harsh. But fret not, this little demon Luo who is quite resilient. He won't perish. I almost forgot something in that moment. Ling Tian suddenly pointed at Luo Hu. A surge of demonic essence was forcibly extracted from Luo Hu's body. The once severely injured Luo Hu now teetered on the edge of death. Witnessing this scene, the fury in the eye of the way surged. Yet, Ling Tian appeared oblivious, shifting his gaze towards the countless demons in the void, his expression cold. Have you all had your fill? Watching your demon ancestor getting trampled. Is it not exhilarating? Next, it will be your turn. In the void, countless demons watched helplessly as their demon ancestor was trampled underfoot by Ling Tian, again and again. His head was nearly crushed. This level of humiliation ignited an overwhelming rage within all demons, particularly the four great demon generals, Wu Xin, Wu Xiang, Wu Feng, and Wu Yan, who were on the brink of madness. They were the esteemed generals of the demon race, having executed countless schemes on behalf of their demon ancestor Luo Hu over the years. Thus, they held him in the highest reverence and respect. To them, Luo Hu was invincible, perfect, a deity of unparalleled stature. They could never have fathomed a day when Luo Hu would fall from grace, trampled by Ling Tian, utterly unable to resist. The four great generals felt as if their world was crumbling. Just then, Ling Tian suddenly released the bindings on them. Roar! Leading the charge, the four great generals and the multitude of demons let out a thunderous roar. A torrent of demonic energy and murderous intent surged towards Ling Tian. Such a momentum would have made even a late-stage primordial golden immortal like Yuan Feng take heed. However, they were pitted against Ling Tian, who possessed the strength of a saint of the way. Is this all you've got? A mocking smile appeared on Ling Tian's face as he slapped forward. Enough of your roaring. It's deafening. In that instant, the might of heaven and earth re-emerged, crashing down upon the myriad demons. The next moment, bang, bang, bang. In the horrified gaze of countless beings, the demons in the void were crushed by the might of heaven and earth, transforming into clouds of primordial demonic essence, scattering in all directions. The once countless demons resembled bizarre fireworks, swiftly transitioning from life to death, then vanishing without a trace. The continuous sound of explosions rang in their ears. Among these countless demons, only the four great generals could barely resist. Yet they sorrowfully discovered they could not move, forced to watch as their kin perished one after another. No. The previously unconscious demon ancestor Luo Hu seemed to sense something, struggling to awaken, only to be stomped back into unconsciousness by Ling Tian in less than a day. Nearly half of the countless demons in the void had perished, yet the disconcerting sounds of self-detonation continued unabated, echoing relentlessly. Heh! As the instigator, Ling Tian let out a cold laugh, his gaze serene. The slayer shall always be slain. The demon race, having nearly dominated all territories of the primordial realm, has committed countless atrocities. I harbor no qualms in exterminating these little demons. It was only at this moment that the bewildered beings of the primordial realm began to awaken from their stupor. With a mere wave of his hand, Ling Tian had subdued millions of demons, leaving them utterly defenseless. What terrifying power was this? Could this be the legendary primordial Luo Golden Immortal? No. Ling Tian clearly stated he was a saint of the way. What realm does a saint of the way occupy? Shouldn't it be above that of a primordial golden immortal? To be able to completely overpower the perfected Luo Hu and effortlessly suppress millions of demons, could it be that a saint of the way and a primordial Luo Golden Immortal were of the same realm? Countless beings of the primordial realm were filled with confusion. Only within the Zixiao Palace did Hong Jun begin to understand. He had heard of the three methods of achieving sainthood from Ling Tian. According to Ling Tian, the path through strength leads to the attainment of the saint of the great Tao, while the path through laws culminates in the primordial Luo Golden Immortal. The path through merit results in the attainment of the merit saint of the way. Hong Jun trembled, a thought sparking in his mind. Could it be that Ling Tian achieved the merit saint of the way through the accumulation of merit? Yet Hong Jun sensed something was amiss, but could not deduce what it was. In that moment, all beings of the primordial realm looked up at the sky, staring blankly at Ling Tian's solitary figure in the void, as if they wished to etch that silhouette deep into their souls. Unbeknownst to Ling Tian, from that moment on, he had become an unassailable presence in the bloodline legacies of countless races. Bang, bang, bang. Just as nearly 90% of the demons had perished, a low hum resonated through the void, dispelling the might of heaven and earth that Ling Tian had unleashed upon the demons. It was the way of the primordial realm intervening once more, preventing Ling Tian from continuing his slaughter. Ling Tian had anticipated the Wei's actions and was not surprised. Since the Wei did not wish for Luo Hu to fall now, it could not possibly stand by and watch as the entire demon race was annihilated. Yet, a profound indignation surfaced on Ling Tian's face. Wei of the primordial realm, what do you truly desire? You won't let me kill Luo Hu, nor will you allow me to slay these little demons? If this continues, I shall be left with no choice but to destroy everything. The Wei of the primordial realm. Just as the Wei of the primordial realm was momentarily taken aback, Ling Tian struck again. Right before the eye of the Wei, he utterly obliterated the four resisting demon generals. Following this, Ling Tian promptly withdrew, feigning a sense of great loss, looking pitiful as he spoke. Fine, since you insist on protecting the demon race, I shall grant you this favor. But the benefits you promised me must not be diminished. The Wei of the primordial realm. The Wei of the primordial realm sensed that Ling Tian was recklessly testing its limits, yet there was no evidence. However, since Ling Tian had not killed Luo Hu and had not wiped out all the demons, its threshold had yet to be crossed. After a brief silence, the eye of the Wei gently trembled. The might of heaven and earth manifested, returning the demon ancestor and the remaining demons to the western ancestral veins. Simultaneously, In the void above the eternal unyielding volcano of the southern bright, a cloud of merit began to form, initially only a few thousand acres in size. In the next instant, this cloud of merit began to swell 100,000 acres, 1 million acres, 5 million acres, 10 million acres. In merely a few breaths, the originally small cloud of merit expanded to a staggering 10 million acres. Concurrently, an uncontrollable thought surged in the minds of the beings of the primordial realm. Could it be that this 10 million acres of merit cloud was a reward from the way of the primordial realm to Ling Tian? After Ling Tian had brought Luo Hu to the brink of death and decimated a significant portion of the demon race, the way of the primordial realm not only refrained from punishing Ling Tian, but instead granted him 10 million acres of merit? No. To be precise, this 10 million acres of merit cloud was not bestowed by the way, but rather extorted from it by Ling Tian, extorting the way of the primordial realm and succeeding at that. Such an outrageous occurrence was simply unprecedented. But that was not all. Just as the beings of the primordial realm thought the 10 million acres of merit cloud was already extraordinary, they distinctly heard a deafening roar reverberating in their ears. Chapter 85. The conclusion of the great battle, Ling Tian's influence. It was the roar of a dragon. But had not the dragon clan sworn an oath to the way, forever binding themselves to the four seas? How could a dragon appear at such a moment? Just as the beings of the primordial realm were filled with confusion, a golden dragon silhouette emerged from the east, heading straight for the eternal unyielding volcano of the southern bright. Roar. Another dragon's roar echoed. This golden dragon silhouette directly merged into the eternal unyielding volcano. Although the volcano showed no obvious changes, all beings of the primordial realm sensed that it had gained an inexplicable depth. But that was not all. As the ancestral land of the Phoenix clan, the fortunes of the Phoenix clan and the southern bright eternal unyielding volcano had long been intertwined. In the next moment, countless phoenixes felt a wave of inexplicable joy, as if they had received a monumental opportunity. Some phoenixes, who had been stuck at a bottleneck in their cultivation, trembled violently. Their previously steadfast barriers crumbled effortlessly. These phoenixes smoothly broke through their current realms, cry, cry, cry. In an instant, within the eternal unyielding volcano, the air was filled with the soaring auras of breakthroughs. The resounding and jubilant cries of the phoenixes contrasted sharply with the despairing roars of the countless demons from before. Witnessing all this, countless beings of the primordial realm were left dumbfounded, unsure of what had truly transpired. Could it be that this golden dragon silhouette was not of the dragon clan, but rather a special treasure akin to the merit cloud? Moreover, it appeared that the effects of this golden dragon silhouette were even more potent than that of the 10 million acres of merit cloud. Within the Zixiao Palace, Hong Jun's previously tranquil gaze now brimmed with astonishment as he exclaimed, "Could this be the legendary Dragon of Fortune?" After Hong Jun spoke, the ancestor of Yin and Yang nodded, his eyes brightening. Indeed, this is the Dragon of Fortune. The ancestor of Yin and Yang, having survived since the beginning of creation, had spent countless years cultivating beyond the primordial realm, immediately recognizing it. That golden dragon silhouette was undoubtedly the Dragon of Fortune. The ancestor of Yin and Yang could not help but marvel inwardly. Even in realms beyond the primordial, the Dragon of Fortune was an exceedingly rare existence. If the merit cloud could enhance an individual's cultivation in a short time, the Dragon of Fortune could elevate the foundations of a race or a powerful faction. In the long run, its effects should surpass that of the merit cloud. This must be the first Dragon of Fortune to appear in the primordial realm. The ancestor of Qin Kuan suddenly spoke, emphasizing the word first. It was well known that being first in the primordial realm was not merely a title. It held profound significance. Thus, it was evident that this Dragon of Fortune must possess some extraordinary attribute. Should they consider seizing this Dragon of Fortune? That thought flashed through the minds of the ancestor of Yin and Yang and the ancestor of Qin Kuan, only to be swiftly suppressed. Though they were powerful, being perfected primordial golden immortals, they were still no match for Ling Tian. Within the Zixiao Palace, only the immortal of Yang may remain silent, gently sipping on a cup of steaming spiritual tea, her expression serene in the void. Upon witnessing the golden dragon of fortune merge with the eternal unyielding volcano, a satisfied smile emerged on Ling Tian's face. Up until now, he had essentially received all the benefits from this extortion of the way. Ling Tian immediately called out in his mind, "System, where's my reward?" In the next instant, the system's electronic voice chimed in, "Ding. Task completed. Reward. 1 experience card for the Saint of the Way." Upon hearing the system's voice, Ling Tian immediately sensed something was amiss and could not help but exclaim, "System, what about the merit cloud and the Dragon of Fortune?" System. The merit cloud and the Dragon of Fortune have been distributed by the way of the primordial realm. Damn it! Ling Tian quickly connected the dots, realizing that 2 of the 3 rewards from the system did not come from the system itself, but were instead granted by the way of the primordial realm. This meant that the system's reward was merely 1 item. He had essentially been played by the system. System, You may not be human, but you are truly a dog. Ling Tian could not help but grumble internally. Just then, a hum resonated. The heavens trembled as the eye of the way slowly dissipated. At this point, only Ling Tian's solitary figure remained in the void, and it was noteworthy that before Ling Tian's arrival, the void had been filled with millions of beings engaged in relentless combat, their devastating attacks ravaging every corner of the void. Now, everything had vanished. It was as if the prior chaos had been nothing more than a dream. Feeling this, Ling Tian's heart stirred, and he unexpectedly fell into a state of enlightenment. Meanwhile, countless beings of the primordial realm gazed at Ling Tian's solitary figure, feeling unable to quell the tumultuous waves within their hearts. It should be noted that this was the third time the Phoenix clan had faced an attack, and it was the most formidable assault they had ever encountered. The Demon Ancestor Luo, who, a perfected primordial golden immortal, had led millions of demons to the doorstep of the Phoenix clan, swiftly breaching the innate chaos great formation that had safeguarded them for countless years. The demonic might was overwhelming. Even though numerous phoenixes were filled with battle fervor, prepared to fight to the death, even the Phoenix clan saintess, Qing Luan, had resolutely resorted to self-detonation, yet they could not stir much of a tide. The annihilation of the Phoenix clan seemed an inescapable fate. This time, there would be no miracles for the Phoenix clan. Almost all beings of the primordial realm thought so. Yet who could have anticipated that with Ling Tian's appearance, everything would change? The Demon Ancestor Luo, who had meticulously plotted against the entirety of the primordial realm, was now being forcefully subdued by Ling Tian, his face nearly obliterated under Ling Tian's relentless assault. Had it not been for the intervention of the Wei, Luo would undoubtedly have fallen on the spot. But even so, Luo had already been reduced to a state of near death, his recovery uncertain for an indeterminate time. The millions of demons, once overwhelming, were crushed by a mere gesture from Ling Tian, turning into primordial demonic essence. Even the four great generals, Wu Xin, Wu Xiang, Wu Fang, and Wu Qian, were obliterated by Ling Tian before the eye of the Wei. It could be said that the moment Ling Tian appeared, the demon race was doomed, and they suffered an utterly devastating defeat. In the aftermath of this battle, the once dominating demon race, which had nearly ruled the entirety of the primordial realm, was left in tatters. Meanwhile, the Phoenix clan, now safeguarded by Ling Tian, would ascend to the pinnacle of the primordial realm atop the corpses of the demons. Now, as long as the Phoenix clan raised their arms, they could effortlessly envelop the entire primordial realm within their grasp. Even the figures within the Zixiao Palace would be powerless to stop them. This was the monumental transformation this battle had brought to the Phoenix clan and the entire primordial realm. In an instant, nearly all beings of the primordial realm awaited the next move of the Phoenix clan. Yet curiously, the Phoenix clan remained utterly still, quietly residing within the eternal unyielding volcano. What the beings of the primordial realm did not know was, including Yuan Feng and Qing Wan, all members of the Phoenix clan were waiting for Ling Tian to awaken. As for whether to dominate the primordial realm, that decision rested solely on Ling Tian's will. The Phoenix clan's only purpose was to stand by his side through thick and thin. And just as the year approached its end, under the watchful gaze of countless beings, Ling Tian leisurely awakened. Chapter 86. Mother, you don't mean to become a female emperor, do you? As the duration of the Saint of the Way experience card drew to a close, Ling Tian slowly stirred awake. Oh no. Time is running out. Realizing the passage of time, Ling Tian exclaimed in alarm. He had not anticipated that he would suddenly fall into a state of enlightenment, wasting so much precious time. If only he had used that time for other purposes, he could have accomplished so much. What a waste, what a waste. Just as Ling Tian lamented inwardly, he suddenly heard Yuan Feng's voice. My dear son, you woke up so soon. What? Ling Tian turned at the sound, instantly spotting Yuan Feng's delighted expression. Mother, you've been by my side this whole time? Indeed. Yuan Feng nodded, stepping forward to wrap her arm around Ling Tian's, laughing heartily. Haha, I am your mother. Is it not my duty to protect you? Sensing the softness of her embrace, Ling Tian's face turned dark. The old mother of mine, as always, is quite the same. Ling Tian promptly withdrew his arm from Yuan Feng's embrace, speechless. Mother, could you please refrain from holding me like this? Of course not. Yuan Feng resolutely rejected him, forcibly enveloping Ling Tian in her arms, feigning an air of authority. Humph. No matter how powerful you become, you are still my son, Yuan Feng. What's wrong with a little embrace? I simply must hold you. Ling Tian, at a loss for words, replied. Mother, I am merely a clone. My true self is still within your womb. Unfazed by his words, Yuan Feng retorted. What of it? A clone is still my son. I shall embrace you all the same, Ling Tian. As expected of you. With no further resistance, Ling Tian surrendered to Yuan Feng's embrace, treated like a mere toy as she playfully squeezed and poked him. To Ling Tian's bewilderment, His little aunt Qing Luan had also joined them at some point, pinching and kissing his arms and cheeks. It was worth noting that this was amidst the vast emptiness, under the watchful eyes of countless beings. Yuan Feng and Qing Luan were utterly unrestrained, treating him as if he were a novel plaything. Just as Ling Tian was about to lose his composure, Yuan Feng seemed to recall something and finally paused, a rare serious expression gracing her features. "Oh right, my son. The clan members are awaiting your decision, you know?" "What decision?" Ling Tian queried, bewildered. "Didn't you defeat the demon clan? What could possibly have happened now?" Sensing Ling Tian's confusion, Yuan Feng casually remarked, "Oh, it's nothing much, just a small matter. It's simply to ask if you wish to lead the Feng clan to dominate the Honghuang." Ling Tian. When did dominating the Honghuang become a trivial matter? At that moment, Ling Tian felt a jolt, clearly hearing the system's notification sound. Ding. Detected that the demon clan has retreated. The Feng clan's prestige is unprecedented. Please choose. Option 1. It's me or no one. Lead the Feng clan to unify the Honghuang, likely becoming a pawn of the heavenly Tao. Reward. Supreme innate spiritual treasure, the map of mountains and rivers. Option 2. Steady and prudent, absolutely refuse to be a pawn of the heavenly Tao. Reward. Supreme defensive spiritual treasure, the innate 5 directions flag. A task. Another task. Less than a year had passed, and the system had issued a task once more. This pleasantly surprised Ling Tian. From the 2 options presented by the system, he could clearly sense the malice of the heavenly Tao. If he chose the first option to lead the Feng clan out to dominate the Honghuang, he would undoubtedly become a pawn of the heavenly Tao. That was far too dangerous. It should be noted that Ling Tian's status as a heavenly Tao saint was temporary. Even with a heavenly Tao saint experience card, there was a considerable risk of being calculated into dust by the heavenly Tao. Choosing the first option was absolutely out of the question. Moreover, Ling Tian had no interest in dominating the Honghuang whatsoever. He had always preferred to remain low-key. Thank you very much. Attracting the attention of the entire Honghuang was not his intention. It was akin to dragging a socially anxious individual into the spotlight. Ling Tian felt utterly aggrieved. Fortunately, this socially anxious individual had an intelligence quotient of 250, instantly outsmarting everything. System, I choose option 2. After making his decision, Ling Tian promptly spoke to the system. Given Ling Tian's current strength, avoiding becoming a pawn of the heavenly Tao was the most prudent choice. Moreover, the reward for option 2 was clearly the supreme defensive spiritual treasure, the innate 5 directions flag. It was simply too enticing. Although Ling Tian possessed numerous treasures, for him, having more of such exquisite defensive spiritual treasures like the innate 5 directions flag was definitely advantageous. After finalizing his choice, Ling Tian turned to Yuan Feng and teased, "Mother, why don't you just decide on this matter of dominating the Honghuang yourself?" "Why ask me?" Yuan Feng. Being teased by Ling Tian, Yuan Feng's expression turned slightly awkward. "Why, son? I must consult you. You are the backbone of our Feng clan. Then what are your thoughts, mother?" Ling Tian inquired leisurely. Upon hearing this, the awkwardness on Yuan Feng's face vanished entirely as she replied, "Actually, dominating the Honghuang does sound quite interesting." "Oh?" Ling Tian smiled, his gaze keenly fixed on Yuan Feng's face. "Mother, you wouldn't happen to want to become the empress of the Honghuang, would you?" "What?" Caught off guard by Ling Tian's revelation, even Yuan Feng's thick skin couldn't hide her blush. So it was true. Ling Tian sighed inwardly. If Yuan Feng entertained such thoughts, he would never believe it was without the subtle encouragement of the heavenly Tao lurking in the shadows. Once the Feng clan chose to emerge and dominate the Honghuang, it might appear as a path to the pinnacle. In reality, it would be akin to throwing oil on the flames, falling into the manipulations of the heavenly Tao, becoming a mere pawn. The Feng clan had only just managed to extricate themselves from the chessboard. Ling Tian would never allow them to be ensnared once more. "Mother, if I say I do not wish for the Feng clan to dominate the Honghuang, what would you think?" Ling Tian softly asked, devoid of any jest. "What?" Yuan Feng had not anticipated Ling Tian would decline her, unable to hold back her inquiry. "Why?" "No particular reason. I simply do not wish to." Upon hearing Ling Tian's response, Yuan Feng momentarily fell into a daze. However, she soon broke into a carefree smile. Mother and son are of one heart. Yuan Feng understood that Ling Tian's decision must have its reasons. Though it was inconvenient to elaborate at present in light of this, she would naturally heed Ling Tian's wishes. As for the idea of becoming an empress, it was but a fleeting thought and of little consequence. Wasn't it more delightful to fly together with Qing Wan? Once she contemplated this, Yuan Feng gently embraced Ling Tian's arm, her eyes filled with affection. "It's all up to you, my son. The Feng clan is in your hands." Feeling Yuan Feng's tenderness, Ling Tian's heart swelled with warmth. They had been together for countless years, and their bond was already profoundly deep, requiring no further words. Suddenly, Ling Tian recalled something, his expression revealing a rare urgency. "Mother, time is of the essence. Please take the Feng clan back to prepare. I must go to the East Sea. Chapter 87. Extorting the Hongjun Quartet. The Heavenly Tao's fury time is of the essence? East Sea? Yuan Feng clearly could not keep pace with Ling Tian's thoughts. Nevertheless, it was the first time she had witnessed Ling Tian in such a state of urgency. The matter he was about to address must undoubtedly be of great significance. Not daring to delay, Yuan Feng immediately responded, "My son, you must hurry. By the way, what do you want me to prepare?" Upon hearing this, Ling Tian revealed a peculiar smile, saying, "Prepare your mindset, so you aren't too shocked later. As if you've never seen the world." Yuan Feng clearly did not expect Ling Tian to say such a thing. Yet before she could express her indignation, Ling Tian suddenly stepped forward, exclaiming, "Humph! How dare you tease your mother? Do you seek a beating?" In the void, the somewhat exasperated voice of Yuan Feng could be heard. Meanwhile, Ling Tian found himself less than a month away from the expiration of the Heavenly Tao Saint Experience card. However, there were still numerous matters he wished to address. His first destination was none other than the Purple Cloud Palace. Observing the bewildered expressions of Hongjun, the ancestor of Yin and Yang, the ancestor of heaven and earth, and the immortal of Yangmei, Ling Tian's face bore a mischievous smile as he spoke. "Esteemed ones, have you enjoyed the show enough? I'm here to collect the entry fee. Hongjun, ancestor of Yin and Yang, ancestor of heaven and earth, immortal of Yangmei." The four great beings had not anticipated Ling Tian would appear here, let alone utter such words. Wasn't he this outright robbery? It was important to note that Ling Tian was a heavenly Tao saint who transcended the realm of the primordial golden immortal. Together, they could not possibly contend with Ling Tian. The heavenly Tao saint coming to extort them, this was akin to calamity striking from the heavens. The Purple Cloud Palace was instantly enveloped in silence. As the master of the Purple Cloud Palace, Hongjun cleared his throat and was the first to speak. "Ling Tian, is it? You must be mistaken. We have never plotted against the Feng clan." Indeed. The ancestor of Yin and Yang and the ancestor of heaven and earth quickly chimed in, entirely shedding their airs of being primordial golden immortals. Only the immortal of Yangmei remained silent, observing as if nothing were amiss. Seeing this, Ling Tian smiled wide, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. "Am I not clear enough? I have come to collect the entry fee, so you would do well to be honest." As he spoke, with a mere thought, Ling Tian summoned the might of heaven and earth, forcefully pressing down upon the four great beings. Hongjun and the others immediately felt an overwhelming power descend upon them, forcing them to the ground. Within the Purple Cloud Palace, these four unprecedentedly powerful beings exchanged glances, unable to fathom how they had come to be in such a predicament. "What exactly do you want? Why must you humiliate us so?" Even Hongjun, known for his good temperament, could not help but roar in indignation. In response, Ling Tian wore a smile. "Why apologies, but I am pressed for time, hence my methods are somewhat direct. What I desire is quite simple." Seeing the expressions of the four great beings relax momentarily, Ling Tian's smile widened. "What I desire is merely a strand of the source law power from each of you." Upon Ling Tian's declaration, the Purple Cloud Palace fell into silence once more. Hongjun, ancestor of Yin and Yang, ancestor of heaven and earth, immortal of Yangmei, a strand of the source law power? This was a simple request. Why don't you go rob someone instead? The source law was the path to enlightenment for beings above the great Luo Golden Immortal. Just as Ling Tian had achieved his status through the five elements law, the source law power within a being's body was incredibly precious. Its greatest use was to assist other beings in comprehending the laws. If the source law power within a being were to be compromised, they could suffer a drop in cultivation, or in unfortunate circumstances, their cultivation could plummet altogether. The four great beings could hardly believe that Ling Tian's seemingly simple request was for their source law power. The ancestor of Yin and Yang, known for his fiery temper, immediately prepared to curse him out. However, just as he was about to speak, he sadly discovered that he had been completely restrained by the might of heaven and earth, losing even the ability to voice his grievances. The others, Hongjun, the ancestor of heaven and earth, and the immortal of Yangmei, were similarly bound at that moment. Ling Tian's voice rang out once more. "If you all remain silent, I shall take it as your agreement. I will shortly release your restraints, and each of you shall present a strand of the source law power. I trust you will honor your promises. Otherwise, heh." As he spoke, a golden measuring ruler appeared in Ling Tian's hand, lightly tapping against his palm. Concurrently, an aura of murderous intent, mingled with a sense of merit, suddenly enveloped the area. Was that the primordial measuring ruler? Hongjun, the ancestor of Yin and Yang, the ancestor of heaven and earth, and the immortal of Yangmei recognized the seemingly ordinary golden ruler at once. They exchanged glances, realizing Ling Tian's intention. If they refused to comply, he would resort to force. A blatant threat. In the next moment, the might of heaven and earth that had enveloped Hongjun and the others suddenly dissipated. The four great beings felt an immediate release, and they quickly stood up, not daring to make any sudden movements. Even the ancestor of yin and yang, known for his fiery temper, behaved accordingly, coughed as the host. I shall go first. With a serious expression, Hong Jun focused his gaze and unleashed a strand of his source law power, which was, after all, the law of immortality. Following Hong Jun, the ancestor of yin and yang, the ancestor of heaven and earth, and the immortal of Yangmei each projected their respective strands of source law power to Ling Tian. The yin-yang law, the heaven and earth law, and the space law. Very good. After collecting the 4 strands of formidable source law power, Ling Tian's face brimmed with joy. This was a perfect material for nurturing the law spirit fruit. What a windfall! Time was of the essence, so Ling Tian did not linger, promptly vanishing from the Purple Cloud Palace. Yet after Ling Tian's departure, the atmosphere within the Purple Cloud Palace grew incredibly awkward. After an indeterminate amount of time, Hong Jun suddenly let out a dry laugh, saying, "Esteemed ones, with our cultivation diminished, we might as well remain in the Purple Cloud Palace for a while longer." Not to mention the awkward atmosphere within the Purple Cloud Palace. After Ling Tian exited, he distinctly sensed a familiar aura emanating from the Honghuang Heavenly Dao. Though this, Ling Tian was entirely unfazed, grinning as he thought, "What's this? Be magnanimous. I haven't killed them. Moreover, since Luo Ho has been severely injured, weakening Hong Jun and the others' powers is merely a means of balancing things out. I see it." After finishing his thoughts, Ling Tian felt the aura of the Heavenly Dao gradually recede, evidently persuaded by his reasoning. Heh? Ling Tian let out a cold chuckle. He was acutely aware that from the moment he altered the fate of the Feng clan, he had become a thorn in the throat of the Heavenly Dao. The conflict between him and the Heavenly Dao was irreconcilable. Had it not been for certain reasons preventing the Honghuang Heavenly Dao from taking action, they would likely have annihilated Ling Tian on the spot. Yet, that thorn had already been embedded. It was only a matter of time before the Honghuang Heavenly Dao would settle the score with Ling Tian. With this in mind, Ling Tian naturally aimed to maximize his benefits while remaining within the Heavenly Dao's limits. In the next moment, Ling Tian vanished, and his destination this time was none other than the Sunstar. Chapter 88. The emergence of the Three Immortals Island. Crossing the void. Ling Tian's thoughts were quite straightforward. His goal was to gather as much law power as possible before the expiration of the Heavenly Dao Saint Experience card. Although the Honghuang was vast and filled with countless treasures, those containing law power were exceedingly rare. The most efficient method was to seek out these uniquely gifted great beings. After departing, Ling Tian arrived at the Sun Star. Observing the 2 golden crows perched upon the Fusang tree, he extended his hand and drew forth a strand of law power from each. The 2 golden crows trembled slightly, their auras evidently diminished. Ling Tian showed no concern, even extracting a segment of the Fusang tree's trunk as he departed. Squawk, squawk. With 2 indignant cries, Ling Tian strolled over to the Tian Star, employing the same method. He then visited the dwellings of Nuwa and Fuxi on Mount Buzhou, followed by the 3 Pure Ones cave on Kunlun Mountain, and then to Shumi Mountain, Wuzhuang Temple, and the Blood Sea of Yomi Dai. In summary, Ling Tian moved at his fastest pace, traversing each location he had planned. However, as time passed, he sensed the Heavenly Dao's presence drawing near once more, evidently filled with an intense fury, as though about to explode at any moment. Ling Tian could only sheepishly halt his actions. He had gathered an ample amount during this trip. Without further delay, Ling Tian set his sights on the East Sea. Unbeknownst to Ling Tian, he had already become an inescapable nightmare in the hearts of the 3 Pure Ones, Nuwa, Fuxi, Zhuanti, and Jane. Those who would form the next Calamity's protagonist group. Ling Tian was quite aware of the implications of this action. As the upcoming protagonists of the next Calamity, the 3 Pure Ones and Nuwa could not be subjected to excessive harm. Ling Tian's methods were not overly extreme. He merely extracted a minuscule strand of source law power. This would not cause any substantial damage and would not breach the Heavenly Dao's threshold for tolerance. After accomplishing all this, Ling Tian finally arrived above the East Sea. There should still be enough time. Standing atop the East Sea, Ling Tian murmured "I." In the next moment, with a sharp cry, the power of the Heavenly Dao Saint erupted from him. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening sound resonated above the East Sea. The previously tranquil surface of the sea was engulfed in countless monstrous waves. What is happening in the East Sea? The earth trembled. Why was there such an extraordinary phenomenon? Could it be that a great treasure was about to emerge? No, this was not the emergence of a treasure. It was clearly the harbinger of a great calamity. As countless beings in the Honghuang speculated, the East Sea was suddenly illuminated by a myriad of radiant lights. Beneath the vast expanse of radiant twilight, countless treasures ascended, illuminating the entire void with their dazzling brilliance. What is this? Witnessing this spectacle, the entirety of the primal world fell silent. Within this primordial realm, where myriad heavenly materials and earthly treasures abound, rare artifacts occasionally emerged. Yet, They had never encountered such a profusion of luminous treasures, akin to a galaxy of stars. How many treasures must there be? Why would such a multitude of treasures appear over the eastern sea? At that moment, amidst the sea of shimmering jewels, 3 ethereal islands gradually materialized. Upon seeing these 3 island apparitions, innumerable beings of the primal world felt a simultaneous tremor in their hearts. Could it be? The combination of the eastern sea, countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and the 3 immortal islands conjured a familiar name in the minds of these beings. The 3 immortal islands. Could it be that the legendary 3 immortal islands, abundant with spiritual treasures, had truly emerged? A profound greed welled up uncontrollably within the hearts of the primal beings. If they could seize the myriad treasures within the 3 immortal islands, would that not allow them to ascend to greatness? In the next moment, countless beings surged upward from all corners of the primal realm, racing madly towards the 3 immortal islands. Simultaneously, the 3 massive island apparitions suddenly solidified, and a dense aura of celestial spirits spread outward. Upon witnessing this scene, countless primal beings became certain. This time, it must indeed be the legendary emergence of the 3 immortal islands. Who could have anticipated that, less than a year after the cessation of the war between the Demon Clan and the Phoenix Clan, the 3 immortal islands, coveted by the primal beings for countless years, would appear? There was undoubtedly a connection. However, the primal beings, blinded by greed, no longer cared about such matters. They rushed frantically towards the 3 immortal islands, hoping to partake in this monumental opportunity. Just then, a figure that countless primal beings found somewhat familiar appeared above the eastern sea. Who is this? This thought flickered through their minds in the next instant. They all shuddered, halting in their tracks, their eyes filled with deep reverence. If they were not mistaken, that figure was none other than the one who had single-handedly subdued the entire Demon Clan. The current strongest entity in the primal world, Prince of the Phoenix Clan, Ling Tian. Upon catching sight of Ling Tian, these primal beings instantly grasped the situation. The sudden appearance of the 3 immortal islands must have been orchestrated by Ling Tian himself. Only Ling Tian possessed the ability to locate such a hidden treasure. A chill surged through the hearts of the primal beings. They had witnessed how Ling Tian had dealt with the Demon Clan and had seen him extort the primal heavenly path. This Phoenix Prince was undoubtedly a formidable figure. Should they dare to compete with Ling Tian for the opportunity presented by the 3 immortal islands, they would likely meet their demise. With this thought, the primal beings felt a surge of panic and swiftly retreated to their respective abodes, desperately activating their defensive formations to their utmost strength. After completing these preparations, they cautiously turned their gazes towards the figure above the eastern sea, fearful of being struck down by Ling Tian's hand. Meanwhile, Ling Tian, suspended above the eastern sea, finally made his move. With a thunderous shout, "Rise!" An unbelievable scene unfolded before the eyes of countless primal beings. Boom! The deafening roar reverberated throughout the primordial realm. The 3 colossal immortal islands began to tremble and ascend into the air. What is happening? The 3 immortal islands are rising. What is Ling Tian planning? Just as the primal beings were engulfed in confusion, a new anomaly arose above the eastern sea. With another booming command from Ling Tian, the 3 immortal islands quivered in unison and began to fly southward. The 3 immortal islands are flying. Countless primal beings stood in stunned silence, gazing in awe at this extraordinary spectacle. The 3 immense immortal islands soared through the void with an imposing demeanor, steadily making their way southward. Meanwhile, within the South Ming Undying Volcano, Yuan Feng's mouth dropped open in disbelief, unable to close. Chapter 89. Fusion of the 3 immortal islands, the Holy Great Array. Yuan Feng finally understood why Ling Tian had made such pronouncements earlier. This scene was simply astonishing. Not only had Ling Tian uncovered the legendary 3 immortal islands, but he had also single-handedly lifted them into the sky. Given the circumstances, it was evident he intended to bring these 3 colossal islands to the South Ming Undying Volcano. A wave of shock and disbelief surged within Yuan Feng. You were right, my dear child. I truly have never witnessed such a sight. However, this feeling of being awestruck was rather delightful. Ha ha ha. Yuan Feng laughed heartily, filled with immense pride. Such an unprecedented spectacle was orchestrated by Ling Tian, as his mother. Yuan Feng felt a profound sense of honor. Furthermore, if the legendary 3 immortal islands, abundant with spiritual treasures, were to descend upon the South Ming Undying Volcano, it would undoubtedly be a monumental boon for the Phoenix Clan. Good Yuan, ha ha ha. The more Yuan Feng contemplated, the more elated she became, unable to resist planting a kiss on the blushing Yuan, causing her to flush a deep crimson. Like Yuan Feng, Yuan experienced immense joy. She had once remarked that when Ling Tian was born, she might rely on him. Yuan had not anticipated this moment would arrive so swiftly. Most crucially, Ling Tian's true self had not yet been born. Merely a fraction of his being had caused the entire primal realm to tremble, bestowing upon the Phoenix clan a glimmer of hope and countless surprises. Little Tian, Zhouwan murmured softly, her face tinted with a rosy hue. A vision of beauty. Concurrently, countless members of the Phoenix clan awakened from their meditative states. They gazed at the approaching 3 immortal islands with eyes brimming with astonishment and delight. The 3 immortal islands, sought after by the primal beings for countless years, were about to become the territory of the Phoenix clan. This was simply marvelous. And all of this was thanks to Prince Ling Tian. The admiration for Ling Tian among the Phoenix clan intensified. A shared thought emerged in the minds of all the Phoenix clan members. It was truly a blessing for the Phoenix clan to have Prince Ling Tian. Within the Zhixiao Palace, Hongjun, the Yin Ancestor, the Qinkuan Ancestor, and the great immortal Yang Mei naturally witnessed this spectacle. Not long had passed since Ling Tian had extorted them, and his infuriating expression still lingered vividly in their minds. Now, as Ling Tian stirred up such a commotion, Hongjun, the Yin Ancestor, and the Qinkuan Ancestor seethed with resentment towards him. Only the great immortal Yang Mei's eyes glimmered with a hint of intrigue, a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth. Amidst the astonished gazes of countless primal beings, the 3 immortal islands resolutely soared towards the South Ming undying volcano. These 3 islands were immensely large, appearing to move slowly, yet they were remarkably swift. In less than half a month, the 3 immortal islands traversed from the eastern sea to the South Ming undying volcano. Ha ha, everyone. My son has brought the 3 immortal islands back. Come out and greet them. The voice of Yuan Feng resonated through the South Ming undying volcano. In the next moment, millions of Phoenix clan members soared forth from the South Ming undying volcano to welcome them. At the same time, Ling Tian appeared beside Yuan Feng, grinning as he said, "Mother, what do you think of this spectacle? Did it leave you speechless?" Upon hearing this, Yuan Feng raised an eyebrow and promptly swatted Ling Tian on the head. "Feeling mighty, are we? Dare to jest with your mother? Even if you are some heavenly saint, you are still my son. Don't forget, your true self is still in my womb, yet to be born." Ling Tian. Ling Tian's expression soured as he remembered his mother's temperament. Ahem. Ling Tian cleared his throat, pretending to be nonchalant as he turned to the countless Phoenix clan members behind him, proclaiming loudly, "From this day forth, the 3 immortal islands will become the territory of the Phoenix clan, just like the South Ming undying volcano." Upon hearing Ling Tian's declaration, millions of Phoenix clan members erupted into jubilant cheers. Simultaneously, with another thunderous command from Ling Tian, the 3 immortal islands gradually came to a halt, stabilizing above the South Ming undying volcano, becoming 3 enormous floating islands. It is done. Ling Tian felt a surge of satisfaction as this monumental project came to fruition. It is worth noting that the 3 immortal islands were formed from 3 fragments of the chaotic world, making them exceptionally unique. Even with Ling Tian's current strength as a heavenly saint, it had taken considerable effort to relocate the 3 immortal islands to this place. However, this was merely the beginning. Though the South Ming undying volcano and the 3 immortal islands were now in close proximity, they essentially remained independent entities. Ling Tian knew he needed to connect their energies and merge them into a cohesive whole. With this in mind, he soared into the void above the 3 immortal islands. "Array, rise!" With a commanding shout, a formidable array of power suddenly manifested. Could this be? The members of the Phoenix clan recognized this array of power well. It was the primordial chaos great array that had safeguarded them for countless years. During the previous invasion by the Demon clan, the primordial chaos great array had finally faltered and was shattered. Many in the Phoenix clan believed this array to be ruined. Though Ling Tian was incredibly powerful, the existence of the primordial chaos great array provided the Phoenix clan with a tangible sense of security. The destruction of the primordial chaos great array had left the members of the Phoenix clan profoundly regretful. However, they had not anticipated that merely a year later, the primordial chaos great array would re-emerge, and it was all thanks to Ling Tian's efforts. As they felt this transformation, the members of the Phoenix clan could not help but rejoice, their happiness beyond words. Yet, Ling Tian's surprises were far from over. In the next moment, the luminous membrane formed by the primordial chaos great array expanded rapidly, enveloping both the South Ming undying volcano and the 3 immortal islands in the void. The South Ming undying volcano and the 3 immortal islands quivered as 2 indescribable energies merged through the array's membrane. Within mere breaths, the 2 entities astonishingly fused together. Simultaneously, a familiar dragon's roar echoed. The golden dragon of fortune reappeared, playfully darting between the South Ming undying volcano and the 3 immortal islands, clearly filled with joy. Most notably, compared to before, this golden dragon had grown significantly larger. Could the dragon of fortune grow on its own? This was simply unheard of. At that moment, Ling Tian's expression turned serious as he bellowed once more, boom! Thunder rumbled across the skies. The membrane formed by the primordial chaos great array displayed intricate patterns. Feeling this, Ling Tian's lips curled into a smile as he murmured, The Holy Grade Great Array is complete. Chapter 90. Digesting Gains. Has the catastrophe truly ended? As steadfast as Ling Tian was, he naturally aimed to fortify his homeland to be as impregnable as possible. Just like now, Ling Tian had finally elevated the Primordial Chaos Great Array to the Holy Grade at it. Must be noted that the Primordial Chaos Great Array was exquisitely crafted, far surpassing the so-called 10 Great Arrays of the Primordial Realm. However, no matter how powerful an array may be, it relies on the cultivation level of its creator. When Ling Tian initially set up the Primordial Chaos Great Array, he had been at the pinnacle of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, and it had been capable of withstanding the attacks of a late-stage Primordial Golden Immortal that could even briefly repel a fully realized Luo who, undoubtedly impressive. Now, with Ling Tian's cultivation having reached the mid-stage Primordial Golden Immortal Realm, coupled with the temporary strength of a heavenly saint, and with the assistance of the Dragon of Fortune, the reconfigured Primordial Chaos Great Array had astonishingly reached the Holy Grade. Only a saint could breach it. In other words, during this era before the emergence of saints, as long as the heavenly path of the Primordial Realm did not intervene personally, the Phoenix clan, under the protection of the Primordial Chaos Great Array, was assuredly in an invulnerable position. Ha ha ha! Ling Tian's heart swelled with joy, and he couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. Meanwhile, Yuan Feng and the others also sensed the changes in the Primordial Chaos Great Array. As a powerful being at the late stage of the Primordial Golden Immortal Realm, Yuan Feng suddenly formulated a guess and couldn't help but inquire, "My dear child, have you elevated the Primordial Chaos Great Array to the level of the Primordial Golden Immortal?" Upon hearing this, all the Phoenix clan members looked at Ling Tian with hopeful eyes, awaiting his response. Seeing this, Ling Tian's smile widened as he nodded, "Not quite. It is not at the Primordial Golden Immortal level, but rather at the Heavenly Saint level. However, the two are quite similar." Upon hearing this, all the members of the Phoenix clan, including Yuan Feng, were filled with immense joy. With such a powerful array safeguarding them, the Phoenix clan was indeed in an invulnerable position and would no longer have to fear the devastation they once faced. "Thank you for your grace, Prince." The elder of the Phoenix clan, the Golden Phoenix King, suddenly knelt before Ling Tian, respectfully exclaiming, "I in the next moment." Apart from Yuan Feng and Wan, millions of Phoenix clan members simultaneously knelt before Ling Tian, collectively expressing, "Thank you for your grace, Prince." Observing this, Ling Tian did not refuse their show of gratitude and accepted it graciously. Then, sensing something, he summoned Kuan to his side, smiling as he said, "Little Kuan, you performed admirably this time, showing commendable loyalty. Given your excellent performance, I have an important task for you. You are to manage Penglai Island, collecting the mature heavenly materials and earthly treasures there. Submit them every 10,000 years. You may also select some for your own cultivation." After delivering this instruction, Ling Tian paid no mind to the delighted Kuan and turned to the Golden Phoenix King. "Golden Phoenix King, you may visit Penglai Island every 10,000 years to collect heavenly materials and earthly treasures from Kuan to store in Yuan Feng's treasury, and then distribute them accordingly." "Understood." The Golden Phoenix King's eyes sparkled with excitement. After enduring several battles, the Phoenix clan had suffered numerous casualties, and their heavenly materials and earthly treasures were nearly depleted. Now, with the formidable supply from the 3 immortal islands, it was foreseeable that the overall strength of the Phoenix clan would experience a tremendous enhancement. Moreover, this enhancement would have strong sustainability, given sufficient time. The Golden Phoenix King was confident that the Phoenix clan would undoubtedly grow to an astonishing degree that would leave all primal beings astounded. This thought ignited a fiery determination within the Golden Phoenix King's eyes, filled with vigor. On the other hand, after relaying all of this, Ling Tian's figure gradually faded away, returning to Yuan Feng's womb. Just as he re-entered Yuan Feng's womb, Ling Tian felt a jolt. The duration of the Heavenly Saint Experience card coincidentally concluded at that moment. Ling Tian's cultivation level abruptly began to decline from the realm of Heavenly Saint in mere breaths. He returned to the mid-stage Primordial Golden Immortal Realm. Yes, he felt the dissipating power within him. Ling Tian exhaled a long breath, his eyes brightening. This experience of being a Heavenly Saint had greatly benefited Ling Tian, particularly in his understanding of the universe and all things. However, it also solidified Ling Tian's conviction that he must never become a Heavenly Saint. Compared to the Primordial Golden Immortal, the Heavenly Saint's ability to manipulate the might of the universe may seem more versatile, yet it comes with numerous restrictions. Not to mention, the Heavenly Saint's spirit is bound to the heavenly path and subject to its control. From Ling Tian's perspective, the seemingly prestigious title of Heavenly Saint was merely a puppet of the primordial heavenly path. Not worth mentioning, however, Ling Tian's current cultivation was only at the mid-stage Primordial Golden Immortal Realm, far from the time to attain enlightenment, so there was no need to rush. What Ling Tian urgently needed at present was to digest the gains from this experience. The numerous foundational laws he had gathered required cultivation through the world tree within Penglai Island to yield the fruits of law. With this thought, Ling Tian's avatar, having just returned to Yuan Feng's womb, stepped forward and arrived within Penglai Island. Rise. With a gentle command, vibrant, colorful rays of light surged towards the world tree, merging into the silhouettes of the fruits of law. After completing this, Ling Tian's avatar sat cross-legged beneath the world tree, while Ling Tian's true self once again entered a state of deep contemplation, beginning to reflect on the insights gained from his recent experience as a heavenly saint. Ling Tian was unaware that his emergence from seclusion would have a far greater impact on the entire primordial realm than he had ever imagined. Within the Zixiao Palace, as he observed the convergence of Sanxian Island and the everlasting South Ming volcano, and felt the overwhelming power of the innate chaos formation, Hongjun, the ancestor of Yin Yang, and the ancestor of heaven and earth exchanged glances. With Ling Tian, a being comparable to a Hunyuan de Luo golden immortal, guarding them, alongside such a formidable, innate chaos formation, and the countless treasures within Sanxian Island, the Feng clan had undeniably become a colossal force within the primordial realm. Fortunately, the Feng clan had not emerged to contend for supremacy. Otherwise, it would have heralded the rise of a second demon clan. The ancestor of Yin Yang spoke with a hint of melancholy. A second demon clan's rise? Retorted the ancestor of heaven and earth. You underestimate the Feng clan far too much. Should they truly seek to dominate the world, only the heavenly Tao could intervene. Who among the primordial realm could stand against them? Upon hearing this, the ancestor of Yin Yang found himself momentarily speechless, unable to counter the argument. Indeed, with Ling Tian, a heavenly Tao saint, present, the Feng clan had become the most powerful faction in the primordial realm. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Ling Tian had already lost his status as a heavenly Tao saint, and had instead transformed into a mid-stage Hunyuan golden immortal, 2 minor levels below their own cultivation. After overhearing the conversation between the ancestor of Yin Yang and the ancestor of heaven and earth, a flicker of inscrutable emotion passed through Hongjuan's eyes as he gazed towards the western ancestral vein, quietly remarking, "Even if the Feng clan is reluctant to seize control of the world, do you truly believe this calamity will end so easily?" Chapter 91. The Unleashed Calamity, the Awakening of Luo Ho. What do you mean? Upon hearing Hongjuan's words, the ancestor of Yin Yang abruptly turned to him. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Hongjun, Luo Ho, and his demon clan have been severely crippled by the Feng clan's Prince Ling Tian. The Feng clan has no desire for dominance over the primordial realm. Could it be that this calamity is not yet over? Confusion filled the ancestor of Yin Yang's eyes. Meanwhile, the ancestor of heaven and earth and the great immortal Yang Mei also turned their gazes towards Hongjun, their expressions laden with uncertainty. Observing their reactions, Hongjun silently acknowledged the situation while maintaining an enigmatic demeanor. The ancestor of Yin Yang is correct. However, do not forget that the demon clan has merely been crippled, not annihilated. As long as Luo Ho, the demon ancestor at the peak of the Hunyuan golden immortal realm, remains alive, there is hope for the resurgence of the demon clan. As long as Luo Ho lives, this calamity shall not conclude. Hongjun spoke with conviction. Upon hearing this, the ancestor of Yin Yang, the ancestor of heaven and earth, and the great immortal Yang Mei fell into a contemplative silence. Hongjuan's words were indeed reasonable. The beast god's chaotic era had only come to an end with the fall of the divine rebel. Now that Luo Ho was not dead, perhaps this calamity was truly far from over. The ancestor of Yin Yang, being the most impatient, immediately inquired, "What should we do? Should we not take action to eliminate Luo Ho? Yet, he is clearly under the protection of the heavenly Tao." In response, Hongjuan's face similarly bore a look of deep contemplation. He too was baffled as to why the heavenly Tao would prevent Ling Tian from eliminating Luo Ho. Did the heavenly Tao have ulterior motives? A lingering feeling within Hongjun suggested that the heavenly Tao held a profound disdain for Ling Tian, not wishing for him to reap the rewards of this calamity. Who, then, had the heavenly Tao chosen? Hongjuan's gaze darted towards the ancestor of Yin Yang, the ancestor of heaven and earth, and the great immortal Yang Mei. If the heavenly Tao were to select the ultimate victor of this calamity, it would most likely be among these formidable beings. An uncontrollable thought surged within Hongjuan's mind. If the ancestor of Yin Yang and the others were to perish, then the heavenly Tao would have no choice but to select him, Hongjun. However, the prospect of eliminating the ancestor of Yin Yang and the others posed considerable difficulty. Even if Hongjun were to employ all his hidden trump cards to forcibly eliminate the ancestor of Yin Yang and the ancestor of heaven and earth, it was improbable that he could vanquish the great immortal Yang Mei, who commanded the laws of spatial cultivation. Patience was essential. With a smirk, Hongjun suppressed the murderous intent surging within him and coldly remarked, "The heavenly Tao may be obstructing Ling Tian from eliminating Luo Ho, but it has not hindered us from doing so. Take advantage of his weakness to strike. The ancestor of Yin Yang, could it be that you fear even a severely wounded Luo Ho?" Hearing this, the ancestor of Enyang's eyes bulged, a wave of immense anger swelling within him. Yet, as a seasoned expert who had cultivated for countless years, he would not be so easily provoked. Suppressing his fury, the ancestor of Enyang let out a cold snort. Hongjun, if you wish to deal with Luo Ho, do it yourself. There is no need to provoke us. With that, the ancestor of Enyang stepped out of the Zhixiao Palace. Following him, the ancestor of heaven and earth and the great immortal Yangmei also took their leave. Within the vast Zhixiao Palace, only Hongjun remained. However, there was no trace of regret upon his face. Rather, a hint of a smile appeared. The seed had already been sown. Now, it was up to him to nurture its growth. Unbeknownst to Hongjun, deep within the western ancestral vein, the dark aura of the demon ancestor Luo Ho was steadily stabilizing. In the timeless primordial realm, the demon ancestor Luo Ho, nearly incapacitated by Ling Tian, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Ling Tian. Luo Ho gritted his teeth, a tumult of rage and hatred swirling within him, which he could only suppress with great effort. Even with the assistance of the heavenly Tao, Luo Ho's cultivation had returned to the peak of the Hunyuan golden immortal realm. Yet, when facing the might of the heavenly Tao Saint Ling Tian, it was still insufficient. Little did Luo Ho know that Ling Tian had already regained his mid-stage Hunyuan golden immortal strength. However, even if Luo Ho were aware, charging once more at the Feng clan would be futile. The circumstances had changed drastically. Now, Ling Tian possessed not only a heavenly Tao Saint experience card, but had also laid out a formidable, innate chaos formation. With Luo Ho's current strength, he posed no threat to the innate chaos formation. In essence, the awakened Luo Ho found himself in an incredibly awkward predicament, caught between actions and inaction. Because of Ling Tian, his dreams of dominating the primordial realm had shattered. I hate this, Luo Ho roared, his eyes filled with resentment and bitterness. But just then, a peculiar humming sound echoed in Luo Ho's ears. What was that? Luo Ho's entire being trembled as he turned to gaze deep into the ground. There, a formation diagram imbued with malevolence finally solidified, an overwhelming aura rising into the sky. In Luo Ho's ears, an ancient melody reverberated. Neither copper, nor iron, nor steel, once hidden beneath Mount Shumi. No need for yin and yang to forge. Can water and fire not temper the edge? Slay the immortals, annihilate the celestial, as the red glow rises all around. The transformation of the celestial is boundless and mysterious, the divine blood staining the robes. As the demon ancestor Luo Ho sank into despair, the Slay Immortals formation diagram, nurtured for countless years and absorbing immense blood energy, finally coalesced. Has it succeeded? Luo Ho murmured softly. Even with his ironclad heart, he could not help but feel his eyes moisten. Luo Ho understood the might of the Slay Immortals formation. The moment the Slay Immortals formation was completed, he would stand at the pinnacle of the Hunyuan golden immortal realm. In the current primordial realm, unless Ling Tian or the heavenly Tao intervened, he would be invincible. The success of the Slay Immortals formation had wholly compensated for the losses incurred by the fall of countless demon clan members. More accurately, the current strength of the demon clan had surpassed their peak when they initially invaded the Feng clan. The demon clan had once again acquired the means to rise. Chapter 92. The formation diagram of slaying immortals coalesces. Hongjun seeks guidance. Luo Ho understood well that it was precisely because of the fall of countless demon clan members that the Slay Immortals formation could be fully realized. The fall of countless demon clan members was the cause. The coalescence of the Slay Immortals formation was the effect. This was the law of cause and effect. However, for Luo Ho, this transaction was immensely profitable. Had he known it would turn out this way, he would have personally taken action to eliminate those demon offspring. Overwhelmed with satisfaction, Luo Ho could not help but laugh heartily. Heaven does not forsake me, Luo Ho. Ling Tian. One day, when I achieve the level of Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal, I shall wield the Slay Immortals formation and personally reduce you and the Feng clan to ashes. And as for Hongjun, Enyang, and Qin Kuan, I shall root them out one by one and slay them all. The primordial realm shall ultimately belong to me, Luo Ho. With that, Luo Ho wasted no time and sat down to begin comprehending the Slay Immortals formation. The Slay Immortal Sword, the Annihilate Immortal Sword, the Trap Immortal Sword, and the Absolute Immortal Sword transformed into 4 beams of sword light, enveloping Luo Ho within. Thunder rumbled ominously in the void, as if heralding something. Meanwhile, within the Zhixiao Palace, Hongjun stepped out, arriving at the South Ming volcano. Gazing at the 3 colossal entities in the void and feeling the oppressive force emanating from the innate chaos formation, Hongjun felt an inexplicable sense of vexation. In his original calculations, such a situation should not have arisen in the primordial realm. However, as it had become a reality, Hongjun could only attribute it to a miscalculation. In the next moment, Hongjun bowed respectfully towards the South Ming volcano. Speaking earnestly, I am Hongjun,